Chapter 1 First Meeting. Ryu, I remember you said on the phone yesterday that you were going to interview for a tutor today? When Jia poked out a head from the chair, her face was covered with a mask, only a mouth and a pair of eyes were exposed. Seeing her packing up her things, she suddenly thought about what she called yesterday. Linyu, while packing up her things and putting her cell phone into her bag, turned back. Yes, I have an appointment with my employer today, so I'll go check it out first. This is too much of a fight for you. We're only freshmen, so many classes every day. It's hard to have 2 days of respite, and you're still thinking about earning extra money. Shen Qingfang, on the other hand, poked her head out of the bed with 2 big black circles under her eyes, and if she didn't know, she would have thought that she had gone to steal someone in the middle of the night last night. The whole person is like being drained of blood, and the culprit for all of this is at higher math. Preferring to start at 8 in the morning, it was even more torturous, and after 3 classes, she was already drained of energy, and even her favorite sweet and sour chops for lunch had lost her appetite. From knowing that there was a math class today, she had insomnia until 2 o'clock last night. What kind of college still needs to hand in homework? And in class you have to get up and answer questions. What's the difference between this and high Z? The most important thing, teaching math teacher or a 40-something years old just righteous female professors. Every class should be named to sign in, from the first class to give them set the rules: late, leave early, absent more than 3 times. Once she found out, the usual points directly deducted, is the school's famous extinction of the teacher too. And they learned from the last sister, the female professor, to change the paper that is super strict, which means that once your usual score is gone, that 8 or 9 is waiting to fail. If you dream of waiting for her to fish for you, that dream, then the probability of the final pass are still a little higher. Oh, it's just too sick. Haha, you haven't recovered yet. How long has it been? Linyu turned her head and saw Shen Qingfang's expression that looked like a ghost asking for her life. She couldn't help but laugh. Every week on the day of the math class, it was Shen Qingfang's day of suffering. Shen Qingfang was directly lying on the bed, thinking of the next semester's math class, as well as the next semester will have to endure this kind of torment. The whole person is hopeless. Originally thought that high school can get rid of the devil of math, did not think that the university still has math class, or public class, have to repair the kind. Dormitory. In addition to the 3 of them, there is a Shu Ran. People have a boyfriend. After the class, even the dormitory cannot wait to go back, running to the boyfriend's embrace. Unlike the 3 of them who were all single dogs, after class, one was in a hurry to go back to bed to catch up on sleep, and the other had to save her dry, dull, yellow face. Linyu checked the things in the bag: keys, cell phone, all brought. The weather forecast said that it will rain this afternoon. Fought and put a dexterous folding umbrella into the bag. It is always right to bring. Then I'm going. Good, bye. Linyu greeted the 2 and pulled the door open to go out. This time, the tutoring was introduced to her by a sophomore sister, who didn't make it very clear on the phone, but pushed the employer's phone number to her, so she could meet her for a more detailed chat about the content of the tutoring and the hourly rate. Linyu grew up as and grandmother together, dependent on each other. As for the parents, she is now able to earn their own living, after graduating from the college entrance exams, but also for the 2 families of the children tutorials, but also earned a small amount of money. Grandma had taught her since she was a child to study hard and learn knowledge in order to excel, and knowing that she had used her knowledge to earn money, she was very relieved and praised her granddaughter's ability one after another. In order to leave a good impression, Linyu sought the advice of her roommate, especially wearing a small white dress. The whole person looks clean and fresh. Walking to the front gate of the school, she tapped on WeChat and flipped through the chat with her employer, above which was the address given. Yunxiang Guifu? It sounded like a rich area. Coming out from the school gate, there was another 50 meters to walk before there was a bus stop, and the navigation on her phone showed that she would have to take a dozen stops, and after that, she would have to walk for 20 minutes. Usually, in order to save money, she almost always do not take a taxi. To be able to $2 to solve things, a taxi is also several tens. Since she was a child, she knew that it was not easy for her grandmother to save money, and at an age when other children were still clamoring for snacks, Linyu had already learned to bargain for groceries. Walking to the bus stop, the car has not yet come. She simply walked to the side of the chair and sat down. Ding bell. The cell phone rang. Seeing the 2 words grandma displayed on the cell phone's page, Linyu's heart warmed and the curve of her mouth curved slightly. Grandma. Ryu, is the money enough? If it is not enough, must tell grandma. In the outside, never save money, should be spent. No, grandma is not by your side. In the outside, must take care of yourself. It hasn't been a few weeks since school started, and although I don't know how many times I've heard this, Linyu didn't feel the slightest bit of impatience, but rather felt that it was so touching, and that grandma was her only relative in this world. I know, grandma, don't underestimate me. I'm now able to earn my own living. It's you. If you're sick and have a cold, you should buy medicine, you should go to the hospital, you can't just procrastinate like that, and if something happens, you must call me at the first time, okay? Lin Yu also once again tirelessly repeated, really worried about the grandmother alone at home, sick, medicine are not willing to buy, last time if not the neighbor Zhang grandmother found, I'm afraid that 2 days later will be dragged into pneumonia. Yes, grandma will take care of her health, and she will also see to it that my daughter finds a job and marries someone. After chatting with grandma for a few more sentences, Lin Yu hung up the phone reluctantly. Before coming to college, she used the tutoring fees she earned to buy grandma a smartphone, and taught her how to play videos, so if she missed her, she could always pop her a video. Knowing that she had classes from Monday to Friday, she didn't bother her, but on weekends she would play videos for her, asking her how the cafeteria food was, if her roommates were good, if she had any problems with her studies, and so on. Lin Yu knew that her grandmother was concerned about her, and every time she would answer one by one, looking at the video, even though her grandmother's cheeks were already old and the hair on her temples was already gray, her face was filled with a happy smile. In fact, at first when her score came out, she wanted to apply for a 985 school in the province, close to home, but also be able to go home at any time to visit her grandmother. But her grandmother was adamant that she had such a good score that she could enroll in a key 985 university in a foreign province and find a good job in the future. At her grandmother's insistence, Lin Yu had no choice but to enroll in Jingbei University, and before the start of the school year, she explained to Grandma Zhang next door to take care of her grandmother more, so she came to the province to go to school with peace of mind. After a few more instructions, Lin Yu put her cell phone back into her bag. It was almost 10 minutes past, but the car was late. The air was a hot and dull smell, and there seemed to be a real precursor to rain. In the upscale cafe. Brother Soon, you really don't want to go to the class in the afternoon? The person sitting in the center of the sofa slowly lifted up an eyelid, the hair scattered in front of the forehead just covered the drooping eyes. Deep eyes are let people cannot understand the emotions. You see, Brother Suo looks like a person who will have a good lesson, can go on this morning has been considered to give face to the teacher? The person who spoke was one of Jiang Suo's brothers, He Shang. I think you have a point. In the school, which teacher dares to control Suego? Suego's father has found him how many tutors, but not by him angry away. It doesn't matter. Soon is going to inherit the family business. Studying is useless. TSK, you say this, you don't need to study to inherit the family business, you don't need to have any business acumen? A group of people were talking and laughing, while the protagonist didn't say a word since he came in. The gaze was not warm, lazy, and casual. Zhang Sui half a cigarette in his hand into the ashtray cylinder, his body into the sofa, almost with the sofa dissolved in one color, hidden in the hair under the eyes inadvertently fell to the window. Then it was fixed under a white silhouette. Chapter 2 Interview. Brother Suo, what are you looking at, so focused? He Shang rare from Jiang Suo face to see other expressions other than indifference. Next to the two people are still bickering also instantly stopped. The three followed his line of sight to look over. The bus station, men and women, young and old, of which there are a few pairs of men and women intimate arm in arm, should not be looking at them. The rest was the girl in the white dress. What's wrong, Sui? You're not looking at the girl in the white dress, are you? He Shang was shocked, like he had discovered a new continent. After all, the two of them had known each other since middle school, and he knew Jiang Sui very well, so if he could make him look at him twice more, it proved that this person in this matter was something that could interest him. Jiang Sui didn't say anything, one hand casually raked a few times through his hair, as if he wanted to skim the hair in front of his forehead to see more clearly. His eyes still fell on the girl, or as if there was some magic that made him unable to take his eyes off of her. The sunlight fell through the treetops through the cracks, spilling onto the ground in bits and pieces. The boy's cold jawline also softened without him realizing it. Seeing that he was still staring at the other side, He Shang also became interested. Brother Soon, you can't really be interested in her, right? How many girls in the school have written you love letters, but you didn't even look at them? Right, Brother Suo, Shin is the most recognized goddess in the whole school. Not only her looks are good, but also her family background is awesome. Everyone said that you two are the most probable couple? How popular is Jiang Suo? Let's put it this way, as long as you're a student of Jianing private school, no one will not recognize Jiang Suo, not only because of his good looks, but also because of his good family background. In the school is the existence of the man of the hour. Girls are fascinated by his face to death. The bold directly confessed, the small is through the writing of love letters, and he confessed. Although Shin Meng Yen did not directly pick out, but discerning people know that she likes Jiang Sui. However, the school flower has love, but Sui brother ruthless even if the whole school is rumored, but he froze did not show it at all, and do not explain, I do not know is not care, or something else. After the girl stepped onto the bus, Jiang Suo's gaze slowly retracted, and the expression on his face returned to a bland look. Don't bring her and me together, I won't like her. The always careless tone seemed to reveal impatience this time, as if he was not at all fond of that schoolgirl Shun. The three people looked at each other. They did not hear wrong. Such are not like, then exactly what kind of sway brother can look at two more eyes? That girl waiting for the bus here just now was either a student from Jianing Private School, or a student from the university next door. From Sway's eyes just now, he seemed to have a great interest in that girl. However, the world is so big, I guess I won't see it next time. Lin Yu sat on the somewhat crowded bus, probably because it was Friday. Almost a large portion of the bus was filled with young men and women. There was no room for her, so she could only try to scrunch herself into the corner of the bus. There were a dozen trips, with quite a few people getting on and off at each stop, and she always had a plan for things, so it was a good thing that she had already left early, otherwise she could have been late. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the station she needed to get off, relieved that the air was quite fresh, patting the white canvas bag that had been squeezed out of shape. Glancing at the address on her phone and pulling up the navigation, it showed 1 kilometer to go. Little girl, this is a private residence, you can't just go in. The security guard uncle saw that it was an unfamiliar face, kindly reminded. Thank you, uncle, I'm here to apply for a tutor. Lin Yu smiled gently and explained her purpose. Oh, that's right, then I'll call the owner to make sure. Can you tell me which owner it is? Okay. Lin Yu pulled up the employer's address and handed it to the security guard. After the security guard made sure, he hung up the phone. Little girl, you can go in. Thank you, uncle. As Lin Yu walked forward, she looked at the large leafy trees on both sides of the road, as well as a variety of flowers, indicating that the people who lived here should be either rich or noble. After walking for almost 20 minutes, Lin Yu saw the address given, which was a large independent villa, and after repeatedly confirming the door number, she walked forward and rang the doorbell. Not long after, a woman around 50 years old came out from inside, with a very kind brow, smiling and speaking in an easygoing manner. You are the new tutor who came for the interview, right? Lin Yu nodded, yes. Quickly, come in. Lin Yu followed the woman inside. When she reached the door, the man took out her slippers. Lin Yu subconsciously froze for a moment, quickly came back to her senses and changed her shoes. Sir, Miss Lin who is here for the interview has arrived. Ms. Lin, please take a seat. Ms. Lin, please have a seat. Lin Yu was a little nervous, did not look around, but her eyes still saw the expensive paintings hanging on the wall. She knew that the value was not expensive, and for the first time, she felt that this is the gap between the rich and ordinary people. Soon, a sound of footsteps sounded on the stairs. Lin Yu followed the sound and looked. It was a man with an outstanding temperament. The man approached her. Lin Yu hurriedly stood up and greeted, "Good day, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chengyue nodded politely and waved his hand. Ms. Lin don't need to be polite, please have a seat. Auntie Zhang brought juice and put it in front of the two. Mr. Jiang, this is my high K score, you can take a look, I have had several tutoring experiences before. Said Lin Yu, from the bag took out her high K transcripts and handed it to the man. She was only a freshman, she could not take the teacher's license yet, worried that she would not pass the interview. The man took the transcript and saw that almost all of the grades on it were close to perfect scores, and was very appreciative. Also, Beijing University can be considered one of the top universities in the country, and the girl in front of her, although she was dressed in ordinary clothes, was clean and tidy, and gave off a very comfortable feeling. Ms. Lin, I am very satisfied with you, but I still need to greet you beforehand. My son has already pissed off 5 governesses before. Or beforehand with her gas. As for people to leave or stay, it is up to her to decide. The implication is that she may also be angry away, stay not long. Although Lin Yu was a bit surprised, 2 seconds later, her face became more and more determined. I want to try. Good, the hourly fee of $400, if Ms. Lin really can make my son's grades improve, salary later or negotiable. Jiang Chengyue appreciates the girl in front of him. For the 18-year-old son, he has no way out. The dead horse is a living horse. He is such a son, it is impossible to leave him to fend for himself. But think of the 5 senior tutors who have been pissed off before. To be honest, in front of the little girl who only read the first year of college, he felt that there is really not much hope. Moreover, the girl in front of him looked very good, will not be angry to cry it, only hope that Jiang Sui this bastard boy can restrain a little bit, otherwise his penultimate score, to go to the technical school, all still have to stuff some money. Forget it, if you really cannot teach a few days, then give a fee as compensation, but also be considered to be angry to the mental damage fee. The two agreed, from tomorrow to start formal classes, 2 days on the weekend, 2 hours a day. In the middle of the conversation, electricity flashed and thundered outside the window, and in an instant, pouring rain hit the window glass densely. Lin Yu felt that her back was home. How come it doesn't come early? It doesn't come late. Look at this situation. Without half an hour, it won't stop. But the two of them have talked about it. It's not the same thing to sit here all the time. Jiang Chengyu also saw Lin Yu's uncomfortable, took the initiative to say, here to walk out to 20 minutes. See, this rain will not stop for a while. I let the driver to send Miss Lin back. Lin Yu carried her own bag, thought about it, did not refuse, nodded to agree. That would be trouble. If I really walk back by myself, I guess before I get to the door, I'll be soaked to the skin, and if I catch a cold, I'll have to spend a fortune again. Looking at the back of the girl left, only read the first year of college, but looked very well behaved and understanding. Jiang Chengyu some feelings, if he was born as also a daughter, is not it will not be so worried. And their own son is about the same age, but already thinking out to earn a living, and their own son of the failure, every day not tune, the results are intolerable, in the future, if the family business to him, not directly minutes to lose all. Hey, Jiang Sui mother passed away early, these years busy working, also really neglected him, thought to compensate, but already wrong his most needy age, now father and son sitting together, almost cannot say two words. Lin Yu sat in the car, the scenery outside the window whizzed by, thinking about something in his head, angry away 5 governesses? This is what kind of temper either it is bad, or specifically against the teacher. Tomorrow's class is probably not good, but how to try, an hour of 400 yuan, 2 days is 1,600 yuan, really can hold out, 2 weeks will be able to earn enough for a month of living expenses. I can still make enough for a month's living expenses in 2 weeks. If I save some more money, I can still pay some of the money to my grandmother. At this time, a Paramera. Jiang Sui drove out of the coffee shop. The afternoon class he really skipped. Anyway, it is not the first time. The teacher of the class has turned a blind eye, who called Jiang Sui family has a background. This kind of living ancestor, as long as do not come to the school to disrupt, bring bad classmates, has been thank God. 2 cars back road, Jiang Sui's a meal, that car license plate look seems a little familiar. Did not think much, retracted the line of sight, one hand fell on the steering wheel. The windshield wipers in front of him quickly swept the water on the car glass, and the rainwater formed 2 arcs that eventually flowed to the sides. Chapter 3 came, but will also be angry away. Jiang Sui returned home, saw the person sitting on the sofa with 2 cups in front of him, raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Someone had come? Didn't go to the office today, it's really rare. And Jiang Chengyu saw him just like this to come back in a big prickly way. Originally there is still some smiling face completely sunk, not angry. How did you come back? Do not need to take classes in the afternoon. Oh, no need. What do you mean, today's vacation? Jiang Sui's hand is still inserted in his pants pocket, looked at him, fell to another cup, quickly raised his head again, slightly thinking for a second, incomparably serious. No, simply do not want to go on. Jiang Chengyu was furious at his dangling expression, and his face changed again and again in an instant. This rebellious son, a day not against himself, is not uncomfortable. He does not doubt that he will one day be angry by him into the hospital. Give me back to class. Hold back the anger in his heart, but his heaving chest still betrayed that he was now on the verge of rage. Stop right there. Are you going to be angry with me before you are satisfied? I have already found a good tutor for you. From tomorrow onwards, stay at home for me to make up lessons. But the teenager had already walked up the stairs, turning a deaf ear to his words, leaving him with an unruly back. Hearing the word tutor, Jiang Sui indifferent, snorted, cannot stay 2 days. Auntie Zhang looked at the father and son's 10,000-year-old pattern of getting along, and had already seen the strange, and could not help but worry for the girl just now. I am afraid that I will not be able to teach for 2 days. The previous few tutors almost did not have a teacher who could finish 2 days. The girl looked good and understanding. On the young master Jiang Sui this temper, I am afraid. Lin Yu returned to the school. The rain just stopped. The air is a wet smell of earth. In the dormitory, only when Jia is still napping, thinking of her insomnia last night, when she closed the door, she couldn't help but be careful with her movements. The curtains were drawn in the room, and only a faint light came in through the curtains. Swish! Lin Yu was startled and raised her head. Ruyu, you're back? When Jia poked out a head from the bed and looked at her with a smile, her hair was a mess. She really didn't care about her image in the dormitory. She didn't have the exquisite look she had in class. You didn't sleep, or were you woken up by me? Bothered to death, didn't sleep much at all, dreaming of the exterminator, viciously calling my name, asking me to get up and answer the question. I was directly scared awake. When Jia looked depressed, raised her hand and ravaged her messy hair twice, just like a look of fear and annoyance dominated by the math class. Lin Yu lightly laughed. It's only been 2 weeks of classes, there's still next semester. Cannot help but sympathize a little, but can also understand her. After all, higher mathematics, this kind of thing, those who will feel relaxed, those who will not, it is like listening to heavenly books. Although High Z has dabbled a little, however, to the university, that little can be completely ignored. Right, let's not talk about that. How did your interview go? Do not want to talk about the topic of higher mathematics, and do not want to think of the face of the exterminator, when Jia, brow stretching, climbed up from the bed, lying for more than 2 hours, the waist is almost sour. The employer is quite satisfied, and the trial class will start tomorrow, but I heard that several tutors have already been pissed off, so I guess this money is not good. Lin Yu hung her bag in the closet, changed her shoes, and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash her feet. In the dormitory, she still prefers to wear slippers, the main thing is comfortable. When Jia pulled out 2 spicy duck palms and threw one to her, and the 2 of them nibbled on it. It was only small snacks that could make her temporarily forget about certain injuries. Lin Yu pulled out the notes she had made during High Z, and glanced at them. It was only 3 months from the end of High K. Fortunately, a lot of knowledge was still in her mind, plus a lot of the notes she had made during High Z. She had brought them with her, and they would be able to come in handy when the time came. Hi-san, guess they are about the same age. Afterwards, she took out her English 4 practice book, some certificates, or take the test before it's too late, while Gao Zi's striving energy hasn't receded yet. Ruyu, what are you doing? When Jia, while brushing the video, while laughing, but looking at what is wrong, ears clattering, sound crossing, hear the sound of turning the book, she felt panicked. Oh, I'm taking a look at the English 4 questions. She had her own plans, she couldn't rely on her parents like others, and she didn't have any connections or relationships, she could only rely on herself. Therefore, she could only be better and take the scholarship, firstly, to reduce the burden of her studies, and secondly, to lay the foundation for finding a job after 4 years. Lin Yu learned that the first-class national scholarship had $8,000, while the tuition fee for 1 year was $6,000. The rest of the money could be used for living expenses, plus she did tutoring, and her grandmother didn't need to call her any more money. When Jia gulped after hearing her words, instantly feeling that the snacks in her mouth didn't smell good anymore, and the variety show wasn't good anymore. Ruyu, this is also too hard working, they are only freshmen, how to let her have a kind of feeling of returning to the high san, it is worthy of the 736 points in the super school bully. At night the 4 people in the dormitory gathered. Shu Ran came back with a big bag of late-night snacks, all kinds of desserts, milk tea, and snacks. The dormitory was filled with all kinds of flavors. Quickly, help me, my hands are going to break. I shit, Shu Ran, you're here to give disaster relief to the dormitory again? Shin Xingfang's eyes were glowing, she stood up from her seat in a single bound, something unknown was secreting in her mouth, while Lin Yu also laughed softly and stood up from her seat to give her a hand, and when Jia was lightly supporting a small table in the center of the dormitory. Favorite roommate like this, every day there are all kinds of delicious food. They were all bought by my boyfriend, saying that he would let me bring them back, so that we could all share them together. The 3 silently left tears of happiness, this boyfriend to them a dozen good, although Shu Ran a person's boyfriend, however, but also feel as the 4 common boyfriend, although only a few weeks after the beginning of the school year, but they did not receive less from Shu Ran boyfriend feeding. Every 3 days, either milk tea or dessert, the next dormitory are envious of death, 1 or 2, cannot wait to move to do Shu Ran's roommate. Shu Ran family is good, the boyfriend is also the capital city people, the 2 High Z is a school, a class, High Z sneak together, agreed to apply for the same school. Knowing the roots of the ground, each afternoon, Lin Yu still got up and cleaned up, and asked a few people in the dormitory if they wanted to eat, and a few people's voices all carried the lethargy of not having woken up yet. They said that they hadn't slept enough, and they said that they would sleep a little more, so that she could go and eat first, and didn't have to care about them. Lin Yu went to the cafeteria by herself to deal with a little, ordered 2 vegetarian dishes, spent $5 to slowly eat up. Only when she returned to the dormitory did a few people slowly wake up. When Jia saw that she was already fully dressed and covered her mouth with a yawn, Ruyu, what time do you want to go tutoring? Let's go there at 1 o'clock, it's a half-hour bus ride from here and a 20-minute walk. The other 2 also just remembered that she wanted to tutor, and they sighed that she was too hard-working. There seemed to be a grandmother at home, and there was no mention of any parents. Every week, they could hear Lin Yu and her grandmother video, the old man even greeted them one by one, a very kind old man. Chapter 4 This score? Lin Yu put the information and notes and such into her bag one by one, and double-checked to make sure nothing was missing, said hello to a few people and left the dormitory. As usual, she went to the bus stop and waited for the bus, but fortunately, after waiting for less than 2 minutes, the bus came. Jiang Sui was half lying on the bed, one leg hanging down on the floor, his eyes staring at his cell phone for an instant, when he heard Auntie Zhang knocking on the door outside, saying that the tutor was here, and asked him to hurry down. Ha! His father really does not die, also, anyway, is not the first, but, presumably, another did not last more than 2 days. Getting up, casually pulling the messy hair on the forehead, the whole body is exuding an air of debauchery. Downstairs, Lin Yu was led to a study by Auntie Zhang. Teacher Lin, please wait for a moment. Auntie Zhang looked at the girl in front of her. She was just too well behaved. She only hoped that she wouldn't be exasperated by young Master Jiang Sui inside, almost able to predict the outcome of what would happen next. Lin Yu nodded her head and wondered what kind of person the other party was, thinking of what Shen Qingfang said yesterday, rebellious? Twisting her fingers uneasily in her chair, after 2 minutes, she finally heard a sound of steady footsteps coming this way. Jiang Sui pushed the door in, expecting it to be a 40 or 50-year-old archaic in glasses wearing Tutor. The moment he saw the girl, his eyes flashed imperceptibly with dismay, not expecting the new Tutor to be her. The white dress under the sycamore tree yesterday. After all, this face, yesterday he had looked at it for 10 minutes in the cafe, until the last moment before she stepped into the bus. The originally fluctuationless eyes became extremely subtle in a moment. Was this another kind of fate? When Lin Yu saw the boy who walked in, she hurriedly stood up from her chair, perhaps because his sight was too hot, or his height was too oppressive. Her voice was a little small. Hello, I'm Lin Yu, your tutor. Jiang Sui's hand was still stuck in his pants pocket, his eyes casually scanning the girl in front of him. His height of 1.87 m made it easy for him to see the girl in front of him. Yesterday's white skirt was replaced with a light green one, and the half of the calf exposed on the ankle was white and slim. His gaze moved upwards and finally landed on that excessively pure face. His eyes darkened. Head, tutor, teacher, adult? The face was very childish, not as big as his palm. Lin Yu's heart, that was originally a little nervous because of the boy's words, once again jolted and jumped, not wanting him to look down on himself, subconsciously said, I'm already 18. But in fact she is only 10 years old. In order to save tuition fees, Lin Yu skipped a level in elementary school, is considered 10 years old to go to college. Jiang Sui's smile is very casual, eyes also more hot, 18? That's just right. I don't know if it was her illusion. Lin Yu felt that the boy in front of her was permeated with a sense of sophistication that did not match his age. Moreover, his gaze gave her an uneasy illusion. Then let's start the lesson. I wonder which subject Ms. Lin is going to start with. There were only 2 people in the study, and just when she didn't know how to open her mouth, the boy spoke first, and she subconsciously sighed in relief. The boy walked over to the other chair and sat down, his gaze looking towards her and then to the other chair, his meaning self-explanatory. Lin Yu's fingers twisted together, slowly loosened, already moist inside, and sat down on the other chair. Ms. Lin is a student of Beijing University? Lin Yu was slightly stunned. How did he guess? Nodding, yes. I thought the boys would stop there, but the questions came one after the other. How old are they? Freshmen. Oh, freshmen, ah, then it seems that the knowledge of Hai Zi should not forget much. Jiang Sui knows that his father should have known in advance, otherwise freshmen will not rest assured that she will come to do tutoring for themselves, before looking for which is not a famous gold medal teacher, now even found a freshman. However, wasn't he worried that he would do something even crazier besides pissing off the tutor? The first few times he came into contact with Z students, perhaps because the two were about the same age, it was always impossible for her to teach him with the same tone she would use for a Z student, but for a moment he didn't know how to open his mouth. Jiang Sui saw her tightly pursed lips, and the fingers that were once again twisted together, pink earlobes, the corner of his lips hooked. Teacher Lin. This voice, Teacher Lin, fell straight into Lin Yu's ears. Her heart trembled. If it was a difference of more than a few years, wouldn't have felt anything, but it was the other party that was about the same age as her. Before starting the class, I need to know about your grades in each subject at the end of the last semester, so that I can do a more detailed planning for the class. The girl's voice was soft as water. Oh, like that? Generally high school courses are finished before Senior San, and Senior San a whole year is almost all used to review, check gaps and fill in the gaps in the non-stop exams, review through. Jiang Sui stood up, walked to the bookshelf on the side, and pulled out a piece of paper from it. In her uncomprehending gaze, he lightly handed it to her. This is my final report card from last semester. After Ms. Lin reads it, I believe there should be a more detailed study plan. Lin Yu took the report card, and then her gaze fell to the few digits on it that barely exceeded 9. This? The eyes went black. 75 in language, 50 in English, and OK in math, 69, which was sort of on par with 9. The other 2 subjects are not to mention. Language, even with eyes closed, can easily test to 90 it, after all, from elementary school to big. Jiang Sui propped his hands on the table and just looked at her, seeing her expression from the initial dismay, then transformation, then to the desire to speak, couldn't help but be a little amused. perhaps saying in his heart that he had never seen such a stupid student. Lin Yu also noticed that the boy's gaze had been falling on her. Too hot, want to not ignore it is difficult, realized that she was a bit out of line, put down the report card. Probably understand. Then stuck words, what to say. Against his smiling but not smiling gaze, nervousness began to commit again. Jiang Sui pulled aside a chair and sat down, with a hint of laughter in his voice. Mr. Lin, you've seen my grades, so what should I review? The distance between the two was no more than a shoulder, and that voice, Teacher Lin, seemed to be shouted out from his mouth with an extra touch of lingering flavor. Lin Yu's face was a little red, and she could even smell that faint smell of mint mixed with tobacco on the river's body before realizing that the two were a little close, and hurriedly pulled away from the two. Here are my high Z math notes and English notes. Inside the knowledge points are from shallow to deep. You can read it in your free time. Math has typical examples, English has common grammar, complete and fill in the blanks, correction questions can be used. By the way, the back is my organization of the English composition template, almost all of the commonly tested types of English composition. Language reading comprehension, you can look at the answer template, essay 60 points, mainly rely on the usual accumulation of material. Oh, so Jiang Sui nodded his head fussily. Language composition accounts for the big head, the word should be written well. English reading comprehension accounts for the big head, the word is the key. Jiang Sui nodded in agreement again. As for math, brush up more. Brush up not only lets you understand the problem-solving ideas, but also increase your speed to do the problem. All changes are not the same. These experiences are all connected, at least in these 10 minutes or so together. Jiang Sui was cooperative, didn't put up a fight or say anything uncooperative. Jiang Sui's eyes were sparkling, and his eyes were full of the girl's likeness. Randomly flipping through one of the notebooks, the edges were a bit old, but it was well kept. The handwriting on it was clear, a very pretty script, a stroke that was pleasing to the eye, just like the person she was. Next, Lin Yu took out an English test paper from her bag. This is a test paper, you do it first. Oh. Jiang Sui wordlessly hooked his lips and obediently took the test paper. This sound of "oh" is what made Lin Yu confused. Bad temper, I don't see it, she thinks it's quite good Chapter 5 One step at a time. Jiang Sui gently looked askance at her, the distance between the two was again unconsciously drawn closer, and could clearly see the fuzz on her white face. Her eyes were like a clear spring, taking in people's hearts and souls, and there seemed to be a faint orange blossom flavor between her nostrils. After retracting his sight, his slender fingertips twirled the pen, his gaze falling to the English paper in front of him, not a complete paper, only reading comprehension and completing the blanks. Lin Yu watched him do the questions while her eyes occasionally fell on Jiang Sui. Her eyelashes were thick and long, her green veins were hidden under her skin, and she had to say that it was an excessively handsome teenager. Jiang Sui did the questions very quickly, in less than an hour, the 4 short reading essays, and the perfect fill-in-the-blanks were done, and then handed the test paper to her. Teacher Lin, I'm done. Although Lin Yu had been surreptitiously sizing him up, most of her time still fell on the test paper he had done. She had only intercepted a part of the questions on this test paper, she had done the questions on it before, and just now he had dropped his pen to choose the answer. The correctness rate should be less than 1/2, but it was not good to interrupt him in the middle of it. I looked at it, your foundation is a bit weak, 1/2 of the answers can be found directly from the text, just like this question. She asked the main purpose of this library construction is, the following immediately after is for nostalgia. Lin Yu is afraid that he cannot understand, and there is no concern, directly reached out and took the pen in his hand, sketching on the test paper. And Jiang Sui's gaze fell to the fingertips that had just been touched by her, and without moving, he gently twisted on it. The voice is very nice, with a characteristic softness and glutinousness. When you do English, you can tick and draw on the test paper, which helps to filter the correct answer, and secondly, it is to save time in order to be fast and accurate. In the study room, she was the only one whose voice sounded. 5 minutes later, realizing that she was the only one talking, she subconsciously raised her head, and saw Jiang Sui staring straight at her, and shoot her head down. Got it? Jiang Sui lowly smiled, his voice seductive with a hidden smile. No, Ms. Lin is worthy of the high cow 736 points of the school bully, I benefited a lot. How do you know I scored 736 points on the high cow? Lin Yu's mouth was slightly open, permeated with shock, remembering that she hadn't said anything to him. Could it be that his father had mentioned it to him yesterday? She did show Mr. Jiang her report card yesterday to prove herself. Jiang Sui pointed to the report card at the bottom of the test paper, his voice with a low no, English 145 points. Only to see above was a printed score sheet of the college entrance exam, from the language and order down to the science composite. 736 points was dazzling. Lin Yu quickly put the score sheet into her canvas bag, her face was a little embarrassed, Yesterday she clipped it into her book and forgot to take it out. Glancing at her movements, Jiang Sui did not say anything just now, in addition to noticing her college entrance examination scores, followed by the identity card number. 07, lie to yourself, interesting, just so want to do this part-time job. Letting a girl younger than herself be her tutor teacher seems a bit unspeakable. Lin Yu was a little apprehensive. Hopefully he didn't notice his ID card, although it's not a big deal, but letting him know that he lied to him, it always feels weird. Jiang Sui propped up his chin, just like this looking at her, how to blush so easily, really cute, in the past also like this red-faced to give other people tuition. Ms. Lin, is this the first time you've given someone a lesson? Jiang Sui subconsciously asked, thinking that when she was facing other boys, she also blushed like this. A stream of sour water bubbled up in his heart. No, I've tutored a few times before. Also from high school? Lin Yu somewhat did not want to answer. The questions asked were not related to the content of the remedial lessons at all, and did not want to talk about these irrelevant topics in class. The hand that was pinching the pen inexplicably clenched a little tightly, raised her head, just wanted to explain the next question to him, but when she met his eyes, there seemed to be a kind of magic. The first Z's. The first Z's ah. Jiang Sui hanging heart finally put down. The first Z's are all little kids, do not understand anything, then he is her first. The heart of that strange, uncomfortable feeling also in a moment to disappear, even he did not realize that he was jealous. Let us continue to talk about the question. This question is mainly to examine the grammar of the indefinite pronoun as the subject, the predicate verb with the singular, as if somebody. After all, it is $400 per hour, and she is responsible for this salary. Aha. Next, Lin Yu seriously analyzed him on the wrong questions on the test paper, with a focused look and a clear voice. Jiang Sui was also listening to the class seriously, obviously thinking that the class was the most boring thing, but at this moment, he was listening very attentively. Buckle. The lecture was interrupted, the voice came to an abrupt end, and the two looked at the door together. Jiang Sui, on the other hand, was a little displeased. Come in. The person who walked in was Auntie Zhang, holding 2 cups of freshly squeezed juice and some thirst-quenching fruits. Teacher Lin, young Master Jiang Sui, I see that you all haven't come out for an hour, so I brought you some fruits, as well as juice. Auntie Zhang looked at them with a smile on her face, very good at reading people's words. Putting down the juice, she went out, afraid of disturbing them. Closing the door, the expression on her face could no longer be hidden. She had just secretly listened at the door for a while, and didn't think that young Master Jiang Sui was really listening to the lesson carefully. Which teacher who used to give him lessons wasn't half dead from his anger? Yesterday she was worried that Ms. Lin would be angry and cry, now it seems to be really useful. At least she didn't see young Master Jiang Sui singing against the teacher in class, nor did she see him dislike the teacher so much that he couldn't get off the stage. It should be because of their similar age. The two of them have something in common to talk about. Before Mr. went to work this morning, he also asked her to secretly observe the state of the two in class, and now the state is so good that it's unexpected. Not bad, this Mr. Lin, although young, really has 2 brushes. In the study room. Teacher Lin has also been speaking for an hour, should we take a break? Jiang Sui handed her one of the cups of juice and then pushed the fruit plate in front of her. Lin Yu subconsciously took it and opened her mouth to say thank you. There is really some thirst, can only say that this cup of juice sent in a timely manner, perhaps because almost the same age, coupled with the opposite sex, she has always been a bit unable to let go. Thinking about the last time she faced 2 junior high school siblings, but will quote the scriptures, the mouth is like a river. Now, the words are starting to stutter. Have some fruit. Thank you. The atmosphere was a bit subtle. She didn't feel this way during the lecture just now, but now that she stopped, Lin Yu felt that the $400 wasn't so good anymore. She attributed this to the first day of acquaintance, not too familiar, the two still need to get along. Of course, the other party didn't give her a hard time. Listening to the lecture was also very cooperative, at least for the time being. It didn't look like they wanted to piss her off. Jiang Sui lethargically leaned back in the chair, also holding the juice in his hand. The afterglow did fall on the girl, only to see her fork up a piece of cantaloupe slowly eating, with the action of swallowing, revealing the white and slender neck. Below the ear there is a small red mole. Do not look carefully, will not find. He unconsciously licked his lips, his eyes spring-tide surging. Really want to leave something on it, but now is not the time. Suddenly thinking of something, he put down the cup in his hand and opened his mouth as if without thinking. Mr. Lin, why don't we add a contact method? If there is any study arrangement, it is good to communicate with each other. He said so, there is no reason to refuse, but also very normal. Lin Yu reported his phone number. Jiang Sui saved in 1-by-1 numbers, dialed the phone, the cell phone and the canvas bag rang. The corner of his lips imperceptibly hooked. The hand was typing on it, presumably making a note to her. WeChat also had one. If I have questions about my studies, I can always ask Ms. Lin's, right? Lin Yu breathed a little unsteadily, smoothed out her mind, took out her cell phone from her bag, opened the QR code of WeChat. WeChat is indeed better to contact, and it's also more convenient to send messages. The two friends added successfully. The cell phone page is a cartoon cat and cat picture, the eyes are shallow smile, and then the finger in the above operation, put the 3 words of Teacher Lin on the top, thought for a while, and then clicked into the personal message there, in the nickname there to repair and change. Chapter 6 Climbing. Lin Yu began to give him another lecture. The whole paper was analyzed very thoroughly, from reading short essays to fill in the blanks, out of the way words and the grammar of it. Okay, we're done for today. Is there anything you're not sure about? Lin Yu hooked her hair behind her ear, then looked at him and asked. Jiang Sui leaned back in his chair and shook his head. No more, Ms. Lin spoke very clearly. Seeing her reveal her pink earlobes and the neck that was so white that it glowed, he faintly hooked his lips. Desire climbed and spread in the heart. Lin Yu glanced at the time, 5 minutes past 4, then I'll go back first, I'll come back tomorrow afternoon, these notes will stay here, you can read them at any time when you're free. How did Mr. Lin come? Lin Yu didn't understand why he asked this question, pursed her lips, then opened her mouth. By public transportation. Jiang Sui was not surprised. Yesterday he saw her waiting for 20 minutes for the bus. It was estimated that this coming and going would take at least 2 hours. Then he looked at the cell phone she was holding in her hand, the canvas bag on her shoulder, and seemed to understand something. In his heart, no wonder he came out to be a tutor when he was only a freshman. This place is quite far from the bus stop. Walking there, it will also take 20 minutes. I will send Mr. Lin back. To him, it seemed like it was just a matter of being helpful. It couldn't be more normal. Lin Yu's eyes widened and she quickly waved her hand. No, I can go back by myself. Yesterday it was because of the rain and I didn't have the heart to refuse. Today if I let them send me back again, what's the matter? It's okay, let's go, I'm idle anyway. As if not giving her a chance to refuse, Jiang Sui had already inserted his pockets and walked out, leaving Lin Yu alone holding her cell phone, opened her mouth, and ultimately did not say anything. The car is a sports car look, can only sit 2 people, Lin Yu entangled in a glance, under the gaze of the boys, sit in, some things, always outside of her plan, completely do not give her time to react. You're 18, do you have a driver's license? What, do I need to show my ID and driver's license to Mr. Lin? Don't worry, I'm very life conscious and won't joke with my life, not to mention that there's Ms. Lin sitting in the car right now. As if he knew what she was thinking, Jiang Sui added another sentence. Only then did Lin Yu bend down to sit in the car. Although she didn't know what brand the car was, she knew it shouldn't be cheap. Seatbelt. Oh. She reached out and tugged on the seatbelt to fasten it for herself, her hands obediently resting on her skirt, her head always hanging down. You can just drop me off at the bus stop. Lin Yu grew up not wanting to bother others, which also developed her independent character. Of course, the main thing was not wanting to overly engage with the teenager in front of her on topics other than studying. Jiang Sui snorted, do not know, also thought he had what to her, how to fear to such a point. To the bus stop, Jiang Sui did not stop the car, but instead stepped on the gas pedal to accelerate, continue to drive forward. Watching the car whiz past the bus stop, Lin Yu raised her head to look at him. Did she not hear what she said? Here, but, I just simply wanted to walk the car, not bad for an extra ride. Lin Yu. How did he know what was going on in his mind? The scenery along the way kept receding backward, and the pedestrians and vehicles coming and going became small black shadows that kept disappearing in the rearview mirror. Jiang Sui, on the other hand, was propped up on the steering wheel with one hand, looking into the rearview mirror. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. 10 minutes later, Jiang Sui parked the car 50 meters from the school entrance according to Lin Yu's instructions. Lin Yu unbuckled her seatbelt, her good-looking eyes looked at him and said sincerely, "Thank you for sending me back." "No need to thank you, I am in a teacher-student relationship with Ms. Lin, and honoring teachers is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation." Jiang Sui revealed a gangly smile, one hand on the door of the car, the other fell on the steering wheel, the lines of the side face cold and harsh, there is a kind of gloomy beauty. Lin Yu. There's nothing to say, get out of the car. This can all be associated with traditional virtues. Jiang Sui kept staring at her figure, the smell of orange blossoms still seemed to be detectable between his nostrils, and only started the car when the person completely disappeared into the crowd. "Ruyu, you're back, how did the class go?" The two heard the sound of the door opening and saw her return, their faces overflowing with excitement. All day long, the two bitter single dogs could only comfort each other to get through the long day. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. Shen Qingfang was catching up on dramas, when Jia was chatting with her former high-Z little sister, and Xu Ran had gone on a date. Although Xu Ran and her boyfriend are both in Beijing North University, but Monday to Friday, too many classes, the two almost do not have much time to see each other. This is, finally survived to the weekend, naturally, and her boyfriend went on a sweet date. Lin Yu put the bag down, drank a mouthful of water to relieve the dryness of the throat, before slowly said, "Okay, at least the students are still obedient. But didn't you say yesterday that you were angry at the 5 tutors? What, they didn't trip you up today?" She shook her head and put down the water cup. "This is not true, 2 hours are listening very carefully." Shen Qingfang touched her chin and analyzed it. "Then it might be that the way you teach the class is more innovative, you are not too different in age, you have more common topics." When Jia also nodded her head, feeling that this argument was reliable, otherwise if you really didn't love to learn, then there was no point in pretending. They all admired Lin Yu's freshman year and already earned their own living. Of course, they did not mean to look down on her. Their parents at home will also give them living expenses on time every month. Plus now there are so many courses, it is hard to have a break on weekends and 2 days. For the time being, they do not have any intention of going out to earn money. Lin Yu thought she had a point, otherwise she couldn't figure out why he would have been angry at the 5 tutors before, but when she gave him lessons, he was able to listen attentively. It should be the reason that the two of them were of similar age and had something in common. At least the state of today's class is quite satisfactory. That employer to give the hourly fee is not low, even if it is difficult to teach, she will bite the bullet and insist on insisting. To dinner time, the three of them about to go together off-campus shopping, the cafeteria although the taste is also quite good, but after all, are those few chefs, the taste is similar. Beijing University's food street is famous, what pounded chicken feet rice noodles, mango rice, sour soup rice noodles, able to eat from many local specialties, although the quality is not guaranteed, but the taste is no comment. At the same time, in a high-class box near the capital university. "Brother Sui, today is the weekend this whole day, you even obediently stay at home. What is it? I have sent you a few messages, you only return to me in the evening." According to the past practice, the weekend time is usually the day they come out to party. It is said that when it comes to the high san, it is like an arrow on the string, always taut, every minute and every second is crucial. But for a few of them, even into the high san, but there is no need to study the consciousness, the weekend is almost always mixed in a variety of entertainment. Jiang Sua hung his head, one hand holding a cell phone, leaning on the sofa, posture lazy and casual. Suddenly, the originally expressionless face revealed a touch of shallow smile. He Shang's mouth opened wide, he thought he had misread it. Brother Suo was smiling? Although he usually smiled, it was definitely not the kind of casual, indulgent, lazy smile he had now. He couldn't help but put his head together, wanting to see what the content was, but didn't dare to be blatant, and could only scan with his afterglow, seemingly looking at someone's circle of friends. No way, when did brother soon become so idle, that he still had time to look at other people's circle of friends? Jiang Sua saw one of the single photo, only to see above is the girl's graduation photo, face green and tender, Cloud City First Middle School. Decisively press save. Lin Yu's circle of friends do not post much, the last time to post is to celebrate the opening of the school photo, standing next to an old woman, looks like it should be her grandmother and moved his gaze away, his curled up lips proved that he was in a good mood at the moment. "What? It's what you've been doing at home most of the day. Going to class." All three of them looked like they had been struck by lightning and looked at each other, confirming from each other's shocked eyes that they hadn't heard it wrong. "No, Brother Sua, you said that the classes weren't meant to be fun?" He had called Jiang Sua in the afternoon, but the phone had been unanswered, so he was really in class? Seeing his expression didn't look like he was telling a lie, not to mention what reason would Sui have to lie to them. "You used to not hate your father to find you a tutor teacher, besides, I remember your first few makeup lessons, directly to the tutor teacher or angry away, no one can stay for 2 days, this time an afternoon, even did not come out." The other two seemed to be also remembered Jiang Sui's glorious deeds. After all, Sui brother gas away teachers are simple, once even directly to the tutor teacher gas into the hospital. The tutor teacher and the teacher in the school class is not the same. After all, the teacher in the school is not for you to serve a person, you skipped class, leave early, at most say a few words, but the tutor service is you a person. Could it be that there is something different about the teacher this time, or is it that you really want to change your nature, Sui brother, and intend to study hard in the last year of High San? Asking this, he couldn't believe it himself, but he couldn't think of any other reason. "I don't care." As if he didn't want to explain, Jiang Sua directly blocked the three people's questions with 2 words. He Sheng ordered a few more beers, but Jiang Sua didn't drink them, put out his cigarette, and then clicked on the photos on his cell phone, gently rubbing his fingers over them. "Lin Yu, hat. suddenly kind of looking forward to tomorrow's class. Chapter 7 Doing Questions. Jiang Sui returned home. The person on the sofa is reading the newspaper on one side. Today a rare face did not stink in the past, the corner of the mouth to show that at this moment the mood is good. Jiang Chengyu has learned from Auntie Zhang's mouth. Today's class, this brat is quite obedient, did not go against the teacher, the whole process is quite cooperative. Also do not care about the fact that he came back so late. If the past, now the atmosphere of father and son is absolutely tense, cold to the extreme. How was class today? Jiang Sui nose hummed, snorted, home Auntie Zhang is his eyes, and now have to pretend to ask him again, interesting? It was okay. Then what do you think of Ms. Lin? Not bad. Jiang Chengyu slightly shocked, did not expect him to be so cooperative this time, before can be shrugged off, lazy to say more than a word. Would like to say something more, but Jiang Suo has already walked up the stairs, forget it, as long as you can listen carefully to the class, it is good. It is rare that he did not gas away from the teacher today. Yesterday, I was worried that the girl would be angry away. Today, listening to Auntie Zhang said that this brat is really listening to the class, he was a bit skeptical that he heard wrong. Auntie Zhang was carrying a pot of tea in her hand, and when she saw the smile on Mr. Zhang's face, she knew what was on his mind. Although Mr. Zhang had been busy with his work over the years, she could still tell that she cared about young Master Jiang Sui. It's just that the father and son's character is that stuffy type, neither one of them is willing to lower their head. Auntie Zhang, you continue to keep an eye on me tomorrow. Sure enough, she knew that Mr. Zhang would instruct himself like this and felt like she could go and be an agent. Yes, sir. The next day, Lin Yu arrived at Yunxiangue Mansion on time. In the study, Jiang Sui was already sitting in his seat early and waiting, while there were two notebooks on the table, the very same two that Lin Yu had handed over to him yesterday for him to read in his spare time. Seeing her come in, still with that white canvas bag on her shoulder, her innocent face seemed to have only a little light makeup on, looking even smaller. The corner of his mouth tugged, and he greeted, Teacher Lin. Lin Yu nodded, put down the bag in his hand. Just now when he came in, he seemed to see him flipping through the notes in his hand. Yesterday's two classes had made Lin Yu change her mind about him a little. Why did Ms. Lin look a little surprised? Jiang Suo put the notes in his hands to one side and asked. No, I just didn't expect you to be quite serious, it's not like you're pissing off 5 teachers. Jiang Sui scared lightly, his face was not half embarrassed, the two were like discussing unrelated things. I didn't expect my dad to even talk to you about all this, so Mr. Lin kept his head down yesterday, he didn't even dare to look at me, careful, was he afraid that I would also piss you off? The raspy voice crashed low into Lin Yu's ears, which burned a little. She still nodded her head, this job paid well, she certainly didn't want to be the next person he pissed off. Don't worry, those tutors before would only put on airs, unlike Ms. Lin, who prepared so earnestly, even lending me high school Z's notes so unreservedly. This sentence, he was suddenly close to her to say, glancing at her already scarlet cheeks, and quickly lowered eyes. Jiang Sui was in an extraordinarily good mood today, perhaps because last night he had gone through all of her friend circle, it was clean, and he didn't see any suspicious males. Lin Yu quickly took her canvas bag, then took out the lesson plan she had made for him from inside. This is a schedule that I went back to yesterday and made, you can take a look at it. On it, from language, English, to math, each subject was meticulously listed with the content and arrangement of the lessons. It's really meticulous, at least these are not found in the previous tutors. Mr. Lin, very professional. The blush on Lin Yu's face has not yet receded, her eyes slightly drooped, and she continued, the language mainly relies on accumulation, I'll recommend you a few websites, which will push the latest current affairs hot material every day, you can take a look at it, and it's good for the enhancement of the composition. Language mainly rely on your usual accumulation, the weekend of the 2 classes, we are mainly used for English and math to check and fill in the gaps. Jiang Sui casually straightened his messy hair, glanced at her reddened ears, and lightly laughed, all listened to Ms. Lin. Lin Yu, who was on the passive side, could only quickly pull out a math paper, you do the paper first, if there are any wrong questions, I'll give you a lecture. It is not realistic to talk about the textbook from beginning to end now, and the best way to learn math is to integrate it and check for gaps, and doing the questions is the best way to test it. Jiang Suo took the test paper, casually glanced at it, and then picked up the pen and began to do. The questions on it were all very basic, all of them were read once and then could be calculated with formulas. This was because she saw yesterday's 69 points, and only then did she find a basic and simple one just for herself. Raising his head just in time to catch her staring at himself, he quickly lowered his head again. The study was surprisingly quiet, except for the sound of the two breathing, it was the sound of Jiang Sui dropping his pen to count the questions. Taking advantage of the gap between his questions, Linya raised her head to look out the window. Originally, when she came out, it was still hot enough to kill people, but now the sky is gradually darkening, signaling that there will be a rainstorm anytime not too long from now. It's really unlucky. Can only silently pray in the heart, do not rain. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, people are out of goodwill, only to send their own. It's done, Mr. Lin, take a look. A voice interrupted Linyu, who was in the middle of her thoughts. She retracted her gaze from the window, only to see a test paper filled with answers pushed in front of her. It was basically multiple choice questions, fill in the blanks, and 2 big questions. At a glance, it seems that he got quite a lot right. It seems that his foundation is still very solid. This 100-point test paper, at least he can get 90 points. Taking out a red pen, he corrected on it. Linyu didn't have the habit of drawing forks, directly checking out the wrong ones, with her usual focused look. Half a minute later, only 8 points were deducted from the 100-point questions, and 2 multiple-choice questions were wrong. 92 points for a 100-point paper, a solid foundation. A light smile appeared on Linyu's face. Even though it wasn't his own test paper, he couldn't help but be happy for him when he saw that he received such a high score. Perhaps this was the duty of a teacher. Seeing a high score, one would be sincerely happy for the student. Jiang Sui likes to look at her with his chin propped up, smiling with curved eyebrows. It's all because Mr. Lin taught her well. The eyes are hot and crazy. Linyu put down the test paper, but was a little confused by his words. Today is only the first math class. When did she teach him? Perhaps the confusion on her face was too obvious to hide anything, letting people easily know what she was thinking. Didn't Ms. Lin leave notes? I read Ms. Lin's notes and learned a lot from them. But this is only the past one night. She did not believe that her more than 200 pages of notes, he finished reading them in one night. Although these topics are not difficult, but they also include a lot of knowledge points, to read them all in one night, that is impossible. Therefore, he should have a foundation in advance, at least for the time being. In addition to English is a little weak, math and then strengthen the medium to higher questions. She has studied the proposition law in recent years. The question paper out are not very difficult. Try hard to try hard. The test to 120 points is not a problem. Coupled with the back of the systematic practice and brush up, the problem should not be too big. And even if it is a basic question, but the boy's speed of doing the question is very fast, can guarantee the accuracy of the premise, get such a high score, has been very good. She used to let him do the questions first, and then give him the wrong questions. From the idea of solving the problem, to which formula to use, the knowledge points of high Z were still clear to her until now, and she even knew on the pages of the textbook. Jiang Sui realized that perhaps only when she was telling him the problems, Linyu would let go of the kind of constraints and uneasiness in her heart. Once upon a time, it was obviously a very boring math class, but at this moment, he even hoped that the time could be a little bit longer, and not more than 5 minutes later, both problems were finished. Jiang Sui was a little unfulfilled. If he had known, he would have made 2 more mistakes, and maybe he could have talked for a longer period of time. In the middle of the day, Auntie Zhang came back in and gave the 2 of them juice. Yesterday it was orange juice, today it's watermelon juice, and there are 2 plates of snacks on the plate. Mr. Lin, have some juice to quench your thirst. Thank you. For Auntie Zhang's operation, Jiang Sui naturally knew that it was his father sent to spy on the situation, and might have been listening in the corner for a long time, presumably to see if he had been listening carefully to the lessons, and if he had been working against the teacher. The heavens didn't seem to hear Linyu's heart. The rain crackled on the glass, the dark sky was like a horror movie together. To 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 people in the dormitory did not sleep, so this morning no one got up at all. Linyu, who always had a biological clock, didn't get up either. Sisters, it's 7:30, hurry. Shen Xingfang let out a river lion roar, and the few people in the dormitory were pulled back to reality by her from the dream world, and the dormitory was in a state of chaos. From here to the classroom, it's at least a 20-minute walk, not including the time they spent washing up. Frost, you have the wrong textbook, this morning is English class. Linyu, who was walking behind her, saw that the color of the book she took was not right, and quickly reminded her, but if she returns now, she will definitely be late. Forget about it. Public English, in the staircase classroom, sit in the middle seat, the teacher will not find out. Wenjia, why did you bring the air conditioner remote control? Shu Ran's eyes glanced, and suddenly realized that Wenjia's hand was the air conditioner remote control of the dormitory. Air. Bias Shu Ran's voice is still a little big, passing a few people are back to the head, do not have to think. Now 7:55 still running in the campus, is definitely up late, there are early 8 people. Shit, I'm not holding a cell phone, when did it become a remote control? When Jia roared, a sad face, this morning's 2 English classes, she will not spend it in a days. How can you be so unlucky, the cell phone can be installed wrongly. At this time, Lin Yu pointed her finger at a boy in front of her with 2 colors of socks under his feet. PFF. Really want to laugh to death. This is the consequences of getting up late at 8 in the morning. A few people arrived at the classroom at exactly 8 o'clock. If this were in high school, stepping on the bell to enter the classroom, it would definitely be scolded by the teacher. The teacher didn't know that he had arrived a few minutes early, and now he was standing on the podium, fiddling with the PowerPoint on the computer. As far as the eye could see, all the seats in the back had been snatched up, and only a few conspicuous seats in the front had been left unoccupied. The teacher of the English class stipulated that in order to eliminate the phenomenon of not listening carefully, sleeping, playing games and making small movements in class, they must sit in the second row and the back 3 rows are not allowed to sit, that is to say, they can only sit in the second row of the seat. There was no way. The 4 of them gloriously ascended to the throne. Shen Xingfang had a jolt before she thought of the textbook she took and sat in the second row in front of her. Doesn't that mean that the teacher can see clearly? Not only can she not read the textbook, play with her cell phone, but also can't sleep secretly. Now it's too late to change with the students behind her. It's really the sky that is going to kill her. The face of the dish can only prey in the heart. The teacher cannot see. The teacher cannot see. However, what is feared comes to pass. The English teacher was a small-eyed man with glasses, who seemed to be very sensitive to the English alphabet, coupled with Shen Xingfang's suspicious movements of covering up. Sharp Eyes stared at her at once and walked over, only to see that it was an analysis book on it. This student, did you go to the wrong classroom, or did you not know this classroom? This class is English class. Shen Xingfang's face instantly exploded red, hurriedly stood up and apologized, enduring the direct gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes around her, and apologized with her eyes closed. Teacher, I'm sorry, I accidentally took the wrong textbook. Put. The classroom roared with laughter. In fact, there are quite a lot of people who took the wrong textbook, and even some of the students didn't even take the textbook. But who told Shen Xingfang to be so lucky? Not only did she take the wrong one, but she also sat under the teacher's eyes. The teacher waved his hand, and only then did the classroom quiet down. Next time you go out, remember to look carefully, sit down, and read a book with the classmate next to you. Thank you, teacher. Shen Xingfang hurriedly sat down and covered her face with her hands, not wanting to be the center of attention. It's really humiliating. Every time I want to have a lucky break, I can't escape. It's a damn law. Now seeing themselves make a fool of themselves, the 3 people next to them covered their mouths and snickered. Their eyes glared up fiercely. The 3 people only then converged. Last night would have slept late, but also expect to make up some sleep in English class, and now have the honor of sitting in the second row of the classroom, is under the eyes of the English teacher. The 4 can only tearfully yawn to listen to the lesson. Next time there is a morning 8, must not watch horror movies. I do not know how many yawns. Finally get through to the end of class. After class, the 4 unanimously decided to go back to catch up on their sleep. It really is a complete degradation. Yunxiang Gue Mansion. After 2 days of Auntie Zhang's covert spying and observation, he was able to rest assured after temporarily determining that Zhang Sui, this brat, didn't have any more moves to piss off the teacher like before. After explaining a few words to Auntie Zhang, he packed his bags for a business trip. Father and son usually get along with very little time, which also led to Zhang Sui almost did not seriously call Zhang Chengyue a dad. The relationship between the two, in addition to the blood relationship, can be said, and strangers are not far from. In the afternoon, Zhang Sui returned home. Zhang Sui, young master, Mr. went on a business trip. Zhang Sua has a calm face. This sentence, as if it is not the first time to hear, calmly walked back upstairs. From the bag out of the phone, sandwiched in the book of a pink envelope into the eyes, the envelope seems to have been sprinkled with perfume, even the fingers are stuck on the flavor. Didn't look at it, threw it directly into the trash. Afterglow glanced at 2 notebooks. The person who blushes when he talks came to mind. Buckle. Young Master Zhang Sui, dinner is ready. Zhang Sui put the notebooks back, stood up, pulled open the door and walked outside. Because of Lin Yu's drive, the dormitory was permeated with an atmosphere of preparation for the 4th grade, the students who could enter the capital university. The bottom is not bad, do a few times the previous year's questions, wash each other's questions, and almost all of them scored more than 600 points. For them, passing is not a goal, but to try to get a high score. Usually, in addition to classes, they also have to complete the corresponding group work, and their time is arranged in a clear way. And the teachers at Jing University were notoriously strict. It was hard to let go at the end of the semester. Of course, if you just wanted to pass, it was fine to improvise, but to compete for scholarships, you still had to put in some effort. Lin Yu made notes of all the key points mentioned by the teacher in class, and for the final exam, she can also have a direction for review. Tap the phone WeChat. There are still 5,000 yuan, almost all of them are saved when doing tutoring. When the school year began, Grandma called 2,000 yuan, she did not accept, saying she had money, but asked her to remember to buy some good food, do not be reluctant to part with it. Last time, she talked to Mr. Jiang, the salary is paid once a month, 8 days is more than 3,000 yuan, when the time to set aside part of it for living expenses, and then buy a foot-soaking bucket and massage pillow for grandma. Almost another day full of classes, the four dragged their tired bodies back to the dormitory, just like a look of being drained of essence. A sword killed me, forget it, I feel like a walking corpse now. When Jia dropped herself on a chair, her whole body did not have an ounce of strength, and she just wanted to lie in the fragrant and soft blanket. From 8 in the morning to 9 in the evening, I don't even remember how many books I held today, how many classrooms I walked, and now my hands are still shaking. Shin Xingfang paralyzed in the chair lifelessly, thinking that tomorrow there are still 10 classes, this day, and high school is not much different. Think of what the high school teacher said, what now bitter a little, to the university will be happy a fart, just change a more bitter life. Every day to do endless group work, but also to prepare for the midterm exams, said more, are a handful of bitter tears. Shu Ran has been so tired that she does not want to talk, her eyes staring at the ceiling listlessly. She has not seen her boyfriend for 3 days, obviously a school, are almost developed into a long-distance relationship. The two had arranged to go around after class, but a day of classes had already worn out all her energy. How could she still want to go out and stroll? Let's order some food, I desperately need food to soothe my wounded heart. I'm in desperate need of food to soothe my broken heart. I agree. Let's do it. The four of them agreed, life is already very bitter, need to give yourself some sweet. Half an hour later, the table is a variety of small barbecue, for people directly by the flavor of the incense confused, decisively open dazzle. Sure enough, the only thing you can't live up to is food, and the exhaustion on your body is swept away. Didn't you say that the starch sausage collapsed the room? Shu Ran picked up a string of starch intestines thoughtfully, remembered that they did not order, how will appear a few strings of starch intestines? Whatever, it seems to be a gift, but also want what bicycle, and not eat every day. Shu Ran blinking, thinks she has a point, holding the starch sausage hand also no longer hesitate, directly to the mouth. I have to say, this crispy outside and inside, it really smells good. The dormitory is almost all like-minded people, eat and drink enough, life is only satisfied. The cell phone continuously sent vibrations. Ruyu, is it your cell phone? I seem to see that there are several WeChat messages. Lin Ruyu wiped her hands and took her own cell phone, there was no note on it. Directly clicked in, saw the 3 words Mr. Lin, then remembered that it was his own tutor student. That day the two added WeChat, he forgot to give him a note. Chapter 9 Encounter. Ruyu, what's wrong? A few people asked as they saw her expression was not right. Lin Yu raised her head and gently smiled, nothing, it's my tutor's student, asking me a few questions. Oh, so that's it. A few people didn't care and continued to do battle with the barbecue in their hands. It's normal for students to ask their teachers questions, not to mention someone as outstanding as Ruyu, that's 100 treasure. Jiang Sua, Teacher Lin, there are a few questions I don't know, teach me. Then there were a few pictures. 2 math questions and 3 English questions. Lin Yu looked at the questions and thought about whether she should directly calculate the solution and shoot it to him, or whether she should send him the solution in voice. She also thought that there were other people in the dormitory, so she thought it would disturb them. You guys continue to eat, I'm going out to make a phone call. I said to my roommate, went downstairs, thought back to the 2 questions he just gave me, and analyzed them word by word for him. The first question, the main investigation, the auxiliary angle formula, the twofold angle, and the knowledge points of the sine theorem, sine plus cosa equals. At this time, Yinxiang Guifu. Jiang Sua, dressed in a black t-shirt, had just come out of the shower, and the towel in his hand was still wiping his dripping hair, when he heard a few messages from his cell phone one after another. Lifting his leg, he walked over, his eyes bursting with laughter. Heh, so soon. It was voice, almost 60 seconds each. He half leaned back on the bed and closed his eyes, one hand resting on his forehead and the other holding his phone. He thought she would send the answers directly, but he didn't expect it to be direct voice, it was really principled, not letting up at all. But this is also exactly what he intended, he originally did not ask her for the answer. The voice was soft, with a unique timbre, the bite was clear, the explanation was clear, so that people had the desire to want to listen to it. Then it was English again. Buy is a preposition, walk is a verb. 3 days without hearing her voice, TSK, 2 more days, for the first time it felt like such a long time. Glancing at the time on my cell phone, 10:30, should still be awake. Standing up, casually pulling out a pen, pulling out white paper, 10 minutes later, sending the solution to the 2 math problems, waiting for her reply. Lin Yu on this side of the dormitory was cleaning up the debris left behind from the barbecue she had just eaten with a few people, opening the window to let the smell dissipate, when her cell phone continuously vibrated. Ruyu, it's already 10:30, you students are too serious, you're not even letting go now. Shu Ran joked. Ruyu said that she is a senior, next semester will be the college entrance exam, it's normal to be a little more serious. Lin Yu just smiled, but Jiang Suo's gave her the feeling that it wouldn't be like the person who asked her a question at 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, before the two of them said that they had contact information, and that maybe there was a question to ask her, and thought that he was just talking, but didn't think that he would really send a message. Jiang Suo, thank you, Mr. Lin, the solution to the problem is clear to hear. Lin Yu's eyebrows gently twisted, then how should she answer? Always feel how to answer is strange, tangled for a while, or in a moderate way to say a polite word. Jiang Sui on the other end of the cell phone saw this reply, from the beginning of the hook lips and light smile to directly let out a loud laugh, seems to be able to think that she must have wrinkled her eyebrows when she typed this sentence. The questions that he wants disdain seemed to have some fun doing at this moment. And since this night, he seemed to have found the fun, and also realized that Lin Yu wouldn't give him the answers, and every time he sent a voice, telling him the solution to the problem, although there were some times when it wasn't immediately returned, it would never take more than an hour. After 5 days of inhumane destruction, finally got through to Friday afternoon. College students can't remember the other dates, but the days from Friday to Sunday that are engraved in the bones. Saturday morning. The dormitory is quiet, finally have time to sleep to wake up naturally. Dormitory curtains are that semi-opaque, even at 9 o'clock in the morning, there is only a weak light from the cracks shine in. Only at 10 o'clock did people wake up one after another. Ruyu, I'm sorry, I'm going shopping with Wenjie in the afternoon, and Shu Ran has a date with her boyfriend, so you're the only one who's pathetically going to be a tutor. Shen Xingfang sympathized with the girls, they were dressed up to go shopping on a big weekend, but Ruyu had to go tutoring alone. Obviously, she was about the same age, but she was more serious and hardworking than any of them. Lin Yu didn't care and said, "It's okay, you guys have fun." The three of them all packed up and set off from the dormitory together, when Jie and Shen Xingfang both had delicate makeup on their faces, and the dresses on their bodies were almost all big brands. And only Lin Yu, white canvas shoes, white canvas bag. They parted ways at the school entrance, two going south, one going north. Ruyu, we're leaving then, come back and bring you something delicious. Good. Lin Yu and the two waved goodbye, and then walked in the direction of the bus station, and saw the station below the huge almost all students. There were high school students in school uniforms, and she remembered that there was a very famous tutoring organization around here, and every weekend you could see students in school uniforms tutoring. In big cities, parents pay a lot of attention to their children's education, starting from elementary school as a variety of interest classes, painting, speech, dance. And these are all Lin Yu has never been exposed to. Baby, is it hot? No, it's not hot at all with you by my side. It was a bit crowded, with a few big dense trees blocking most of the sunlight, and the shade under the trees was already full of people. Lin Yu also cannot squeeze in, can only wait for the bus in the hot sun, waiting for 5 minutes, the car has not come, forehead has seeped out a layer of sweat beads. She was looking at her cell phone, which contained a message from her grandmother, who usually doesn't send messages to herself, worrying that it will affect her studies, but sends messages to greet her on weekends. Lin Yu edited the message while not noticing a car coming towards her. Teacher Lin. A familiar voice interrupted her hands that were typing. Lin Yu raised her head, shock crossed her face, not expecting him to suddenly appear here. Jiang Sui lowered the car window, his long and slender fingers fell on the steering wheel, a black bodysuit, making his face extraordinarily out of place, and his facial lines more three-dimensional. Why are you here? Jiang Sui did not answer her question. Get on the car first, you can't park here for a long time. Lin Yu pursed her lips, pulled open the door and got on the car. Although she had only known him for a few days, she knew more or less about his character, a little strong and domineering. Jiang Sui watched her sit in, then started the car, his eyes revealed a touch of triumph. I came out today to get together with a few classmates, passed by here, just saw you. Oh. The car went away. Shit, this car is so handsome. It seems to be a Primera, a few $1 million. The focus of the boys is either the beauty or the sports car, while the focus of the girls is the handsome man in the car. Although only half of his face was revealed from the car window just now, those eyes alone were enough to make people move their eyes. Sure enough, other people's boyfriends are all handsome. The eyes look at the boyfriend beside them again. TSK, dinosaurs, there is no harm without comparison. Baby, is it that you find your boyfriend handsome? The boy did not see the expression of disgust revealed by his girlfriend, but also made a self-considered handsome action, suddenly more oil. In the car, Lin Yu's eyes looked straight ahead, although there was nothing on her face, but the subconscious action of wringing her hands still revealed the nervousness at this moment. Both of them didn't speak. Lin Yu didn't talk much other than when she was lecturing, and Jiang Suo also seemed to know that she didn't like to talk, and just looked at her a few times from the rearview mirror. Chapter 10 If you make progress, is there a reward? Auntie Zhang saw the two come in together and was a little strange, but of course she didn't ask many questions and just assumed that the two had met halfway. The two walked into the study together, while Jiang Suo slowed her down a few steps. The smell of orange blossom between her nostrils seemed to be even more intense, and her waist-length hair was smoothly draped over her shoulders. Today wearing jeans, legs are very thin, light green blouse, revealing the neck white to shine. Jiang Suo averted his gaze, the knot in his throat rolled, the hand in his pants pocket tightened violently. Every time they got along, it seemed to be a pleasure for him, but it was also like a torture. The same position. Lin Yu took out the test papers from her bag, the ones she specifically looked for this week to suit Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui's math thinking was very good, basic questions basically won't lose points, and the time behind, also mainly on the medium difficulty topics. English is slightly weak, still need to start from the basics, after all, took the money to be responsible for Jiang Sui. Jiang Su also seems to be used to her way of speaking, first let him do the paper, and then according to his wrong topics analyzed one by one. Unlike other teachers, a come is a long speech, so people do not want to listen to the desire to not waste time, but also targeted. I was not interested in English, but after the previous lecture, and the voice sent to him at night, English does not seem so difficult to learn. You do it first. There was no unnecessary nonsense, but of course it was possible that he didn't want to talk much. Jiang Suo took the test paper and started doing it. The speed of doing the question seemed to be quite a bit faster compared to the last time, and although Lin Yu didn't really look at him all the time, she did occasionally look at the answers he chose. Apparently, the correct rate this time was significantly higher than last time. A minute later, she put down the test paper. This time, the correct rate was quite a bit higher than last time. Lin Yu gave her evaluation. Jiang Sui leaned back in his chair and spun his pen, casual. Under the half-covered hair was a very aggressive face, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a very nice arc. Is that so, Ms. Lin? This is notes and voice. Of course I can't live up to Ms. Lin's expectations. Lin Yu's expression was a bit unnatural. Every time she heard him say this, she would get nervous inside, moved the test paper between the two of them, and started to give him the questions. Here, the answer you chose is A. There is a hidden reminder. Here in the paragraph above, and here, it is a fixed collocation, be worth doing STH, which should be followed by the ing form, which can exclude the prototype of the verb in the option. Is there anything else you don't understand? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Yu still asked, and when she looked up, she happened to meet his eyes. Jiang Sui retracted his arm that was straddling the middle of the two in silence. The two arms were almost pressed together. Perhaps Lin Yu was too involved in the lecture to notice this little tidbit. There was no more. There was a 5-minute break in between. Jiang Suo came back from the restroom, and when he walked to the door, he saw that the girl was smiling at her cell phone. The kind of smile that was so pure that it didn't contain a single impurity. I don't know what was on the other end of the phone. The girl was smiling with her eyebrows arched, her scallion white fingers typing on the phone, and when she was facing herself, it was a completely different story. Scared, nervous, and cautious. A boyfriend? Then he thought of a piece of content in his friend's circle that had only been posted a few months ago, or maybe it hadn't been sent. Thinking of this possibility, his face instantly sank. Seeing him walk in, Lin Yu immediately put her phone into her bag, while the smile on her face slowly tightened, as if it was just an illusion just now. His face stank even more. In the second class, Lin Yu seemed to be able to feel that Jiang Suo was not in a very good mood. The most obvious thing was that the indulgent and lazy smile on his face was now replaced by a deep and grim one. If it was an elementary school student or a Z student, Lin Yu could still coax and ask, but in the face of Jiang Sui, who was about the same age as herself, Lin Yu really didn't know what to do. Perhaps Jiang Suo's rebellious period had arrived again. After today's lesson, Lin Yu asked Jiang Suo to review the knowledge points and ask her if she didn't understand anything. If you don't understand anything, you can ask her any time. Lin Yu's face was slightly stunned, not expecting him to ask this, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Just kidding. Then he continued, Mr. Lin, I have my monthly exam next week. Mentioning the monthly exam, Lin Yu is both familiar and unfamiliar. She is only a few months after graduation, and Hai-san is almost always an endless number of exams, brushing the endless sea of questions. Then I hope you can make progress this time, and strive to improve over the previous time. Lin Yu went along with the words. It was awkward, but not to say, it was also awkward. Or maybe it is like making small talk, deepening understanding. How many places did you rank the previous time? More than 500. How many students? Lin Yu blinked and asked again. Less than 600. The students in Canning Private are either the best students, or the uneducated ones, whose parents use money to smash them in. Air. I believe that after these 2 weeks of hard work, you will improve. These are all the words and techniques that used to encourage elementary and Z students. Anyway, in her opinion, they are all students, so they should all work. Jiang Sui froze for a rare moment. Was she encouraging herself or believing in herself? Then if I improve, does Ms. Lin have any rewards? This time it was Lin Yu's turn to freeze. In the past she had promised to give her students rewards. While elementary students were bought a little candy, middle school students were rewarded with 2 cookies. Anyway, it does not cost much money, but also allows students to have the motivation to learn. They are happy, the students are also happy. 661 But the face of the family is superior, nothing lack of Jiang Sui, which. So what do you want to reward? Facing his straight eyes, Lin Yu simply had no way to refuse. Her voice was a little small, but he still heard it clearly. What kind of reward is it? Oh, Lin Yu didn't say anything, but the meaning in her eyes was like saying you say it. Jiang Sui lost his smile, his body relaxed and leaned on the back of the chair. Don't worry, I won't raise any excessive demands. After 2 classes, this time not waiting for Jiang Sui to speak, Lin Yu decisively said goodbye first, carrying her own bag and hurriedly walked towards the door. On the balcony, that figure is getting smaller and smaller, until it finally disappears, and you can faintly see the smile under the half face that is drowning in white smoke. It seems to be getting more and more like it. Lin Yu returned to the bedroom. The 2 roommates have not returned, and did not send a message. Presumably now play is having fun, but also do not have time to return. A person to go to the cafeteria to eat dinner. The cafeteria is not many people, also do not need to be like the class when you need to grab. Ordered a meat and a vegetarian, and sat down to eat. Beijing University cafeteria food is still very good, but after all, it's the weekend, most people are running outside, who will stay in the cafeteria to eat. On her cell phone, Lin Yu was brushing her friend's circle without a second thought, and the top one was the selfie of Wenjie and Shen Qingfang a few minutes ago. The 2 of them were wearing rabbit ears, cute with their mouths, holding ice cream in their hands, smiling very sweetly, and the dead look in class was a world of difference. In the circle of friends, almost more than half are high school classmates, to the university, each going their own way, are rarely contact. High school learning life is busy and full. You will find a few students who cannot be named but are very familiar with. Scrolling down, I happened to see a close friend from Gao High School posting an official photo with a picture of her holding hands underneath. Again, she saw several classmates liking her, with comments of congratulations underneath. And Lin Yu also clicked a like. The next second, a video call popped up on the page. Ruyu, I miss you so much. Chapter 11 Review. A scream immediately erupted on the other end of the phone. After the 2 of them were in college, they rarely played video, both of them had a lot of classes, and they usually sent messages. Wrong. Humph, if I don't call you on video, you won't call me? Rong on the other end of the cell phone pouted her lips, seemingly dissatisfied that she was almost forgetting herself. Boys chasing after you. When Lin Yu was in high school, she was almost the class flower, and her teachers and classmates all loved her. However, Lin Yu, this elm brain, only want to engage in learning, the other things that is not at all concerned. Rong remembers that the class disciplinarian seemed to be interested in Ruyu, and thought that he would confess at graduation, but I don't know if he did so in private, or if he did and Ruyu rejected him. Ruyu, do you know which school Luchi got into? Lin Yu froze, did not expect her to suddenly mention Luchi. After she graduated, she was busy doing tutoring, filling out volunteers and going to college behind her, rarely paying attention to other things. I don't know, what's wrong? Lin Yu honestly shook her head. And with this look of neither shock nor hesitation, it was clear that the 2 didn't have that relationship at all, which meant that Luchi hadn't confessed to her. You really didn't lie to me. Luchi and you are in the same school. It's been a few weeks since school started. Haven't you guys met each other? I remember that he enrolled in what seems to be a computer program, and computer majors in the northern part of Beijing are very popular. She knew Lin Yu's thin skin and didn't mention that Luchi liked her. If she did, not only would she be embarrassed, but the 2 of them were in the same school, so they might run into each other and be even more embarrassed. Lin Yu really didn't know that the 2 actually didn't have many interactions, and occasionally they just had discussions about their studies. Luchi like Lin Yu, their studies were on par with each other, they were the best in their former class, and she felt that only a student like Luchi, who was good in both character and studies, and even better in looks, could be good enough for Ruru. Is there really no chance for the 2 of them? and after all this time, I don't know if he still likes Ryu. Besides, there are so many guys in the university, maybe Ryu will meet a better one. Ryu is so pretty and so good, there is still no one to worry about. The two chatted for almost half an hour before Lin Yu returned to the dormitory from the cafeteria. When she returned to the dormitory, the three of them did not come back. She took out her math textbook. There is a midterm exam in math, although the teacher said the questions are not difficult, but still need to review. Almost all of the students in Beijing University are the best from all over the country, and there are only a few scholarships for each class. Selection and evaluation of excellence. In addition to GPA, there is also comprehensive quality, but now there are too many courses, there is almost no time to participate in other activities. If you really want to get a scholarship, you can only try to get a high score when the final grades. There are 3 courses to 12 weeks when the deadline, when the time will be a lot of free, then see if you can participate in 2 more activities. Many of their courses are almost concentrated in the freshman and sophomore year, and there are very few courses in the junior year, and there are almost no courses in the senior year, and students can also use the time to do graduation design, graduate school, editorial exams, and look for a job. According to the older sister, the GPA of the students who won the scholarship last year was 3.9, and with more than 70 people in their class, the competition is not small, which means that every subject has to be around 3.9, and the overall quality has to reach more than 90 points in order to have any hope. You guys are back? When Jia and Shen Xingfang returned to the dormitory with big and small bags, the two of them almost strolled all day. The soles of their feet are worn out blisters. Hey, Ryu, quick, help me, I feel like my feet aren't my feet anymore. Only to see that Shen Xingfang's feet were a pair of 5-centimeter high heels, and there was a very obvious red mark on her heel. Lin Yu was a bit helpless and stood up to help her, taking the bag in her hand in the meantime. Ha, I told you to save face and suffer. When Jia is much smarter, just wear a pair of less than 2 centimeters, this way, here the most is Shen Xingfang's wail. Asked her to buy a pair of flat shoes to wear, and said, and today's makeup, the skirt does not match, hard to hold out until now, is really a life of strong ZG woman. Shen Xingfang glared at her, and then turned his head to Lin Yu. Complained, you guess what we came back to see? God, we saw someone confessing in the playground, so romantic, angry at me, this is simply a 10,000-point injury to the single dog, it makes no sense although I look as not a country of the world, but it is also have a nose and eyes, or a female, how is it that there are no boys and I confessed it? Said the last 2 sentences, is surprisingly angry. When Jia, disregarding the image, directly sprayed out a mouthful of water. Lin Yu, there's a nose for it, what kind of statement is that? There's a super yummy dessert store open next to the school, try it. When Jia handed her a box of taro paste cheesecake and pineapple snowwinks, all her favorites. Lin Yu thanked her and took it. Their dormitory is usually by what delicious will share, anyway, it is just a few $dozen, also do not care, we eat together to feel the taste. By the way, Ryu, when are you going to do this tutoring, so we won't be able to go shopping and play together on weekends? Lin Yu took a bite of the cupcake. The flavors of taro puree and cheese inside the cake were perfectly blended together. Eating sweets was really more than enough to make one happy. Swallowing the cake in her mouth, she opened her mouth and said, I don't know, I didn't talk about this last time with my employer, but I see that the student is quite smart and is progressing quickly. In fact, I still find it a bit unbelievable. You said last time that you were angry at the 5 tutors, but now you will even take the initiative to ask you questions. This contrast is also too big. You can't allow people to get better. Maybe they suddenly realized the importance of learning. The 3 of them chatted one by one, and then talked about the midterm exams in a month's time, with the feeling of counting the days on the road. The days of high school are countless exams, but after playing for a few months, now suddenly mentioning exams, they are still a little uncomfortable. The next morning. Usually are 10 o'clock only to get up a few people, today unprecedented for the first time to get up early, no other reason, is up to review the midterm exams. There were no 2 days of sleeping days, and now also to add to the problem. A few people would like to go to the library, but the school bar, someone issued a photo, the library at 7 o'clock there is no place. In addition to the test 4 or 6 levels, there are juniors and seniors test public, test editor, as well as graduate school. So, they can only review in the dormitory. 10 minutes later. Sisters, I washed strawberries, come on, let's eat together. Half an hour. I forgot to eat the spuds I bought yesterday, and I see that there are a lot of people lining up, and I don't know if they are good. 1 hour later. Holy shit, do you guys know that the English teacher and the high math teacher are a pair? I told you how the 2 of them have such similar styles in class. How do you know? I saw a picture posted by someone in the school's posting bar, and the 2 were walking around the school hand in hand, and then someone underneath said that the 2 had been married for several years. Gone is the experience of once studying 12 hours a day, with many uncontrollable factors occurring frequently. Oh, Ryu, it's been an hour and it seems like the four of us haven't turned a page of the book. Hey, my sketchbook has a few numbers written on it now, it's cleaner than my face. Lin, you can't help it, she doesn't think she's a glutton, but every day she receives all sorts of food, and her cravings are hooked up. This next is to eat, a chat gossip, can learn into the strange, no wonder there will be so many people ran to the library in the morning, not without reason. The dormitory is really not suitable for review. Less than 11 o'clock, the book did not read into a few pages, snacks are eliminated a whole lot, and then began to yell to go to the cafeteria to eat first, and then come back to study. As a result, after eating, I got sleepy again, so I simply went to bed and slept for a while before getting up to study, otherwise I didn't have the energy to study. Lin sighed helplessly. When she met this kind of roommate, she didn't have much time, she had to go out at almost 1 o'clock, so she simply sat on the seat to review. The dormitory was quiet, except for the occasional sound of Lin flipping through her books. Glancing at the time, almost, get up and pack up things, softly pull open the door. Lin waited for the bus at the bus stop as usual. There were quite a lot of people at this time of the day, and she was used to it. Today's weather was exceptionally cool, the cool wind blew past her ears, bringing a slight chill. Lin was looking at her cell phone to see how many stops the bus had left, when someone behind her seemed to be calling her name. Lin Yu? Chapter 12 Listening to the class has also become a pleasure. She turned around, her originally expressionless face was surprised, not expecting to meet Luchi here. It's really you, I thought I was mistaken. Luchi's face was very surprised, he saw from afar that the girl's side face was very familiar, walked over quickly, looked carefully, and looked again, but it was really her. Luchi? Lin thought that she had talked to Hirome about Luchi only yesterday, but she didn't expect to meet him here. This is too much of a coincidence. I'm meeting up with some classmates to go out for a stroll. Glancing at the white canvas bag on her shoulder, and still at the bus stop, seemingly waiting for a bus, she asked, Are you going somewhere? After all, they are high school classmates, when they see each other, it's not strange to ask. Lin's shallow smile said, I'm going to do tutoring. The rest of the light glanced at the car came, while with the crowd saved, sorry, the car came, I left first. Hey, Lin Yu. Luchi still wanted to say something, only to see Lin has followed the large force to the car. Watching the favorite girl disappeared in front of him, he can only regret a sigh. A few months have not seen, she seems to be getting more and more beautiful. In the 3 years of high school, in fact, the two of them spoke very little, and the topics of discussion also centered around studying. He found Lin smart and progressive, hardworking. The day of the graduation photo, he wrote a confession letter and put it in her book compartment, but worried about the impact of her college entrance exams, or took it back, intending to wait for the college entrance exams and then confess to her. But later found a male student in the class is also confessing to her, however, she refused, saying that now do not want to fall in love. Seeing her reject others so harshly, he was worried that he would be rejected as well, so he could only bury his liking into his heart again. He did ask Hirome, and knew that Lin had enrolled in Jingbei University, and the two of them had similar scores, and his scores were more than enough to enroll in Jingbei University, so he discussed it with his family, and finally enrolled in the computer program of Jingbei University. He thought in his heart, perhaps a little closer to her, the two have the opportunity to meet, the opportunity to contact more. Plus there are high school love, and she confessed, perhaps she will not reject himself. High school graduation when the two added WeChat, but never talked, and now the time is still stuck in June 9th. He has also been concerned about her circle of friends, sent a few dynamic does not appear male, guess, she should not have a boyfriend. This also means that he still has a chance. The ringing of his cell phone interrupted his thoughts, and Luchi realized that he had been frozen in place for 5 minutes. Luchi, have you come yet? A few of your roommates are waiting for you. Good, coming right away. In the study room. The time on the cell phone was already pointing to 2 o'clock, but Lin still hadn't come. She had always been punctual. Could it be that something had happened halfway? Jiang Sui's eyebrows were squeezed together, thinking of all the possible scenarios. His heart was getting more and more uneasy. Even he didn't realize that the action of pulling out his phone was tinged with panic. Sorry, I'm late. A voice came from the doorway. Jiang Sui's grip on his cell phone paused, his eyes immediately fixed on her, watching her walking out of breath. Even her voice was slightly wheezing. Lin looked at Jiang Sui, then quickly walked to her seat and sat down. Why is Ms. Lin late? Jiang Sui sat on another chair, putting his cell phone on the other end of the table, watching her skillfully pull out the test papers from her neatly placed bag and put them in front of him. I met a little kid halfway who got lost and called her parents, so I was delayed. Lin Yu tried to calm herself down as much as possible, looked at the time and ran all the way over, originally thinking she wouldn't be late, but she was still a minute or two late. When she came, she saw a 4 or 5-year-old girl sitting on the side of the road crying, walked over and asked, only to know that she ran out of the house, a person lost, fortunately remembered the phone number of mom and dad, and so on. When her parents rushed to her, it was almost 10 minutes later. Jiang Sui looked to her, probably because of the cause of running, both sides of the hair slightly messy, nose red, earlobes are also pink, lost a smile. Lin teacher is also quite. Questions are what pulled a score gap. In front of that time to do the problem, she observed from the side, Jiang Sua's logical thinking is very good, calculation speed is very fast, as long as the back more brush the problem, which can produce skill, want to get a high score is not a difficult thing. Jiang Sua looked at the test paper, probably swept a glance, compared to the last question, the difficulty has also risen a level, no longer a simple set of formulas. In addition to calculations, transformations were also needed. It had to be said that Lin Yu was really serious, allowing you to have a step-by-step process. It should be that last time, when she saw that she had done pretty well and the foundation was okay, the difficulty of the topic she was looking for this time had risen. Since she had such good intentions, how could he not cooperate with her? He should also have a gradual process of progress. An hour later. Lin Yu corrected the paper, 100 points scored 70, it's considered good, after all, the difficulty of the topic has risen, but what makes her dissatisfied is that one of his that shouldn't be wrong is wrong, it should be a problem with the calculation. And Jiang Sua is also propped up his chin watching her change the question, beautiful eyebrows screwed together, should not could it be that he is wrong more? English he was not sure, but math. I am wrong a lot? No, do quite well. Jiang Sua did not understand, since doing quite well how is this expression, put down the hand propped up on the chin, but also along the lean over, the two arms once again pasted together. Lin Yu handed him the test paper and pointed to a certain wrong question, look at this question. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow, what question, would be worth her special picking out to say. After looking at it, he immediately understood why she was wrinkling her eyebrows, this question was not that difficult compared to the others, only to realize that when he copied the answer, he had copied it wrongly, and that the bisectors were copied as bisectors. With the duty of being a teacher, Lin Yu still said in a serious tone, this kind of mistake, in the examination time must not be committed, thousands of troops crossing the one-tree bridge, more than 1 point on the test to get rid of 1,000 people, and you lost 5 points here, the equivalent of 5,000 people. Jiang Sui. So familiar, always feel where I have heard. To the senior high school, this sentence is often mentioned by the teachers in the mouth, Jiang Sui usually almost do not listen to the class, but the teacher cannot help but say over and over again, want not to remember are difficult. However, looking at her with the most childish face to say the most serious words, really were not adapted, there are a few want to laugh. Teacher Lin's lesson is right, I will definitely not do it again next time. Jiang Sui first looked at her seriously, then nodded seriously. Just like forgetting the last time the teacher stood in front of him and said these words, he directly stood up and walked out of the classroom, ignoring the teacher's growling voice. Jiang Sua, who had always treated his teacher's words as a whisper, and was not afraid of anything, and was not afraid to make his teacher angry, this time he took the initiative to admit his mistake. If He Shang knew about it, he would suspect that Jiang Sua had either taken the wrong medication, or had a high fever, which had burned his brain out. Of course, Lin Yu didn't know what kind of person Jiang Sua was in the past, she just thought that now as Jiang Sua's tutor, she had the obligation and responsibility to say these words, and if there was anything wrong, she would immediately raise it. Teacher Lin, I don't know this problem, teach me, huh? Usually for a 2-hour class, Lin Yu wouldn't assign too much, a test paper, followed by a lecture on wrong questions. Jiang Sua's mistakes are not much more than 10 minutes to finish, the rest of the time is for him to review the knowledge points, or the class do not understand the question, she can also give him the answer. There is no requirement for students to study at night, even in their 3rd year of high school, but there is still a certain amount of study on weekends. However, a certain amount of homework would still be assigned on the weekends, and a few test papers were normal. Lin Yu took the test paper, it was an English test paper, it seemed that Jiang Sui had listened to what she said last time, there were traces of outlining on the test paper, it was no longer so clean that there was no trace of it except for the printing. She looked at the spare one and roughly read the 2 sentences before and after. Here in parentheses is given that function is a noun, behind it structure means structure, building, is a noun, can also be a verb, here, cannot be 2 nouns together, so the front function can only be used as an adjective to modify the noun. And here, although not given directly what words, but time in front of the general is the article the to modify, almost every set of question papers will be out of a blank test articles and prepositions, you pay a little attention. In front of the table is the juice that Auntie Zhang prepares for every class. Lin Yu subconsciously lifted the cup and took a sip. Her neck felt a little better. Jiang Suo, on the other hand, quietly listened to her, occasionally making a sound to show that he was listening. Lin Yu's voice was not in a hurry, the timbre was clean, it was a pleasure. It was a bit different from the voice again. After the 2 empty questions were finished speaking, she looked at the remaining few blanks that had already been filled in, ergo, except for 1 past tense, the other 7 blanks were all wrong. If it wasn't for the words in parentheses in front of them, she could barely guess which word he wrote. How can I put it? The words were floating, linked together, and it felt like the next second, they would grow wings and fly away. Jiang Suizhen caught her expression that seemed to be in a state of confusion. What's wrong again? Chapter 13, he's really this bad. Lin Yu deliberated on the wording, like she was trying to find a better entry point that wouldn't blow his self-confidence. But after thinking about it for a while, she felt that any way to say it would be a blow. Just as Jiang Suo wanted to open his mouth to ask, Lin Yu moved the test paper in front of him and looked at him, but didn't dare to look him directly in the eyes. I looked at the rest of the questions you did in front of you, and except for the created which is right, it seems that everything else is wrong. It is always necessary to open the mouth. If he did not go to see, perhaps she will not even open the mouth like this, but it is just that she saw it. Jiang Suo froze. This is only 3 minutes or less than, including just 2 minutes of lectures. Will he rack his brains for 20 minutes to finish all the questions read? Is he really that bad? For the first time, Jiang Sui had doubts about his own IQ. A rare 2 touches of discomfort fluttered across his cheeks, and a few more vivid expressions were added to his face that had always been pampered. Air. An atmosphere called embarrassment lingered between the two. How did Mr. Lin check so quickly? Jiang casually put his hand against his lips and coughed lightly, trying to use this to break the awkwardness of the moment. Lin Yu raised her head, and after struggling for 2 minutes, she still intended to be an honest teacher, and more importantly, blindness was not a good excuse for anything else. The sense of language. She indeed wasn't wrong. Perhaps it was the reading habit she had developed over the years. Just by looking at it, she almost knew which blank was wrong. Jiang Sui. Is this the difference between an English learner and a scum? Jiang Sui admitted, math he closed his eyes can test 90, but English, simply his nightmare, was not interested. The classes more directly swing. In the past a few exams, 4 or 5 10 are commonplace, in the eyes of the teacher. English this kind of thing, that is, with eyes closed, chaotic selection ABCD is estimated to be almost this score. Although the last few days are looking at Lin Yu's notebook, but cannot stand the bottom of the poor ah. It doesn't matter, 1 out of 10 is pretty impressive. Lin Yu added another sentence. Can he say that he was blind guessing? The English fill-in-the-blank questions were only about ing, ed, and nouns to adjectives, and he got that 1 in 10 right. The next 10 minutes, Lin Yu seriously speak, Jiang Sui carefully listen. Before class ended, she also shared a Hangshui font with him, saying that she would let him go down and practice. The meaning of the words, as Jiang Sui understood it, was that it didn't matter if it was ugly, but at least it was readable. The last 2 papers he did were multiple choice, and the multiple choice questions had at least a 1 in 4 chance of each being the kind that didn't have words written on them, so this was kind of the first time Lin Yu had seen his English font. Jiang Sui felt that she had grown a bit bolder, at least not like the first 2 classes where she looked at him and quickly lowered her head. As usual today, without waiting for him to say anything, the girl had already carried her bag and scampered away, so afraid to hear that she would send her. Still really do not give the slightest opportunity. To the senior high school is almost endless sea of questions, every day several sets of test papers sent down, eyes are looking green. The next is the monthly examination. The first to discover Jiang Suo's efforts was Yi Shang, who was stunned to see Suo actually practicing his English word vocabulary. 2 people know a few years, he knew that English can be considered Jiang Sui's most hated subject, usually in classes either sleeping or playing games. The teacher is also turn a blind eye, as long as it does not affect other students, to what he did in class. Of course, the main thing is that the teacher does not dare to manage. Now is the 3rd period class, a large part of the students are lying down in the classroom to catch up on sleep. To senior high school, the pressure is also getting bigger and bigger. Teachers are also worried about the students' psychological pressure. Almost 10 days and half a month, there is a psychological lecture. However, pressure and whatnot, for Jiang Suo, it didn't exist. Brother Suo, are you irritated? Jiang Sui was lying on the table practicing words. Suddenly a head came in front of him, stared him directly hand crooked, several words suffered. If you have a disease, go to the cure. The tone of voice is very unhappy. Originally also wanted to take this good writing to Ling Yu to see, 3 hours, just practice this can still look at 1, now I'll waste. No, brother Suo, didn't you used to hate English class the most? but now you're actually practicing English words on your own initiative. Only to see that in front of Jiang Suo's desk was a piece of paper that printed something like an English composition or something like that. Moreover, he also found out, it seems that Sui's words look a lot better than before. ABC have the shape they should have. 9 out of 10 of the English words written before were unintelligible. The old king of the English language also purposely carried out Jiang Suo's answer card, saying that this kind of English composition in the college entrance examination is a typical antithetical material, or do not poison the teacher's eyes again. Could it be that Brother Suo has really figured it out this time and is determined to study hard? Suddenly thought of before Sui Brothers, morning's 5 periods of class finally boiled to the end. He just twisted his head over to see a few times. Unsurprisingly, Sui never lifted his head. Also just 4 periods of class, in addition to the English class, are on their backs. Jiang Suo slowly raised his head. His face seemed to be displeased after being noisy, and his deep pupils were a gaze of death. No, Brother Suo, class is over. He Sheng swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said again, Sui's eyes are also too scary. Chapter 14 Pink Cookies. Quick look, it's Jiang Sui from class 7. One of the girls seemed to recognize the person who walked in. The expression on her face was like seeing her love being, excitedly shaking her companion's hand. I told you it's good to eat here, I didn't expect to see him. So handsome, this face, next to the boys have become a companion. I feel I can still eat a bowl of rice. Many girls stopped to stop and watch, until they saw the impatience on this young master's face, then they turned back and didn't dare to look again. The person that the teachers didn't dare to control, it was better for them not to be the first precedent. Jianning's private cafeteria, in addition to the most basic meals, there are also desserts, dim sum stores. Sui, oh, a new flavor of strawberry-flavored cookies was introduced today, it tastes pretty good. He Sheng walked towards him, in his hand was a pink bag, his mouth was still stuffed with half of a cookie, he opened his mouth to speak, and the snack filling in his mouth sprayed all the way out. Do you want a piece? He Sheng is just asking politely, knowing Jiang Suo for so many years, he also knows that he never likes to eat sweets. And Jiang Suo looked at the pink bag. In the past, this kind of thing, he is incomparably disgusted, will not even look at more than one glance. Stunned for 2 seconds, he seemed to think of the day when Auntie Zhang brought in a plate of matcha cookies, and the girl ate them in small bites. She seemed to quite like eating these things. Is it good? Tasty, ah. He Sheng ate another piece, subconsciously replied, he grew up with a sweet tooth, and this dessert store at school was open just to his liking. I'll have one. Okay, what? He subconsciously handed the bag over, and 2 seconds later, reacted, before realizing what Jiang Sui had said. The voice was a bit loud, and the few students walking by them threw strange looks at them. Jiang Sui frowned, wondering why he was so shocked. It wasn't you who asked me if I wanted a piece. But didn't you never eat these things before? He Sheng swallowed the snack in one gulp, still maintaining that shocked expression. Is the person in front of him still Brother Suo? It's really getting stranger and stranger, not only practicing words in class, but now he's eating strawberry-flavored cookies. Jiang Suo glanced at him calmly, took out a cookie from the bag, and held a pink cookie in the middle of his white and slender fingers. Seemingly struggling for 2 seconds, he still sent it into his mouth. How is it? Delicious, right? He Xingjin felt that the scene in front of him was really too metaphysical, and it was rare to see that dash of confusion on Sui's face. Generally, Jiang Suo was extremely picky about food, and being able to hear average from his mouth proved that it had already received his approval. The cookie flavor wasn't very sweet, but it had a rich milky flavor, and the nuts on the outside added layers. Jiang Suo subconsciously felt that Lin Yu should like it. There was a 2-hour break at noon, and when class started at 2 o'clock, there were only a few sparse people in the classroom. A few were doing problems, and a few were lying down to sleep. Usually at noon, the teachers would go back, and the students, except for disciplinary violations, the teachers would almost never care. At this moment, Jiang Sui is pulling out his cell phone, clicking on WeChat, the top is a cat avatar. I don't know what to think of, face rippled with a shallow smile. Jiang Sui's seat is the last row of the penultimate window position, the green of the large green trees just like this into the eyes, 3 or 2 students from the tree under the pass, which a few pairs of men and women are really bold, pulling the hand, taking advantage of now is the lunch break, the teacher has gone to eat. In fact, every monthly examination will change the position. The class teacher wants to let them appreciate the importance of the results, came up with the method of choosing the position according to the ranking of the results. However, all the students in class 7 know that the last row by the window belongs exclusively to Jiang Suo, and no one dares to choose it. Brother Suo, there's someone at the door. He Sheng finished going to the toilet, just arrived at the door, was caught by a girl, after hearing the intention of coming, would have liked to say to her, no hope, but for a moment actually did not open their mouths. Jiang Sui put the cell phone back into the table belly, stood up, the figure with a casual lethargy, walked to the door. He Sheng saw him come out, the wisdom of a smoke ran away, do not want to see some pearly scene, hey, another not yellow river heart not die of girls. How not to see to him descended, their own looks so bad. I can only say that our brother Sui's charm is too big, these girls are one by one to pounce on awe. Jiang Sui walked to the door, lifted the eyelids, only to see a shy girl. Jiang Sua. This is the first time she confessed, although they say it's impossible to be Jiang Sua's girlfriend, but she still wants to try, maybe Jiang Sua likes this kind of himself. What's the matter? Jiang Sui one hand inserted in his pants pocket, although the eyes fell on the girl in front of him, but the thought in his head is the photo that he just flipped to, his tone is not warm and unenthusiastic. The confession letter I wrote to you last time, may I ask if you've read it? After her reminder, he remembered the pink letter that was clipped in the book last time, it turned out to be written by her. Oh, didn't read it. The expression on the girl's face instantly froze, not expecting him to be so direct, her face was a bit unsettled. Then you have a favorite girl? Deep breath, if he said there, that just gave himself a reason to completely die. But Jiang Sui has always not come out in accordance with common sense, a sentence, dislike that girl completely dumbfounded. Why should I talk to you? TSK, really is the senior 3 amount of Herculean love breakhand, the classroom, hiding behind the wall he Shang bowed his waist, carefully perked up his ears to eavesdrop. In fact, when the girl asked this question, he knew for sure that he would not be able to hear a normal answer from Sui's mouth, really not at all compassionate. The girl now is completely dead heart, finally is red-eyed to leave. In this regard, Jiang Sua did not have half an extra expression, inclined his head a little, just in time to see Shen Mengran walk over from that side. Retracting his line of sight, he turned around and walked back into the classroom, just in time to see He Shang, who was catatonic and eavesdropping. The other party smiled sarcastically, saw that Jiang Sui just glanced at himself blandly without saying anything, and walked back to his seat. Sighing even more, this cold face, in addition to being better looking than himself, how do so many girls like it? Look at him, to which is not a smile, but every time to their own approach to the girl is not asked Jiang Sui has no girlfriend, or let him forward confession letter. He walked to Jiang Sua's side with a curt smile, Brother Sua, you can't even look at this kind of thing, so tell me, what kind of thing do you like, he said. He is to see that the girl looks good, only to pass the word to her, otherwise, would have been a step ahead to tell each other that you are not Sui brothers' dish. Jiang Sua pulled out that paper with English words printed on it again, without raising his head, his hanging hair covered his eyes, favorite type? The mind thought of that childish and innocent face, obviously 17 years old but lied that he was 18 years old, little liar. None of your business. These 4 words were of course said to Yi Shang, the words uttered were just like him as a person, icy and cold. In the end, Yi Shang could only be asked by Jiang Sui to leave him alone, taking 3 steps back and forth, returning to his seat with some reluctance. At least he was a brother for many years, but he still needed to hide his feelings for himself, it was really sad. The National Day happens to be counted from the weekend, 7 days off, to come back to make up 2 days of classes. If you count the weekend, in fact, just put 3 days. Shin Qingfang looked at the document sent by the counselor on the phone, abruptly sat up from the bed, cloaked hair, living like a female ghost. Calm down, this is not the truth since you entered the school. Shu ran while smearing cream on his face, while returning to his boyfriend's message, the two are discussing where to go to play on the National Day, it is not easy to let go for so long, she can be painful to play, anyway, back to makeup classes, might as well play without distractions cool. Right, Ruyu, are you going home, or are you going out for a trip? Lin Yu raised her head, her hands were still organizing the materials, putting them in different categories, I won't go home, my house is far away. Then won't you be alone in the dormitory for 7 days? When Jie's home is not in the capital city, but it is in the next city, take the high-speed train an hour to the city, Shu Ran's home is the city, close to home, live at home at night, the next day to come to class kind of thing can be, Shin Xingxuang's home is also in the city, it is also very convenient to go home. TSK, this is too miserable, I would like to go home to eat my mom's soybean stewed pig's feet. You still say that, Yu is already miserable enough, and you're still showing off here? When Jie threw her own cushion over and it just happened to hit her head, Shin Xingfang let out an ouch and was not prepared for it, and it just happened to be hit on the head by her. Thinking that just now she also said it subconsciously, without considering this layer, she hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, Ruyu, I said it with my mouth open. It's okay, my house is far away and inconvenient, so it's just right to review in the dormitory or go out for a part-time job. Wow, you're rolling us again? You make it sound like you don't get rolled. Big deal, you can stay and study with Ruyu. Oh, forget it. I'm not up to studying on vacation. Then why don't you say so? Ryu, why don't you come home with me and play at my place? No, I may still have to do some tutoring, so you guys just have fun. She knew that when Jia meant well, but Linyu didn't like to bother other people. She knew that she had a slow temperament and didn't want to make everyone uncomfortable. Instead, she misses her grandmother a little bit, although every week, the two of them will talk on the phone and play video, but compared to the real meeting, the feeling is not the same. I also do not know that she is alone at home, sick, cold. There is no one cannot afford to buy medicine and see a doctor, although the account of Grandma Jean, but they are not around, always uneasy. Ding ding. The cell phone sent a few WeChat messages. Linyu's attention was pulled back, since that night when Zhang Sui sent a message asking himself about the topic, the next, every night, he would receive a message from him. Sometimes, it was a math, or 2 English questions. Almost always around 10 o'clock, or know that she is still awake at 10 o'clock, or know that she finished class at 9:30, 10 o'clock only have time. There is a kind of unspoken tacit understanding. Obviously did not put Zhang Sui's avatar on top, but the chat box in front of the 3 people, there must be one of him. And tonight, it wasn't a math problem or an English problem. She was a little surprised, it was? Chapter 15. Is he asking for praise? It was an English composition, the first word dear, and the lihuat at the end, very familiar. Then there was a sentence following it. Teacher Lin, is this word okay? This sentence sounded like a plea for praise to Linyu, reminding her of a first-year student she taught who gleefully showed her the test paper after scoring 100 points. So this was Jiang Suo practicing his own handwriting? A complete qualitative change. She didn't suspect that he had just found another random picture to fool her, and subconsciously felt that this kind of behavior Jiang Sui didn't give a damn about. Only 3 days to practice into this, really very powerful. At least get rid of the initial dragonfly. Completely cannot see that it is written by a person, much less believe that this only spent 3 days only. Dropping his eyes and thinking for a moment, he typed on his phone. Very good, keep up the good work. Is this coaxing him as a child? Jiang Sui has a few minutes to hold back, the knot in his throat followed by a slight vibration, his fingers gently sliding upwards. In addition to voice, there is typing, a very normal chat, but for Jiang Sui, it seems to have become every night. He must brush up. It was only on the cell phone that she would say something like this, right? It was cute as hell. Reading the words over and over again a few times, glancing at the time on the top of the phone. The weekend was National Day, the monthly exams were scheduled for Thursday and Friday, just in time for the holiday, but the senior year's vacation was only 5 days. Laying her body back and folding her hands behind her head, she didn't have to worry about anything else. It was just this English, and the language essays, TCH, I hope they're higher than the previous one. At least she could be happy. Thursday night there is no class. A few people do not have to worry about not being able to eat. In the school snack street casually by a little, back to the dormitory to eat. The west gate of the school was a large street with the school's name carved on a huge stone in front of it, equivalent to the school's signboard. The south gate, on the other hand, there is a snack street. All kinds of snacks are popular with students. After all, when it comes to the time of the end of class, the cafeteria is too crowded, and a lot of people will also choose to buy food in the snack street. Various food stalls, worried about traffic congestion, affecting the city appearance, or for fear that the food is not clean, affecting the health of the students, there are often city police to evict. Food vendors will also fight the battle of wits, and when the city police left, and then pull back the stalls, continue to sell. In the dormitory, several people buy different things and can eat each other different flavors. Hey, Shu Ran, you don't need to wait for your boyfriend to eat together? When Jia seems to recall that in the past, after this class, Shu Ran was eating with her boyfriend, and in the evening until lights out will not come back. Oh, my boyfriend, from this week onwards, there are classes in the evening. Shu Ran ate a mouthful of sticky rice patties, face a little red, a little embarrassed said. No wonder, boyfriend class, you just remembered us, right? Xin Xingfang's voice pulled out extra long, seemingly sending out dissatisfaction and jealousy from single dogs. Hey, then I cannot help it. Suddenly feel time is so difficult. If tomorrow is the national day is good, but there are still classes in the morning, only in the afternoon to go. Thinking that at least for the next few days they don't have to get up early, and they don't have to face the miserable days of no less than 8 classes a day, their hearts just want to run away from the school right now. This is a common problem for college students. The first 2 days of vacation are particularly difficult, and the vacation time feels like it's over abruptly. When they came back, they were full of fatigue, but they felt that they hadn't had enough fun. Linyu watched them complain, and in her mind, she thought that Jiang Suo had mentioned that he would take the monthly exam this week, so it should be in the next 2 days, and she didn't know if she needed to go to his class on the weekend. On the first day of the National Day, plus the day before, they had just finished their exams, so they should all want to relax a bit. Forget it, she'll ask Mr. Jiang tomorrow. She wasn't going home anyway, and giving him lessons on a day like the National Day didn't feel like much else. The next day, after the lesson, a few people went back to the bedroom to pack up their things. Ruyu, we're leaving then, call us if you need anything, if you're bored, you can play us a video. The three of them thought of her being the only one in the dormitory, and they showed expressions of sympathy and reluctance. I know, I wish you all a happy vacation. The dormitory quieted down, only Linyu was alone, only to hear a few words from the occasional student who got out of class as they passed by the dormitory door. Hey, are you going home for the vacation? I called my mom a week ago and asked her to wash the quilt in my room. I also go back, the National Day free highway, we plan to go to climb Mount Tai as a family, tickets are bought. The National Day is so crowded, not to mention the traffic jams. Also, are you sure you can climb to the top of the mountain in one day? Right-o, fortunately you reminded me, only thought of free, now it is not too late to refund the ticket? I don't know, you can try. The voice went from near to far, and finally disappeared. Hey, Ruyu, class is over? The cell phone video connected, Linyu changed to a smile and saw her grandmother's kind face in the cell phone. Grandma. National Day vacation, are you planning to go play with your classmates? Linyu nodded, yes, I've arranged to go to the Great Wall together. Good, if you don't have enough money, remember to tell Grandma, and send Grandma a few photos at that time, so Grandma can see if the Great Wall is beautiful. Yes, okay. By the way, your Grandma Zhang's kitten gave birth and gave me an orange one, what do you think is a good name for it? Linyu looked at her grandmother's smiling face in the video, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were deep, but kind and gentle. Only to see the video of the grandmother beckoning, an orange kitten jumped to the knee, almost all the body is orange, mixed with white dots, spitting out a small pink tongue, very cute. Let's call it Orange Tuan. Linyu had a small orange cat when she was a child, she loved it so much that she had to touch and hug it every day after school, and then she ate someone's ham sausage with rat poison and was poisoned to death. She was sad for a long time, and then her grandmother said that she would buy another one, but she was worried that it would be poisoned to death again and didn't let her grandmother buy it. Now this little orange cat and the original only 8 points have this little orange cat as a companion, Grandma should not be lonely. Hanging up the phone, the dormitory returned to the silence of only one person, and then took out the notebook from the top of the table and began to review. Chapter 16 Possessions. Friday morning's science exam, Jiang Sui, as usual, still has 1 hour left before lying on the table to sleep, this big brother's regular operation. The invigilator reminded from the podium that there was still an hour left, calling for a serious check. The exam is over, please stop all candidates, prohibit answering questions. Then began to collect the answer cards and test papers in turn. The teacher's voice was slightly loud, as if to purposely remind a certain student who had been lying on his back for an hour without lifting his head to hang his head. It was only then that this big man shifted from the table and raised his head, his sleepy eyes proving that he had already had a good night's sleep for once. Jiang Sui with his hand casually raked the hair in front of him, and then followed the large force to the outside. He Sheng came over, poked him with his hand, faces a half-joking tone, Sui brother, not yet woke up, go to the cafeteria dry rice. 11:30 after the examination, in addition to the senior, the other grades are now still in class, there is no need to scramble. Afternoon is 3 o'clock to start the examination of English, each subject is strictly in accordance with the examination time of the college entrance examination, so that students understand and adapt to the process and form of the college entrance examination in advance. At 2:55, the teacher began to send out test papers, answer cards, barcodes. On the podium, the two invigilators have serious expressions, with their hands behind their backs, and their gaze is the X-scanner, strictly preventing any cheating. Now is the last section, we do not hold a fluke, what secretly hide a small note, as well as in the arm to leave traces, once found, all the results are 0. And one of the invigilators is to teach them physics Shuqi, beer belly is really cannot cover up at all, if it is not below the belt strangled, I am afraid that now are fast blowing up out of the people to send the nickname of the Fat C. Exam carried out an hour, Fat C in a row of tables between the shuttle, suddenly in a position to stay down. Eyes round, thought he looked at the wrong, and looked twice, not sure, until a certain big brother raised his head, the two looked at each other, to be sure that it is really him. Now that the exam is half over, this brother is still writing furiously, which has never been seen in the past, it is simply unimaginable. Moreover, usually has always been even lazy to move the pen people, this time even in a sentence to analyze the test paper, look also have a style. Could it be that he has lost his way and realized the importance of learning? If the morning of the science synthesis can also have this kind of realization, he can also less roll a few eyes. Until he walked to the podium, Fatty High's eyes didn't move away from John's body, staring for 5 whole minutes, even thinking that the idea that he might be possessed by something unknown came to mind. Then wandered around to the back again with his hands behind his back, and again saw him writing an English composition. Finally walked up to the stage with only one thought in his head: that was definitely not Jiang Sui. When did his English font become so nice? He was only in the office last week when he heard the English teacher complaining to him that Jiang Sui was able to get a 5 out of 5 for his English composition, probably because the teacher looked at him in pity and gave him a hard score, and the implication was that it was simply unintelligible. He did not believe it at the time. From the English teacher took the paper, to see what the English paper of this perennial student looks like, until he saw the back of a string of words, understand what the English teacher said: conservative. It was a hell of a day to see Jiang Sui seriously doing English. Today's English topic is a letter of advice. Jiang Sui saw exactly froze for a moment. He turned to Lin Yu's notebook 2 days ago on the universal sentence. The reason why universal is that the beginning and the end can be used, while remembering 2 longer, more complex high-grade sentence types. I am very glad to be. It seems much simpler. In the past, he used to stop writing English essays after writing a few sentences, and he didn't know if he could understand them or not, but the teacher certainly couldn't understand them anyway. Until the bell rang, he was able to write his English composition, but after all, it was different from when he was practicing. There was a time limit, and now it was still more or less not as good as when he was practicing, but at least it was neat, and each letter could be seen as a prototype. Moreover, this time he wrote to the last line, which in the past is absolutely impossible, although the middle of the nonsense, make up words mostly. Fat Hi walked to him in front of the collection of test papers, but also looked at 2 eyes, face or that face, debauchery. If any of the subjects have this kind of awareness, will not be more than 500 every time the end of the car. The teacher collected the test paper, and then said you can go. The students one after another out of the classroom suddenly empty a big half. He Sheng in Jiang Sui is an examination room, although he will not do these subjects, but also not like Sui so unrestrained, directly lying down to sleep. Of course, did not miss a few times Fatty Hi walked to the side of Sui, the kind of expression, not to mention Fatty Hi, even he was unbelievable. 2 hours of examination time, Sui actually did not sleep the whole time. In front of him is really the Sui brother he knows. You say he is lost, but yesterday's language, math, and the morning of the science and engineering, there is still an hour left. You can only see the top of the head lying on the table. And English, at the last minute, was still struggling to write. This. Does English have some kind of magic? Not only does it make Sui take the initiative to practice up his vocabulary, but it also allows him to do serious work during the exam. The 2 returned to the classroom. The other students were moving books into the classroom one after another. The empty classroom was instantly filled with books and desks. The homeroom teacher walked in and emphasized the safety issues and precautions for the holiday. The end of the monthly exams, whether good or bad, have already passed, followed by the National Day vacation. Even if only 5 days, cannot be slack. The results of the monthly exams may come out in 2 days over the weekend. Finally came an official tone: wish everyone a happy vacation. Then it is the teacher of each subject came in to explain the class representative, go to the office to get the paper, come back, everyone's hand is a thick pile of test papers. I shit, Sui brother, this is only 5 days off, as for it, but also happy vacation, this more than 10 test papers, can be happy, is simply to my life. He Sheng wailed on the side, said a good point is to go home on vacation, but the result is always just to change of place to do test papers. John casually clasped his hands together and half leaned back in his chair, just coldly looking at one test paper after another on the table. What are you howling about? Usually hand out test papers, aren't you not doing it? He Sheng froze a little, touching his head, glancing at the surrounding students. Not surprisingly, they are all here and they're complaining. Hey, I am not holding for other students, everyone as hard as my heart. Although he does not do it, but also the night before the beginning of the school year, looking for a certain classmate's test paper to copy, but copying is also time-consuming. For every student who has a student days, more or less have complained about the teacher sending a bunch of test papers on vacation. Ch. Yunxiang Gue Fu. Jiang Sui returned home, seems to have been accustomed to this silence. Jiang Chengyue traveled for a week. In the middle of the journey, father and son almost no pleasantries and greetings between relatives. The last time they heard from each other was a month ago, asking him when school would start, and he just casually said a number. After that, the 2 didn't have many chances to see each other. Jiang Chengyue was very busy, and the number of times the 2 sat down for dinner were few and far between. He also did not send a message over to ask when he would be back. Eating alone seems to have become a habit. Back to the bedroom, changed clothes, and saw the 2 notebooks next to the pillow, gently smiled. This time it should not be as bad as before. I also don't know if Lin Yu is going to come to give him a lesson tomorrow. It seems like it's not a good idea to let people come to a lesson on a weekend plus the national day. Maybe she wanted to go home and hang out too. But he hadn't seen her for 5 days. Chapter 17 Double Cookies. In the evening, Lin Yu took a good shower while rubbing her hair with a towel. The dormitory can't use high-power electrical appliances, but the school is also more humane, and set up a special place to blow out the hair at each stairway. After all, summer is fine, hair is also relatively easy to dry. In winter, a head of icy and cold hair wet on the head, the body is good alright, the body is not good, perhaps directly frozen cold. Lin Yu glanced at the phone, 8 o'clock, after blowing hair to now. Surprisingly, it was Luchi. The two of them had been in contact for the first time since they graduated and added WeChat. Luchi, Lin Yu, are you going home for National Day vacation? Lin Yu's expression was stunned, did not expect him to suddenly send a message to himself, after she graduated, and high school male classmates almost no contact, can even say no contact. Some do not want to answer, but thinking that they are high school classmates, but still politely replied. Do not return, stay in school. Then the other end quickly sent a message. Then are you free tomorrow, can we get together, it won't be far, it's near the school. Lin Yu frowned and didn't reply right away, she didn't really want to go, and she hadn't asked Mr. Jiang about his class yet. I'm sorry, I have something tomorrow, I might not be able to go. After sending this message, afraid that she forgot, she immediately edited the message and sent it to Mr. Jiang. The other party was probably busy and didn't reply immediately. Wait a while, there is no rush until tomorrow afternoon anyway. Jiang Sui was lying in bed when he saw a message from his dad, asking him if he wanted to go to class tomorrow. At first, Jiang Chenghua didn't understand why Mr. Lin sent a message to ask him, and then he thought that tomorrow was the national day, and these days are so busy that he almost forgot about the national day, and it seems that Jiang Sui, the brat, finished his monthly exam today. Just finished the exam, plus tomorrow is the first day of vacation, I guess the lecture cannot listen in. Moreover, Ms. Lin is only a freshman, a little girl, maybe she also wants to go home, or go out to play with her classmates. I wanted to tell her directly that she didn't need to make up, but I don't know if my brain was jerked, and when I reacted, the message had already been sent to Jiang Sui, wanting to see what this brat was thinking. Jiang Sui saw this sentence and knew that it should be Lin Yu asked him, otherwise his father could not remember that tomorrow was the national day. He was quite surprised that he would send a message over to ask himself. If you don't go this time, you won't be able to see him for the rest of the week. After considering for a few minutes, forget it, don't go on the first day of the national day, it seems not too ethical to let people make up for themselves. Frowns gradually stretched, fingers typing on the phone. Lin Yu on this side of the dormitory was reviewing, when a voice came from her phone. It was from Mr. Jiang, saying that she didn't need to make up lessons, and that she would start again next week. By the way, the class fee was sent to her, it's only been 2 weeks, she thought it would be a full month before it was sent. In addition to the original 4 days of class fees, there is an additional $500. She subconsciously felt that the other party sent a mistake, asked Mr. Jiang, said that there was no mistake, this is another. Listening to his explanation is probably, Jiang Sui this time did not angry away from the family teacher, but also willing to listen to the lesson, thank her. This kind of thing is also worth thanking? But still sent a message, the extra money really can't be received, but Mr. Jiang insisted, there is no way, she said thank you, can only take the money. And the other side. Jiang Chenghua looked at the chat with Jiang Sui in his cell phone, he didn't expect that this brat would still consider for others, it's really a rare sight in 100 years. He this time to find a tutor teacher is just a freshman student, in fact, just hold a try mentality, before the gas away from the teacher which is not with 20 or 30 years of rich teaching experience, originally also not hope, did not expect to really be able to town this kid. Until now do not believe that this kid actually peacefully finished 2 weeks of classes, and the teacher was not angry away, from the mouth of Auntie Zheng heard feedback, seems to be good. Stroking the non-existent beard on his chin, he thought of a possibility that could only be attributed to the fact that it should have been the excellence of his peers like Teacher Lin that had stimulated him. Not bad, now let's just hope that Jiang Sui can get into a better school with the help of Teacher Lin, otherwise in the future, how can he rest assured that this huge family business will be handed over to him? Just, this last sentence remember to pay the lesson fee to Mr. Lin, people may be useful to say out of his mouth strange, when he is so for the sake of others. During the National Day vacation, the school was half empty again. The first day, Lin Yu in the dormitory to the clothes, covers and so on a wash. The next day to go to the library to study, get up in the morning at exactly 7 o'clock, cleaned up a bit, went to the cafeteria to buy 2 buns to pad a pad. Along the way, there are very few people. The school in order to celebrate the National Day, especially on both sides of the road inserted colorful flags, the stairs of the footbridge, but also with flowers arranged into the 75th anniversary of the words. The atmosphere was so strong that there were seniors handing out small national flags on the footbridge, and looking down from the school's footbridge, the streetlights on both sides were also replaced with new flags. The wind at 8 o'clock in the morning is mixed with a fragrance of cinnamon, cool, not like the dry heat of noon, hitting the face is very comfortable. Swipe the meal card to go in. There are very few people, usually need to grab a seat, now almost half of them are empty. Lin Yu found a quieter position, took out the professional textbook, began to review. Quiet library can only hear the brush pen sound, occasionally can hear the sound of conversation and a few coughs. After reviewing for about an hour, her cell phone vibrated twice, and Lin Yu remembered that she had forgotten to turn off the mute. Behind her, some students walked in one after another, and the chair beside her had people sitting in it, casting glances at her. She smiled apologetically and hurriedly pressed her phone to mute. It was from Shu Ran. Ruyu, where are you right now? In the library. What's wrong? That's good. Can I trouble you for something? What's up? Help me pick up a courier from the south entrance of the school, okay? It wasn't a big deal, so Lin Yu agreed. Shu Ran thought she could come back and get it herself, but it was a delivery from her boyfriend, plus she saw that a lot of people's deliveries had been stolen on the school's posting boards lately, so she wasn't worried, and it was safer to let Ruyu hurry and get it. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yu packed up her things and prepared to go get the express delivery for Shu Ran. When she came out of the library and walked through the most convenient one, she happened to see a few young couples walking sweetly hand in hand in the grove. Lin Yu did not want to be a light bulb for others, carrying her own canvas bag to speed up, but still did not miss the boy's sentence, "Baby, kiss." Her ears turned a little red, and she grabbed the shoulder strap of her canvas bag to speed up. Maybe it was because she got paid for her classes yesterday, or maybe it was because she saw the bags in the hands of the students next to her as they passed by. She now had a craving for the new cookie shop that had opened in front of the school. It had only been open for 2 weeks, but business was good, and it had already become a place where students clocked in every day, and the main thing was that the price was also very fair, at $15.09 per serving. On a day like the National Day, Lin Yu planned to buy a double portion of cookies to reward herself. She had always loved sweets since she was a little girl, mainly because they could make her feel good. When she was a little girl, if her neighbor, Grandma Jean, gave her a piece of candy, she could be happy for days. On weekends plus the National Day, there were quite a lot of people, and the few stools in the store were already full, enough to prove the reputation and popularity. Lin Yu looked at the time. Anyway, it was still early, so she simply joined the queue and swept the code to order. "Baby, it's our turn." The boy rubbed the girl who was leaning on his shoulder. The girl had a delighted face. It was obvious that she should also like the cookies from this store. Finally 2 seats were vacated. Looking at the front there were still at least 7 or 8 people. Lin Yu felt that there was still some time to wait, walked to the position of the 2 people just now and waited patiently. In the meantime, more people walked in and ordered. Lin Yu was suddenly a bit glad that she came early, although there were still 7 or 8 people in front of her, but at least compared to the people at the back, she was in the front of the line. She had always been easily satisfied and didn't complain often. Number 1155. Finally taking her turn, Lin Yu stood up and walked to the front to pick up her food. "Hello, here are your strawberry and matcha flavored cookies." "Thank you." Chapter 18 Coincidence. Buying the cookies she wanted to eat, Lin Yu was in a good mood, even if the 2 servings didn't cost more than $30, and she happened to be at the entrance of the school to help Shu Ran pick up the delivery. Almost all of the school entrance was full of various snacks, probably because of the holiday. The city police were also on vacation, the vendors were more than twice as many as usual, and the air was mixed with various flavors. Among them were the fried stinky tofu that Wenjie liked to eat and the roasted squid flavor that Shin Qingfan liked. The usual 1-minute walk through the city took 2 minutes. Lin Yu raised her head, her mouth slightly opened wide, her body also subconsciously stopped. How can there be such a coincidence? 2 times in a row she came out and met Luchi. When Luchi saw her, he hurriedly came over. His eyes were both shocked and delighted. "What a coincidence, I met you again, right? You said you had something to do that day. Was it to do tutoring too?" Lin Yu was a bit embarrassed. She couldn't find any other reason for a while. Besides, before he sent the message that night, she did think she was going to be a tutor. She could only nod vaguely. "Yes, tutoring. We've known each other for 3 years in high school, and we haven't really talked much, so now that we happen to meet, let's go have a cup of milk tea together." The last time they met, they hurriedly said a few words. Even though they were in the same school, the chances of being able to meet were slim. He could only cherish every opportunity to meet. Lin Yu just wanted to open her mouth and say goodbye to him, did not expect him to directly throw out this sentence, plus the last time he refused once, our old classmates, it is not good to refuse again. Good. Luchi watched her nod, the anticipation on his face turned into delight. This time the two of them were finally able to sit down, step by step, step by step, step by step, step by step. Great, there is a milk tea store right in front, I heard my classmates say it's very good. Or do you want a drink from another house? Lin Yu, with her left hand cupping her cell phone and her right hand cupping the bag of cookies, answered stiffly, no, that one is quite good. Lin Yu, who had planned to go back after taking the delivery, could only follow Luchi into the milk tea store, where there were basically pairs of young couples. The two found a seat and sat down, the door of the air conditioning blowing, the milk tea in front of herself in small sips. By the way, do you remember Chi Chen? He took the Beijing North Foreign Language examination? The first time he sat with a girl, spare the high school language 126 Luchi, also know that at this moment is no words to find words to say, but after all, it is his appointment with others, if he does not say anything, it will only add to the embarrassment and silence at this moment. Chi Chen, oh. Lin Yu searched the name Chi Chen in her head, it seemed like there was this person, a boy who was quite active in the class. For the next 10 minutes, it was Luchi who had nothing to say, and Lin Yu was passive the entire time. Lin Yu also realized that she was a waste of chatting, she could see that Luchi was already trying his best to find a topic, but her nature was like this. Before, she could still chat a few sentences because of her studies, now, she could only give herself a word. Swago, we just finished the exam, we should just relax and unwind, as for the test papers, just go to school and copy them when the time comes. Since Swago said that he had to make up for the weekend, they hadn't gotten together for a long time, and on the second day of this national day, there was no way they could stay home to make up for it as well. He tried to send him a message to make an appointment next to the school, and didn't expect him to agree. Sway brother, what do you want to drink? I invite you. Only to see push open the door of a line of several people, walking in the middle of the exceptionally conspicuous, Jiang Sui white t-shirt, height in a crowd of boys is very conspicuous, hand habitually seems to stick in the pants pocket, low head, the other hand in the cell phone typing, don't know what to send, don't know to whom to send a message. A few girls who already have boyfriends see such a handsome boy, cannot help but raise their heads to look at a few more eyes, there are such handsome boys in the school, how come they have not seen, also do not know which college. Lin Yu always kept her head down, just silently drinking the milk pichulong in her hand, not noticing the people walking in. A few people walked to the inner cubicle, a smell of mint mixed with tobacco drifted past, and Lin Yu felt something familiar. By the way, brother Sua, your test this time is good the most important thing is that your English actually took 70 points. 70 points what concept, I remember you only took 50 points last semester, progress of 20 points, you this tutor is really bullish Chapter 19 just high school classmates. Jianing private correction speed is notoriously fast, the teacher is also notoriously dedicated, the national day are not forgetting to change the paper, it is only 2 days less, has been all the papers corrected, scores are also correspondingly sent in the class group. Originally intended to finish the holiday, the collection of vacation before sending, but such an unbearable score, the class teacher is really too angry, so that they know that even if the vacation, but also to open their eyes to see the score, if you look at the mind still play, then play hard. Sway, what do you want to drink? He Sheng excitedly ordered himself a cup of Yang Zhigan Luo coconut milk, and then handed him his cell phone, but Jiang Sua didn't pick it up, but threw out a sentence, whatever, you order it for me. Oh, then I'll order it for you, how about raw beaten coconut frozen milk? Yes, the usual rules. I know, 3 points sugar well. I don't know if she went back or at school. After sending the message, he threw his cell phone on the table, and after 2 minutes, there was no reply, maybe he was busy and didn't see it. Hey, just did not look carefully, this pair are couples, but also a few of us singles dogs snuggle with each other. He Sheng looked at the outside of the laughing and joking pairs with interest. TSK, this neighborhood in addition to the Jianing private, there are 2 universities, couples are not much strange, now is the holiday, a lot of time. Lin Yu, 2 days ago I also contacted Ms. Zhou, she also mentioned you to me at that time, saying that you. Perhaps this name is too familiar, stimulating a certain sensitive nerve of his. Jiang Sui had been keeping his head lowered, and in the next moment abruptly raised his head and scanned the circle. Then his eyes fixed on the pair of men and women in front. It was really her, his tutor, Lin Yu, with her head hanging down, taking small sips of milk tea, her hair hooked around her ears. Just now he had his back to her, and his head was also lowered when he came in, so naturally he didn't see her. The corner of his lips ticked coldly, she didn't go home and wasn't busy, but was drinking milk tea with a boy. Seeing that the two were drinking the same kind of milk tea, the open cookie box on the table was unusually eye-catching. How do you look at it? It looks like they are on a date. Sui, what's wrong? It feels like you want to eat people. He Sheng is a little puzzled. Just now Sui brother's mood is very good. How to be so stinky in an instant. Really want to scare people to death. Under his puzzled gaze, Jiang Suo stood up with a sullen face, and his original careless expression carried a murderous aura. Where is brother Sui going? The milk tea hasn't come yet. He was seen walking in front of a pair of men and women, and his murderous expression just now became indifferent in an instant. Teacher Lin, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Yu heard the voice, raised her head and saw that it was him, Jiang Sui. Luchi was wondering why this boy suddenly stopped in front of their table until he heard that voice, Teacher Lin, and judged that the boy in front of him should be the student that Lin Yu was tutoring. Lin Yu, is this the tutor you mentioned last time? Yes, he's the student I tutor, Jiang Sui. Then she turned her head to look at him again and introduced, this is my high school classmate, Luchi. Jiang Sui's taut heart loosened up a bit, and his face slowed down without moving, hearing from her that it was a high school classmate and not some other word like boyfriend or something like that. Oh, so it's Ms. Lin's high school classmate? A high school classmate, not a classmate, which means that the two are not in the same class right now. From just one sentence, Jiang Suo had already analyzed the relationship between the two. In the two people between the survey, looked not very familiar look, just now he was over there to observe a minute, almost all is this called Luchi and saying, Lin Yu always lowered his head to drink milk tea. Opened his mouth and said, after the exam, I came here with my classmates to relax, just happened to see Ms. Lin, came over to say hello. This sentence he is looking straight into her eyes to say, in the ordinary people here normal, but Luchi always feel in front of the boy called Jiang Sui eyes burning too much, not like a student to the teacher's respect, but there is a kind of belonging to the oath of belonging. Luchi's height of 1.82 m among the boys is not short, but the face of 1.87 m Jiang Sui, the aura was directly crushed. Peach along tea drink almost, stay will only be more embarrassing, apologized, Luchi, sorry, I have something later, I go first. Nodded towards Jiang Suo, finished, directly carrying the canvas bag and matcha cookies, hurriedly escaped from this embarrassing venue. Hey, Lin Yu. Luchi saw her leave like this, and also lost his heart, then nodded towards Jiang Suo, and also turned around and went out. He Sheng over there also heard that voice of Teacher Lin in Jiang Suo's mouth, and his eyes fell on that girl, she is Suo's tutor, looking at the age of or college students, I always feel that I have seen somewhere. Just now, Sui's expression has a feeling of catching adultery, especially that face is horrible and scary, walk over to speak a second before returning to his demeanor. He never knew that Sui was such a fickle person. Jiang Suo, who has always been spoiled, only saw the creepy and horrifying aura of the governess drinking milk tea with a boy, and then associated it with the recent performance of brother Suo in class. A bold idea arose in his heart. No wonder, Suigo, who had always hated English the most, not only practiced English seriously, but even took the test papers seriously. Most of all, this time, he didn't get angry at the tutor, he just said, in the past, there was almost no tutor who could finish a lesson in one piece. This time, he didn't get angry. Even if he didn't get angry, then everything was explained. Jiang Suo's gaze briefly lingered on the peach oolong tea the two were drinking, and the leftover box of strawberry cookies. Still really had a sweet tooth. The matcha cookies from earlier were also bought by that boy? His eyes narrowed imperceptibly, and his expression grew colder. Since she stayed at the school, he couldn't let her be so idle anymore. Brother Sui, the milk tea is ready. He Sheng, who witnessed the whole process, is now full of questions. Yo, really heavenly news. So many girls in the school like brother Suo, I didn't expect him to like this one. Jiang Suo returned to the earlier position. The milk tea is already ready. It is the raw beaten coconut jelly that He Sheng ordered just now. He Sheng's eyes look like they are glowing, with curiosity written all over his face. Brother Suo, that girl just now is your tutor teacher. Looking so small. Sure adult? I feel that you can scare people into tears with a single look, and she actually became your tutor, or a whole 2 weeks. I told you how you behave at home on weekends. With such a pure tutor, in my place, I will also be a good lesson. Jiang Suo from his eyes saw the flavor of gossip, but he did not share the interest of gossip. His mind is still echoing the scene just now. The eyes of that boy, definitely like her. Sui brother, just now that boy is very good, although the appearance is not as outstanding as you, but the two are high school classmates. With this relationship, I am afraid that your chances are not as big as others, and you are just 2 days a week. People are in the school confession, you do not know. Jiang Sui hands clasped together, face cold, which you see me to are interesting? After drinking a mouthful of coconut jelly with 3/4 of sugar in front of him, it was still a little sweet, and after putting it down, he didn't drink it again. He Sheng blinked his eyes. In his opinion, Sui brother, this is a dead duck's mouth, but he did not have the courage to say it, and stretched out 2 fingers to point to his eyes. Both eyes saw it. To say do not like, Kill and do not believe, no wonder, recently this English textbook frequency of appearance have become higher, so it is for the love of learning. Chapter 20 Strawberry Matcha 1 each. Lin Yu went to the courier station to get a courier for Shu Ran, and when she came back, she realized that there were 2 more WeChat messages on her phone. They were from Jiang Sui. Her eyes flashed, and the time showed 5:20, so he had sent himself a message from that meeting at the milk tea store. A graph of the results. So fast, it's not that the test was finished only the day before yesterday, and the teacher worked overtime to correct the paper on the national day, this is too efficient. Language 86, English 70, Math 79, Science 196, grade rank 494, class rank 35. It seemed like all of them had made progress. The progress in English was particularly obvious, compared to the last time it had improved by 20 points. Lin Yu leaned back in her chair, inexplicably feeling quite happy, with a feeling of seeing her own progress. In just 2 weeks, an improvement of more than 50 places, really impressive. But what was he trying to say by sending the report card? What should she reply back? That it was awesome? Typed the words, but then felt it was inappropriate, deleted them, intending to send it just like last time. And at this moment, the milk tea store. He Sheng's mouth all said sour, someone his half a day fart did not put until the phone came to vibrate. Always iceberg face Sui brother revealed a spring breeze and warm smile. He Sheng thought he had seen a ghost, almost biting his tongue, only wanting to say in his heart, shit, after knowing each other for so long, seeing Sui smile like this is simply more difficult than in taking the first place in his class. Jiang Sui returned home, has been almost 2 weeks did not see the person, slightly shocked, color with joy, presumably again is the work of the matter, he is not interested in asking, also do not care. Well, Secretary Wang, cooperation you contact the other side of Mr. Li, if the other side. Jiang Chengyue heard footsteps, raised his head, the corner of his lips hooked, hurriedly explained a few sentences, hung up the phone. Back? The tone was gentle, and seemed to be laced with a hint of joy. Jiang Sua's footsteps stopped, originally wanted to just go back upstairs, anyway, father and son could barely say a few words, and ended up disagreeing. Stopping, the distance between the two was at least 3 meters away, seemingly waiting for his next words. I looked at your scores on the monthly exams this time, you've improved quite a bit, it seems that this Mr. Lin really does have some methods, even though he's young, his ability isn't at all inferior to other gold medal teachers who have a lot of experience. Last semester, the end of the semester were at the bottom of the list, this is only 2 weeks, has made such a big progress, according to this progress, then the examination of the Beijing North University can also be a bit of a luxury. Jiang Sui's score is very stable, since entering high school, usually hovering around 550, this time improved by more than 50, stepping into the ranks of 400, he cannot be happy. Now only a month into the school year, there is still time, he said, the old man is not stupid, his son and how bad can it be? If Jiang Sui knew what he was thinking right now, he would definitely send 2 big blank stares. He didn't know how stupid his current expression was, and in Jiang Sui's opinion, he didn't know what he was smiling about, revealing an inexplicable strangeness. Against his probing gaze, Jiang Chengyue realized that he had lost his temper, and lightly coughed to hide his embarrassment, revealing what he thought was a dignified expression, the test was good this time, but you can't be proud of it, keep up the good work. This is the first time he has said such words, of course, he has not had the opportunity to say it before. He said it awkwardly, and Jiang Sui also listened awkwardly. Look at him with an unbelievable gaze, in the shopping mall has always been the thunder and lightning. Jiang Chengyue, back home, in turn, is not the son's rival, would like other fathers like to express their concern for their son, but more than 10 years of 2 people get along with the pattern and strangers are much the same, this word out of his mouth out of the strange. I want to take a class tomorrow, you contact Mr. Lin. Jiang Chengyue teacup hand shaking again and again, a mouthful of tea directly sprayed out, his eyes in his body a few times, he is a serious creature, no joke, and again to confirm that he indeed did not hear wrong. You want to go to class? Have a problem? No, but why do you suddenly want to go to class? I have nothing to do. Jiang Chengyu. This is sure that it is really his son, in the past, he did not think of skipping class even if, now even told himself that he wanted to go to class. 10 minutes later. Hey, Mr. Lin, did you go home on the National Day? Then are you free tomorrow afternoon? I just see that Jiang Sui has made a lot of progress this time, and while he still has this rush of learning, I want you to come and give him a lesson. The figure at the corner of the stairs revealed a smile that looked like a smile. Jiang Sui's fingers rested on the railing, so that she wouldn't have time to drink milk tea with the others, right? How nice. Lin Yu put down her cell phone, her mind repeatedly thinking about the words of Mr. Jiang just now. Jiang Suo wanted to attend classes. The day left no more than 2 hours. She is fine, just save more money, buy a few clothes for her grandmother, these years for their own study. Grandmother, many clothes are old, but she herself is not willing to buy. Mouth slowly eating matcha cookies, slightly bitter, but soon covered by the rich milk flavor, flipped to the phone's photo albums, tapped into the family section, which are all photos taken with grandma. The day of the start of the school year, grandma said that her precious granddaughter got into a prestigious university. Accompanied by her on a trip is not easy. This kind of glory must be photographed, to be kept as a souvenir. Now that she has a little orange cat as her companion, grandma won't be lonely, and their life will get better and better. Jiang Suo, Ms. Lin, I improved 50 places this time, shouldn't you honor your promise? Lin Yu was rubbing her hair with a towel while her fingers lashed out, just in time to see the message from Jiang Sui, which reminded her of the reward she promised him for progressing last time. What reward do you want? There was silence on the other end of the phone for about a minute or so, and she could only tell that Jiang Sui should still be considering it from the ongoing input at the top of WeChat. After another minute, her hair was rubbed until it was half dry, and she was getting up to put the towel on the balcony when Jiang Sui's message happened to be sent. Jiang Sui, I want to eat the cookies from the house next to the Capital University, one each of matcha and strawberry. This reward, it shouldn't be too much, Mr. Lin shouldn't refuse it, right? This reward was indeed not excessive, it could even be said to be the most usual and ordinary reward. But why cookies? She remembered that he didn't seem to like cookies very much. The last time Auntie Zhang brought them in, the taste wasn't any worse than this one from the school, it even had a better texture, but she remembered that he ate one piece at that time. The expression was a bit tangled, their relationship was not yet to the point where they could ask questions. Okay, I'll go get it tomorrow before class. Because of these words, Jiang Sui lost sleep for a whole night. The scene in his dream changed repeatedly. One moment it was Lin Yu, and the next moment he thought of the deceased Jiang mother. When I went downstairs, Jiang Chengyue was sitting at the dining table with breakfast, 10 years as one day, a cup of black coffee in front of him, a few slices of toast. If Jiang's mother hadn't passed away, she would have replaced the black coffee in front of him with milk and recited that it was not good to drink coffee in the morning. Later, Jiang mother passed away, cannot hear the broken thoughts, Jiang Chengyue black coffee in front of no one to change him, to now, it seems that everything has become a habit. Seeing him walk over, with a probing expression on his face, perhaps knowing what he was thinking, nothing in the morning, and then go to the company in the afternoon. Jiang Sui just glanced at him slightly coldly, saw the black coffee in front of him, his eyes flickered slightly, and coldly averted his eyes. By the way, I looked at your class group, the teacher notified in the group, it seems that next week there will be a parents' meeting to summarize the results of your monthly exam this time as well as the next revision plan, but on that day I have to go to the S country for a business trip, I may not be able to go. Hearing this, Jiang Suo's expression didn't change, he didn't seem to be surprised or astonished to hear such a reply. From elementary school to high school's 6 parent-teacher conferences, as far as he could remember, he hadn't attended a single one. However, he no longer cared. This time, he already had a better candidate. Chapter 21 Eating cookies with her. Jiang Sui returned to the bedroom, the sound of a car starting came from outside the window, followed the sound and walked to the window, just in time to see Jiang Qingyue's car pulling out of the gate. His eyes sank slightly, and after withdrawing his line of sight, he returned to his chair and tapped the voice from WeChat in his cell phone. Sui brother, come to 2 games not, brothers are a few, I pull you? The cell phone switched to the game interface, just in time to see the invitation sent by He Shang. With brother, what do you want to play, how about a single, although you play every hero very well, but I think you play a single full field with flying is the most handsome. On the subject of kissing ass, He Shang is absolutely first class. Jiang Suo slid on the heroes of the cell phone page, and finally chose a Xiao Chao. He Shang saw that he had already chosen a good hero, and chose his own good auxiliary, Zhuangzhou. Relying on Jiang Suo's superb skills and playing style, he went all the way up to King 20 Gold. This kind of winning streak is simply not too good. 2 days ago, he played with a few brothers, but his teammates' skills were too good, making him lose several stars in a row. 11 o'clock at noon. Outside the door, Auntie Zhang knocked on the door and said that the meal was ready. Jiang Sui, down. Well, it's also time for meal, playing really enjoyable just now my father heard me shouting in the house, thought I was crazy, pushed the door in, saw me playing the game, and then indifferently closed the door for me, I guess seeing my dangling score, have been too lazy to care about me. Hey, brother Shang, I guess your dad thinks you're hopeless and has completely given up on you. Ha, what kind of big truth are you talking about? Jiang Suo was not in the mood to see what they had posted later, and directly tossed his cell phone onto the table and went downstairs to eat. Downstairs, Auntie Zhang is to the table on the end of the dishes, see him down, smiled and said, today did you like the steamed pork ribs? I thought Mr. will also be at home to eat it, but also deliberately bought his favorite perch. Today's perch is very fresh it. Auntie Zhang, you first go down it. Ah, oh, then you eat slowly. Auntie Zhang saw that he was sullen and in a bad mood, and hurriedly fled from this place of wrongdoing, only realizing with hindsight that she had said the wrong thing. At 1:50 p.m., Lin Yu arrived at Yunxiang Guifu. She had a strong sense of time and would usually reserve time just in case something unexpected would happen on the way. This time, in addition to the canvas bag on her shoulder, there was a pink bag in her hand. Teacher Lin, you're here? Auntie Zhang. Contacted a few times, Lin Yu found that Auntie Zhang is a very warm-hearted person, kind eyebrows, also loved to smile. It seems that the smile is also infectious. She also cannot help but bend her lips. Upstairs in the bedroom, Jiang Sui has been watching the girl walk in. Today is a white blouse, under a denim skirt. Just now the smile seems to be just a fleeting presence. Walking into the study, the bag in his hand reminded him that this was the reward he mentioned yesterday. Teacher Lin. Jiang Sui sat down on the other chair, and with the advantage of his height, he saw 2 boxes of cookies lying quietly in the bag, pink and green. Matcha and strawberry. Is this a reward for me? Although he knew it in his heart, he still had to pretend to ask, as if hearing the word yes from her mouth had some special meaning to him. Lin Yu pushed the cookies to his hand, paused, and looked into his eyes. Yes, this is the reward you want. Then if I also improve in the next monthly exam, will there still be a reward? Jiang Sui propped up his chin to look at her somewhat reddened face. There seemed to be an obsession with rewards. Of course. She added in her heart, as long as it was within her reach. Teacher Lin was really good to her students. Jiang Sui's mood got better, her smile was extra bright. I don't know if it was the effect of those words or something else. I've remembered, if I make progress next time, then Teacher Lin should have the progress reward ready. Lin Yu. Why does it feel weird? Did you guys assign homework on vacation? She was worried that if they had too much homework, and now they were assigning him other ones, she was worried that he wouldn't have time to do the ones handed out at school. Jiang Su shook his head, thinking of the school-issued test papers are still lying quietly in the table belly, that Day seems to have forgotten to take back. Of course, take back he will not necessarily do. As long as it is a teacher who has taught him, almost know that the test paper issued is also in vain. No. He did not lie, there is really nothing here, the test papers issued which is not as interesting as the one she brought. No? Lin Yu frowned. According to reason there should be a senior high school even if it is a vacation, there should be a few sent out as a sample. You seem a bit sorry? Jiang Sui looked at her expression and asked with a raised eyebrow. No, it's mainly because in my previous senior year, every time I was on vacation, I would have endless test papers. That's why there was a puzzled expression when he said no. Okay, then do the test papers I brought. Lin Yu pulled out the English test paper from her bag. Today's test paper seemed a bit different. The question types weren't the short reading essays and gap fillers that he had done the previous 2 times. It was the listening that he hated the most, and the fill in the blanks at the back. Listening is also very important. From now on, every 2 weeks, we will practice listening, right? How is your listening? Jiang Sui. If it was good, he wouldn't have scored so little in English. If it was good, he wouldn't have gotten such a low score in English. Not good, I checked the answers last time, and I got a 7 in listening. He swore that he really listened to the answers last time, but the reading was like a machine gun, except for a hello in the dialogue, the rest just drifted through his mind. Saw that every time she ate, the corners of her mouth would curve upwards, revealing 2 small, not so obvious pear swirls. Sweets can make the mood better. What about you? Don't you dislike sweets? Why did you want me to buy cookies as a progress gift? Out of the blue, even she herself didn't understand how she asked. What? Nothing. Jiang Suo's heart trembled, and the half cookie in her hand seemed even sweeter. How do you know I don't like sweets? The fact that he asked this was enough to prove that he must have heard it clearly just now. Lin Yu didn't know whether or not to answer, or to say that she was just talking out of her ass or guessing, and met his eyes, which quickly dropped again. The first 2 times Auntie Zhang brought in cookies and cupcakes, and when I saw that you ate a piece of it, I presumed that you shouldn't have much of a sweet tooth. After listening to her answer, Jiang Sui remembered that she had observed herself at that time even though she was eating with her head down in small bites. Leaning back in the chair, only he himself knew what he was thinking about now, his lips unconsciously pursed, his heartbeat was so fast that it almost popped out, and his desire to hold her in his arms became even stronger. Maybe I already ate before you came in and didn't want to eat again, or maybe I just didn't feel like it that day? Making 2 random excuses, I wanted to hear how she answered. Oh, whatever you say. She didn't have the habit of getting to the bottom of the matter, and that question just now seemed to be just an illusion. In the latter lesson, Lin Yu could feel that Jiang Su was in a good mood, as for what reason, she didn't know, or maybe it was really like she said, eating sweets. Chapter 22 Little Fruit. Jiang Sui seemed to have gotten used to seeing her departing figure through the window before returning to the bedroom. Half a minute later, it folded back down the stairs again, as if it had forgotten something. Auntie Zhang was carrying a basin of water in her hand, as well as a rag, ready to clean up the study, when she saw Jiang Sui, who had gone and returned, with a clear purpose, rushing straight to the pink bag on the table, and she thought she had misread it. No, didn't Jiang Sui never like sweets? Lin Yu came out from Jiang's house. It's now more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, slowly receding from the summer heat. Both sides of the road don't know what kind of trees were planted, blooming small white flowers. There is a fresh and light flavor. Hearing the sound of a car coming from behind, she subconsciously leaned towards the flower bed, but the car didn't speed away, but stopped next to her. Pretty sister, pretty sister. The little girl lying in the car window, head vigorously hooked out. If it is not the mother pulled, I am afraid to have climbed out. Little girl is really you, just now Guogwa said. The front is a beautiful sister, I still do not believe. Lin Yu recognized the little girl who got lost that day. Gogo is a little girl with hair tied, wearing a pretty little dress, very recognizable. Auntie, Gogo. Where are you going? We will give you a ride. Knowing that people are kind, but Lin Yu does not want to trouble others. No need, Auntie, there is a bus stop right in front. It's okay, Guogwa is very happy to see you. He's still talking about his beautiful sister with us these days, and he didn't thank you properly that day. I saw that Guogwa had already stretched out his short hands, wanting her to hug him. People have said to this point, and then saw Guogwa's expectant expression. Lin Yu can't push back anymore, she can only bend down and sit in the car. Guogwa immediately stuck over, hands on her shoulders, eyes like two black grapes, smilingly drilling into her, familiar with herself as if she was born that day but only saw one side, 20 minutes, but has already developed a sense of attachment to Lin Yu, saw her back and recognized her. Exquisite face is like a porcelain doll. At a glance, you can tell that it is well protected by the family. Guogwa likes you very much, right? See, you are very young, you should still be in school. How many years of high school are you in? Lin Yu hugged the fruit, the little guy hard to her arms, really not afraid of life, 2 pigtails next to a very good-looking crystal hairpin. Auntie, in fact, I'm already in college. Ah, read the university, I see you are still young, I thought you were in high school. Xiaoli was a bit shocked, maybe it was early. Which university? I did not expect to have a second chance to meet, think the two have fate. Xiaoli could not help but ask a few more questions. Beijing North. Beijing North, ah, really good. That is one of the top institutions in the country. No wonder you look very good. Gogo took out a cheese stick from her own little bag, blinking her big eyes, handing it to her. Sister, eat. Gogo eats it herself. Sister is already an adult. But Gogo still handed her the milk low bar, with big eyes that she didn't take it back if she didn't want it, and even got a little upset, thinking that she didn't like her own stuff. Xiaoli was flattered. This daughter of hers is generous in other aspects, but in the face of food is extra protective of food, and now even willing to give to a young lady who has only met for the second time. Take it, the other kids asked her for it, she didn't even bother to give it to them. It seems she really likes you. Lin Yu had to take the cheese stick, gently stroking Gogo's little cheeks, skin white and red, palms chubby, round and clean. The fabric of the dress on the body is very good to touch, the price should not be expensive. At a glance, you can see that it is from a young age to be grown up by the pain. Sister? What's wrong? Lin Yu came back to her senses, only to realize that she had unconsciously thought of certain things. Sister, why are you looking at me all the time? The child was simple-minded and asked whatever came to her mind, only to see that Lin Yu had been staring at her. Guogwa was very good-looking, and the dress on her body was also very pretty, couldn't help but stare at it all. He. 4-year-olds are the age when they like to be praised, let alone from their favorite pretty sister. Guogwa shyly covered her little mouth, her eyes dribbling around. The car stopped at the south gate of Jingbei University. Lin Yu thanked her and got off the car. Gogo was still a bit reluctant to leave her, pulling on her clothes, wanting to get off the car with her. After saying goodbye to the little fruit, Lin Yu turned into the crowd, now almost 5 o'clock, but also to the time to eat. Do not have to rush to the dormitory. She went to the cafeteria and ordered a fried rice, eat slowly by herself. Holidays, not many students, the staff of the second-floor cafeteria is only a few sporadic. Lin Yu walked in, a few people are gathered together to chat, saw her seem to order, walked to the window. What would you like to eat, young lady? Lin Yu is here to eat egg fried rice, do not have to think too much, said directly. Auntie, give me an egg fried rice. Egg fried rice, right? Okay, you sit down first. Lin Yu swiped her meal card, found a seat and sat down. The afterglow of the setting sun shot in through the window, sprinkling on the floor and table, leaving a layer of warm light. 5 minutes later. Little girl, your egg fried rice is ready. Egg fried rice is clear. Lin Yu at home also like to eat egg fried rice. Overnight leftover rice plus egg has a special aroma. Rice is slightly hard, but absorbed the flavor of the egg. When she first learned to cook, she started with scrambled rice, and perhaps because she had done it more often, she was able to make it delicious every time, and even her grandmother complimented her for making it better than the restaurant. Lin Yu. Lin Yu was getting up, putting the plate to the recycling place, only to see that it was a boy who was dressed a bit fashionable walking towards her. She looked at him for a couple more times to make sure that she really didn't recognize him, and it seemed that he wasn't in the same class either. But how did he know his name? Excuse me, do we know each other? It's normal that you don't recognize me. We take the same English teacher's public class. Once the teacher pointed out your name, I remembered it. Usually students choose their own teachers for public English classes, and not all students in the class are from the same class, so it's normal that we don't know each other. Then may I ask what's the matter with you? Lin Yu didn't like his eyes much, but she still asked politely. Lin Yu's looks were pure. She usually didn't wear too much colorful makeup, and makeup was also something she learned little by little when she arrived at the university, under the leadership of her roommate. Lu Jianming sized her up, and those girls who drew thick and colorful makeup were simply different, and the clothes on her body were not any famous brand. Looking at the family's ordinary. He likes this kind of innocent looking, plus Lin Yu a good girl look, more hooked up his stupid heart. Acquaintance's fate. I invite you to drink a cup of milk tea. By the way, you still do not have a boyfriend, right? How about adding a contact information? Lin Yu very do not like this kind of boys, plus his eyes make her feel very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. I still have something to do. Go first. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Carrying her plate, she hurriedly walked out, not wanting to hear what he had to say. Lu Jianming see her just like this with the plate hurriedly left. The heart is very reluctant. Boyfriend, only afraid of lying to him. It does not matter. Now only a freshman. The next 2 years of English class they will sit in the same classroom. There are still chances of contact with her. He did not believe that he could not chase her. Chapter 23 He knows what he wants. Lin Yu returned to the bedroom with palpitations in her heart. The panic in her eyes had not disappeared. She just deliberately said she had a boyfriend just to let that boy die. The screen of her cell phone suddenly lit up, and when she saw that Grandma had sent a few photos one after another, her heart slowly quieted down, and what had just happened was just a small episode that she would soon forget. Grandma, Orange Donut ran to your bed to sleep again. It seems to like your quilt. I searched for it all day today. I thought she lost it, but I didn't expect it to run to your room. Grandma, I fed her some dried fish today, but she's a picky eater. She doesn't seem to like it much. She just turns her head away in disgust. Grandma, it's a good thing I have Orange Tuan as my companion, otherwise there would be no one in the house to talk to, and this little guy would suddenly jump onto my lap, begging to be petted, and licking my fingers intimately, and he really doesn't recognize life at all. Lin Yu listened to each entry, the kind voice reaching her ears, warming her heart in this empty dormitory. A few pictures below, one of an orange ball jumping onto her quilt, squinting, sleeping soundly, and then another of a stretched out, yawning, really similar to the one at the beginning, also enjoying just lying in her arms and stretching like this. The conversation was all very normal, but it made her feel cozy again. Thinking about what she promised her grandmother that day, she sent her the photos saved in the album, but they were all found from the circle of friends, and it just so happened that some of her classmates were traveling there. Grandma, yeah, there are quite a lot of people, the scenery is so nice. Grandma saw the photos and was happy along with them. Grandma, it's not easy to go out with classmates and have fun, but you can't go for nothing. If you don't have enough money, remember to talk to Grandma. Then there is a transfer from Grandma, $2,000. Lin Yu's eyes are a little wet, slightly stunned for a few seconds. This time there is no refusal. Receive the money. National Day is still 4 days away. Lin Yu brushed to the circle of friends, former high school classmates, and now a few roommates in the dormitory. In the circle of friends to share the photos, are fun, delicious. Lin Yu one by one to give them a like. The mood also followed the good, seems to follow their own play a circle. Jiang Sua starts classes tomorrow, and then it's going to be 2 days into the weekend, and she has classes 2 days into the weekend, making up for exactly Thursdays and Fridays, with no classes in the afternoons. This question? Lin Yu nodded with her pen. It was a slightly complicated three-dimensional geometry. Did you miscalculate? Jiang Sui looked at her face, frowning, thinking, obviously only 17 years old, but it seems to be hiding some kind of secret in her body. No, I just didn't expect you to find this auxiliary line. The algorithm seems to be simpler. When I did it before, I didn't even think that I could still make auxiliary lines here. Jiang Sua looked at her expression seems to be very proud of the way. from the beginning of the frown, to the current brow arched, there is so happy? Perhaps it was because of the increased contact. Lin Yu also did not have that formal and cautious look that she had at first. When they first met, she looked at herself and spoke. She must have nervously twisted her fingers. Jiang Suo had always been a spontaneous person, but when facing Lin Yu, he would subconsciously hide his nature, wanting to stay with her for a while longer, or she watched her do the problems, or watched her correct her test papers, and then pointed out which problem was wrong, and which problem had a novel solution. Such a voice seemed to have appeared in his ears last night, and when he woke up in the morning, it seemed to still linger in his ears. Mr. Lin? HM. Lin Yu was still checking the next few questions he had. She didn't notice anything different about this voice, Mr. Lin, and just answered in passing. But after waiting for half a minute, she raised her head from the paper and met his eyes, not understanding that he had just called out to himself. But why didn't he say anything? It seemed that the voice just now was just an illusion on her part. It's okay, just thought of having a question was going to ask you, but all of a sudden and forgot. He was on purpose, deliberately called her, wanting her to answer himself, looking up at himself. Those eyes are clean like a clear spring. Let a person want to take for himself. 8-year-old Jiang Sui knew what he wanted, 18-year-old him, too, if that scene at the bus stop that day was just an instantaneous heartbeat, but then the second meeting seemed to be destiny, so that he couldn't take his eyes off of her anymore, and a heart seemed to be gradually sinking because of Lin Yu. Lin Yu was stared at by his eyes, some panic, moved the test paper to the middle of the two, trying to pull the topic back. The second question of this question, you did not notice the known information given by the topic. And she did not notice after lowering her head, Jiang Sui's eyes more hot and intense desire. You got it? Jiang Sui gazed throughout the entire body on her, listening very carefully, but as for what she was talking about, but did not listen to a word in, but also since these lectures, the first time to shake his head. This is to Lin Yu whole will not, should not Jiang Sui's science thinking is very good, belong to a little that is the kind of, she also according to his characteristics, did not speak of the tedious, try to save time, and finally put the problem attributed to may be their own speak fast. Maybe I spoke fast, this time I will speak slower. Jiang Sui nodded heavily, a light smile mapped in his pupils. At 10 minutes past 4, Lin Yu finished telling him the last wrong question. Then I'll go back. If there are any questions you don't understand, feel free to send them to me. Good, let's go. Lin Yu stood up and packed her things, only to see Jiang Sui also stand up. He didn't watch her leave from the window like the previous times, until he disappeared in the doorway. The two appeared together at the entrance foyer, and Lin Yu was even more puzzled. I just happened to go out to buy something. The corners of Jiang Sui's mouth rose, enjoying every moment he spent with her. Oh. Lin Yu changed her own small white shoes, the fingers pinching the canvas bag subconsciously tightened. In the doorway of the villa, her ears were still echoing Jiang Sui's sentence that it wasn't so bad this time. Half a minute later, the car pulled out of the garage and stopped steadily in front of her. Let's go, Ms. Lin. Along the way, as if Jiang Sui knew she wouldn't take the initiative to talk, he found a few topics to chat with her. Lin Yu's words were very few, completely different from when she was lecturing, very passive, as if she wouldn't say anything if she didn't ask. Ms. Lin, why don't you go home on the National Day? Home is far away. How far is it? Very far. You didn't go out with your classmates? No, I didn't. Do you have any other roommates in the dormitory? No. Obviously, it was a very dry conversation. Each sentence was no more than 2 words, but it caused subtle ripples in Jiang Sui's heart. Closer and closer to Jingbei University, the red light in front of them, the people on both sides of the road slowly increased. Almost all of them were small couples holding hands. There is still an intersection to the place where they parked last time. Not the first time, Lin Yu did not need to emphasize, thought he would park in the same place as last time. But this time, the car drove directly into the underground garage, which means that there are still 50 meters from the last place. I'm coming down to buy something, there's no parking spot over there, so I can only park here. Ms. Lin doesn't mind walking a bit more, right? Lin Yu shook her head and unbuckled her seatbelt. This time I'm troubling you. Although it is only by the way, but it is also a piece of goodwill. How can she dare to have a complaint? But what she cannot figure out is that he could have put her at the intersection of the parking garage, but there is no parking, and now he has to walk a little more. The two of them went out of the parking garage together, spaced 2 people apart. Walking to the same intersection as last time. Lin Yu's sentence that I'll go back first hadn't even been uttered yet, but was met with Jiang Sui's sentence like I'm a little hungry, accompany me to eat something. The words were blocked in his mouth, and in the end, he didn't say them. Welcome. He walked into a dessert store that looked very high class. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only follow him. Welcome, what would you like to eat? Jiang Sui handed her the order form. Look at the way she sits, obedient, but there are a few want to laugh. Ms. Lin, you come to point it. I do not know what you want to eat. What? She took the list. The desserts on it are frighteningly expensive, almost all of them are the beginning of the 100, cannot find 3 digits below, biting her lip, very tangled. So expensive, she never knew a dessert could cost so much. A minute later, seems to see her difficulties, Jiang Sui directly from her hand over the list, forget it, or I come to point it, wait for you to point good, I estimate that all hungry flat. Oh. This hungry flat out from his mouth, there are a few points of joy, she wanted to laugh. Matcha mousse, blueberry pie, and soufflé, 2 each, and yes, 2 more cappuccinos. Okay, please wait a moment. Chapter 24 Parents Meeting. The glass bottle held a white rose. Lin Yu didn't know what it was called. Desserts came up one after another, even the air was colored with a sweet smell. The matcha mousse was slightly bitter, the blueberry pie was crunchy on the outside with a rich jam flavor inside, and the soufflé was light and delicate, melting in the mouth. Lin Yu ate very slowly. Compared to her eating style, Jiang Sua's eating style is much more bold and unrestrained, but also echoed the words just now hungry flat. You eat slowly, I'll go to the checkout. Lin Yu raised her head, her mouth was dipped in a bit of mousse cake, her expression had a rare bit of confusion, different from the serious and wise expression she had when she was lecturing. Paired with her expression, it gave him the urge to go up and pinch her. Dip it, Ms. Lin. Scanning over her mouth, Light Smile stood up and looked at her for a few seconds before walking over towards the cash register. Lin Yu kept her gaze following him, paused, and after a few seconds, realized what he meant by stained. Taking a tissue, she slowly wiped it away, her cheeks a little red and hot. Half a minute later, Lin Yu finished what was on the table, her stomach was a bit full, feeling like she didn't even need to eat dinner. Are you done eating? Let's go. Out of the dessert store, Lin Yu once again wanted to say, should they part ways, looked at his back and said, how much is the dessert? I will give you the money. Lin Yu does not want to take advantage of him, although she knows that these desserts are not cheap, the big deal is that today is a free tuition for him. Jiang Sui a slight beat, directly stopped in his footsteps, and I share so clear, students should not be too much to ask the teacher to eat something, and besides, that day, Ms. Lin did not ask me to eat cookies, as a return gift. The separation is too clear, let him feel that they are just the relationship between students and teachers. Lin Yu lowered her eyes, but those 2 cookies were only $30, the dessert just now was several hundred, it's not equal. It's not like I only need a gift once, or will Mr. Progress Lin stop giving gifts next time? Lin Yu completely stopped talking. Jiang Sui was in a good mood, and the upward arc of his lips curved even more. Then I'll go back. Lin Yu subconsciously pinched the cell phone in her hand and lowered her head to look at her toes. I'll send you over. No need, it won't take a few minutes. Let's go, I've eaten too much, just as an antidote. Friday afternoon. Lin Yu stood in front of the mirror and stared blankly, not knowing how she had agreed. It's okay, no one came to my first few parent-teacher conferences anyway. Seeing the despondency in Jiang Suo's eyes made her not say no, and even that yes was merely the result of her 2 seconds of consideration. At 2:30, she departed from the dormitory. Jiang Sui had just sent a message saying that the parent-teacher conference would start at 3:30, so that she didn't need to panic, and would pick her up at the entrance of the school at that time. Beijing North University closed for the National Day vacation, and all along the way were students returning to school. Lin Yu went through an intersection, then turned a corner, 300 meters away, looked up and saw the signboard of the school in front of her, Jianing Private High School. In the fence to the right of the school's entrance, a pair of carved eagles were erected, and underneath was an inspiring quote. The parking lot in front of the entrance was already full of cars, and there were students holding their parents' hands as they walked inside. Sui, this time your dad had time to come to your parent-teacher conference? He Sheng at first did not believe it. After all, these years of parent-teacher conferences, he did not see Sui's parents come once, not to mention other relatives. The first few parent-teacher conferences, the teacher on the podium to talk about the development of the students, parents how to communicate with the students, how to pay attention to the physical and mental health of the students, Jiang Sua just lying on the table to sleep. Today's parent-teacher conference, he thought it would also be like the previous times. Anyway, for Sui, parent-teacher conference, this kind of thing, parents come or not do not matter, until the homeroom teacher said to let them go down to pick up their respective parents, and Sui, who had been lying on the table, opened his eyes and followed the large group to the outside, and he noticed that something was wrong. No. Jiang Sua lifted his eyelids, not much spirit, his body lazily leaning against the wall of the school, behind which were the outstanding representative students of the last Jianing private school. Ah. He also wanted to ask what. He saw his mother's conspicuous big red Mercedes-Benz, raised his hand, patted Jiang Suo on the shoulder. Suo brother, saw my mother, I first went over. Jiang Suo was originally leaning against the wall carelessly, changed a posture, eyes a turn, obviously so many people, but still recognized her in the crowd at once. A few fellow classmates saw Jiang Sui walk past and rubbed their eyes incredulously until they saw him walk in front of a girl, so shocked that they almost bit their own tongues. This is Jiang Sui's parent? Teacher Lin, no, now it should be called sister. Lin Yu's ears burned slightly at the sound of her sister's name, and she was even more embarrassed, especially when she met Jiang Sui's smirking expression. Jiang Su also knew that she was thin-skinned, and didn't tease her anymore, leading the way in front of her, only turning back to look at that reddened little face from time to time. Lin Yu followed him through a few school buildings. The trees on both sides were lush. She had asked her grandmother to come and hold a few parent-teacher conferences for her before. She never thought that one day, it would be for her tutoring student. Because there were not enough chairs in the classroom, the homeroom teacher asked them to bring the chairs from the empty classroom in the next class. Jiang Sui led her to her seat and took the initiative to pull out the chair. Sister, sit. The students in the class all stared with wide eyes, all let out the same question. This is Jiang Sui's sister, especially He Shang. After hearing that sister in Jiang Sui's mouth, a mouthful of water directly sprayed out. Nima, right now, only the word "huh" could express his mood. This sister, looking so innocent, does she know that she has already fallen into the palm of Brother Suo's hand step by step? Their things, leaving a few duty students to move the chairs back. Lin Yu went to the restroom, and Jiang Sui stayed in the classroom waiting for her. Hey, your class has made a lot of progress this time. The class ranking has risen by 2 places. Only 1 or 2 of them got high scores and pulled up the class average, and I don't even have the heart to talk about the ones at the bottom of the class. I looked at your class results. That Jiang Sui has improved a lot, seems to have improved by more than 50, squeezed into the top 500. Who knows is not cheating, every day in addition to sleeping in class, but also spend money to come in to mix the day. English all of a sudden improved more than 20 points. What level of his English, I cannot know, is not his own score can be examined, I guess only his heart clear. The class teacher of the 7th class walked in, just met the class teacher of the 8th class, Mr. Gu, and the two discussed the results of this time. Lin Yu frowned when she heard the word Jiang Sui. To be honest, she was quite surprised. Just now on the stage, she felt that this teacher was quite responsible. Although he spoke more bluntly, it was for the good of the students. She didn't think that she would be so malicious towards a student in private. When she walked out, those 2 teachers were still standing in front of the wash basin discussing it, and Lin Yu happened to hear that sentence that just the family has a bit of background. If you ask me, a student like him. Chapter 25 He doesn't care about cheating. Teacher Wang's hand-flinging action paused, his eyes glazed over, and his words clogged in his throat, apparently recognizing that the girl in front of him seemed to be the one who had just been sitting with Jiang Sui. For a while the atmosphere was a bit awkward. That teacher Gu did not know why, only thought that the girl in front of him was a student of which class, but it was not good to be heard by a student that the teacher suspected the student of cheating with no proof. Was about to pull Mr. Wang to leave. That girl's eyes looked straight at them, then began to speak. Wang teacher right, I don't know why you have so much malice towards a student, speculate a student cheating, why don't you directly take out the evidence? I remember every class has a monitor, call the monitor at a glance. In the absence of conclusive evidence, please don't bite a cheating evaluation of others. I remember that Jiang Sui has improved by more than 50 places this time, and each subject has improved by more than 10 points. Do you mean to say that Jiang Sui is suspected of cheating in all 4 subjects, or that the monitoring of the Canning private school and the invigilator teachers are just for show, and that the cheating in the 4 subjects has not been detected? Lastly, I believe that Jiang Sui would not cheat, nor would he care to do so. Please don't say such words next time. I believe you know better than me what it means to be a teacher. Lin Yu walked out of the bathroom, not caring about Mr. Wang, whose face had turned into a pig's liver color, and Mr. Gu, who was embarrassed. I guess that teacher Wang also did not expect to be impartial to say 2 bad words about the student, coincidentally heard by the student's parents. If the parents reported to the principal, I'm afraid that this classroom teacher will have to be suspended. Reflecting on her just now, she did only subjective views to evaluate Jiang Sui, on a student to jump to conclusions. When Lin Yu returned to the classroom without changing her face, it was empty, the students were gone. Strange, didn't they tell him to wait in the classroom, or did they say they had already gone back? She took out her cell phone from her bag and wanted to send a message to ask about it, and coincidentally saw a message from him. Jiang Suo, I'm on the 1st floor, the entrance is near the big tree here. Lin Yu didn't think much about it, sent a good word, put her phone back in her bag, and went downstairs. Just when she walked over, she happened to meet that teacher Wang coming over. Anyway, the embarrassment wasn't herself, she didn't say hello. On the first floor, Jiang Suo has one leg slightly curled, leaning against the white-tiled wall. You can faintly see the smile on the bottom of the eyes. A few girls walking down the stairs saw him, at first startled, but when they saw that face of his, they all blushed a little bit, and when they walked a dozen meters, they couldn't help but turn back. Familiar footsteps came down from the stairwell. Jiang Sui's expression became subtle, his body stood up straight. Lin Yu came out of the door, turned around, just in time to see him walking towards him. The two of them were separated by a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Her lips moved, wanting to ask him why he came down first, but felt it was irrelevant, and in the end, she didn't ask. Clouds do not know when to dye a light orange color. Hanging in the distant sky, the trees also dyed a layer of orange. Getting closer and closer, separated by a distance of 1 meter, Jiang Suo saw his own shadow from her eyes. "Sister, let's go, brother treats you to dinner." The parent-teacher conference was over, and he still called himself sister. Lin Yu lowered her head, a little afraid to look into his eyes. "The parent-teacher conference is over. The implication is that you don't need to call me sister anymore." But who is Jiang Suo? His face skin is comparable to a city wall. How can it be compared to a simple-minded white rabbit like Lin Yu? "Oh, still in school, sister, what do you like to eat?" The implication is that if you're still at school, you have to play the game thoroughly. Lin Yu. School entrance, just now also congested road and parking lot, a lot of empty, both sides of the road and backpack students. Security is to maintain order, the car one after another to leave. "Actually, I can go back to eat." Teacher Lin go back is also a person, I go back is also a person, why don't we make a companion together, okay? And, Teacher Lin helped me so much this time, I have not properly thanked it. He knew what to say, and Lin Yu wouldn't refuse. The two of them chose a pretty clean-looking restaurant. Lin Yu and her roommate had come here a few times to eat. It was tasty and affordable, and the owner was also very enthusiastic. She knew that if she let Jiang Suo choose, she would probably choose the kind that was very expensive, so she recommended this one. Jiang Suo surveyed the environment of the store. Here around either the university or high school, a glance is all students. Although I do not know how the taste, at least look very clean. The small fan overhead whistling blowing. See Lin Yu's face blush slowly recede, slender eyelashes under a pair of clear eyes. Teacher Lin came to eat? Lin Yu nodded her head, then added, she and her roommate have come to eat a few times. Since you've eaten before, you should know which dish is good, recommend it, right? The boss's wife brought the order form. Her face was a bit round, smiling, like a Maitreya Buddha. Little girl, see what you want to eat? She did not rush her, but went to the door to greet a few waves of guests walking in. What are the contraindications? It is better to ask first. Jiang Sui's gaze lingered on her exposed white wrist, which had a red rope on it, and seemed to have a cat-style crystal threaded in the center, setting off her wrist even whiter. Hearing that she was asking herself, her eyes lifted slightly and landed on her other hand that was holding a pen. Except for not eating garlic and cilantro, everything else was acceptable. Can you eat spicy? Okay. Okay means average, not too edible. Beijing belongs to the northern city. Lin Yu lives in the south. The cultural difference is still quite big. A few of her roommates are not very able to eat spicy. The cafeteria's food is almost all this side of the taste. Most of the dishes are sweet and sour. After ticking the box behind the shredded pork with fish, shrimp and tofu, and shredded potatoes, after a pause, she ordered a stir-fried vegetable heart. These few, do you think it's okay? If you don't like it, order something else? Lin Yu handed him the menu. I don't know if the 4 dishes are enough for 2 people to eat, but the 4 people in their dormitory are enough to eat. Like. Jiang Suo smoothly took the menu. As for what she ordered, did not even see. Anyway, dinner is just an excuse. It does not matter what to eat. The boss's wife came over to take the menu, but also sent a pot of sour plum soup. Lin Yu deliberately explained that never put garlic and cilantro, for fear that she could not remember, but also deliberately emphasized that they are allergic to cilantro. Try to say serious points. Doing catering business this line, the most worried about customer accidents, allergies are serious will die, they have to be responsible, solemnly said that they will not put. Jiang Sui see her with the most serious tone to emphasize the allergy, cannot help but a little funny, he just do not like the taste of garlic and cilantro, but not allergic to so serious, see her over and over again to emphasize, the heart of that kind of strange feeling seems to be more. He was so attached to his words, reminding him of his deceased mother Jiang. The few dishes ordered were brought up one after another. Lin Yu checked. Luckily, there was no cilantro or garlic. Jiang Sui tasted a mouthful of shredded pork with fish. The shredded pork was very tender, the sauce in it had a strong flavor, and the shrimp was fresh. In fact, his mouth was very picky. Obviously they were all very ordinary homemade dishes, but they were deep in his heart. Or perhaps it is the different state of mind of eating, only to feel that the meal at this moment is more delicious than any other time. Jiang Sui's rice is good, barrel rice has a special aroma, with the rice is also good, the pieces are clear, Lin Yu bowl is still half a bowl, Jiang Sui has been in the second bowl, boys, more than the girls' rice is normal. The small restaurant has been filled with people, almost 3 or 5 fun friends or get-together roommates, like them, a man and a woman, cannot really find a second table. Lin Yu's feeling was marvelous, the time of giving Jiang Sui lessons was not long, for weeks, in fact, less than 10 days, but now it was surprising that they would sit together to eat. Coming out of the restaurant, the street was already lit up with colorful lights. In October, the days are short and the nights are long. 2 hours ago, the sky could still see the colorful sunset, but now they only see the gray sky. Teacher Lin has a class tomorrow? Lin Yu nodded her head. She had 5 classes in the morning tomorrow, and she also had classes in the evening. Then you can still go to class in the afternoon? This question asked the expectation in his heart. There are no classes in the afternoon. Jiang Sui gently raised the corner of his lips, the broken hair on his forehead was blown by the wind, his cold facial lines gradually became softer, and his eyes looked like they had stars in them. Without realizing it, the two of them walked to that dessert store last time. In fact, Lin Yu wanted to open her mouth several times. Raising her head again, Jiang Sui was already standing in front of her, carrying a bag in his hand, presumably to bring it back to eat. 2 minutes ago, without giving Lin Yu a chance to refuse or speak, Jiang Sui threw down a sentence and walked into the dessert store, as if he expected that she would definitely wait for him at the same place. Then I'll go back first. With the sound of whistling cars in her ears and a bit of wind, she raised her head to look at Jiang Sui and said, I will walk with you. No need. Not bad this time. Chapter 26. Did he snub her? The south gate of the school, where the atmosphere of life is heavier, almost all students love to eat all kinds of stalls, pig feet rice noodle store neon signs from the morning until the evening, the door and the owner specifically hung out to attract students' floppy pig feet. Just send it here, you also go back. Jiang Sui turned slightly, just looked at the top of her head, her hair was very dense and black, it was the smell of orange blossom, I don't know if it was orange blossom scented perfume or shampoo, it smelled very good. Handed her the bag in her hand, Lin Yu, eyes slightly confused, did not pick up, what do you mean, he is not buying for himself? Looked at his eyes seriously, said, I cannot want. Together with that time the day before yesterday, and the meal just now, she had already hoard herself out twice. But Jiang Sui still maintains the posture of handing the bag to her, the big one she does not pick up, the two just like this has been standing. In some ways, Jiang Sui was indeed stubborn and strong to the extreme. He didn't say anything, and just kept looking at her like this. One after another, people passed by them, walked a few steps, and then turned back to look. There were few boyfriends and girlfriends that matched so well. On one hand, they were amazed by Jiang Sui's handsome appearance, and secondly, they were envious of Lin Yu, envious that she had such a handsome boyfriend. Lin Yu was helpless, defeated, and finally could only take the bag from his hands. Their fingers had a short moment of contact, the touch was real, but not real. Okay, I took it, you can go back, right? Jiang Sui withdrew his hand, a smile dotted the bottom of his eyes, and said a good word. Lin Yu turned around and walked forward. She didn't turn around, wondering if Jiang Sui was still standing in the same place. Teacher Lin. Lin Yu's footsteps stopped, the yelling of the vendors in front of her suddenly became louder, but she still heard it, it densely penetrated her ears. See you tomorrow. The white figure finally hid in the crowd. Jiang Sui pulled his hand out of his pocket and glanced at the vendor with the loudest yell. He knew. School. The family background of every student in the class, from their clothes, can largely be seen, and Lin Yu's family background seems to be just an average well-off family. A dessert there will cost hundreds of dollars. How would she be willing to buy such an expensive dessert to eat? Ruyu, you're back? In the dormitory, Shen Qingfang was organizing her clothes, while when Jia came back at 4 in the afternoon, her clothes and everything had already been organized, and now she was paralyzed in a chair getting high on melon seeds and catching up on dramas. The two of them heard the sound of the door opening and turned their heads to look at her. Shu ran in the group at the two, know that they have returned to the dormitory, but she is still with her boyfriend You and Me, but also a little reluctant to come back, intense to the last day of the national day of a few hours to use to the extreme, that is not at all wasteful. I brought dessert back, let's eat together. The two saw the bag in her hand, both stared wide-eyed, immediately not calm, when Jia directly threw the melon seeds in her hand, while Shen Qingfang directly stuffed the clothes randomly into the closet. The two directly pounced over and gulped. Holy shit, Ruyu, you've gotten rich, you're willing to buy so many expensive desserts. I remember that his macarons are limited, right, and you have mousse and egg tarts. The egg tarts, cakes, and macarons in the bag are all packaged in small boxes. Lin Yu realized that there were a lot of things in the bag, no wonder it was a bit heavy to carry just now. There were at least 7 kinds of desserts. Why did she buy so many? I didn't buy them, they were bought by my tutoring students. After hearing this, the two of them, with big and round eyes, glanced at each other and saw envy in each other's eyes. Ryu, your student is too good to you. This dessert costs $700 to $800 at least. This dessert store is very famous on the internet. I saw a special Netroots blogger to card, rating super high. In addition to the price is expensive, there is no problem. Linyu does not know these, but she has seen the order form. She knows that desserts here are not cheap moreover, I did not expect Jiang Suo will buy so much, and all gave himself. Then I'll have a matcha mousse, can I? When Jia looked at the matcha mousse eager to try, eyes are bubbling with green light, almost no girl can refuse the temptation of dessert. Eat it. Linyu handed her the matcha mousse. The last time she ate it once, the taste was delicate and slightly bitter. I'll be polite then. Ryu, I want to eat a macaroon. Shen Xingfang saw that she had already put her mouth on it, and the cravings in her mouth hooked up, completely forgetting that an hour ago she was still humming about how she had to lose weight this time. Okay, let's all eat together. When Jia sent the photo to the group, and Shu Ran immediately started bubbling, sending a drooling emoticon. Holy shit, I'm not in the dormitory, you guys are secretly eating delicious food behind my back, still not a good sister, good roommate? Who told you not to come back yet? Jealous of you. Oh, this mousse is so delicious. Calling. Seeing it, not being able to eat it, it's just naked temptation, which is the biggest torture for a foodie. Don't worry, Ryu said she already saved your share. That's more like it. Wait for me, I'll be right back, I brought back milk tea. So, Ryu, you've been tutoring all week? Shen Xingfang wiped off the cream from the edge of her mouth, while stuffing another macaron into her mouth, and asked vaguely. The two of them ate the dessert beautifully. It was really worth every penny. It was so delicious that they almost ate the spoon, and then they remembered that it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. How come Ryu only came back now? Having been gone for 3 days, the students had to make up for it, and classes started on Thursday. That's not right, since there's no class today. Why are you back at this hour? Then what did you do in the afternoon, and how did you meet your tutor student? And why did he buy so many desserts for you? Shen Xingfang was a good baby who liked to ask questions. It wasn't that Linyu didn't want to talk about it, it was mainly because it was troublesome to explain, and there would definitely be a bunch of questions when the time came, so she found an excuse, saying that the student's grades had improved, and that she met him by chance, and bought desserts to thank her. As expected, both of them did not ask more questions. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Suo came out after taking a shower, and the screen of the cell phone on the table lit up, sending several vibrations one after another. He Shang, no, brother Suo, what's the situation? I wanted to ask today, when did your tutor become your parent? If not, my mom has been beside me to supervise my homework, I can hold it until now. He Shang, not honest, how did you fool the little girl? Jiang Suo wiped his hair until it was half dry, casually hitched on the chair, his body sunk into the quilt, his eyes finally fixed on the word snubbing. Did he snub? Thinking of today in the boys' restroom, the word she heard, she said she believed him, believed he didn't care about cheating. Indeed, that someone who was so cynical that he was on the bottom charts last semester would improve by more than 50 places this time would indeed be mind-boggling and suspicious. That was the longest, most serious thing she had ever said for him since the two of them had come into contact, outside of lectures. At that moment, he felt something different about himself. It was as if now, when he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with her words, her back. A desire called possession broke through, wanting to stay with her every moment, wanting to kiss her, hug her. 5 minutes later, in the bathroom. Linyu. Chapter 27 Shadow. 507 dormitory last night played until 12 o'clock, fortunately in the morning do not have to go to the morning 8, nearly 9 o'clock, Linyu got up, in turn, woke up a few people. After playing too much during the 7-day vacation, the three of them felt like they had a lazy disease, and as soon as they heard about classes, they all had stress syndrome. Shen Xingfang pulled down her eye mask, her face still tired from not waking up, and it was only after when Jie's urging that the other two had to slowly get up from their beds. Linyu had already washed up and was stuffing her bag with the books she was going to use in class later, checking that nothing was missing and sitting quietly in her seat waiting for them. Compared to the panic of the other three, she was ready to go. Shu Ran, are you ready? I can't hold it in any longer. When Jie stood outside the toilet and walked around with her stomach covered, hoping that this would provide some relief, yesterday afternoon it was spicy hot, followed by milk tea and cake, no moderation at all, now she just wanted to transform into a jet fighter. Come on, give me another minute. Ha, I told you to get up late, now the toilets have to be scrambled. Look at how prescient Ruyu is, waking up 10 minutes ahead of us, and now it's all cleaned up, and you two haven't even changed into your pajamas yet. When Jia stood in front of the sink, looking at the face has been suffocated into a pig's liver color Shen Qingfang, mouth full of foam, babbling, not forgetting to laugh at them. Who knows that it happens to be two are going to be on the bigot, really unlucky, cannot, I really cannot hold back. Saying one more word, Shen Qingfang's face turned even greener. In the last minute of the impending outbreak, Shen Qingfang finally flushed to the toilet as she wished, and experienced the joy of fury, which was a kind of total relief. Holy shit, Shen Qingfang, can you lower your voice a little bit? The few people outside were embarrassed. They really didn't want to associate it with certain colorful images, but with that string of sounds, it was really hard not to want to. Aya, really sorry, cannot control. Several people could only silently cover their ears, not wanting to be tainted by the sound of her jetting. The third period in the morning was English. This time they had to go a little earlier. If they stepped into the classroom at the same time as last time, the teacher must have been impressed with them. 9:20, 4 people packed up. From the dormitory, the cafeteria is not many people, selling buns window only a few sporadic people. The cafeteria breakfast is very rich. In addition to the basic buns, there is also soybean milk, donuts, rice cakes, bait block, millet porridge, so that students have more choices. Luckily, I came early today, and there were not many people. If it wasn't for Ruyu calling us, we'd probably still be in bed right now, and wouldn't have had time to eat the buns. 9:30, one person 2 buns in the hand, just met the class of the army, through the footbridge. To see the front of a store selling buns has been crowded, the owner has been too busy, and this time to eat breakfast, is only to catch the morning 8 back, followed by the following students to class. 9:50, just rushed to the classroom, looking for a middle position, the back of the near the window. Recently there is a teacher of the faculty secretly come to check, too easy to be found, in front of the teacher's eyelids, too conspicuous. Hey, play a few days, 7:30 in the morning almost didn't get up, 7 days of vacation how all of a sudden finished, I feel like I haven't played enough. By the time you've had enough, the semester will be over. Maybe it is the end of the high K 3 months of vacation to me to play cool, before the high san put 2 days I still happy what kind of, now put 7 days I'm not satisfied, really more and more degenerate. 4 people listening to the back of a pair of girls complaining, really, this is a common problem of college students. There are still a few minutes to go before class. The teacher walked into the classroom, and the sound of booing and hooing subsided by a large margin. Lin Yu inadvertently raised her head, just in time to meet a boy looking at her with a smirk. Suddenly remembering the last time she met that boy outside the cafeteria, she turned her head in discomfort. Waiting for that boy to walk to the back, when Jia poked her with her hand, wrinkled her eyebrows and asked, Ruyu, do you know that boy? Why do I feel that he was smiling at you just now? I always feel that smile is very frivolous. Anyway, let a person very annoying on the right, next to the 2 people also came together. Lin Yu shook her head, I don't know. Next to her was already full of people, and the class was about to start. She did not say the last time the 2 had seen things. There were still a few minutes to go before class ended, and the teacher emphasized the issue of the 4th level of English. Almost all of the students here are the best students in the country. Jingbei University relaxed the system. Freshman year can enroll in the 4th grade. 425 passing score is not your goal. The high score is related to you to find a job, graduate school, so it is better to try to test a little higher. The bell rang and the English teacher walked out of the classroom with the textbook. The one thing that makes college better than high school is that the teacher doesn't drag the class at all. The purpose of most students is very clear, that is, the cafeteria. College students do not do anything positive. Dry rice is definitely taken out to run 800 meters sprint speed. After the 4 of them packed up their things, they went out from their seats in turn, except that the boy who just walked down, revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome, and said hello to Lin Yu. The other 3 were thunderstruck. In the cafeteria, Lin Yu roughly told the 3 about what happened. Shen Qingfang directly burst out a nationalist, I shit, this boy is also too disgusting. You have said that you have a boyfriend, but also intentionally show a smile. You still think that you are Ping Yuyan. No wonder I just said that I just sweated, hair stood up. The whole body is uncomfortable. Hopefully, it is just a greeting. If you really get entangled, that would be bad luck. Let's hope so. After eating, the 4 of them came out from the cafeteria. There was no class in the afternoon, but Lin Yu was going to do tutoring, so she didn't go back to the dormitory, but went to the library to sit for a while, and at 1 o'clock, she was almost ready to go. But Lin Yu was a bit unlucky. She had just said goodbye to Shu Ran and the others, and on her way to the library, she met that boy again. What a coincidence, Lin Yu met you again. Lu Zhanming opened a mouthful of big yellow teeth, ruffled his hair with his hand. The originally messy hair was like a chicken nest under the wind. Lin Yu directly carried her bag and ran into the library, swiped her meal card, and looked for a relatively secluded location before she felt a little more at ease. Paying attention to the time, 1 o'clock, before coming out of the library and walking towards that bus stop at the south gate. Scary, so she asked with concern, "You're sick, why does your face look so bad?" Auntie Zhang has been here for several years, and is also treating Jiang Sui as her own child. Seeing that he didn't eat breakfast and didn't come down for lunch, she asked a few more questions. "No, I just had insomnia last night. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Auntie Zhang face puzzled. The young man also began to insomnia, after a few seconds, thought of his identity, is in the critical period of high san. It is estimated that the pressure. You are now a high san, there is pressure is normal, but do not give yourself too much pressure. The body is the capital of the revolution, learning and so on, are not as important as their own body, try your best, otherwise it is counterproductive. Jiang Sui. Pressure, learning? He doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. Auntie Zhang rambled a bunch, but also cited a few examples. What she knows: a colleague doing housekeeping, daughter's usual results are very good, but the pressure is too much, to the high K, direct test smashed, hard 3 years, only on a common 2, there is also a parent to the pressure is too much, the daughter is afraid of not meeting the expectations of the day of the test directly strike, hard 3 years, in vain. Auntie Zhang, I am hungry. Chapter 28 Care. Auntie Zhang still wanted to say something, heard him say he was hungry, and only then was able to stop the words that had not yet been finished, wiped his hands, hungry, good, I will now go to bring the meal. In the dining room, Jiang Sui ate alone. Auntie Zhang went to wipe the unfinished stairs again. The food is still warm, 4 dishes and 1 soup, corn rib soup is very fresh. Maybe it's because it's past the mealtime. Jiang Sui casually ate a few bites, then lost his appetite, put down his chopsticks and didn't move again. The time is also just up to 1:40, according to Lin Yu's habits, it should be right away. He is in the chair, swiping his cell phone, almost, get up and go to the study. His throat was a little itchy, he touched the cigarette in his pants pocket, and after 2 seconds, he took his hand out again, and after thinking about it, he let it go. At 1:50, Jiang Sui was already sitting in his seat and waiting, seeing her walk in, putting his cell phone down. When Jiang Sui raised his head, Lin Yu saw his red eyes, and the color of the bottom of his eyes was even a bit scary, reminding her of the zombie movie she watched with her roommate a few days ago. Originally, she wanted to ask a couple of questions, but then she felt like she didn't have a position. Jiang Sui just watched her step by step towards the desk, not knowing if it was because her brain was too dizzy. She had obviously just seen her last night, and had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Today's arrangement was still an English paper, reading comprehension, and completing the blanks. Lin Yu was sitting next to him, obviously can feel that today Jiang Sui do test paper speed slow, even there are 2 blanks, above the article painted in the correct answer, but to the bottom of the choice is another answer, want to say, or decided to wait for him to finish say. Are you sick? Hearing that she was asking herself, and her gaze carried a wave of concern, he felt as if his brain was even more dizzy, having been awake for a few moments because of the questions he was doing. I'm not sick, it's just that I had insomnia last night and my brain is a little dizzy. Lin Yu looked straight into his reddened eyes before looking at the test paper that was a third wrong. Hard to blame. Hard to blame what? Jiang Sui didn't understand and looked at her suspiciously. No wonder the answers can all be chosen wrongly. What you clearly outlined in the article above is the correct answer, and when you get to the bottom it becomes another one. Lin Yu didn't know why he was losing sleep, and didn't ask, guessing about studies, or maybe something else. The relationship between the two wasn't suitable to ask about such an intimate topic. Of course, Jiang Sui also knew that it was impossible for her to open her mouth and ask. His eyes turned from her to the test paper in front of him, and there were really 2 questions with wrong answers. The whole night his mind was filled with her figure, and now that she was sitting in front of him alive, it made him feel unreal. Lin Yu gave a few wrong questions, reading short essays maintained at 15, and completing the blanks about 12, which is actually an improvement. Afraid that he wouldn't be able to listen, Lin Yu specially used a slower pace of speech. If you have insomnia at night, drink milk, eat some cinnamon balls and red dates, all of which will help you sleep, and try not to watch some exciting videos before going to bed. Finish the paper, the time is almost the same. Thought of high school himself, also insomnia for a period of time, lips moved, I do not know whether it is useful to him. Jiang Sui looked at her violently and saw that she lowered her head, and the black pupils under her long eyelashes were shadowed with her figure. His mind was dizzy, so dizzy that he just wanted to follow the desires of his heart, the proximity, especially those eyes, and those pink-colored lips. But he couldn't, now was not the time. How did Mr. Lin know so much? Had he lost sleep before? At this moment, Jiang Sui knew that the best thing to do was to suppress the desire in his heart, was to end the conversation, but he wanted to know a little more about her. Lin Yu twisted together, fingers loosened, like just stating a calm fact. high school, insomnia for a period of time. The white curtains were arched by the wind, and the 2-meter-high maple tree gradually turned red from the emerald green of summer, which was Jiang Mother's favorite when she was alive. Moving to Yunxiang Gui Mansion, he planted one in the back garden directly opposite his bedroom, and when he opened the window, he could see the fiery red color. The memories of being 7 years old are still strong, remembering being taken to the hospital by his grandmother and seeing nothing but a cold body under a white cloth, knowing that his mom would never stand up again. An hour ago, his mom still held him in her arms, pressed against his ear, and tenderly hugged him, saying, "Daddy will be home soon. Does Suzuki wanna miss Daddy? 2 months have not seen. Daddy will be very happy to see Suzuki grow taller again." Jiang Chengyue was very busy and had not been home for 2 months. On that day, he called to say that he would be home in 3 hours, and Jiang's mother was so happy that she wore Jiang Chengyue's favorite dress before she left for the airport. That day he wanted to go with his mother, but because of a slight cold, afraid of the car uncomfortable, grandmother stayed home to take care of him. Jiang mother went to the airport alone. Then, when he received the call, it was from the hospital. Grandma rushed to the hospital with him, and still didn't see him one last time. Grandmother covered his eyes, but he still saw, hanging down half of the arm is shocking scars, cold, never again have a temperature, never again will tenderly caress his cheek. Jiang Sui face numb with tears, watching Jiang mother was pushed away step by step. 7-year-old him know that his mother this time is forever asleep. Jiang Chengyue rushed to the hospital from the airport, his face more self-blame and pain. Obviously 2 hours ago was still talking on the phone, wife, now already lying in the morgue. Couples who hadn't seen each other for 2 months were now separated by yin and yang. 7-year-old Jiang Sua lost his mother, and 30-year-old Jiang Chengyue lost his wife. He remembered that a year ago, Jiang Chengyue promised them to go to the amusement park, lost his word. 7 months ago, promised to go skiing, the day of departure, because of a phone call, did not go, and then later, it was Jiang mother's birthday, he remembered, he blew out the candles with his mother. Jiang mother saw his sullen expression, took him into her arms, gently stroked his cheek. "It's okay, Dad is busy with his work, his birthday can be celebrated every year." But that became the last birthday of her life. Later, he stopped making requests that would not be taken seriously and never materialized. After taking care of the aftermath of Jiang's mother, Jiang Chengyue plunged back into work. Another 2 months have not seen the family-only grandmother and nanny, 10 years old. Grandmother also died. The 2 people who cared most about him have left him. At the age of 10, Jiang Suo had already gotten used to the fact that there was only the nanny and himself at home. He resented Jiang Chengyue, why he preferred to leave his time for endless work, but couldn't spare a day to accompany his mom. Some memories have been deep into the bone marrow. The night of his birthday, his mom put him to sleep, but he woke up an hour later, groping in the dark for his mom, and downstairs in the living room, she was alone with a 10-inch cake, shedding tears. Chapter 29 Cooling Down. In the middle of October, the temperature in the capital city began to drop, and overnight, there was a feeling of a chilly wind, and the wind outside the window whistled against the glass, and with the addition of a rain shower, it seemed to get even colder. Lin Yu lives in the south, never knew that the temperature can drop so fast. A few roommates have put on a sweater, apparently already accustomed to this plummeting weather. From October onwards, the weather will only get colder and colder, this time to go home, but also what winter clothes and pants, stuffed a suitcase full of. The rainy weather outside the window makes people have no desire to get up, let alone on a day like Saturday when you don't have to go to class. The leaves of a cedar tree right outside the window are hanging with dense water droplets, which then gather and drip down to the ground. I don't know whose sheets and covers are on the clothesline in the communal drying yard. They have been hanging for a few days, and I don't know if they are forgotten or not, but at this moment, they have already absorbed all the moisture, and the water is dripping down below. 9 o'clock in the morning, the dormitory is quiet. After 7 full days of classes, finally made it to the weekend, since only want to sleep to wake up naturally, just like forgetting that last night again and again. Asked Lin, you must remember to call them to get up, because next week there will be a midterm exam, but the 3 accounted for the end of the apparently forgotten. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yu got up and called the 3 of them, but only vaguely agreed to 2 sounds. None of them got up. She was a little helpless, can only take the clothes to the laundry room to wash. Beijing University dormitory has 5 washing machines on each floor, even if 15 hours a day wearing, cannot help but too many people. To avoid crowding, Lin Yu almost always go a little earlier, otherwise, may not be able to wash the clothes on the whole day. Carrying clothes back, a few people have not yet woken up. Signs, the curtains in the dormitory only through the weak light, the air a faint smell of roses. Balcony next to the sink, placed a small glass tank, inside his shoe ran raised small goldfish, is her boyfriend gave her, in order not to make the fish tank looks lonely and monotonous. She from the flower and bird market to buy some water plants and some beautiful small stone decorations, much more vitality. Lin Yu hung up the clothes in order. The weather forecast showed that the next weather is not good, and I don't know when it will be dry. Returning to her seat, she opened her computer and flipped through the previous college entrance exam papers. Seeing the questions that suited Jiang Sui, she copied and saved them. An hour passed, rubbed her eyes, the past 5 years since the college entrance examination paper she had done, and now the impression is still very deep, just need to casually glance, know which question is more suitable for Jiang Sui's current level. Feeling sweaty palms, a sense of stickiness made her uncomfortable, walked to the sink outside and washed herself with hand sanitizer. When she walked in, she accidentally knocked down the clothes pole standing on the wall, making a thud. Linyu was a bit embarrassed, worrying about disturbing the three of them. She picked up the clothes pole and was right in front of Shu Ran, who had pulled open the curtains of the bed and was sleeping hazily. "Ruyu, what time is it?" The voice was still permeated with the lethargy of not waking up, one hand rubbing her eyes in an attempt to wake herself up a bit in this way. After cruising around, seeing the other two people's bed curtains tightly drawn, finally reassured. Last night the three people all accounted for her, but it looks like none of them got up. One-person roll is not scary, it is afraid of a group of people rolling behind your back. The weather outside is still dark and drizzly, no wonder she said how to sleep so well. Fortunately, I don't have to go to class today. Last night and her boyfriend chatted too late, what time she did not pay attention to. The back of the cell phone directly shut down, she simply did not bother to come down to charge. It seems that she should really consider what Shen Xingfang said last time. Buy a 2-meter data cable, the bed is also convenient, she decided. She will go and buy it later. It was 10:30. The sound of the conversation woke up when Jie and Shen Xingfang, both of them were also sleepy, and pulled open the bed curtains. The three of them tacitly looked at each other, tacitly knowing what the other was thinking. Oh, it seems like none of them got up. We can't be blamed for this, we only blame the weather for being too sleepy. I think you have a point. The three of you said one thing and I said another, leaving out the fault of always being a sleepyhead. 10:30, no wonder I said how I'm so hungry. This kind of weather, why don't we go to eat hot pot? There is one at school, the flavor is very good. Shu Ran touched her flattened stomach, and in response, she let out a few gurgles. After finishing, she also did not forget to lick her lips. She really played the essence of the foodie to the fullest. The last time she went to eat with her boyfriend, the taste was good, and because of the good taste, the mealtimes were almost always filled with people. Immediately raised her hand to indicate her thoughts. Hot pot, such a thing, no one should not love. Sour soup, tomato, red oil, ingredients thrown into a hot, can eat. Good, order the Mandarin duck hot pot, red oil, tomato. What do you think, Ruyu? Linyu didn't have any opinion, organizing the things at hand and nodded, all are fine. Great, let's wash up now, if we go late, there will only be a queue. The three of them nimbly climbed up from the bed, the light in their eyes was brighter than Shu Ran's computer screen. It's true that only food can shout them out of bed. Linyu hooked her lips and smiled lightly. The screen on the computer is still bright. Give Jiang Sui lessons for more than 10 days, also roughly understand Jiang Sui's level. Math improved very quickly, the medium level of the subject is almost never wrong. English is more problematic, listening is considered to be the biggest hurdle. There are only 2 sinks in the dormitory, which proves that one person must wait. The three even thought of the rock-paper-scissors method. Holy shit, Shu Ran, you even threw a slow punch. Oops, sorry, I reacted slowly. Finished, also wink wink eyes, said he did not mean it, with a playful and cute little expression, but also really cute girl one. Roll, we are not your boyfriend, this trick is useless to us. Shen Xingfang did not hesitate to dismantle her ruse. In fact, you can 2 wash, 1 go to the toilet, and there is no need for anyone to wait for anyone. A sentence woke up the 3 people who were still guessing the winner. The move of guessing the fist stopped, and instantly felt childish to the point of bursting. Forget it, I'm a big man, so I won't grab it with you guys, I'll go to the restroom first, and I'll let you guys have the sink. When Jie grunted, making a generous appearance, shaking her hand, ready to walk into the bathroom. Just get lost, you are the slowest in the dormitory to go to the toilet. I don't know if you're digesting and pulling at the same time, or are you preparing to make a home in the toilet? Shen Xingfang and Shu Ran also seemed to think of a certain early 8, wrongly letting Wen Jie go to the restroom first before they stepped on the bell to enter the classroom. The 2 were unanimous in pulling her hand, not allowing her to go in, and Shu Ran also hooked the paper towel on the desk by hand, and flashed in the gap between Shen Xingfang pulling her. At 11 o'clock, the 3 of them washed up, changed their clothes, and went straight to the hot pot restaurant. Outside the window, the 4 people looked at the table that was already full. Shit, miscalculated, it seems that we all prejudge each other's prejudgment, was told that there are still 3 tables in front of them. There was nothing to do but sit in the chairs in front of the store and wait for a table to clear. In the air, the smell of the red oil pot base wafted, and they felt even hungrier. Number 57. Half an hour later, their number was finally called. It's finally our turn. I feel like I could eat a cow later. I should have known better than to stare at them. Hee hee, I didn't expect you to have such a fetish. People won't think they've met a female pervert. Shen Qingfang indisputably swallowed her saliva, and her eyes only saw tripe, yellow throat, pork, duck blood, beef meatballs, all delicious. Who told them to eat so flavorfully? This is a great test for a foodie. A few people walked to the table that the waiter had cleared only a minute before, and asked the other three for their opinion, when Jia was responsible for ticking the box at the back of the menu, and soon the soup base was brought up, slightly spicy red oil pot base and tomato pot base. The hot pot gurgled and bubbled. There were too many people. The waiter who dispensed the food was afraid that they couldn't wait, and served a portion of the dishes first, letting them eat first. Chapter 30 Seriously. So cool, eating hot pot in this kind of weather is simply a pleasure. The three of them have snot and tears bubbling up together, and their faces are also red from the spiciness. Only Linyu is more able to eat spiciness, slightly spicy pot base, nothing to feel, her face color is changeless. Ruyu, are you Southerners particularly good at eating spicy food? I see you ate half a day, and your face still didn't change color? The tripe dipped in sesame sauce is crispy and refreshing. Even though it is so spicy that they spit out their tongues, the three of them still can't resist the energy of wanting to eat it. Hot pot is such a charm. Linyu drank a mouthful of sour plum soup, handed the paper towels in front of her to the three in turn, and poured sour plum soup for them. Fortunately, I'm considered relatively inedible. You like this is still considered inedible, then the more edible. Three people all stared with wide eyes. Slightly spicy is already their limit. If it is any more spicy, it is estimated that they will have to lie down and enter the hospital. When Jia was halfway through her sentence when she was interrupted by a male voice next to her, calling out Lin Yu's name. The four of them looked in unison. It was a very handsome boy. Lin Yu raised her head, just in time to see Luchi, surrounded by a few other boys, presumably his classmates. By the looks of it, they should also be here for hot pot. What a coincidence, meeting you here. These are your classmates. Luchi looked at the three, and finally looked at Lin Yu and asked. Lin Yu nodded, they are all my roommates. After Luchi left, except for Shu Ran who already had a boyfriend, the other two were not calm and frantically asked her about the boy just now. When did you know such a handsome boy? Tell me the truth. The three of them put down their chopsticks and looked at her expectantly. He is my high school classmate. Lin Yu couldn't resist their curious eyes and explained. Just high school classmates, there is no other relationship, such as male and female friends and so on. We are the best roommates. You cannot hide us secretly off single? Wen Jia continued to ask. When Jia reveals infatuation smile, just now that boy is too handsome, whether it is the body or face, are very in line with her appetite, to he is still single, then he can chase. No, really just high school classmates. Great, then you know whether he has a girlfriend. I want to chase him. By the way, what is his major? The first to strike is the strongest. After all, such a high-quality male is not many. If it really came true, then she is not earned. Lin Yu shook her head. I don't know. In fact, we don't know each other very well. We didn't even say a few words in high school before. Even he and I went to the same school. I only learned about it when we met by chance a few days ago. It seems to be a computer science major. When Jia heard this answer, slightly disappointed, but it's okay, she also has classmates in the computer science major. She can find them to ask around. Shu Ran sat on the side, holding sour plum soup in his hand. As a person who has been there, with 2 years of rich experience in relationships, a kind of intuition, just now that the boy looked at the eyes of Ruyu is not quite normal. It seems to be the kind of like that the boys have for the girls, but it is just a speculation. If Wen Jia really into it, it's a good thing. When Jia is really thunderous, after eating hot pot, back to the dormitory, open the WeChat friends list, ask in the computer science major of high school classmates, Luchi whether there is a girlfriend. 2 minutes later, the face directly collapsed. What, he has a girlfriend? Shen Qingfang sat in the chair, knowing that Wen Jia must be unable to hold down the excitement of the heart, but also very curious. If you do not like Wen Jia this one, you can also try, until she looked at her face as not right, and immediately asked. He said that Luchi does not have a girlfriend, but my classmate said that he seems to have a favorite. When Jia face frustrated, it is not easy to meet a favorite. Throw the phone on the table, hanging head emo. Shu Ran is not very surprised. Look at Lin Yu, only to see that she does not seem to care, seriously sorting out the notes. Is not a high school classmate, how to not confess, and just now you said that the two people do not know each other well, and analyzed, is it that she guessed wrong? I asked a few more questions. My classmates said, didn't see any girls appear around him, just once played truth or dare. The boy said he had a favorite girl. It seems, really no chance. At this moment, listen to the sound of two teenage girls' heartbreak. In the afternoon, Lin Yu put the test questions that she prepared for class into the canvas bag. A few of her roommates are nestled in the dormitory. Today's weather is not good, do not intend to go out, and the midterm exam is coming soon, or to review. Ruyu, you're still serious. When Jia has not slowed down until now, even her voice has a few points of despondency. The other two people have twisted their heads, do not understand what seriousness she said in her mouth. What is serious? When Jia gaze is still stuck in her body, hey, really, seriously, screw the money, will not have this kind of trouble, at least in the past as a high school classmate, so handsome boys do not have the slightest idea, can only say that Yu is really too clear-minded. Serious about money. The temperature dropped, and it was still drizzling outside. Jiang Sui watched her walk in through the front door with an umbrella painted with a cat pattern. Auntie Zhang opened the door for her, and the two seemed to chat for a few moments as he sat up straight, and before long, he heard footsteps coming from the doorway. And then, retracting his eyes from the red maple leaf at the window, he was just in time to see her walk in. The two of them locked eyes, and Lin Yu walked over to the chair next to him, put the canvas bag aside, and took out the test papers from inside. The first few lectures were almost all centered around reading short essays and completing the blanks, and spent more time, mainly because these two pieces had a higher score. Jiang Sui took the test paper and saw the types of questions on it. His face changed and changed slightly. They were all the types of questions he hated doing the most. But when he met Lin Yu's eyes, he could only do it obediently. The first blank, skipped, the second blank, still skipped, the third blank, it seems to be a fixed collocation, remembered to have read it in her notebook, and decisively filled in the ing form of the verb. The tip of the pen paused. This question seems to be the same as the last paper. The chest is clear, fill in the answer that you know. Wrinkled eyebrows finally slightly stretch. Only Lin Yu's expression was a bit odd. Half an hour later, Jiang Sui did correct the question. Lin Yu watched him correct the right wrong. Was originally a fixed collocation of phrases. He was hard to cross out, should not add words, added several. 10 correction questions, it seems to be right, so 1 or 2, and fill in the blanks, write 5 blanks, 7 choose 5, write 4 blanks. Jiang Sui finished the test paper. Anyway, he knew his English level very well. I guess not many questions were right. I don't need to see Lin Yu's expression to know how bad it was. Is it wrong a lot? Asking this question, Jiang Sui for the first time in his life didn't have much courage, and his expression was also a bit bad. If he didn't ask, Lin Yu wouldn't have said anything, and directly nodded, a lot. The corner of Jiang Sui's mouth twitched, still wanting to say something. Lin Yu had already taken his test paper and was analyzing it. Her voice was as clear as ever, not dragging her feet at all. The first few times to the class tutor, hate directly throw the test paper to him, the day's lesson on this to pass, more talk 2 sentences for fear of the voice bad. This question, the use of non-determinative clauses, the previous given the name of the person, a comma, here can only fill who. This question, according to the meaning of the sentence, the bridge was built in L980, with the passive form. There are a few complex vocabulary. I guess you did not read the meaning of the sentence. And this question, used to. The tip of the pen moved to the next question, the very one that Jiang Sui was confident about. Lin Yu looked up, just to see the confusion in his eyes, know what he was thinking, directly pick up the pen, in the test paper to write up, along with the pen, is a string of beautiful English font. The college entrance examination is only a few months in the past, her English is still maintained in the exam kind of font. Used to do is often do something in the past, get/be used to doing is accustomed to do something, two are not the same, and here, she stood by the window to look at the passing cars, seems to think of a child. In the study room, Jiang Sui sighed listening to her crisp voice ringing in the ears, and see the small red mole under the ear, red extraordinarily eye-piercing. The study of the sunken wood incense seems to be on her body, the smell of her body was neutralized. Lin Yu wrote very seriously, her fingers held the pencil, her nails were clean and rounded, she did not have the habit of keeping her nails. Do you understand here? Jiang Sui nodded his head and returned to his normal look, just pay attention and you can still see the scarlet underneath his eyes, as well as the knot in his throat where he swallowed. Understood. In the middle of the break for 10 minutes, just as Auntie Zhang brought 2 cups of juice, Lin Yu thanked and took it, taking small sips of the juice. He said to Lin Yu that he was going to the restroom, and left the study at a hurried and messy pace. Lin Yu did not know why, did not think too much, continued to finish the juice in the cup, received a message from her roommate, said that when she went back, by the way, bring them 3 cookies back, she replied back good. Chapter 31 Practicing Words. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu saw Jiang Sui walk in, his hair in front of his forehead was wet with water, and his face was even more three-dimensional and distinct. And then continued to talk about the wrong questions just now. Correcting the wrong questions is a big disaster area. Jiang Sui watched his hard work to do the answers were negated one by one, right 2, one of them is still because he can't look at the word, casually changed, by mistake, I did not expect to change the right one. Previously, he did not do the corrections, only to finish the multiple choice questions is, after the composition, if the mood is good, write a few sentences, otherwise, directly swinging bad. Correction questions, in fact, is not difficult, as long as you master the law. Take 9 points is actually very simple. Almost every set of test papers cannot be separated from those few conventional errors: singular and plural, title, preposition, passive voice, tense, additive, omission. Lin knew one by one to give examples of the common errors in it, and then on the test question of an error, here, she was born in 1981, already in the past, and the tense is also used in the past, here, the preposition in front of the time. At the end of today's course, Lin Yu gave him the assignment of the composition, a letter of introduction. If he doesn't know how to write it, there is a template at the back of her notebook, so he can imitate it. One is to let him practice his writing, and the other is to learn to integrate. English composition: cannot write, is too little vocabulary, cannot find the words to say, followed by the accumulation of advanced sentence patterns, no grammatical errors. Want to get more than 20 points is not a problem, and all of this is based on accumulation. Just now the fill-in-the-blank questions and corrections, the words look a lot better than the first time I saw them. It should be really down to practice. Secondly, under Jiang Suo's watchful gaze, pulling out a character book, she has not been kind enough to say, his character is really some ugly English. In addition to writing his name, almost never use the Chinese characters, but also when Jiang Suo did the big math problem, occasionally write the Chinese characters and found that the character in the English language has a fight. My Chinese characters are also ugly? Jiang Sui saw her pull out the character posters, his face darkened, although he did not say it explicitly, but the meaning was already there. It's also important to have a clean and tidy language paper. Lin Yu bit her lip and said, Jiang Sui. Without words, hooked his lips, directly leaned back into the chair, his expression indulgent in her body, really not afraid of him at all. Give him so many tasks. 2 seconds later, a voice with a smile rang out. Okay, since teacher Lin is so responsible, I will definitely practice well, and send it to you on time at night for checking. This is always okay, right? Lin Yu lowered her eyes. This is not necessary. Just how this word feels a kind of abuse in his flavor. There are less than 9 months of time. The review task is heavy, but also just have the time to ask him to practice a little bit. The word looks better. The language scores can also get a few more points. Sui, what are you doing this big weekend? I have sent a dozen messages, and I thought you had disappeared. Don't tell me that at 9 o'clock at night, your tutor is still giving you lessons? He knew that Jiang Suji was listening carefully to the class because he liked the tutor, and if it were any other tutor, he would have been furious and suffered a cerebral hemorrhage in a minute, but the tutor couldn't have been giving him lessons all day. I'm practicing my handwriting. A sentence, directly want to ask what he Shang blocked. No, with brother, this big night is a good time to spend time, even if the class time, this big weekend, when you were so obsessed with the English? He Sheng feels that the brother with the recent more and more inscrutable, used to hate the most English, now turned into his favorite subject, the recent morning self-study, and even saw him in the memorization of words. He is not. Jiang Suo's face did not change, threw the phone to one side, continued to fight with the hand of the word posters. Even he himself did not believe that he was really practicing. What does it mean? Why is he getting confused? I'm practicing kanji. The end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds, and then burst out a classic nationalist "I shit. It's not enough for you to roll me in English, but the language is not spared either. You are going to roll me to death? This is the so-called for the love of learning. Before Sui brother is how unruly a person now in order to be able to stay together with that tutor more, but also really down blood. If that tutor is so good, if he knows that you are a wolf with evil intentions, bad intentions, and a long time of planning, will he be scared to run away? Jiang Suo's pen stopped. Escape? He will not give her a chance to escape. Rolling, how come I didn't realize that your language is so good before? Hey, at least people have received 12 years of education, this vocabulary I still have. What exactly is it that you're looking for me for? I didn't dare to bother you during the day, it's not to the evening, and it's the weekend. I want to find you to play 2 games. In fact, it's not that I want to play, it's mainly for your sake. You said that you study all day long, and you also need to relax appropriately, so that the efficiency of your study will go up. Don't you think it's right? How many stars did you lose? Jiang Suo also does not nonsense. No, he's Shang looking for him 10-9 times is to play the game. With brother, you really God. In fact, I do not want to bother you, it's just a few rookies and monkeys played a few, let me even lost 10. Originally was forced by his mother to study is annoying. It is difficult to find the opportunity to play games, but also let him kneel for 10, the mood is even more depressed. Give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes should be able to finish this page. Okay, just waiting for you to say this. He Shang nimbly hung up the phone. Do not bother him to practice. Rare with brother lost, love to learn. He is not the same, even if his mother stood around to watch him. That is also in the field. The heart in the Han, self-awareness is very high. Since that day when she gave Jiang Sui the calligraphy post, Lin Yu received photos from him every night. She just let him practice when he was free. She didn't expect that he would be so punctual every day. Time turns to November. The weather is getting colder and colder. Lin Yu is a southern girl, naturally not as cold as when Jia. A few roommates, hands and feet have frostbite. She went to the infirmary and bought ointment to rub it on, but it was so oily and shiny that she was laughed at by some of her roommates as a carrot. Lin Yu is very helpless. Rubbed a few ointments are not good, especially at night. It is itchy and unbearable. Writing and holding the pen feel difficult. If she scratches it with her hands, it only gets more and more itchy. In the middle of winter, she dips her hands directly into cold water to feel more comfortable. Ruyu, aren't you cold? How cold is this water? They were all holding hot water bags, but she was just sticking her hand in the cold water. When Jia lives in a bed near the balcony, and is currently chasing a TV show with advanced math next to her to remind herself to study, but after a morning, it's still the same page. The weather is too cold, they don't want to go out. There is air conditioning in the dormitory. In this kind of weather, not to mention going to the library, they can't even climb out of bed. Lin Yu shook her head. Her hands have been frozen red, but the piercing cold can relieve that hot and itchy discomfort, but very comfortable. Hey, luckily not I'll get frostbite. Ruyu may be a southerner and not used to the weather in the north. The weather is only getting colder and colder now, and since we all grew up in the north, it might take a long time for Ruyu to get used to it. It's like a southerner having to adapt to the cold of the north, and a northerner having to adapt to the heat of a southerner. Shen Xingfang also turned her head to look at her, eating a snack in her mouth, looking at her fingertips that had already swollen into radishes, sympathizing. Ruyu's skin is very white and enviable. It's just that when the wind blows, it's easy to be flushed, and it's only November now, and the weather isn't the coldest time yet. A while ago, half a month of military training, what sunscreen, isolation cream coated half, but the three are still tanning a few degrees. Only Ruyu, no change at all. She ran every time to go out to see her boyfriend, have to put on a thick foundation, until the back only slowly white back. Lin Yu put her hand in the water for a while, comfortable, before taking it out, even if she knew that the ointment did not work, but still symbolically smeared, ice cold, and turned into a carrot again. The three of them could not help but laugh a little. Even though they sympathized, they still could not help but laugh every time they saw it. Chapter 32 Colds and Flu. Midterm exams are over. A few people feel relaxed, do not know if the exam is good or not, at least the heart that has been hanging down. Although the university exams are not as intensive as in high school, but as a student, hearing the 2 words of the exams will still be like a big enemy. A semester time will be nearly half. There are 2 subjects also end of the class, and less a few sections, a lot of time, and do not have to eat like before, have to grab. Originally 4 days of early 8, now also 1 day less, in this cold day, for them is simply a huge benefit. A few people discussed tomorrow afternoon to go to the amusement park together to play, a kind of celebration of the end of the midterm exams. Just Lin Yu also do not have to go to do tutoring. The school has started for so long, the dormitory a few people have not gone out to play together. Shu Ran's boyfriend had asked her to go out, but as it was a rare opportunity in the dormitory, she declined. Speaking of which, Lin Yu came to the capital city school 2 months, have not been out of the campus to take a good stroll, out of the furthest place of the school, surprisingly, is to give Jiangsu a class in Xiangguifu. As it happens, there is an amusement park in the southern city. Take the subway to go there, but only a few minutes. We can also save time to play a little more, where the project is quite a lot. I played last time, quite exciting. Shu Ran usually not lesson boyfriend together to visit the amusement park, naturally know where the amusement park is the most fun, these food, play, I guess there is no more than her understanding. Good, then it is decided. Tomorrow after the morning class, we will leave in the afternoon. The next day at noon, they brought back their books and painted their makeup. For Shu Ran's few people, going out to play is to look beautiful. To be honest, this was Lin Yu's first time to enter an amusement park, and each of them held a bunch of candy canes in their hands. A sea of people. The entrance to the amusement park are all kinds of stalls, specializing in attracting young men and women. Business is also quite hot. What to play? How about a roller coaster? Shu Ran excitedly recommended to a few people, she and her boyfriend every time they came to the must-hit the card project. The three silently raised their heads, looking at the above ghostly tourists. 1 or 2 have been unable to control the chaotic flight of the 5 senses, have shaken their heads, alone in the following to see, legs and stomach cannot stop trembling. That big pendulum? Words just finished, a shoe fell from the sky, fortunately she dodged fast, or else straight to the head. It was accompanied by a burst of, I regret it. The trio shook their heads again. This one was scary too, and their legs shook even more, a natural reaction. A jumper? Shu Ran pointed to the jumper over there again. Seeing that it happened to stop, they went over, just in time for this trip. Only to see in front of the wave of tourists down from the top, weak legs, crazy vomiting, and directly fell to the ground. This is to take the life in the play, right? The three people again tacit understanding shook their heads. Then what do you want to play? These three are the most classic and exciting projects of the amusement park. She felt that to come to the amusement park, do not play these three, are sorry to come to this trip. I say, can't you say some mild project, if really go up, do you think we still have life to come down? When Jia clasped her hands with a black line on her face, even full of disgust. Shu Ran is also depressed. When she and her boyfriend came to play, they didn't consider so much, or maybe they played so many times that they already didn't feel anything. Now think about it, the other two people do not mention, Ryu so weak, to really play the program just now, maybe people have already hung up on it. Twisted his eyebrows and thought for a while what other projects, carousel always okay, that children can play, if that you are still afraid, then really no fun to play? The three of you look at me, I look at you, nodded, this can be, this one sounds very mild, there should not be any flying five senses. The four of them get on the merry-go-round in turn. It's Wednesday, the students are not yet on vacation, there are almost no children, however, the merry-go-round is almost always filled with young men and women holding hands, 2 by 2, looking at each other, their eyes are pulling at each other. A few single dogs silently reduce their presence, waiting for the wooden horse to stop, flying to the next project. Half a day down, in addition to a few more exciting, they all one by one to experience a circle. This $200 is also considered to be value for money. College students main one absolutely cannot let themselves suffer. Today play cool, but Lin Yu is miserable, perhaps the cold wind blowing, the next morning up, feel a headache, which is a precursor to the cold, the neck is also very painful, talking are laborious. The frostbite on the hands was also worse, really adding insult to injury. The 3 feel responsible. Ryu as a southerner, was not accustomed to the weather in the north, they also took her out to play, and is to take medicine, and pouring water. After 2 days of medication is not good, Lin Yu face is red, neck pain, nose is also red, the whole body is uncomfortable. When Jia saw her packing up her things and going to do tutoring again, her brows furrowed, and she advised with concern, Ryu, why don't you not go to the tutoring class in the afternoon, you were so sick, if you go out in the wind again, I don't know when you will get well. Yes, why don't you go to the saline drip in the afternoon, it's the only way to get well fast. A few people look at her have been sick for 3 days, her face has lost a circle, her face is red, but her lips are white. It's okay, I can still hold on, if I don't feel better in the afternoon, I'll go to the infirmary at night to hang saline. Lin Yu packed up her things, wearing a sweater inside and a purple down jacket, and after thinking about it, she put a scarf around her neck. The wind was so strong in the past few days that a lot of tree branches in the school were blown off. A few people were worried to death, and in her condition, it was estimated that before she could take a few steps, she would be blown down by the wind. Seeing that she insisted, they had no choice, knowing that Ryu's family is now saving money to pay tuition fees and their own living expenses, unlike them, who open their mouths and talk to their parents when they are sick or in pain. All the way out of the dormitory, Lin Yu felt for the first time that the distance from the dormitory to the bus stop was so far, and she didn't have much strength in her body. The branches of the trees along the roadside were creaking in the wind, and she wrapped the scarf around her neck tightly, the wind hitting her face and scraping it raw. There were too many people on the bus, and with the occasional stop, the feeling of vertigo had her gripping the handrail. Then it was another half an hour's journey. Lin Yu felt that walking had never been so strenuous, there was a feeling of powerlessness that she couldn't see the end at a glance, and she had to stop and catch her breath before she took a few steps. Standing by the wall, touching her forehead, it seems to be even hotter, maybe she should have taken a vacation, in this state, I guess I don't even know what to say. Her head felt like it was on top of a pile of stones, the dizziness was even heavier, she shook her head feebly, one hand propped up on the wall, trying to see the door number in front of her, repeated a few times, heavy shadows appeared in front of her eyes, and her hand hadn't even pressed the doorbell yet, her body was so soft that she couldn't support it anymore, and she fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 33 Worried. The time on the cell phone shows 1:58, Jiang Suo gently wrinkled his eyebrows, picked up the phone several times, strange, how is it still not there yet, is it possible that on the road again encountered a lost little girl? 2:02, the door still did not appear that figure, Jiang Suo heart more uneasy, the heart also jumped nonstop, always feel that there is something bad happened. Pick up the cell phone, decisively pressed the last saved phone number, more than 40 seconds later, the mechanical voice of the female prompted him to the end of the always unanswered, hung up, and then hit. But still no one answered. Lin Yu is not such an irresponsible person, usually around 1:52, plus this time the phone is always unanswered. Jiang Sui intuition that she had an accident. Jiang Sui intuited that something had happened to her. Jiang Suo's face sank to a horrible color, not knowing what other way to contact her besides the cell phone. Think of what? Immediately went downstairs. Auntie Zhang is wiping the table, and in her heart, she is also wondering, how come Mr. Lin hasn't come to class yet today? In the past, she arrived around 1:50, or is it that she doesn't need to attend class today? Auntie Zhang, what's the phone number of the security office at the main gate of Yunxiang Guifu? Auntie Zhang, what is the phone number of the security office of Yunxiang Guifu? Auntie Zhang stopped the action of her hands, looked at him so hurriedly ran downstairs, is still wondering, and heard him want the number of the security office, even more unimaginable. Quickly, tell me. Jiang Suan no longer have time for nonsense. Icy cold look made Auntie Zhang stunned. Oh, I'll flip through it now. Jiang Suo got the cell phone number. Lin Yu came to class every time and also had to pass by the security booth of Yunxiang Guifu. The people there should have an impression. Oh, you're talking about the little girl who comes every weekend. Just now also greeted me. 1.40 went in. Jiang Sui hung up the phone, took the car keys to stride out from the security booth to walk here, but only 15 minutes of time. But now it is more than 2 o'clock, how not yet arrived, and the phone is not answered. I was about to walk towards the parking garage when I heard a voice coming from the entrance gate. Ah, this is which girl, why collapsed here, is not sick. Jiang Suo's footsteps stopped, without much thought, immediately rushed to the gate, his face became ugly, the person on the ground with a purple down coat was really her. The woman saw him, her lips moved, and said softly, do you know this girl? I see her face is not right, I think she is sick, and fainted. She is my tutor teacher. Jiang Suo leaned the person in his arms, called her name a few times, the girl's eyes were closed tightly, there was no response, her breathing was heavy, and her fingers were pressed against her forehead, which was also hot. The woman was relieved, just ready to call 120, since it was his tutor teacher, then he was relieved, and collapsed under the doorbell of this house, that should be recognized. Then you quickly send her to the hospital. Jiang Suo thanked and turned around. Auntie Zhang heard the sound and also came out, saw the fainted unconscious teacher Lin, startled, just wanted to ask what, was Jiang Suo out of voice break? Auntie Zhang, help me open the car door, I will send Mr. Lin to the hospital. Jiang Suo walked towards the garage and explained to Auntie Zhang behind him. I'm going to take Ms. Lin to the hospital, he said. Hospital ward, the nurse to Lin Yu hand-tied the drip, 39.9 degrees, heavy cold, fortunately sent in time, otherwise the brain is burned out, right, you are her what people? The nurse saw such a handsome young boy, his face was a little red, and his eyes looked at him several times. She is my tutor teacher. It turned out to be a tutor teacher. She just thought it was a boyfriend and girlfriend, just rushed in hurriedly just now, said it was a girlfriend, she would not doubt it. Okay, then you show her the 4 here. Jiang Suo nodded his head, his gaze kept falling on the girl on the hospital bed, his heart ached while at the same time, more than anything else, he was annoyed that she didn't know how to care for and love herself. Only a few degrees of temperature, fortunately someone found, if no one has been found, do not know how bad the situation will be, think about it is afraid. Along the way, several times from the rearview mirror to see her red cheeks, he was afraid of not, obviously sick so serious, but also thought to come to his class, do not know to ask for time off, is money important, or their lives are important? Jiang Sui's lips pursed tightly, stood up, went to the bathroom, wet the disposable towel, gently ruffled the hair in front of her forehead, revealing the glossy white forehead and pink earlobes. The first time he touched her so close, Jiang Sui's fingers stopped on the side of her face, not daring to get down, his eyes were heavy with love and preciousness, and only after a few seconds did he carefully touch her cheeks. Sure enough, it was just as soft as he thought it would be. Inch by inch, his eyes slid over her forehead, eyes, nose, mouth, and then to the small red mole behind her ear, every place, to him, had a fatal attraction. Thinking about that day, that glance, she just stood under that sycamore tree, but tugged at his heartstrings. Later became his tutor teacher, seems to be some kind of destiny that can't be escaped, can't be avoided. Stand up, tuck her in, accidentally saw her hand, eyes stopped, last week in front of him still white tender fingers, this will directly swollen into carrots, finger joints are broken skin, 10 fingers, without exception, are born with frostbite. Jiang Sui carefully lifted her fingers, eyes full of pain, did not rub the medicine, how swollen into this way. Put into the quilt, out of the hospital room, dialed the phone. Jiang Suo remembers that he's Shang that boy will also have frostbite, fingers are also swollen out of shape. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. What is that ointment that you had frostbite before and said was very effective? What, you also have frostbite, huh? Is not a thief difficult, and you say. Listening to him start to say a bunch of nonsense again, Jiang Suo impatiently interrupted, do not say nonsense. He Shang was yelled at, and did not dare to say nonsense again, say the name of that ointment. But go to the pharmacy, asked, there is no this ointment. Jiang Sui ran a few more pharmacies, only to find that ointment. He ran all the way back, saw her needle water still left half a bottle, relieved, and from the quilt hand out, carefully smeared with ointment. After a few bottles of injections, Linyu still didn't show any signs of waking up, but her face wasn't as scary as before. The nurse came in to remove the needle for her, and saw the boy staring at the girl in the hospital bed for a split second. The worry in his eyes was not fake. Don't worry, her fever is slowly subsiding. It is estimated that she will wake up tomorrow. Time went to 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Sui has been guarding her side, his eyes have also been falling on her, cannot move away for a second. Went to the bathroom to wash her face, and when she came out, her hand touched the cell phone in her pants pocket before she thought of a problem. She definitely couldn't go back tonight, and there was no telling when she'd wake up tomorrow, so her roommate would be designated to worry. Her eyes went back to Linyu on the hospital bed, remembering that she was in too much of a hurry today, and her bag was still in the car. He went back to the hospital's parking garage and brought her bag, and when he returned to the hospital room, he took out his cell phone from the bag, and sure enough, there were several missed calls and a dozen WeChat messages. Jiang Sui unlocked it with her finger, and just wanted to tap into WeChat to reply, just as a call came in from his cell phone. It was one called Shu Ran. His eyes moved, he got up from the chair, walked to the bathroom, and answered the call. A worried female voice came from the cell phone, followed by a crackling voice. Ryu, you finally answered the phone. It's 9 o'clock in the evening, why aren't you back? We sent a WeChat, and called, never saw you reply, thought you had an accident, scared us to death. Where are you now? Are you back yet? Lin Yu's state today was already very bad. In the past the class was around 5 o'clock back to the dormitory, today until 7 o'clock, still do not see her back. A few people began to worry, and called the phone. The phone has been showing no answer. They were so scared that they almost want to call the police. Lin Yu is now in the hospital, you do not have to worry. Shu Ran on the other end of the phone heard that the opposite side was not Lin Yu, but a strange male voice, paused and hurriedly asked, who are you? Why are you holding Ryu's cell phone? Jiang Sui also understood how the other party was thinking. I am her student who was a tutor. She fainted on her way to class today and is now in the hospital. Ryu really fainted. In which hospital? We are coming over now. Shu ran on the other end of the phone side in relief. No, it's very late now. She will not wake up until tomorrow. It's useless for you to come. After saying what happened, Jiang Sui directly hung up the phone. In the dormitory, Shu Ran looked at the phone that had been hung up, still in a state of confusion. The other two were right next to each other, and Shu Ran was on speakerphone, and the voice in the cell phone could be heard clearly, and also knew that Ryu was now in the hospital, so at least she wasn't so worried. Then, Shu Ran's cell phone sent a WeChat photo from Lin Ruyu's cell phone. In the photo, Lin Ruyu's eyes were closed, lying on the hospital bed. That's good. So, the student that was tutoring was a guy? After a few seconds, a few people reacted to the fact that the one who answered the phone just now was a boy, and they hadn't asked her before, subconsciously assuming that it was a female. The three of you look at me, I look at you, or is not yet an adult, and it's not good to stay with a boy, even if that boy is just her student, but a man and a woman, and the age is about the same. The heart that had been put down is once again hanging up. It's like riding a roller coaster all night long. The phone dialed again, but this time no one answered. Jiang Sui saw the phone call again, afraid of waking her, directly to the phone pressed into the mute. Of course he has his own selfishness, it's not easy to have a chance to be alone. How could he let others disturb him? His eyes boldly and hotly looked at her. Skin color is very white, nose small and delicate, eyelashes thick and curly, spread on the clean white pillow, black and waist hair, every place, are very beautiful, at this moment quietly lying on the hospital bed, like a painting. Jiang Sui throat itchy, a familiar feeling spread all over the body, a certain kind of desire invisible once again evoked, eyes scarlet, the blood of the whole body is also rolling hot, incomparable. Lin Yu still quietly closed her eyes. Jiang Sui's gaze paused, stretched out his hand and rubbed it over it. After 2 minutes, he withdrew his hand and covered her up. Lin Yu woke up in the afternoon of the next day, only to feel her whole body soft, opened her eyes, the unfamiliar ceiling above her head made her freeze, and then looked at the shelf next to her where she put her needles and water, only to realize that she was in the hospital. How is she in the hospital? Who sent her here? Only remembered that yesterday was to go to Jiang Sui class, but not yet walked to, the back fainted and lost consciousness. Hands propped up to climb up, saw her canvas bag on the table, extended his arm to take it, cell phone and everything is inside. Creak, the door was pushed open from outside. Wake up, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Yu stared blankly at Jiang Sui who walked in. Were you the one who sent me to the hospital? After asking, she felt that her question was a bit stupid. If he didn't send me here, how could he appear here? You fainted in front of my house, so sick, why do you still come to class? Won't you ask for leave? Although he was heartbroken for her, but when he thought of collapsing in the cold like that yesterday, with a severe high fever, Jiang Sui's tone was still unconsciously aggravated. Lin Yu hung her head, her face was still a little sick, her voice was a little weak. I thought I could hold on, I plan to go back and get a hangnail. Jiang Sua looked at her like this, heavier words cannot be said, thinking that it is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, from yesterday noon to now, drops of water did not enter, it is estimated that the stomach has been hungry. Walk to her front, put the quilt to her cover, voice put soft, you almost a day without food, first lie down for a while, I now go to buy you some food. Lin Yu grasped the quilt in front of her, always felt that Jiang Sui had something different, felt that they were no longer simply the relationship between tutor and student, nodded, good. Seeing her so well behaved, Jiang Sui's heart was a soft mess, thinking of certain scenes from last night, his throat rolled, and after explaining to wait for him, he went out to buy food for her. Lin Yu was the only one in the hospital room, took out her cell phone, only to realize that it was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, she had slept for so long? And found the missed calls on it, last night the whole night did not go back, I guess Shu Ran they should be worried, hurriedly dialed the phone. The cell phone was connected. Ru Yu. Shu Ran, I fainted yesterday, now I'm in the hospital. We know, last night that tutoring student of yours told us, we were worried to death, are you feeling better, we'll go see you? Lin Yu was a bit dazed, her eyes looked to the canvas bag in front of her, she didn't expect Jiang Sua to be so careful, even thought of all this. No need, I guess I can be discharged from the hospital soon. She felt that she had little strength now except that her neck didn't hurt anymore, even her breathing was much smoother. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yu stared at the clean white quilt. Chapter 34 Getting Angry. It wasn't until the curtains were gently shaken by the wind that Lin Yu snapped out of her trance and put her cell phone back on the table, the back of her right hand still had the infusion patch on it, baffled. Lin Yu spread her hands out, not as swollen as before. The remaining light glanced at the ointment on the table, took it over and looked at it, it was indeed a treatment for frostbite, this was the ointment Jiang Sui bought, and he also applied it to himself? But 10 minutes, Jiang Sua pushed open the door and came in, carrying a box in his hand. Is not hungry? His voice was unusually gentle. Lin Yu's eyelashes fluttered lightly, a little uncomfortable with his gentleness, shook her head, no. Seeing him put the box on a side table, and then supporting a small table in front of her, he put the lunchbox in front of her, opened the lid, and moved it in front of her. Bought green vegetables and thin meat kanji, you can't eat too greasy right now. Lin Yu nodded her head and didn't move. What, want me to feed? Jiang Sui joked. Lin Yu's eyes widened, shook her head, picked up the spoon, gently scooped a spoonful of kanji, tried it with her lips, the temperature was just right. Jiang Sui sat on the chair next to her, his eyes fell to her fingers, that ointment is really useful, last night, although she quietly closed her eyes, but still unconsciously reach out and scratch, afraid that she scratched the broken skin, all night holding her hand, every 2 hours to apply it to her. He didn't know what it was like to have frostbite, but only heard from Yisheng that it wasn't pleasant anyway, swollen and itchy. You get frostbite every year? Lin Yu's fingers holding the spoon lurched, shaking her head, no, for the first time this year. I didn't put any medicine on it, why is it so swollen? I did, it just doesn't work. Kanji is quite a lot, Lin Yu ate half of it and could not eat, to the back directly put down the spoon, looked up to Jiang Sua, only to see him just staring at himself. Can't eat any more? Lin Yu nodded. Then don't eat. Standing up, he put away the lunchbox in front of her, removed the table again, and poured her a cup of warm water. Lin Yu reached out and took it, her palm pressed against the warm cup of water. At this moment, other than a thank you, she didn't know what to say to Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui. HM? Thank you for sending me to the hospital, also, how much is the medical fee? Alone in the space, the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Jiang Sui casually said a figure, figuring out Lin Yu's character, knowing that she would give him the medical bill no matter what. Can I be discharged from the hospital now? She felt that her body was already fine, and being alone with Jiang Sui would make her panic, but she couldn't say that weird feeling. Lie down for a little while longer, I'll go check out the discharge later and send you back. Lin Yu didn't want to have too much contact with him outside of class, and subconsciously refused, don't bother you, I can go back by myself. Her appearance of clearing the air with him at any time made Jiang Sua unhappy, his face sinking instantly. No trouble, just by the way, I also need to go back to school. His voice was a little cold. After saying that, he went out to give her a discharge, staying together again, he was only afraid of getting even more angry. Even if Lin Yu is slow, she can hear that Jiang Sui seems to be angry, but do not know why he is angry, nervous, fingers twisted together. Along the way, the atmosphere in the car was even weirder. Lin Yu didn't like to talk, and Jiang Suo was even more anxious to get rid of the relationship because of her just now, and his face was sunk into horrible. There were no classes yesterday and today. I will go back and talk to Mr. Jiang and have my salary deducted. Jiang Sui looked straight ahead, his fingers resting on the steering wheel. The weekend traffic was more than usual, and every stoplight intersection was crowded with cars. 40 minutes later, the car stopped at the 50-meter intersection in front of the south gate of Jingbei University. Lin Yu unbuckled her seatbelt and raised her head this time. Trouble you? After saying that, her right hand went to push the car door, only it didn't push. She turned back to him again, her gaze penetrating with doubt. Jiang Sui finally spoke, his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. His pupils were very dark, reflecting her figure. Weekend night classes? Not understanding why he asked this question, Lin Yu retracted her hand and rested it on her knee, answering, no. Then make up for it on the weekend next week. Anyway, Ms. Lin is still so responsible when she is sick, and when she gets well, it is just the right time to make up for it, and it is just the right time for me to take the monthly exam soon. Lin Yu lowered her eyes, her eyelashes fluttered gently, and nodded, good. Jiang Sui depressed all the way to a better mood, fingers pressed on the left side of the car door, ticking sound, the door lock opened. Lin Yu tried to open it, this time it opened, turned back and said thank you again. The car went away. Lin Yu stood in place for a while, pursed her lips. Just now in the car didn't feel it. After getting out of the car, it only felt as if it was colder today than yesterday. When she returned to the dormitory, all three of them were there. Ru, you're finally back. The three heard the sound of the door opening and surrounded in unison. Seeing that her face was not as scary as yesterday, she was much relieved, and was now more curious about another matter. Are you feeling better? The roommates were all very concerned. Lin Yu was very thankful to have met them. Much better. A few people looked at each other, and asked another question. Ru, the student you're tutoring is a man? Lin Yu didn't think it was strange, but rather felt that their looks were a bit strange. Yes, what's wrong? Nothing, we were just a little shocked. We always thought it was a female before. Last night we heard the voice, it was a male. He took your cell phone to answer the call. We were shocked. Ru is too simple. It seems that we should not think that way. Last night, the three of us analyzed the situation and thought about what Ru said last time, that the student was angry with 5 tutors, but she stayed, and then bought her such expensive desserts, so that's the only possibility. Now that I'm back in the dormitory, there's air conditioning, and it's not cold anymore. You're still wearing the scarf, take it off. Right, just in time, take off your jacket too. Shu Ran went straight to work and took off the scarf for her. Lin Yu was a little confused by their actions. The three of them stared hard at her neck, hating to get a magnifying glass straight away, white as jade, leaving no suspicious traces. Strange, could it be that they thought wrong, or was that boy actually a decent man? The weather is too cold. They all decided to eat in the school cafeteria. Lin Yu only at 3 o'clock in the hospital had kanji, in fact, not hungry, but cannot help a few roommates pulled together to go. Ru, I remember that your hand was swollen yesterday, but today it seems to have subsided a lot. Shu Ran saw her holding chopsticks and fixed her eyes on her fingers. The other two didn't expect Shu Ran to observe so carefully, worthy of being a love master. And in the past few days, you rubbed several ointments that didn't work, and this night it faded a lot. Lin Yu ordered 2 vegetarian dishes that were too greasy to eat, and changed to an ointment that worked quite well. In fact, she was quite surprised. Before she rubbed a few kinds did not work, and Jiang Sui just casually bought one. How did it work? The three of them unspokenly glanced at each other. They didn't even need to guess who bought this. In the past few days, Lin Yu still received word posters and photos of her English practice from Jiang Sui every night, no more, no less, almost always at 9:30, followed by 1 or 2 English questions. A few times, Shu Ran passed by Lin Yu by chance. She was already curious about the student who was a tutor for Ru, and after watching a few times, she was sure that every night that boy would send a message to Ru, and she could only say that the boy's tactics were very clever, with the way of asking questions. The tutor teacher and the student, the name was rightful, and would not let Ru suspect. It made her more and more curious about what the other person looked like. Since the three of them knew that the boy had that kind of heart for Ru, seeing Ru packing up again to go tutoring, 1 or 2 of them had an excited expression on their faces. It was even more exciting than falling in love themselves, a tutor and her own student. Damn, just thinking about it was exciting. If there are any unexpected accidents, you must remember to call us, we will be the first to answer your call. Lin Yu's hand that was packing up her things gave a start. Unexpected accidents, she was just a tutor, what unexpected accidents would happen? At 1 o'clock, from the dormitory, walking, turned around, saw that she did not want to come in, just staring at him. Come in, this is my house. The house I bought a long time ago, surrounded by schools, too noisy, don't like to live here. In the future all classes here, you don't have to take the bus to Yunxiang Guifu. Lin Yu lowered her eyes and dropped a shadow. Was he thinking for himself? If you take classes here in the future, you can indeed save a lot of time. It is very close to Jingbei University, no more than 300 meters. Walked in, roughly scanned around. The house is very empty, estimated to have several hundred square feet, just simple decoration, without any smoke and fire, which means that no one has indeed lived here for a long time. Lin Yu followed him into a very empty study, not even a few books on the shelves. It took some time on the way here, and now it is just at 1:50. When is your monthly exam? Lin Yu put her bag aside, thinking of the monthly exam he mentioned last time, and asked. Jiang Suo put the fruit tea and desserts he had just bought to one side of the table, not expecting her to take the initiative to ask about it, and originally he had planned to talk to her as well. Monday monthly examination. Now speak too much is not appropriate. Jiang Sui's reading comprehension and fill in the blanks is considered to be more able to take out of English, almost all maintained in about 30, can take 50 points, listening is considered to be more strenuous part. I intend to give him a lecture on corrective questions, fill in the blanks, and essays today, as a temporary fix, hoping he can get a few more points this time. Lin Yu brought him the test papers she had organized last night. She wasn't used to lecturing as soon as she arrived. It was better to let him do it first. I guess Jiang Sui wasn't willing to listen to her lecture for 2 hours all the time. Jiang Sui took the test paper and raised his eyebrows. 3 question types, the ones he hated the most. It couldn't be helped, there was always something to do. She had already seen how badly she did on these question types, and was sort of already mentally prepared. 15 minutes later, the fill-in-the-blank questions were done. Lin Yu was sitting right next to him, so naturally she could see the answers he filled in at a glance, and as always, whether it was right or wrong, she didn't comment on it first. Scanning through the answers, 6 out of the 10 answers so far were correct, considered the highest rate of correctness in more than a month. Jiang Suo's fingers are very nice, knuckles are clear, lines are smooth. When writing, it will reveal very obvious bone joints. Now the words, can't see the style of the original. The essay assigned to him last time, putting aside the problem of grammatical errors, could give at least 5 more points on top of the original. Last time, after only 2 weeks of review, he improved by more than 20 points. This time, he should improve a little more. And math, last time, 79 points, after a month of review. Lin Yu has been staring at a point. I don't know if it's staring at him doing the problem, or staring at his fingers. Teacher Lin. Jiang Suo stopped his pen, and saw her fuming, didn't know what she was thinking about, had already unraveled her scarf, and even though she was wearing a down jacket, she could still see her white neck. HM? Lin Yu looked at him, her expression confused, her eyes had a wet beauty. Done. Oh, good. Lin Yu took the test paper and picked up the red pen. What was Ms. Lin thinking just now? Jiang Suo leaned back in his chair, his fingers twirling the pen in front of him, curious as to what she was thinking about when she was dazed just now. Lin Yu's hand that ticked the box paused, the red ink leaving a dot that grew larger, her eyes under her eyelashes blinking gently. Only after a few seconds did she speak slowly. I was thinking about how many places you'll improve this time. Hearing this, Jiang Suo's mood got better, so she was thinking about herself just now when she was fidgeting? The smile on his face instantly enlarged, and his eyes became even brighter and glittering. How many places does Ms. Lin want me to progress? Jiang Sui asked in passing. Lin Yu shook her head and didn't say anything. Of course she wanted to make more progress this time, but the further ahead she went, the more strenuous the progress became. Let's do it this way, let's make a bet, shall we? If I win, Teacher Lin also promises me a reward, and if I lose, I won't lose anything. How about 100th place? Lin Yu's eyes instantly widened, looking at him incredulously. The last time she improved by more than 50 places, it was already very impressive, although it had been another month, but improving by 100 places, how easy was it to talk about? Jiang Suo looked at her, eyes widened, holding his hand, laughing. What, have so little confidence in me? After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yu shook her head. No, it's just that it's really hard to progress 100 places. Whether it's hard or not will be known in a few days, so Teacher Lin is willing to accept this bet? Lin Yu didn't know how to answer. Just like he said, there was nothing to lose if you lost. Thinking that the reward for progress last time was nothing more than 2 cookies, this time it shouldn't be too much. If agreeing to one reward was all it took to make him progress 100 places, then this reward was really worth it. Good, I promise. Seeing her nodding her head in agreement, the curve of Jiang Sui's lips was even bigger. So good, it was all in his plan. Lin Yu finished correcting the test questions, filling in the blanks correctly 6, correcting errors correctly 5. It is considered to be the most correct since the 3 corrections. The difficulty of this test paper is actually higher than the previous ones. but your correct rate has improved compared to the previous two. Lin Yu put the test paper in the middle of the two. Jiang Suo also leaned over, a little surprised. He himself did not expect to correct 5 corrections. It is not a small surprise. At 3:30, took a break. Jiang Sui handed her the fruit tea he had just bought. There was nothing at home before he thought to buy fruit tea on the way here, and dessert. Another box of strawberry cookies pushed in front of her. He picked up a piece and ate it into his mouth. Taste this home. What is the difference? Both of them are peach-flavored fruit tea, thinking of the last time she drank it with what's his name, Luchi, and now he's kind of getting what he wants. Lin Yu picked up a small piece and tasted it. After all, the price is there, the natural flavor and texture is better. Originally intended that the other two classes would be taught in the evening, but now at 4 o'clock, both of them had nothing to do, so they simply finished the remaining 2 classes, worried that if they kept talking about English, it would be boring. Lin Yu switched to math. Ms. Lin was quite considerate. Jiang Suo doing math test, Lin Yu sat aside to watch him calculate the problem. Sitting for 2 hours did not feel, but now 3 hours, the buttocks have not moved, a little numb, waist seems to be a little sour. Get up and take a walk, go out and turn right, there is a balcony, you don't have to stare at me all the time. Jiang Suo was still not in a hurry to do the questions, but his afterglow saw all her small movements in his eyes. Lin Yu was a little embarrassed, her face slightly red. Good. When she stood up, just as the cell phone in her bag rang, she was afraid of disturbing Jiang Sui, hurriedly took it over and went out of the study. Jiang Sui's bold and doting gaze kept following her, hearing subtle sounds coming from the balcony. The feeling was subtle. How nice it would be if she could stay with him all the time like this. 2 hours a week was too little. Eyes narrowed, some sort of plan creeping in. Chapter 36 Real. Outside the balcony, Lin Yu was on the phone with her grandmother. Are you done with your cold? Grandma's kind voice came from the other end of the phone. Grandma, it's been fine for a long time. The last time Grandma called once for a video, she heard her coughing all the time and was heartbroken to know that she had a cold. The weather is getting cold, you have to pay attention to keep warm. Buy yourself a few thick clothes. The capital city is not compared to the cloud city. The temperature in winter in the north can even reach more than 10 degrees below zero. On the phone, Grandma is still rambling. A moment to let her pay attention to this, a moment to let her pay attention to that. Lin Yu is very serious in listening, did not interrupt. Okay, then Grandma won't bother you anymore. Remember what Grandma said. Yes, I will remember. The wind on the 15th floor was quite strong, whistling on her face. Her neck was now empty, densely drilled in. Lin Yu shrunk her neck. Her hair was also blown up by the wind, messy on her face. She also instructed her grandmother to say a few words before hanging up the phone, ruffling her hair behind her ear and putting her cell phone back in her pocket. It was in an excellent location, able to see the Northern Capital University. The red building in front of it was the library, and in front of the fence were originally a couple of thick, sky-high trees. She went to the library a few times before, and saw that there were often students who liked to memorize books underneath. Only at this moment, they had also lost all their leaves, leaving only bare branches, intertwined in a messy manner. Look closely, there seems to be a bird's nest on it. That is, I don't know if there are any birds inside. There was also that yellow building that Shen Xingfang was so strongly criticizing seemed to be the chemistry building, and every time they passed underneath, they had to spit out a few words. Lin Yu hand on the railing, retracted the line of sight. Below is a stream of traffic, now more than 5 o'clock. It is estimated that they are all people who go home from work. Jiang Sui finished the questions and walked out of the study, watching for a while, watching her look this way and that way, not knowing what she saw that was funny. The corner of her mouth curved up in an arc. When Lin Yu turned around, she realized that Jiang Sui was leaning against the doorframe, holding his hands, not knowing how long he had been standing, and the smile on her face froze, and she said with some embarrassment, "Are you done?" Jiang Sui nodded, "Just done." Back to the study, Lin Yu looked at the test paper he finished. Not many wrong questions, only one wrong multiple choice questions, fill in the blanks only wrong. 3 big questions in addition to the second question a bit of a problem, the other are right. After more than a month of living together, Lin Yu found that actually Jiang Sui is very smart. Before may just do not want to study, only to test so many points, but really learn very quickly. Mathematical thinking is about logic, and this point, in Jiang Sui on the body to get the perfect embodiment. Lin Yu on a few of the wrong questions to him. Jiang Sui listened to the end, the correct answer calculated. The time is also still left half an hour. Let him review their own, no matter math English can be. There are questions and then ask her. At 6 o'clock, the end of the 4 classes, the sky completely dark. Lin Yu stood up, packed up her things, looked at him, then I went back after a pause and continued to say, "Do you want to go back, or do you want to live here?" Jiang Sui heard her actually take the initiative to ask himself, looked slightly stunned for a few seconds, shook his head and said, "To go back, here is too noisy." Below is a road, I don't know how many vehicles will pass by in a night. In the elevator, a couple holding a dog, presumably to go down to walk the dog, saw them come in, subconsciously pulled the dog towards their side. The dog's expression was a bit fierce, Lin Yu's face was a bit white, Jiang Suo saw her expression and didn't move to her side, just enough to cover her line of sight. Out of the elevator, Lin Yu was ready to tell him that she was going back, but Jiang Suo seemed to know what she would say when she opened her mouth, and opened his mouth in advance. It's 6 o'clock, and I haven't eaten yet, so Ms. Lin will accompany me to eat together. I chose the same restaurant last time, the boss seems to remember them, immediately welcomed over, said with a smile, little girl, fast inside to sit. Lin Yu came to this restaurant a few times, also mixed a familiar face, this time changed Jiang Sui ordering, fingers holding the pen, looked at her. Ms. Lin also has a taboo? No, I don't. What do you want to eat? All can be. Lin Yu has not been picky about food since she was a child, as long as she can eat enough. Then I'll order whatever I want. Jiang Sui looked at her again, his eyebrows lowered, and most of the time, every time he looked at her, he seemed to have his head down. Good. The 4 dishes that I ate last time, I've already eaten them, so let's try something else. Eggplant with minced meat, cumin beef, sweet and sour pork ribs, mushroom stir-fry with sliced pork, shrimp and slipped egg. Hearing him read the names of the dishes, Lin Yu finally raised her head and her lips moved. Enough, we can't eat it all. And realizing that he ordered all meat, almost none of the vegetarian dishes, she opened her mouth again and said, order a vegetarian dish. Jiang Sui gazed at her, eyes full of laughter. Good, and then order a vegetarian dish, tomato scrambled eggs how? Eggs or meat? The smile on Jiang Sui's face deepened, handing her the menu. Forget it, it's better for you to order it. Lin Yu took the menu. The dishes Jiang Sui ordered just now were definitely not enough to eat: eggplant with meat foam, sweet and sour spare ribs, shrimp with slipped egg, and an oily oatmeal dish. 4 dishes were enough. The boss's wife came over. Lin Yu raised her head, ready to explain that she did not put cilantro and garlic. The boss's wife had already spoken. Do not eat cilantro and garlic, remember. Wait a moment, the dishes will be ready soon. Meanwhile, in dormitory 507. Around 5 o'clock, Shen Qingfang sent a message asking where she was, but Lin Yu said that she might have to make up classes until 6 o'clock today, telling them to eat first and not to wait for her. Shu Ran was so excited that she couldn't wait to go straight to the dormitory with the pictures she took, not expecting to have an unexpected reward for hanging out with her boyfriend. The corners of her mouth are almost to the sky. Now she just wants to go back to the dormitory and share with the 2 of them. So handsome, so handsome. Shu Ran, who usually gasps when she runs a few more steps, now runs straight back to the dormitory in one breath, without taking a break. Sisters, I'm back. You'll never guess what big news I've captured. When the 2 of them heard this, they got energized and rushed over. Is it about Ruyu? When Shen Qingfang heard this, she intuited that it was related to Lin Yu and became even more curious. Yes, guess what I saw? Shu Ran's eyes twinkled, and even now he was still selling secrets, making both of them curious to death. Come on, what exactly did you see? I saw Ruyu eating with a boy. It's that small restaurant we often go to eat. I intuited that the boy is 100% her tutoring student. It's just too handsome. Anyway, I don't know how to describe it. I've taken pictures for you guys to see for yourselves. God knows, when she was passing by outside, she accidentally glanced at Lin Yu sitting inside, and the boy opposite her. How excited she was, she took out her cell phone with a trembling hand, and took a picture of the 2 of them sitting face to face. After taking a picture of the 2 of them, he zoomed in to take a separate picture of the boy. The boyfriend does not know what is going on, see his girlfriend in front of his face to shoot other boys, suddenly jealousy, a strong block in front of her, do not let her shoot, until by Shu Ran slap away, probably put the matter of the passage of time and he said, the boyfriend mood only a little better. Shu Ran flipped to the photo taken just now. The 2 immediately put their heads over, curious for a week, finally can see the real person. Only to see the photo, a man and a woman sitting opposite each other. The woman is really Ruyu. The picture is extraordinarily harmonious, ignoring the people next to it, it is really aesthetically pleasing. Oh my god, what kind of extreme face value is this? How can there be such a handsome boy? I feel like my heart is uncontrollably, it's going to jump out. I swear, this boy is definitely the most handsome one I've seen since I've been living for 18 years. The 2 of them had the same expression. Besides being shocked, there was more of a nymphomania. How about it, isn't it particularly handsome? Shu Ran slid another photo, an enlarged photo. The boy's side face just hit the 2 of them straight in the heart. No, I feel like I'm going to faint. This side face is simply overwhelming. Shen Qingfang covered her thumping heart. And in the photo, Lin Yu lowers her head to order food, and Jiang Sui's gaze falls on her. How gentle, only the person in question doesn't realize it. Did you guys find out? This boy's eyes looking at Ryu are full of tenderness and doting. That's definitely like, now I can be 100% sure. I found it. That day I listened to his voice although it was very cold, but when I listened to it, I felt that the opposite side is a big handsome man. I just didn't expect to be handsome to such a degree. Suddenly so envious of you ah, if I also go to do tutoring now, can I also meet this level of handsome man? Shen Xingfang propped up her chin and smiled with a daffy and flirtatious face. While Lin Yu, who was eating, was completely unaware that she and Jiang Sui's dinner was photographed and was intensely discussed by the three of them in the dormitory. Chapter 37 Missteps. Eating a good meal didn't give Lin Yu the chance to refuse. Jiang Sui sent her to the door of the south gate. With the first time, there will be countless times behind. Lin Yu simply can't refuse. When she returned to the bedroom, all three of them had strange expressions. Lin Yu hung her bag on the cabinet. When she turned around, the three of them were still looking at her in the same way. Did something happen? Nothing. We just saw the scene of a pair of men and women confessing their love. We were just a bit excited. Yes, that boy got down on one knee. It was so romantic, we were all moved to tears. The three of them didn't poke at it. Now that R doesn't know yet, they also want to see when that boy actually confessed to R. This kind of hazy feeling is simply poking their heart straight. Lin Yu didn't think much about it. There are still 4 more classes tomorrow afternoon, and now she has to organize the test questions that will be used in tomorrow's class. The three of them looked at her with this innocent look. Hey, they, the layman, could all see it. At 1 o'clock the next day, when Jie saw that Lin Yu hadn't packed up her things yet, but was still sitting in her seat reading the information, and raised her eyebrows in curiosity and asked, Yu, don't you have to go to class today? It's already 1 o'clock? Lin Yu turned back to her head and explained, I have to go to class, it's just that it's in the neighborhood of Jingbei University, so I don't have to go so early in the future, I can leave at 1:30 a.m. After when Jie and Shen Xingfang heard her words, the two of them looked at each other and squeezed their eyebrows, seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. That boy, in order to not let Ryu squeeze the bus, even deliberately chose the vicinity of Jingbei University, just so Ryu didn't have to run back and forth for 2 hours. Such a boy, handsome, gentle, and delicate, who can top it all? At 1:30, Lin Yu packed up her things and spoke to the two men. After Lin Yu left, the two finally had a chance to talk. I'm really going crazy. For the first time I feel more excited to watch someone else fall in love than I do myself. That boy is too good for Ryu, isn't he? That's it. It's definitely for Ryu, it's just too much of a knockout. Lin Yu from the school out, walked to the opposite side of the road, sent a message to Jiang Sua. The other side quickly replied, said that they have arrived, let her directly knock on the door is good. Walking into the elevator, she pressed the 15th floor. Lin Yu raised her hand and knocked on the door. From inside came the sound of footsteps. Jiang Sua pulled open the door. Between his eyebrows was an extremely light smile. I'm coming. Lin Yu always felt that this sentence was strange, and followed into it. We won't do questions today, I'll give you a lecture on composition. Jiang Sua nodded his head. Do whatever you want, anyway, stay with her. Tomorrow's exam, Lin Yu decided to give him a review of the essay today. Now Jiang Sui's word writing is not a problem, it is also to be able to revise, embellish and process, otherwise it is too simple sentences, cannot get a high score. I gave him a few types of clauses, and in turn gave examples, so that he can understand, although I do not know if Jiang Sua will not be used in the exam, but to give him a little bit of always right. The first kind of determiner clause, like this book, which is interesting, this is one of the simplest determiner clauses. In addition to that, who, whom, those are relational pronouns, used to guide determiner clauses and replace the antecedent word or in the subordinate clause. They are used to lead clauses and replace the antecedent or act as constituents in the clauses. Lin Yu labeled the sentences she wrote one by one with their constituents. After writing the first type, she paused and looked up at him. Do you understand? For the first time in his life, Jiang Sui showed a puzzled expression. His face was full of writing that he didn't understand. He felt like he was listening to heavenly books. Never mind, I'll give you another example. It took 20 minutes for Jiang Sui to finally figure out the usage of the first subordinate clause. In order to see if he really understood, Lin Yu asked him to try making a sentence again. Considering Jiang Sui's vocabulary, she didn't say sentences that were too difficult. The sentences were correct, with no grammatical errors, and then she gave him the noun clauses. Noun clauses include subject clauses, object clauses, epithet clauses, and homonym clauses. An essay, learn to use clauses, and write 7 to 8 sentences on it. It took 2 hours, but Lin Yu finally finished talking to him about several commonly used clauses in English, and then reviewed what clauses they are and how to use them one by one in terms of a few high-level sentence patterns in her notebook. Although I don't know how much Jiang Sua has memorized, it's okay to learn how to use one for the exam. You can come down and take a look. I've given examples of each kind of subordinate clauses. If you don't know, you can always ask me. The 2 lessons of English were finished, and there was a break in the middle. Zhang followed the swing to the living room and handed her a cup of freshly squeezed juice as he walked back. Moisturize your voice is muffled from all the lectures. Lin Yu dully took it and there is a Zhang Sui lead, sleeping students in the examination room and more than 3. The afternoon of English, the first is English listening. Listening according to the last Lin Yu taught the method, drawing keywords, can filter part of the information, formally listening, but also only listen to the part of the drawing of the keywords. When I did the fill-in-the-blank questions, I was surprised to find that there were several questions that were similar to the ones Lin Yu had talked about, and the ones that I didn't know how to do, according to Lin Yu's law, were either past tense or passive voice, so I just plugged them in, and filled them in anyway. It was the first time that Zhang Sui took the correction question so seriously, looking at the words one by one, tenses, prepositions, and fixed collocations. Corrected 7, can guarantee that 5 are right, the remaining 3, blindfolded correction finished. Finally, he allocated his time to the essay, a thank you letter. He felt that he was overly lucky, the template he had memorized last night was just the right thing to use. Shabu Shabu began to put pen to paper, it's so useful, a kind of picking up ready-made feeling. The beginning is well written, the second paragraph he tried to recall the subordinate clauses that Lin Yu had taught himself, and wrote 2 sentences. I don't know if it's right or not, anyway, the sentences are quite long. The male student sitting behind him was puzzled. Strange, math and science are lying down to sleep, how do the English so serious? Originally he also thought of waiting for Zhang Sui to do the first precedent, his own after following him, did not think that the English he directly does not sleep, do is also very serious. He also tried to look at the topic, good guy, directly a sentence cannot read. Shocked more than him, the teacher on the podium is to wipe his eyes several times, to confirm that there is no substitute test, and indeed he issued the same question, math science sleep, English but in the writing? Think of what, eyes disdain, even if the English test is good what is the use, math and science is the big head, not to mention the bottom of the list of people, can test how good. The bell rings at the end of the exam, Zhang Sui put down the pen, swept the paper, wherever filled in, no omissions. Now waiting for the scores to come out, last night he analyzed the grade ranking table, if he improved by 100 places, then this time at least each subject should improve by more than 10 points. English and language are not sure, math and science control the score, try to set aside the space that can be improved, but not let people feel that the progress is too obvious. On the other side, Lin Yu and a few roommates also need to complete the group homework. This group homework is considered a midterm exam, do not need to go to the classroom like other subjects need to be examined in a closed book, only need to go on stage to speak PPT. Shu Ran has a self-awareness, there is no time to look up the information in the dormitory, and decisively said that he will speak the PPT. The final distribution is that Lin Yu and Xinxingshan look up the information, when Jia does the PPT, and Shu Ran speaks the PPT. Hey, every day cannot do the end of the group. The teachers are all obsessed with PowerPoint, aren't they? Shen Xingfang was wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking at the computer all morning, her eyes were green. Lin Yu was also sliding the mouse, reading the articles, finding useful places, saving them first, organizing them and then sending them to Wenjie. Be content, compared to other teachers' midterm exams, this teacher is already kind, I would rather do a PowerPoint than that kind of closed-book midterm exam. Wenjie is picking a PowerPoint template, just waiting for the 2 of them to collect the information. At 11 o'clock, the 3 of them went to the cafeteria to eat. This point to go to the cafeteria, meals are just served out, just staggered time, do not have to grab with the people from class, is the best time to eat. I didn't expect to see Shu Ran and her boyfriend sticking together, the 2 of them sharing a straw, with only 1 serving of rice in front of them. The 3 of them silently walked to the rightmost window, afraid of disturbing the 2 of them and being embarrassed together. Thursday night after the last class, when Jia and Shen Xingfang went to eat a late-night snack, the 2 said only in the afternoon to lose weight, dinner casually eat a little, who knows that after 3 classes, the hunger cannot stand, asked Lin Ru want to go together to eat some. Lin Yu shook her head, to come back to take a shower, and went to the stairwell outlet to blow out her hair. Now there are a lot of people using the outlet, blowing out their hair need to queue up. There are 3 people in front of her, each person blowing 5 minutes, she also have to wait 15 minutes, took a towel and hairdryer, nothing else, can only dry waiting for others to finish blowing. After blowing almost has been 10:30, a few of them have not come back to the seat, found that the phone has a few WeChat messages. Tap in, is Zhang Sui sent, the time is 9:40 sent, she thought it was practicing photos, since let him practice, every night we'll send photos to. She thought it was a picture of him practicing his handwriting. Only then did she remember that he took the monthly exam this week, only the scores came out so fast, she was not expecting it, and she had to say that these teachers were really efficient in correcting the papers, last time too. Lin Yu enlarged the report card, all the way down to find his name in the middle position, to the past, class 22, grade 380 odd, her eyes instantly enlarged, really improved by more than 100. Language 96, Math 98, English 92, Science 206. After looking a few more times to make sure she really didn't read it wrong, Lin Yu was not only shocked at the moment, but more elated. She knew that Jiang Suo would progress, but progressing by more than 100 places, this was something she didn't dare to think about. What followed immediately below was a message: Teacher Lin hasn't forgotten the bet we made, right? Her lips moved, her eyelashes fluttering gently as she typed on her cell phone. Jiang Sui on the other end of the cell phone leaned on the bed, his brows locked. It's been almost an hour, why didn't he reply for so long? Did he not see it? Finally, the cell phone came vibrating, he took it over, his brows stretched. Not forgotten, what reward do you want? Jiang Sui saw this sentence, his throat slid slightly, his face rippled with a shallow smile, replying to her. In the dormitory, Lin Yu saw Jiang Sui's message again. Returned A, good. Chapter 39 Acknowledgement. Jiang Chenghua didn't go home for half a month. In the past, Jiang Suo's grades were so bad that he didn't need to click on the report card. He knew that the bottom few places couldn't be run away, but since the last time he knew that he had progressed by more than 50, he was looking forward to the monthly exam this time as well. Parents group, the teacher has sent the results of this monthly examination in the group. This time did not see his name at the end of a few, all the way to find up, the class 22, face crossed a huge surprise, fingers cannot help trembling. This is really Jiang Sui, that brat test scores, progress of more than 100 a month, progress of more than 100, such a result, he did not even dare to think. After getting off the plane had intended to go back to the company to rest. Tomorrow morning there is an important meeting, but still ordered the driver to go to Yunshan Guifu. A headlight hit the window glass, shook the eyes. Jiang Sui got up, saw half a month did not come back to the person, the expression is subtle. Put down the curtains, back to bed, the cell phone page shows 12 o'clock. The next morning, Jiang Sui walked downstairs. The people in the dining room were having breakfast. Auntie Zhang brought him a cup of black coffee. The bottom of his eyes was a light greenish black. Wake up, I heard that you and Ms. Lin are now taking classes in that house near the Beijing North University? Jiang Sui didn't say anything, just looked at him somberly. Jiang Chenghua took a sip of coffee. Last night he learned from Auntie Zhang that Jiang Sui was now taking classes in that house near Jingbei University. He hadn't thought in that direction before, but the amount of progress this time, as well as all the previous anomalies, were all changes after Lin Yu came to tutor him, so there was only one conclusion. Pursing his lips, he looked at him seriously. You like her? Jiang Sui didn't seem to be surprised that he would ask this. His hands were stuck in his pants pockets, his eyes under his hair were dark to deep. Yes. Only one word answered his change during this period of time. Why only Lin Yu gave him a lesson, he can listen well, for her, willing to learn their most hated English, and even in order to be able to stay with her, personally asked to make up the lesson. Lin Yu was in the dormitory and received the tutoring fee from Mr. Jiang, but even with the 2 days of National Day tuition, it shouldn't have been so much, 5,000, more than 1,000 more than the originally negotiated salary. Mr. Jiang said that it was Jiang Suo's grades that had improved dramatically this time, and specially thanked her. Lin Yu replied back thank you and took the money, and she was happy to be recognized by her employer. Thinking that her roommates usually take care of her, Lin Yu bought some desserts when she came back and distributed them to everyone. Ruyu, did you buy these desserts, or did your tutor's students buy them? After all, it's not easy for Ruyu to earn money. The three people in the dormitory looked at the mousse cake in their hands and subconsciously asked. I bought it, this is not paid tutoring fees. When I came back, just wanted to eat, so I bought a little. A few roommates are very touched, immediately also live up to her intentions. After all, buy all bought, eat very happy, what to lose weight vow were thrown out of mind. Lin Yu looked through Taobao, selecting clothes on it, knowing that she won't receive money to call her grandmother. Simply buy good clothes on the phone, the courier is sent to the home, she will have no reason to refuse. Ruyu, how to buy so many clothes for grandma at home enough to wear. The weather in the city of clouds is not cold, you are alone outside, spending money in many places. Grandma sent you money, you do not receive, but also bought this many things. Lin Yu looked at the video, the grandmother took the clothes on the body fiddling, faces heartbroken and happy. Grandmother, I sent tutoring fees, there is still money, you do not have to worry. My granddaughter has been understanding since she was a child, and Grandma Lin was so pleased and proud that she didn't have anything to say about it. My girl is really filial. Well. Last time, you bought a massage pillow for grandma, and when your grandma Zhang heard about it, she was so envious that she envied her for having such a well-behaved and understanding granddaughter. Near December, the weather in the capital city is getting colder and colder. The sky drifted up snowflakes. Ling Yu is a southerner, the first time to see the sky drifting snow. The seasonal changes in the city of clouds are not obvious. All seasons of the year are evergreen. The branches of the pine and cypress tree outside the window are adorned with snowflakes. That kind of silver world is something Ling Yu has never seen before. A few roommates are not so excited. After all, from childhood to see the big, there is nothing rare. Now in the Beijing North University near the Uptown 1 class, out of the school is only 300 meters away, a back and forth, do not need an hour, save a lot of time. Lin Yu in addition to every weekend to Jiang Sui class, but also review a few professional final exams, time compared to a period of time ago, a lot of busy. The final exam of Beijing University is very strict. Once found cheating phenomenon, directly cancel the qualification of the examination of the results of the subject, and cancel the whole year's evaluation of awards and merits qualification, and even accounting into the file. A few roommates also know that there is a super schoolmaster like Ruyu in the dormitory, and scholarships are out of reach, not to mention that a lot of students in the class are also competing for scholarships, and they certainly hope that Ruyu can get it compared to the others. Although they know they have no hope, but still have to cope with the final exam, cannot fail the subject. Weekend days like this also have to get up to review nearly 10 subjects of the final exam. Review content is still quite a lot. Fortunately, almost the teacher emphasized the key content. Ling Yu have made notes, otherwise more than 200 pages per book, really cannot find the focus of review. Shu Ran and her boyfriend also have less time to date, see each other twice a week, and spend the rest of the time in the dormitory to review. They would have liked to go to the library, but on the one hand, they cannot get up, and secondly, the library is too cold, stay in the dormitory with air conditioning. A few people can also discuss, not like the library is too restrictive. Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock, Lin Yu packed up things to Jiangsu after 2 math classes, from the Uptown 1 out. Evening housemates a few get-togethers together, that small restaurant meals taste good, the price is also cheap, each person spread down, but only $20, and at the school cafeteria to eat once the price is about the same, a change of tastes, but also be regarded as a hard review a week down, on their own treats. Lin Yu stood in front of the school entrance to the restaurant, holding a cell phone, waiting for a few roommates. She will not go back to the dormitory, later a few stroll, just in time for dinner. Lin Yu, what a coincidence, met you again, why are you standing here alone? Lin Yu raised her head from her cell phone, her eyes looked at the person in front of her. It was that Lu Zhanming who smiled at her once she was in English class. That uncomfortable feeling in her heart surged up again. How was it so unlucky to run into him several times? By the way, several times to see are you alone, how have not seen your boyfriend? Lu Zhanming hand inserted into the pocket, revealing the unsuspecting gaze, in her body wantonly survey, even if several times to eat Lin Yu's cold face, but still cannot forget her, such a pure girl is really hooked. This face is so tender, if you can catch up, it's really a good deal. Obviously, for her saying that she had a boyfriend, he didn't believe it from the beginning to the end, and deliberately found an excuse to fool him. And he was a person who, the less he could get, the more he wanted to get. Lin Yu stepped back, a flash of panic in her eyes, trying to calm herself down. I am just waiting for my boyfriend. It is better not to say it. Who knows that Lu Zhanming came to be interested? Really, meeting each other is also a kind of fate. Then I happen to know who your boyfriend is? Lin Yu face ugly, this Lu Zhanming how so disgusting, 3 times to pester her, and class that disgusting smile. Just when she didn't know what to do, a voice appeared in her ears, Lin Yu. Lin Yu followed the voice and looked over. 5 meters away, the person calling her name was Luchi. An idea was brewing in her heart, and she rushed Lu Zhanming and said loudly, I'm sorry, my boyfriend is here. After saying that, she walked over to Luchi and held his arm in a pretense of intimacy. Her voice was filled with joy and tenderness. Luchi, you're here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Zhanming's eyes widened. Just now that boy just shouted out Lin Yu's name, and Lin Yu also took his arm. So, she really has a boyfriend? Luchi came out tonight, just happened to see her talking to a boy, looked wrong, called her name, but what he didn't expect was that she directly said out loud that she was her boyfriend, and also took the initiative to hold his arm. Although he wasn't sure what was going on, he still pretended to cooperate with her. Sorry, let you wait a long time, come on, let's go eat. Luchi rubbed her hair, looked at her with a gentle face and said, Good. The two left arm in arm, Lu Zhanming a face of reluctance, eyes resentment. It is not easy to meet as so appetizing, but also by others first. Almost walked more than 50 meters, Lin Yu turned back, that person has disappeared, and did not follow, relieved, immediately also let go of Luchi's hand. I'm sorry just used you. Lin Yu said with an apologetic face. Just now she had no other way to see Luchi, and thought of only this way to let that boy die. Luchi didn't care, his eyes were full of the girl's beautiful figure. It's okay, what happened just now? Lin Yu told him roughly what happened. Luchi showed a shocked expression. I did not expect that in a higher education institution like Beijing North University, there would still be such a person. It is true that education does not represent everything. Thank you for cooperating with me just now. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. They are all high school classmates. Lin Yu thought of using people just now. It was considered a favor to herself. Luchi had no excuse to ask her out. Usually there is no opportunity to meet. This time she opened her mouth first. The heart is very excited, winking, said in a half-joking tone, or tonight. Lin Yu did not expect him to agree so quickly, for is not, sorry, I already have a date with my roommate tonight, or another day. Well, I'll be waiting for you to send me a message. That day, and if you already have a girlfriend roommate to learn, they said to catch up with their favorite girl, we must come up with action, not to mention that he and Lin Yu not many chances to meet, to seize every opportunity, as soon as possible to let her know their own heart. He thinks it makes sense, then next time, he will confess to Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded, good. The cell phone rang. Lin Yu answered the call. Hey, Ruyu, where are you? Why don't I see your figure? A few people had already arrived at the agreed place, scanned around, but did not see her, was wondering. I'm over here, I'll be right over. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yu looked at Luchi, then I'll go over first, my roommate is already waiting. Luchi lightly smiled and nodded, good. He stood in place, looking at Lin Yu wearing a purple down jacket, with a beige scarf around her neck, her long black hair swaying in the wind, so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her. That was the girl he liked for 3 years. In his first year of high school, the teacher called Lin Yu to go to the office to hold the test papers, but there were too many test papers, blocking the view from the front. It just so happened that he was talking to the classmate next to him and didn't pay attention to the road. Lin Yu jumped headfirst into his arms, and from then on, he noticed that quiet, hard-working girl. Lin Yu walked to where she was just now, and a few of her roommates were already waiting. Ruyu, hurry up, we're just waiting for one of you. Shu Ran waved to her and took her arm, a pure and sweet smile on her face. They decided to go to the shopping mall outside the school first, and then come back to the small restaurant afterward to eat and digest in order to eat more. Jiang Sui's third monthly exam was on Monday and Tuesday. After the second monthly exam, not only were her classmates shocked, but also the homeroom teacher who suspected Jiang Sui of cheating in the restroom the last time was also unbelievable. If one time can be described as cheating, but 2 times have improved, then it can only show that Jiang Sui is really strong, and even focus on praising him in the class. This kind of progress speed is simply horrible. Like this, they all remember Jiang Sui last semester at the end of the year is still in the bottom of the grade, but this semester's progress is amazingly horrible. His grades in the whole grade were like a rocket, skyrocketing. Especially the physics teacher, now with a different look at him. After all, the first monthly examination, as he proctored to Jiang Sui, when he saw him seriously do English thought he was a wind, did not think that people are really have returned to their senses. Jiang Sui? With his hands behind his back, he looked at him with a smile on his face, not knowing when the physics teacher had drifted behind him. Jiang Sui turned the pen in his hand, looking displeased. His tone is more teacher than teacher. Something is wrong? Fat Haiyao stood up straight, beer belly more prominent. The waist of the key is simply the director of the standard, smiled and said, the teacher see you are a buildable material, is that when you take the test, the physics cannot be as serious as the English language to do a little more serious, do not go to sleep. After that invigilation, the physics teacher is also specially concerned about Jiang Sui. These two Jiang Sui progress is obvious to all, especially English. English teacher also said Jiang Sui this is through the study of the 2 veins. Jiang Sui eyelids slightly raised, lazily leaning on the chair. Oh, that depends on the mood. Just like that, the physics teacher was pissed off. He Sheng listened to the conversation between the two, almost could not help but laugh out, and so the fat COA, completely unable to hold back, scurrying to the front of the Jiang Sua, thumbs up, Sua brother, you cattle, look at the fat C were you angry into what kind of, just went out, the face is red. Later on 9 o'clock to test the science synthesis, before the time are arranged by their own review of the subject. With brother, you have now become the focus of attention in the class. Which teacher does not look at 2 eyes, you this tutor is really bullish a month to let you progress more than 100, sitting on a rocket are not as fierce as you this speed? Before the exam can also sit with the brother with a test room, now has been separated by 100,000 80,000 miles, he cannot see with the brother with the classic test must sleep superb sleeping posture. His father also gave him a few tutors before, but learning is not progress is true, he wanted to find his also in Sui brother tutor teacher the same girl, perhaps he also have the desire to learn. Thinking of the photos taken in his cell phone, he Sheng was torn, or don't tell brother soon before the exam, less time, but just seeing the 2 drink milk tea together, already went crazy. If he saw the photos of the 2 holding hands, it would not be straight to murder. Jiang Suo looked up at him, one leg curled, the pen in his hand turned fast flying. Look at his expression is not right, his voice sank a few points. There is something else? He Sheng hastily shook his head. There are a few points of emptiness, currying favor with a smile. No, it is not immediately on the examination. Want to dip your luck? Perhaps I also progress this time of 5, 10 of that? Fear of sway brother see what? He Sheng busy rolled back to his seat. Hey, I'll let him see that scene. Chapter 40 Photos. Jiang Suo leaned back in his chair, looking lazy, his eyes fixed on the screen. The empty classroom echoed with the sound of the game, and the wind outside the window whistled on the window pane. He Sheng that kid are going home, but also biased hand cheap, opened a game, playing half, and then said that his stomach hurts, handing over the phone to himself, for him to finish playing. Shen Mengyan came back from the toilet, saw that Jiang Suo had not yet gone home, froze slightly, pursed her lips. Now there is no one, she can try. 2 years in high school, she had seen no less than 10 girls confessing to Jiang Sui, as well as countless love letters handed over to Jiang Sui through Yi Shang, but without exception, none of the girls succeeded. Always sitting in the last row, always sitting by the window, cynical, but she just fell in love with him at a glance. Jiang Sui didn't notice the person walking by, his finger sliding rapidly on his phone until a strange smell lingered by his side. After a few seconds of pause, she finally gathered her courage. Jiang Sui's classmate? Jiang Sui did not raise his head, his expression was light, and he was about to take 5 kills. His slightly cool lips spat out 2 words, something is wrong? In addition to the sound of playing games in the classroom, Shin Mengran felt that she could hear her own heartbeat. She was afraid of being rejected, but if she didn't take this step, Jiang Sui would never know his own feelings, and she would never have a chance. Do you have a favorite person? Can I be your girlfriend? Victory! The sound of the game's victory rang out, and Jiang Sui threw his cell phone onto the table, finally lifting his head, the corner of his mouth hooked up a lazy arc. You like me? Shin Mengyan was delighted in her heart, thinking that she had hope, and nodded her head shyly. Yes, I like you. I noticed you when I was in my 2nd year of high school, that's why I purposely transferred to this class. At these words, Jiang Sui's smile enlarged, as if he had heard some funny joke, changed a comfortable position to lean back. So listen, it seems to be quite touching. Sorry, I don't like you. Shin Mengyan's smile completely froze, her fingers subconsciously pinched tightly. It was the embarrassment after being rejected. She thought that her heart could be exchanged for Jiang Sui's touch. Silence for a few seconds. If still want to maintain the last bit of dignity, what she should do now is to turn around and leave, instead of like a puppet pestle in front of him. But she is not willing. 2 years of secret love will be such a result. Can I ask why, or do you already have a favorite girl? The classroom was awfully quiet. Shin Mengran hung her head, her eyes were already full of tears, and her lips were turning white. You are not my favorite type. As for the favorite girl, I should not be obliged to tell you. He Sheng came out from the toilet already after half an hour, his hand still covered his stomach, the whole person seemed to be emptied out, and his face was even more of a lifeless expression. I don't know if the cafeteria's food is not clean. This is already the 3rd time he ran to the toilet in one afternoon. When he came back, there was only Jiang Sui alone in the classroom, only Jiang Sui's face was not right. Half-jokingly said, Brother Suo, what is it? Your face is to scare people. Is it a game lost? Don't worry, I won't blame you. He Sheng did not think much about it, covering his stomach while walking inside, not yet realizing the seriousness of the problem. Which knows that he just walked to Jiang Sui's side, he was pulled by his collar and held down on the table, waist also directly hit the corner of the table, almost did not let him break his breath. Where was the photo taken? The voice was colder than the 0-degree temperature outside right now. He Sheng pupils instantly widened, swallowed his saliva, finished. Don't have to think, Sui brother must have seen the photo. This is the end of the examination 2 days, but he has not been thought of how to say with Jiang Suo. The back is also directly forget. Tell me, where was it taken? Jiang Suo is now like a beast jumping out of the fence, his mind is full of Lin Yu holding that boy, smiling sweetly. That kind of smile is something he has never seen before. As long as the thought of her holding a boy that intimately, he wants to kill. The time of the photo shoot was last Sunday, that is, 4 days have passed, but Yi Sheng did not mention it to himself the whole time. Just now, Ho Jun had sent a message to Yi Sheng, and he hadn't been interested in reading it, but his cell phone was right next to his hand, so he accidentally glanced at it, and it happened to mention his name. When did you tell him? What other pictures were there? Until he tapped into Yi Sheng's photo album, a photo came into his eyes. It was Lin Yu holding the boy named Luchi, a shy and sweet smile on her face. He stared deadpan at the time the photo was taken on it, 4:40 p.m. on Sunday, half an hour after the lesson was given to him. He Sheng see Jiang Suo already know, so no longer hide him, just look at his bloodthirsty eyes, legs cannot help but shiver, careful deliberation to open the mouth, it is. The last time we went to drink milk tea outside the store, I originally wanted to talk to you that night, and I was afraid of affecting your exams, but after the exams, and do not know how to open the mouth, and then I forgot. He was drinking milk tea with a few brothers. I did not expect to see this scene, but took a picture and do not know how to say with Jiang Sui, for fear that he will do something crazy. These 2 months Sua's efforts are in his eyes, in order to that tutor, memorize the most annoying words, the most annoying grammar. Jiang Sua listened, put down the hand that grabbed his collar, the look on his face became even more oozing, didn't say anything, striding out of the classroom. He Shang stood up straight, his hand touched to the place where he was knocked by the desk, and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Hiss, it is estimated to have been bruised. Thursday afternoon classes until 5:30, today just have time. Lin Yu yesterday sent a message to Luchi, said this evening can be, he also has no class. The two of them arranged in front of that small restaurant. She finished her class and came out of the classroom. Luchi was already waiting there, saw her and waved. The sky has already darkened, the restaurant, milk tea store, fruit store's signboard less than 5 o'clock has been lit up, all kinds of food stalls in front of the standing full of people. Luchi stood there, looking at Lin Yu carrying a canvas bag, still warm scarf around her neck, her small face bright and colorful, her nose perhaps blown by the wind, red. When he was in a daze, the person had already walked in front of him, his voice softly said, "What do you want to eat?" "All can." Luchi just looked at her standing in front of him, inside his joy, excitement, that is the performance when facing his favorite girl. "Is this one okay?" Lin Yu pointed to the restaurant that she often went to, the other ones in the neighborhood didn't feel as good as this one. "Can, this flavor is good, I and my roommate also often come." Luchi nodded, where to eat does not matter. The two walked in together, now is the time to eat, inside the 3 or 2 sat people, have been eating, there are also waiting for food. "Little girl, you first find a seat." Speaking is the chubby boss lady, at the moment is cleaning the table, every time to come, are very busy look. There is no choice, there is only the wall of the smaller table no one, so they only 2 people, also do not need too big table. The boss's wife brought the menu, let them look at it first, and then went to greet the customers, opened in front of the school, business is very hot, every day is a wave of guests, a day seems to be unable to find time to rest. Lin Yu looked at the menu, she also did not know what Luchi likes, there is no taboo and so on. "I don't know what you like to eat, why don't you order?" Luchi looked at her tangled little face, let him think of high school, she wrinkled her eyebrows to do the problem, uniform blue and white school uniform is very ordinary. Lin Yu sat by the window, and he sat on the diagonal of her, secretly observe her, indeed, it is that dazzling. Serious, hard-working, quiet. "It's okay, I'm not picky, and I don't have any taboos." "Okay, then I'll just order whatever I want." "Good." Lin Yu one by one reported the name of the dishes, ordered 5 dishes, looked at Luchi, enough to eat, do you want to eat something else? "It's fine, the 2 of us can't eat much." Lin Yu handed the menu to the boss's wife, and then the 2 of them waited quietly. Lin Yu didn't know what to say, while Luchi looked at her carefully, his face slightly red. Fortunately, after the dishes came up, that awkward atmosphere dissipated a lot. Outside the window, a figure was staring at the 2 in death, his eyes were bloodthirsty and terrifying. Chapter 41 Confessions. Jiang Sui hands clenched fists, lips by his bite to the color change, cannot believe the scene seen in front of him, if that photo is a lie, but at the moment, she and that Luchi sitting together to eat is really real. Let him think of the photo intimate hand holding, if not determine the relationship, why would she hold his hand like that, and what reason to hold hands? At this moment, the picture of the 2 sitting together at dinner was incomparably blinding, he wanted to rush in and ask Lin Yu if she was already with the one called Luchi. However, he couldn't, nor did he have the position, if he rushed in now, it would only embarrass Lin Yu. In the restaurant, the 2 ate their meal and walked back together. Jiang Sui just watched the 2 walking side by side, and at the school entrance watched the 2 swipe the access card together. The one called Luchi seemed to have a cheap hand and touched Lin Yu's hair. "There are leaves on your hair." Lin Yu saw really a leaf, relieved, thought of the last Ross said, Luchi already have a favorite person, she still pay attention to, today is to invite him to eat a meal, is already thank you last time he helped his own favor. "I live in the 6th building, which building do you live ah?" Seeing that she was about to walk to her dormitory, but Luchi still didn't have the intention to leave, Lin Yu raised her head. "I live in the 12th building." The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory are still a long way apart, the girls is closer to the south gate, and the boys has to go up and walk a few hundred meters. "Then let's part ways here, goodbye." After Lin Yu finished speaking, she was ready to turn around and leave, but she didn't want to be stopped by Luchi. "Wait, Lin Yu." Luchi called out to her in a hurry, his expression was incomparably serious, as if he was brewing how to speak. "Is there anything else?" Lin Yu turned around and asked in a small voice. The sound of the wind whistling in her ears, the few remaining leaves on the branches of the trees also completely fell, and a few couples holding hands walked by her side. I like you since high school, I like you for 3 years, can you be my girlfriend? Finished in one breath, Luchi did not know if he would pronounce the death sentence in the next second. At least at this moment, Lin Yu heard his voice and knew her own heart. Lin Yu froze in place, her mouth slightly open. She didn't expect him to confess to herself, so Frost and the girl said in their mouths that Luchi already had a favorite girl, and that girl was herself. Looking at his eyes full of expectation, Lin Yu didn't know how to open her mouth, but she didn't want to hang him, that would be even more cruel to him. I'm sorry, I'm not ready yet. Luchi's eyes meet eyes, visible disappointment, even if you have been prepared to be rejected, but personally here, the heart is still very difficult, like being poked by a needle. I can ask why, because the boy called Jiang Sui? That boy, the first time he saw her, he was sure that he liked Lin Yu, and that he was in love with his tutor. Lin Yu didn't understand, what does this have to do with Jiang Sui? She just wasn't ready to fall in love. Luchi continued again, only his voice was a bit bitter, as well as despondent after being rejected. I can tell he likes you a lot. Lin Yu walked on the stairs back to the dormitory, her expression frozen, her mind still recalling the words that Luchi had just said. Jiang Sui likes her. Jiang Sui likes her? Luchi only met Jiang Sui once last time, how did he conclude that Jiang Sui liked her? She hadn't thought about it before, but Luchi's words were like a trigger, making her think back to the 2 months she spent with Jiang Sui. Several times he sent her back to school, bought her frostbite cream, knew she had a sweet tooth and bought desserts for herself so that she didn't have to squeeze on the bus, and even came over here specifically for class. She just stood at the door of her dormitory the whole time, staring at that no failure, get rich couplet on the door, and didn't knock on the door, forgetting to pull out her keys. Until the door was pulled open from the inside, when Jia was holding the hairdryer and preparing to go to the stairwell to blow out her hair. She didn't want Lin Yu to just stand straight in front of the dormitory door like this. Egu, scared me. Ruyu, did you not bring your key? Why didn't you knock? When Jia patted her chest and wanted to say something, but then she saw that Lin Yu did not look right, as if she had lost her soul, her whole body was dumbfounded. Ruyu? Lin Yu came back to her senses and looked at her, her eyes revealing confusion. What's wrong? It's not what's wrong with me, it's what's wrong with you. Why are you standing here dumbfounded for half a day? Did something happen? When Jia looked at her with a probing face, why is Ruyu strange tonight? Lin Yu revealed a reluctant smile. She didn't want them to worry. She casually found an excuse. Nothing. Maybe she was blown silly by the wind outside and shook her head for a bit. Oh, that's right. You quickly go and blow dry your hair, don't catch a cold. Lin Yu saw that her hair was still dripping with water, and she was holding a hairdryer in her hand. Okay. Lin Yu returned to her seat. Her mind was still thinking about that matter. Even after sitting for 10 minutes, she hadn't even taken off her bag, when Jia came back and saw it, again with that lost look. Ruyu, why do you still keep carrying the bag on your back, and you didn't take it off? When Jia frowned, put the hairdryer back to its original place, intuitively Ruyu must have encountered something, but what is it that would make her so restless? Lin Yu looked to her canvas bag, and sure enough, she forgot to put it. A little embarrassed, took the bag off and hung it on the closet. Accidentally forgot. One night, because of that sentence, Lin Yu lost sleep. She did not know if she still wanted to go to class, but this part-time job is not easy to come by. Maybe it is just that Luchi guessed wrong, as well as his own sensitivity? Sending her back to school was by the way, rubbing frostbite cream on her was by the way, and buying her sweets was nothing more than a student's way of thanking their teacher. When she woke up the next morning, her brain was dizzy, and it had been a long time since Lin Yu had experienced the pain of insomnia. Oh my god, Ruyu, you went to steal a cow last night, your eyes are so red. The roommates were shocked when they saw her state. I had insomnia last night and didn't sleep well. There was still a class later. Lin Yu forced herself to get up, only to be in such a bad state all day that the few times her roommate called her name, she didn't react. Ruyu, what's wrong with you? If there's anything, you can talk to us. Several of the housemates looked at her worriedly. Lin Yu didn't know how to speak. In the end it was all Luchi's speculation. Curved her lips. Really nothing, just insomnia last night, not much spirit. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu received a message from Jiang Sui, saying that he was waiting for her in front of the school and asked her to go down. She didn't get up right away, and sent a message on her cell phone asking him what's up. Jiang Sui only said that it was about the monthly exams, and asked her to go down there, and Lin Yu kept consoling herself in her heart that she was overthinking it. Ruyu, what are you doing? Her roommate saw her changing her shoes and asked curiously. I'm going out. After Lin Yu left, the two roommates exchanged glances. Have you noticed that you've been acting strange since last night? I did, she's been restless all day. Chapter 42 the original. From the dormitory to the south gate of the school is only 500 meters away. Lin Yu cupped the hand of the cell phone tightened, and on her face was more of a doubt as to why Jiang Suo was suddenly looking for himself. It wasn't until a gust of cold wind poured into her empty neck that she realized she had just hurried downstairs and forgotten to wear her scarf. In fact, this small section of the road, there is no need to bring a scarf, but Lin Yu was born afraid of the cold, not to mention the sub-zero temperatures like the capital city. Once she came out it was too cold to bear. There are more than 10 meters, she saw standing in front of the school Jiang Suo. He also happened to see her. The two eyes on, Lin Yu for the first time felt that his eyes deep to terrible pounding, and she had a premonition that Jiang Sui had called her down this time, and it was related to what happened last night. Jiang Suo stared straight at her, his black eyes as deep as seawater, and his voice rang out again, "That's right." At this moment, Lin Yu felt that the sound of the wind, the sound of the cars, and the yells of the vendors around her all became smaller, and she lowered her head and looked at her toes. She didn't know why Jiang Suo liked herself. When she started to like herself, obviously they were just the relationship between tutor and student, but after piercing the relationship, everything changed. Thinking about the hundreds of desserts for a random serving, the millions of sports cars, the difference between their family backgrounds was too much. One was a young master who grew up with a life of fine clothes, and the other one was a student who worked hard to save up money for his studies, all of which reminded them that they weren't right for each other. "I'm sorry, Jiang Sui, we're not suitable." Lin Yu's eyes drooped, every word spoken with incomparable clarity. Jiang Sui lost control and grabbed her wrist, the corners of his eyes scarlet, his voice raised a few degrees. "Inappropriate, where is it inappropriate? You tell me, where is it inappropriate?" Lin Yu ate some pain, frowned, this time not by her to break away. "Where is not appropriate? We are not a world of people." "Heh, so it is appropriate to be with Luchi, holding hands, and eating again?" Jiang Suo's voice was even colder, although his face was smiling, but not to the bottom of his eyes, it was bone-chilling cold. At these words, Lin Yu raised her head violently, looking at him with disbelief. This expression and tone of her voice made Jiang Sui more and more certain that they were together, and his voice trembled. "So, you are really together?" If the misunderstanding could kill him, Lin Yu didn't mind, nodding her head. "Yes, we are together." "I won't allow you to be together. Break it up for me, you're mine." At this moment, he did not mind exposing his innermost and truest nature and thoughts in front of Lin Yu, and Lin Yu was also frightened by his words. The previous few times, in addition to being a bit strong and domineering, there was not that kind of feeling that made her afraid, but the way he spoke just now, it made her feel like a demon that crawled out of hell. "Lin Yu, in order to stay with you, I went to the most hated English class and memorized the most hated English words. Do you know how happy I was that day, when I heard you defending what I said in the toilet?" Lin Yu's heart twitched, her eyelashes fluttered. He heard what he said that day? "Break up with Luchi, okay? Jiang Sui is both crazy and painful. I wanted to make progress in the 2 monthly exams, so that she could see her efforts and confess to her, but I didn't realize that she was already with another man. If it wasn't for seeing the photos from Yishang, I still don't know when I would have known." Lin Yu didn't know what to say, didn't know that Jiang Suo had hidden so many thoughts in his heart. There were two people pulling in his head, but finally raised his head and said word for word, "I'm sorry, Luchi and I were originally high school classmates. I've always liked him. I won't break up with him." "You are lying to me?" Jiang Suo's hand dropped from her wrist, couldn't believe that he personally heard her admit that she liked Luchi. "No, why would I lie to you? Aren't the photos and dinner the best evidence?" It was now 7 o'clock in the evening. The temperature in the capital city was several degrees colder at night than during the day, and Lin Yu was walking back to her dormitory. There is a baked sweet potato shop under the dormitory building. The boss is putting the washed sweet potatoes into the oven one by one, and handing the already baked sweet potatoes to the customers. This kind of weather is perfect for eating sweet potatoes, warm and fragrant. Lin Yu retracted her eyes, reminding her of that day. She was just looking at it a little more. Jiang Sui thought he wanted to eat it, and paid for it. She thought he bought it back to eat, but she didn't realize that he was buying it for himself. Maybe Jiang Sui is really like themselves, not all like to be together. Back to the dormitory, a few people inside don't know what happened. Shu Ran hasn't come back yet, Shen Xingfang is bathing in the bathroom, and Wen Jia is catching up with the drama. Casually said Ruyu, "You're back?" And didn't notice her abnormality. The next day was Saturday. Shu Ran went home to live in the past 2 days, not to come back. Shen Xingfang and Wen Ran planned to go shopping in the afternoon. Since the determination to review, they have not gone out for a long time to shop. Reviewing for so long, rewarding half a day is not too much, right? At 1 o'clock at noon, the two began to make up. Until 1:30, they realized a problem. Strange, usually at this time Ruyu has already packed things ready to go to do tutoring? But today, how come she was still sitting in her seat without moving, even as if she hadn't remembered this? When Jia turned her head, her face already painted with delicate makeup. Ruyu, don't you need to go tutoring today? Lin Yu's hand holding the pen lurched, and she lowered her eyes. Not going. Last night, she had already agreed with Mr. Jiang that she would not go tutoring in the future, and at first Mr. Jiang was puzzled, saying that there was something about Jiangsu that made her angry. She replied that it was her own problem, saying that the final exams will soon be. Want to study? Mr. Jiang did not ask more questions, just to the tutoring fee for this month to her. The two people heart-thumped, looked at each other, when Jian asked tentatively, is it today do not have to go to class? If it was that she didn't have to go to class today, it would be fine, but Ru's words always gave them the feeling that it meant something else. Lin Yu shook her head, the black carbon pen left a black dot on the paper. This word cannot be written, no, will not go in the future. In fact, I think Jiang Sui is very good to you, why don't you try to say yes to him, is there any concern? The two roommates also know that Jiang Sui confessed to her last night, and sure enough, they guessed right, he likes Lin Yu. Good. How do they know that Jiang Sui is nice to them? When Jia see now we all know, there is no need to hide. Yes, that day you and Jiang Sui on the outside dinner, Shu Ran saw. At that time she also took photos, we also saw the photos. Jiang Sui, look at your eyes, really very gentle. And then think of his last time to send you so much desserts, and send you to the hospital, give you to buy frostbite cream, and later, in order to not let you squeeze the public transportation, and then move to the neighborhood classes, we know he definitely likes you. As when Jia's words fell, the dormitory fell into silence. It turned out that everyone could see that Jiang Sui was very good to her and liked her, only she could not see it, could not see that her tutor's student liked her. Lin Yu was lost in thought as she looked at the notes in front of her and just shook her head, we don't fit. The two roommates didn't know where it didn't fit, but looking at Ruyu's lost in thought, they didn't ask too much. Then you still want to find a tutor to do? Lin Yu shook her head, now also will soon be the final exam, there is not much time, or next semester. Brother Sua, you're not going to class today? Jiang Sui appeared in the milk tea store. They are still a little strange, after all, they all know that Jiang Sui every weekend afternoon have to go to class. And look at his face is not good, the whole person is gloomy and terrible. Jiang Sui waited at Uptown 1 today, and sure enough, Lin Yu didn't come again, reached out his hand, and asked He Sheng for a cigarette. Brother Sua, didn't you quit smoking for a few months, why are you smoking again? The other two don't know what's going on, only the slightly informed He Sheng probably knows what's going on, plus Sui's gloomy expression, it's probably similar to what he thinks, the two of them are out of luck. He also did not know how to comfort, and know Jiang Sui for many years, know how to comfort is useless. From the last time he said he wanted to quit smoking, he knew that he was really trapped. The other two see him not say anything, just look indifferent, eyes are even more chilling, a strong smoke, also do not dare to ask more. Jiang Sui returned to Uptown 1, his face was slightly drunk after drunkenness, put himself down on the sofa, the line of sight shifted right and fell to the balcony outside. In his mind floated back to the day she revealed on the balcony, unguarded smile, that was the first time he saw her reveal that kind of smile, only to quickly converge after seeing himself. Pulling out his cell phone from his pants pocket, he slid to the album page of his phone and tapped it, the photo on it was taken that day in the hospital room. The sentiment in his heart was once again aroused, he really liked her so much, he liked the way she lectured to him, he liked the way she watched him do the questions, he liked the way she defended himself while saying the most serious words disliking those two teachers who suspected him of cheating. 2 minutes later, he followed the thoughts in his heart and dialed Lin Yu's cell phone, and sure enough, it didn't connect, hung up again, dialed again, and still no one answered. Why can't you like yourself? Obviously 2 months ago, she had only introduced that Luchi as her high school classmate, when did they get together? Jiang Sui put his hand into his hair, last night did not sleep all night, this afternoon in the Uptown 1 waited for her for an hour, now the eyelids straight down. He closed his eyes, but his mind is full of her figure again, holding the armrests of the sofa, stood up, stumbled to the bathroom to wash his face, his head seems to have cleared up a few points, but he still wants to think of her, crazy to think of her. In the dormitory, Lin Yu looked at the phone call from Jiang Sui in her cell phone, just silently fuming, not answering. Ruyu, let's go eat, Shu Xiang Yu on second floor, I remember you like to eat their ribs and rice noodles. Lin Yu had been sitting in her seat almost all day, and there was nothing the two could do but divert her attention. Lin Yu nodded her head, not wanting to worry her roommates either. Time doesn't stop because of which person or which thing. Shu Ran came back from home on Sunday afternoon, and also knew about Lin Yu's matter. Several times she wanted to open her mouth, but when she touched the gaze of the two housemates, she finally didn't open her mouth. As outsiders, it's not good for them to intervene too much in such matters. Near the end of the semester, the final exams of various subjects were arranged one after another, and the other was the Saturday 4th grade exam next week. 18 weeks of classes until the end of December, around January is a variety of exams, various subjects are also one after another end of class, review time is relatively abundant. A few people are good, the past few questions simulation also is more than 600 points, the last 2 days, review the translation and writing, on the test with high spirit. Time passed more than half a month, the beginning of a week, Lin Yu every day can receive a phone call from Jiang Suo, but the back know that perhaps they will not pick up, will no longer call. Chapter 43 Oath. Brother Suo, you have been disheveled for more than 20 days, and you still haven't slowed down? Hojun too also saw Jiang then came to the state is not right, only from Yisheng mouth to understand the matter, who knew that at that time to send a message, just by him to see. Drink a mouthful of milk tea, fingers on the phone quickly operating, head did not lift, said in passing, with brother, the old does not go, the new does not come well, and so many girls in the school like you, and then talk about a chant? Yisheng hurriedly stabbed him with his hand, give him a wink, this cargo is really not afraid of death the mouth is not the door, and now also in the fire on the oil, it is really a pig teammate, with the brother to become this way today, in the end, there is a part of this kid's credit. Why? Hurting him to almost lose the game. Hojun raised his head, glanced at Jiang Suo's face, also realized that he said the wrong thing, snapped his mouth shut. The brother with the lack of girlfriends, not at all lack of good, lack of is their favorite girlfriend, it is not easy to have a favorite, who knows now become someone else's girlfriend. Now is the word also do not memorize, the class is back to the bad state, the previous efforts seem to be just all illusion. These 20 days, Sui seems to be even more horrible than the previous state, lost love is really killing people, no, I should say that even before the beginning of love, it is over. By the way, do you guys know, the final exam seems to be around January 10th, and then it will be released for a month, half a month earlier than the other grades to start school? How do you know? A month? That's too little. I heard it from a certain class, saying that the grade director was discussing it in the office. The atmosphere of the scene was quiet to the point of being scary, and several people hurriedly changed the topic. Jiang Suo nestled on the sofa, lazily lifting his eyelids, his black pupils casually falling towards a certain point outside the window, seemingly resuming his previous desireless appearance. A few minutes later, Yisheng stabbed the person next to him with his hand, Jiang Suo retracted his sight, his face was annoyed, and his voice was even colder, looking for death? Brother Suo, quick look. Yisheng seemed to have discovered something, pointed his finger down, Jiang Sui followed his line of sight to look down. Luchi, haven't recovered yet? Don't be so downhearted, I remember there are quite a few girls in the class who like you, why don't you try to accept it? People haven't even gotten out of the shadows yet, and you start telling them to accept a new relationship? I'm right, the best way to forget that girl is to start a new relationship. You are not unaware of how sought after Luchi is in the class, yes, the last one, big eyes, small mouth, long hair, I look very pretty. Although we do not know the specific details, the dormitory roommates only know that Luchi likes the girl as his high school classmate, was rejected, which is no way out of the matter. A few of the roommates know that Luchi confessed last month, and even gave him advice, I did not expect the result is still a failure, this is the past half a month or so, it seems that Luchi has not come out of the shadow of the confession was rejected. Luchi is depressed, the expression on his face is not good, that is his favorite girl for 3 years, let himself just give up, how can he be willing? Yisheng was also playing the game, accidentally glanced at the person who walked in downstairs, always felt a little familiar, until he heard another boy turn his head over and called his name. Luchi, seems to have heard it somewhere? Screwed up his eyebrows and thought for a while, a flash, this is not the last time to see and Sui brother tutor teacher holding hands that boy? And listening to the words of the boys below just now, connecting the dots, the object of the confession spoken of in the mouth should be Sui's tutor teacher, but that boy said the confession failed, so what happened to the last time he held hands? Yisheng twisted his head to look at Jiang Suo, apparently he also heard the conversation of the boys below, his brows furrowed together, his lips pursed tightly. Jiang Suo sat up straight, thinking about what was going on here. It wasn't true that Yisheng had taken a picture of the two holding hands last time, there was also the fact that he had seen them sitting and eating together, and later, she had admitted to being with Luchi, but why did she say that she had failed in her confession? Could it be that Lin Yu was lying to him, but why would she lie to him? The other two brothers also realized that something was wrong, stopped the game in their hands and looked at Yisheng face to face. Jiang Suo stood up and walked downstairs under the puzzled gazes of the three. Brother Suo, where are we going? Yisheng reacted, probably trying to figure out what's going on. Brother Suo was already obsessed with that tutor, and now that he heard that the two didn't make it at all, he naturally couldn't wait. Luchi raised his head, just in time to see the person walking towards him, slightly froze for a moment, did not expect Lin Yu as a tutor's student is also in this milk tea store. You're not with Lin Yu? The several roommates next to Luchi looked puzzled. Who was this boy, and who was Linyu? The moment he came up, he said some strange words. Luchi, you guys know each other? A few people looked at each other and realized that his words were directed at Luchi. Luchi didn't have time to answer his roommate's words right now, and was equally puzzled by Jiang Suo's words. Why would he ask himself this question? Although last time Linyu said it wasn't because of Jiang Suo's problems, she just wasn't ready for a relationship. No, last time I confessed to her, but she rejected me. Luchi still told the truth. As the words fell, Jiang Sui's face eased a few points, but there was a more important question. You weren't together, why did she hold your hand that day, and why did she sit down to dinner together? Luchi was surprised. How did he know so meticulously? Not only did he see Linyu holding his hand, but he also ate with her. How do you know all this? Tell me. Jiang Sui's voice was cold and harsh. Now he just wanted to know the answer urgently. Obviously just a high school student, but the few people present were subdued by this invisible air pressure of his. Luchi swallowed his saliva, and at this moment, he also had to admit that Jiang Sui's aura at this moment did not look like a high school student. That day, it was a boy who harassed her. She saw me and deliberately ran over to hold my hand. I deliberately cooperated with her so that the boy would die. Afterwards, in order to thank me, she invited me to dinner. I wanted to use this opportunity to confess to her, but she rejected me. Jiang Suo listened to the story of the incident. The silence of half a month's heart finally had a temperature. So it was like this, thought of something, and then continued to ask, that night, what did you do with your hand cheaply touching her hair? Luchi was shocked. I didn't expect him to even see this. So that night, from the beginning of the meal, to the time he went in with Linyu, he had been spying on them? I was just helping her take away the leaves that fell from her head. Luchi blushed badly. He was already annoyed by Linyu's rejection of himself, and now this Jiang Sui came to question himself. It was really inexplicable. The few people next to him finally sorted out a little bit of the seed, so the boy in front of him was considered Luchi's love rival, and both of them liked the same girl. Thinking about this, Luchi also sank his face. Why did he tell him? And the boy in front of him should have misunderstood that he and Linyu were together. Now explaining it clearly to him, then he wasn't one more love rival. Although Linyu rejected himself, but at that time also said that rejecting him was not because of Jiang Suo's reasons, but just not ready to fall in love. Perhaps Linyu will be moved by his sincerity at the back maybe. You like Linyu? Now that he has clarified the original cause of the matter, Jiang Sui's mood is extremely good, and he is not lazy to pretend anymore, and he warns in a deep voice, that's right, so you should stay away from her in the future, and since you have been rejected, you should have self-knowledge. Luchi's face became more and more ugly. The heart is hidden pain, quickly reacted, sneered, if I'm not wrong, she also rejected you, otherwise, why would you suddenly question me? We know each other in high school, moreover, now she and I are in a school, our chances of meeting seem to be more than you think you have a chance of winning. He had to say that Luchi's words were indeed true. If Linyu didn't come out, then he wouldn't be able to see her, not to mention that she wasn't even answering his phone right now. Jiang Sui's face completely sank, his whole body radiating anger. But so what? At least now he knew that she didn't like Luchi, then he wouldn't give her another chance to escape. Since she didn't have a chance for 3 years in high school, she wouldn't give him another chance because no one was crazier than him. Chapter 44 Hearing. The three people in the dormitory guessed correctly. Linyu was again given an excuse to eat together by Jiang Sui, not giving her the chance to refuse at all. It was like this for 2 days in a row, and after eating, he would also send her to the school gate. Back to the dormitory is also after 8 o'clock in the evening. Rare tonight Shu Ran is also in. Weekend days like this, she is usually going on a date with her boyfriend. All three of them have books in front of them, but it seems that they are still on the same page as in the morning. On a weekend like this, if you expect them to study, don't even think about it, they are all very self-aware, chasing after dramas and chatting with each other. Ruyu, you're back? Shu Ran is chatting with her boyfriend. Tonight he is going to listen to a lecture, which could be considered as a date, but listening to a lecture and dating, it's better to forget it. Sitting there for 2 hours is boring enough. Mr. Lin put his things away and sat down. Linyu put her things away and sat down to rest for a while. Damn it, big shocking news. Shin Qingfan looked at her cell phone and steeply yelled out, startling several people in the dormitory. When Jia was directly frightened by her voice, and her melon seeds spilled all over the place, while Shu Ran was also unguarded, and her cell phone fell to the ground with a snap. Frost, can you not be startled? Thanks to us do not have a heart attack, otherwise not directly by you scared half dead. Shu Ran's disgruntled and sultry voice came out. When Jia also chimed in, the floor is clean, melon seeds can be picked up and eat again, cannot be wasted, that is, look at the other people, knit brow smiler so reserved, no wonder you cannot find a boyfriend. Hey, this sentence said like you have found like, have the nerve to say you look at you, one day Shen Qingfang is not happy, this and she is a single dog what has to do with her, she is only in the dormitory to show the real self, in the outside is still very reserved. The topic is biased, just what is the amazing news, worth your expression? Seeing that the two are going to start for the topic of reserved or not reserved, can fight for half an hour, when Jia hurried to pull the topic back. Oh, I just chatted with my computer science department classmates, I did not last time and he inquired about whether Luchi has a girlfriend, but just now he and I said that Luchi and the girl he likes to confess, failed. Lin Yu was drinking water, when she heard the name Luchi, especially the last sentence, she directly choked on the water. Ruyu, what happened to you, are you alright? Lin Yu drew a tissue to hide the panic on her face, nothing, just accidentally choked on water. Shu Ran touched his chin and smelled something unusual, Ruyu was acting a bit abnormal. The other two big-hearted, do not know what happened in it, last week on Thursday afternoon after class, Shen Qingfang and when Jia had to go to participate in club activities, the four did not come back together. But after that, Ruyu said that she wanted to invite Luchi to have a meal, and she also knew the cause and effect of the incident, she had suspected that Luchi liked Ruyu, and now she said that Luchi had failed in his confession. Shu Ran's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Yu, so that Luchi was 100% confessing to Ruyu. Damn, even a handsome guy of Luchi's caliber failed in his confession, I'm curious what kind of girl she likes. I guess it's the kind of girl who is good at studying and pretty, and especially good at what she does. The two analyzed a bit, not knowing that the person in question was sitting right next to them. Lin Yu inadvertently raised her head, just to meet Shu Ran's secretive eyes, her heart thumped, at that moment, she understood that Shu Ran already knew that the boy Luchi confessed to was herself. Just the next second, she averted her gaze, did not demolish this matter. Yes, I also thought that it must be a particularly outstanding girl. Shen Qingfang slapped her thighs and her eyes lit up, so, I have another chance? Cough cough cough. Now it was Shu Ran's turn to be snatched, and even coughed up tears. Shu Ran, what's wrong with you again? Shen Qingfang suspiciously looked at Shu Ran who was choking again, how can I feel that they are all strange tonight? Nothing, accidentally choked. Shu Ran is the only knower, if Shen Qingxuang really and that what Luchi good, know that Luchi like Ruyu, and confessed failed, then a dormitory will be how embarrassing. Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock, Lin Yu just came out from Uptown 1, Shen Qingfang sent a message, said to her to get 2 express delivery, mainly on weekends, they are lazy again, just Lin Yu is outside, by the way, asked her to help a little help. Lin Yu returned the word good, walking to the courier station on the road, it was snowing, a thick layer, the roadside piled up snowmen, and even inserted carrots and lit eyes. She felt quite rare, couldn't help but look a few more times, Cloud City from childhood to the number of times it snowed only a handful of times, are falling into the palm of the hand and then melted. Like this kind of snow is also 17 years, the first time to see, the original snow world, can be so white and flawless. Jiang Sui from the underground parking garage out, turned to this side of the traffic light intersection, in front of the red light is more than 30 seconds, inadvertently look out, do not want to let him see the window across a distance of more than 10 meters away from the girl smiling at the snowman with a happy face look. Heart slowed down half a beat, Lin you never know, she in his heart how beautiful, cold eyes unconsciously softened, then took out, thought about what was in the message, how in the world did he know that he had lied to him? She was clear about the gap between the two of them, and that's precisely why she didn't hesitate to reject Jiang Sui when he confessed to her. They are not a world of people, last time I thought it was the last time to meet, from now on, the two will not have any interactions, she just want to finish school and find a good job, but Jiang Sui's paranoia, so that she had to face him once again. If she had only met him as Jiang Sui's tutor teacher, perhaps she wouldn't have had such a trembling mood, but knowing that he had different feelings towards her as a non-teacher student, her heart was flustered and confused, and she didn't know how to face him. There was still a distance of 10 meters, Lin Yu had already seen Jiang Sui who was leaning against the sycamore tree with one leg bent. Holy shit, so handsome, which college is this boy from, is there such a handsome boy in our school? Why don't you go and ask, if he is single, can you ask for a WeChat? I'm not that thick-skinned, I intuited that he was standing here waiting for his girlfriend. A few girls passed by and saw such a handsome guy standing here, their eyes were glowing and whispering. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Can you add a Weibo? One of the bold girl directly walked up, ask and will not be less meat, if you really want a WeChat, then she is not earned. I'm sorry, I have a favorite person. Obviously, Jiang Sui also saw her, a pair of eyes straight fixed in her body, no longer able to move their eyes, more than 20 days have not seen, hot eyes. When that girl heard him say he had a favorite, she followed his line of sight and looked over, it was a sweet and well-behaved girl, so she consciously left and didn't pester him too much. Lin Yu heard the words from Jiang Sui's mouth, her face reddened, and so did her ears. The two of them were separated by a distance of 5 meters. Lin Yu stopped her footsteps, not daring to get closer, afraid that like last time, she would be directly grabbed by him. Jiang Sui was an unreasonable master, she'd better stay away. Jiang Sui saw her so careful appearance, and 5 meters away, as if he was a beast of prey, the mood is a little depressed. Out loud, come over. Lin Yu still did not move. The last time Jiang Suo's actions scared her, her eyes were wet, her lips pursed tightly, and her fingers clenched uneasily. It's okay, it's the same for me to go over. After saying this, he took his hand out of his pocket and walked towards her with long legs. Lin Yu lowered her head, not daring to look directly at his overly hot gaze. Jiang Sui was in a good mood, especially now that he saw her face like a ripe apple. Her eyebrows and eyes were too pretty to be true, and looking downward, a tender, slender neck, white to the point of glowing, just crashed into his eyes, and he unconsciously licked his lips. Jiang Sui answered with a straight face. Anyway, after the last time, Lin Yu guessed that she knew what kind of person he was, and she no longer hid her nature. Why are you like this? Lin Yu's eyes instantly widened. The first time she saw Jiang Sui playing such a scoundrel, her heart was anxious and angry. Who asked you to lie to me and Luchi together? Tell me how many times you lied to me? Jiang Sui's lips rippled with a shallow smile. Just like to see her this vivid look, obviously very angry, but the speech is soft and sticky, even angrier, so cute. Lin Yu does not understand, eyebrows twisted together, always feel that he has something in his words. In addition to the matter of Luchi, what else did she lie to him? Do you need me to remind you? 10 years old but said 18, Mr. Lin, you're not honest, how dare you lie to your own students? After his reminder, Lin Yu remembered this, lowered her eyes, her voice stuttered a bit. When did you know? I saw it on the first day. Didn't your report card fall out? It had your ID on it. Jiang Sui admired her embarrassed look. More than 20 days did not see her, at this moment is alive and standing in front of himself, is the joy of lost and found. She did not promise someone else, also did not become someone else's girlfriend. Jiang Suo looked at the top of her head. Lin Yu lowered her eyes and looked at her toes. After a pause, she opened her mouth. Jiang Sui, we really aren't suitable. Hearing this, Jiang Suo did not like the last big anger, just holding her wrist hand tightened. The tone is mild, like stating a more than usual thing. This is not even together, how do you know is not suitable? Lin Yu abruptly raised her head, looked terrified. No more than 2 months, never know Jiang Sui is so rogue people. Jiang Sui seems to know what she was thinking, kindly explained to her, I am such a person, Ms. Lin may not be accustomed to now, will slowly get used to it later. Lin Yu has lived for 17 years, never heard such shameless words, simply subverted all the previous knowledge of him. What later? Who has later with him? The next 2 hours, Lin Yu all round recognized Jiang Suo how rogue, was forced to pull him to eat dinner, then pulled to eat dessert. Every time you want to open the mouth to refuse, he was a threat. It's okay, Ms. Lin doesn't want to eat. It's okay, then I have to. Lin Yu's 17 years of good temper has been worn out, but it's just that she can't help it. On the contrary, Jiang Suo's mood don't mention how good it is, the smile of the night may be more than his 18 years of this. Want an apple? Don't eat, endured for the 5th time. Want some grapes? I don't eat. Endured for the 6th time. Oranges? No 7th time. By the way, I remember you like cantaloupe. Auntie Zhang brought in a fruit plate a few times ago, and she seemed to like it. Jiang Suo held her hand and took apples, grapes, oranges, and a large box of cantaloupe on his own, not caring about her answer, seeming to just make sure she was around. When he came out again, in his hands were 2 large bags, all kinds of fruits, and the desserts that Lin Yu liked to eat. Let's go, I'll send you back, it doesn't seem to be too early now. Lin Yu held back the move to spit fire, did not expect to come out at 5:30 out, was pulled by him to stroll for so long, almost 9 o'clock in the evening, originally just came out to talk to him clearly, but did not say clearly, but also was threatened by him for a night. Jiang Suo walks in front, do not need to turn around, seems to know how vivid the expression on her face now. This man and woman, walking along the roadside, envied a lot of single and double-bodied dogs that walked past. After all, Jiang Suo's looks are very aggressive, that can make people fall in at a glance, not to mention that there is now a smile hanging on his face if nothing else, it is attracting a few girls beside him to turn back frequently, while Lin Yu looks good, her small face is not too big, and her watery eyes are clear and bright, the combination of which is also too pretty for people to move their eyes. It is the feeling that the girls in the back look not too happy, as if they are not too willing. At the entrance of the south gate of the school, Jiang Suo finally let go of Lin Yu's hand, handing her the 2 bags in her hand. But Lin Yu did not take it, her voice was a little cold, I don't want it. Jiang Sui is not annoyed, usually see as her obedient look, now see her different expression, don't mention how vivid. Don't it's okay. Hearing that it's okay, Lin Yu felt that she had formed a conditioned reflex, and her lips were bitten tight, which is always okay. These words were said with great resentment, reaching out to take the bag from his hands. Jiang Sui held back his laughter, his eyes were gentle and incomparable, raising his hand to rub it in her hair. So good. Lin Yu quickly dodged to the side, looking at him warily, having been threatened by him all night. How good could her mood be? Emanating a heavy resentment, she turned around and walked away, not wanting to see this superficial face again. How could she not have realized Jiang Sui's inferiority in the first place? Jiang Sui looked at her back that was getting farther and farther away. His face always maintained that smile after getting his way, until he completely lost sight of her figure, then he turned around and left. Ah, Ruyu, you're back? The expressions of the several roommates didn't seem to be surprised as to why she came back so late, looking at the fruits and desserts in her hands, and revealing an impish smile. These were all bought by Jiang Sui, right? Lin Yu's body was stunned. Not much of a bottom, how do you guys know? When Jia covered her mouth and snickered, recklessly surveying her neck, no traces appeared, and was still a little disappointed. When you went out, your expression was not right. I guess that it should be Jiang Sui. 8 o'clock wanted to call you to come. Shu Ran happened to come back, said that he saw Jiang Sui and you together. Lin Yu bit her lip. I didn't expect everyone to know, and distributed the desserts and fruits in her hand to everyone. What do you want to eat? Take it yourself. So much, one person can't eat it all. Thinking of being threatened by him all night, Lin Yu is not in a good mood. He, then we'll be polite. It was the equivalent of midnight snack time, and they were of course eager to have food delivered to them. Compared to Lin Yu, the mood of the others was not much better, especially when Shu Ran came back and described it to them in color. Jiang Sui walked in the front with a happy expression, while Ruyu walked in the back with a cold face, reluctant, thinking about this picture. It's super funny. Ruyu, this dessert is super delicious, you should eat it too. Lin Yu shook her head, her stomach was all full right now, she didn't know how many things she was forced to feed by Jiang Sui all night. Sitting on her seat, she sighed, you guys eat, I don't have much of an appetite. A few people eating dessert, if they also have such a boyfriend, that is simply the blessing of a previous life, in addition to the 100 thoughtfulness of Yu. Needless to say, the most important thing is that it is also handsome. Such a boyfriend, pulling out, or being dignified. Shu Ran ate the cake in her hand, thinking of what she saw that day, and what she saw tonight. She can be sure that Jiang Sui really likes her. Turning her head, she saw Ruyu sitting in her seat, not knowing what she was thinking, probably also thinking about Jiang Sui. Then, she pulled up the last photo she took of the two of them having dinner and handed it to Lin Yu. This is the photo I accidentally took the last time you had dinner. At that time his eyes were so gentle that they could overflow with water. Although we don't know if you have any concerns, we still hope that you can seriously consider it. On the table, in the cell phone, was the photo that Shu Ran had pulled up. Lin Yu's eyelashes fluttered, her gaze fell to the photo on her phone. It was that day, the photo of the two of them having dinner together. At that time, she had her head lowered, looking at the menu, while Jiang Sui was looking at her like this. They were right, it was very gentle. Chapter 46 Teasing her. The winter in Beijing is really cold, the temperature of a few degrees below zero outside can really freeze to death. Fortunately, the course is all over, do not have to top the cold wind to go to class, a few people in the dormitory to review, there is an air conditioner, is also quite comfortable. The pines and cypresses outside the window are evergreen all year round, and the tops of the branches are covered with a thick layer of snow, so the only green color in winter is the exposed branches and leaves. On Saturday morning, Lin Yu acted as the humanoid alarm clock and woke up her roommates as usual. Ruyu, I really admire you, in this kind of weather, you can still get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Shen Qingfang yawned, a few tears squeezed out of the corners of her eyes, her chestnut-colored curly hair draped messily over her shoulders. She chatted with Joey Yan quite late last night, and her eyes are still sleepy now. Yes, in such a cold day, you can still get up so early, I can't wait to stay in bed all day. When Jia like a ghost from the bed up, although the dormitory has air conditioning, but after all, her bed is close to the balcony, or blowing in a cold wind, cold and shivering, and hastily put on a padded jacket. Now in the dormitory, she is a single dog, really enough. Last night Shen Qingshang 2 o'clock before going to bed, do not ask her how to know, because she is watching Shen Qingshang head of the cell phone light out before falling asleep. Obviously the dormitory 3 people have not slept enough, but after all, it is their account of Ruyu call wake up, to say to do, otherwise there is no account of the need for her, the last 2 weeks, or to get up to review. Lin Yu actually spirit is not very good, last night she also insomnia, last time insomnia because Jiang Sui, last night also, but years of biological clock, has led her used to get up early. Reluctantly smiled, I'm actually the one who's already used to it. Hold on to it again, the last 2 weeks, finish the test, go home and sleep as long as you want. Shu ran also hard to get up from the bed. Last night her boyfriend asked her to go to the library to review together, but 2 people in a piece, I'm afraid to do other things than review more time. What's more, it's finals week, the library is not a place for lazy bastards like them, so it's better for them not to go and waste 2 seats. A bit hungry. Having just gone to a restroom, Shin Xingfang covered her empty stomach. Didn't Ruyu bring back a big bag of desserts last night? Ask her if she'll give it to you? Shu Ran's eyes flicked to Linyu, with an impish smile, and she winked at the two of them. Jiang Sui had bought a lot, and although several people ate with open stomachs, there was still a lot left over. Linyu's fingers holding the pen lurched, not wanting to hear this name, thinking of the several messages Jiang Sui sent last night before going to bed, still angry. This person is so thick-skinned that it can be described as the peak. You guys eat, what do you want to eat, take it yourselves. A few people looked at each other. Ruyu usually has a good temper, just listen to this how there is a resentment. With your toes you can guess who messed with her. Hey, we'll be polite then. A few people picked their favorite food. Shu ran finger a beat in the bag to see a very familiar cake. This is not in the doorway lunch that Christmas couples limited edition cake it. This cake is the Christmas couples limited edition for VIP members. Really? How do you know? Let me see. It's a heart-shaped pink cake with some nuts sprinkled on top, and the box it comes in is also heart-shaped, with a pink ribbon tied in a bow. Nonsense, I passed by the dessert store last night, and the poster outside the window was a picture of this cake. I would have liked to eat it, but I had to open a membership, and membership of this store doesn't seem to be cheap. Ruyu, Jiang Sua likes to eat desserts a lot, and even opened a membership on purpose. A few people had something to say, and they snickered in their hearts, not picking it apart, so naturally, they didn't dare to touch that couple's cake, but just picked out some other ones to eat. Linyu was stunned, didn't say anything. The hand that took notes slowed down. She knew that he didn't like to eat sweets. The first few times he just casually ate a few bites, but it's her that likes to eat sweets more. At 1 o'clock at noon, Linyu once again received a message from Jiang Sui. She wanted to pretend she couldn't see it, but Jiang Sui called again, and she hung up as quickly as she could. The next second, there were a few more messages, and without thinking, Jiang Sui knew that she had already seen the messages, but just didn't want to take care of him. Linyu held back her anger and typed on her cell phone, the final exam is coming up, I need to study hard. Jiang Sui, no, not for you to review, you come to Uptown 1, the same can also review, to ensure that do not bother you, a night did not see you, I really miss you. Jiang Sui, of course, it's okay if you don't want to come. Familiar words, this asshole, threatening himself again. A few people watched Linyu huffing and puffing as she packed up her things. They were still a bit puzzled until they heard her say that she was going out for a trip, and immediately revealed a look of realization. Right now, there wouldn't be another person besides Jiang Sua who could make Ruyu angry like this. I'm curious to know what's on that phone that could make her this angry. The look on her face just now was so funny. She's usually so good-tempered, but when she meets Jiang Sui, she's just a different person. What do you guys think Jiang Sui will use to threaten her? A few people smiled and laughed, in a good mood, eating the fruits that Ruyu brought back last night, and discussing what kind of message was sent from the other side of the cell phone. I guess it's not a good tactic, as you can tell from the look on Ruyu's face just now. That's right, it's not a good tactic, and it's even very bad. Linyu carrying a canvas bag, angry, that bastard even threatened to come out. If he did not come out, he will directly in the door with a loudspeaker shouting. Also shamelessly said that anyway, his own thick skin, but it does not matter, is afraid that Linyu will become the whole school celebrity. In front of the school, Linyu has seen the scoundrel who threatened herself, still leaning under the sycamore tree last night. Jiang Sua inserted his pocket, the other hand holding a cell phone, ready to send a message to ask her where she was, raised his head, just in time to see the exasperated girl walking down with her bag, a long, black, silky hair, as she walked, gently swaying. Lips gently rose, although the means is not very clever, but useful on the line. Walking up, Linyu swiped the access control and came out, just did not look at him, turned around and walked forward. He also pretends that he can't see her cold face, walks up to her side, his cheek is thoroughly thick, and says to himself, "What did you eat for lunch today? Is the school cafeteria food good? By the way, you just said you want to review for the final exam. When is the final exam? How many subjects will be tested? Is it difficult? Last night's dessert is good to eat. Do you want to eat other family? I remember you like." Linyu still did not say a word, thinking of himself being threatened by him. His face was not a moment good, only threatening his own scoundrel. 300 meters away, Jiang Sui also does not care about her cold face, as long as and she stay together are happy, especially to see her exasperated more and more vivid little face. Jiang Sui pressed the elevator, not coincidentally the elevator out of the very last couple, once again saw them, but also slightly froze, see them holding hands, eyes slightly imperceptible change. To the floor, Jiang Sui recorded the fingerprints, thought of something, turned his head, did not want a joke. Why don't we record one for you too? In the future I am not at home, you want to come and also convenient. Endure all the way Lin, you do not want to endure, so shameless words how he said in the end, what is not at home, she will not come, the voice does not have a trace of temperature, do not record. Finished, directly towards the study last time. Seat, also no longer look at him more than a glance, took out the higher math, and began to do the problem. Jiang Sui followed behind her, his eyes full of smiles, seeing that she was finally willing to talk to herself, even though it was only 2 simple words, he was happy to the point of being unable to do so. Yeah, teacher Lin is also doing math, just in time, I'm also doing math, let's study together. Jiang Sui sat down next to her, and saw her take out her math textbook, a white pile of draft paper, on which half a page had already been used, and the arithmetic was neat and tidy. Also took out his own test papers, not the ones Lin Yu gave him, naturally they were issued by the school. In the past, this kind of thing, he would never bring home, but last night thought of something, unprecedentedly brought back. Lin Yu seriously do questions, expression also slowly softened down, no longer cold, occasionally stopped to think about how to do. Half an hour down, Jiang Sui did not write a few questions, so he propped up his chin and looked at her, his eyes to be more obsessed. Can you stop looking at me all the time? Lin Yu stopped her pen and turned her head to look at him, he kept looking at her, how else could she do the questions? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. Lin Yu was a little puzzled, so good at talking. However, the next second. Then it's your turn to look at me, I won't look at you. Jiang Sui said with a rippling smile. Lin Yu's face was red with anger and turned her head away, she shouldn't have talked to him because there was nothing good coming out of his mouth. Then you'd better keep looking. Lin Yu stopped looking at him and tried her best to bring her attention back to the exercises. Math is all about practice makes perfect, there is no way to learn by rote, do more problems, and when the test comes, you will be able to know how to start. It was just that Jiang Sui seemed to be intentional, the distance between the two was very close, and his wrist would be bumped by him from time to time. Lin Yu pinched the pen in her hand tightly, her whole person was squeezed to the edge of the table, all the good temperament is also a little bit by Jiang Sui wore out. This table is so big, can't you sit over a bit, I'm running out of room for my hands. The table is 2 meters wide, his right hand side is still 1 meter 5, Lin Yu only used less than 30 centimeters, one hand is hanging in mid-air. Jiang Sui swept a glance, as if he had only just realized this, and smiled, oh, I didn't notice. Pretending to move a bit, just not more than 10 centimeters. Lin Yu completely did not want to talk to him anymore, and her eyes fell back to the test questions. Jiang Sui watched her do the questions, the handwriting on the sketchbook was neat and clear, and she was just as serious in doing the questions as she was in lecturing. Almost an hour later, Jiang Sui went out, Lin Yu finally sighed in relief, encountering this kind of unreasonable master, simply can't talk to him. Not more than 10 minutes later, Jiang Sui had a plate of fruit in his hand. Putting the fruit plate in front of her, his face was a little unnatural, and he coughed lightly, eat some fruit. Lin Yu looked at the plate of apples and cantaloupe cut out of shape, slightly want to laugh. Although it can be seen to try to make the plate look better, but the cut size is uneven, some thick, some thin, flesh-pitted, from the peeling can be seen that the technique is not skillful, the grapes are okay, only use the tip to remove. Jiang Sui saw her lips raised, guessing that she should be laughing at him, even an apple will not peel. Are you disgusted with me? Disgusted that he couldn't even do such a small thing well. The corners of Lin Yu's hook lips tensed up again, she just wanted to laugh at how he peeled it so badly, there was no intention of disliking him, after all, Jiang Sui's life from a young age was like this. Shook his head, no. Jiang Sui even happier, sat down on the chair next to her, then see in the sake of my so hard to peel, eat a little more. Directly forked up a piece of her favorite cantaloupe and sent it to her mouth, his eyes gentle beyond words. Lin Yu was flustered by his look, and her heart raced in a flash, not knowing if it was because of his words, his actions, or his eyes. Lowering her eyes, her tone was a little soft, I'll do it myself. Reaching out to take the fork in his hand, he took a small bite, as if it was sweeter than any time in the past. But being stared straight at by Jiang Sui like this, she was also embarrassed to eat. You don't keep looking at me, you also eat and plural changes, as well as prepositions and conjunctions, and this type of question on the paper does not appear much, it is normal that you can't do it. Recalling, present participle form, used as an introductory participle to start a sentence. Jiang Sui heard that she was really willing to give herself a lecture on the question, the corner of his mouth raised a nice arc, his body moved, and the whole person came over, a flavor that made him addicted. Lin Yu did not realize it at first, until a touch of hot temperature came from the root of her ear, and the sound of his breathing was amplified in an instant, and almost his entire head was attached to her ear. Can you move over a bit? Wary, he moved to the side. Oh, I wasn't thinking about getting closer to hear more clearly. Lin Yu coldly looked at him. This excuse only a 3-year-old child would believe. The ear is not deaf. As for sticking so close, the mouth is almost on her ear. Throw the test paper to him. Do it yourself. Do not talk about it. This time I listen carefully, and do not bother you, so, can you talk to me? Like proving that he is not lying, Jiang Suo seriously picked up the pen, and his waist and back sat straight. Sit over, 30 centimeters away from me. To prevent him from certain small movements, Lin Yu coldly opened her mouth. 30 centimeters is too far. Is 10 centimeters okay? No, I can't. Oh, no, 30 centimeters cannot smell your flavor, it does not matter. Lin Yu bit her lip, resisting the urge to throw the pen in her hand to him. 10 centimeters on 10 centimeters. Which knows that he began to change his mind again. 10 centimeters seems to be a bit far. How about 5 centimeters? After being bargained with and threatened by Jiang Suo many times, Lin Yu had no choice but to give him a 5-centimeter distance between the two of them, and gave him the question with a cold face. Where else do you not know? Not at the moment. Lin Yu maintained the habit of giving him a check before, and looked at the remaining few blanks that had already been filled in, and seemed to have done well, with no mistakes in the regular questions. Then proceed to do it. Thinking about the first time he did the questions, 10 blanks only got that one right. Now over the past 3 months, in addition to some slightly difficult, can also be maintained at about 7, in addition to listening, the rest of the part is not a big problem. Jiang Sui saw her eyes move upwards, and also knew that she probably looked at the few blanks he had already filled in front of him, and didn't frown, didn't point out the mistakes, then they should all be right. Lightly smiled and said, good. Unconsciously licked his lips. What to do, more and more like her. The latter is a correction question. After Lin Yu several times of thematic training, Jiang Suo's correction questions can basically be maintained at about 5, the chances of being right about 6 are very few, and there is no need to think about more than 7. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Jiang Sui raised his head, and wanted to talk to her more. No one lives here, there is nothing to eat, but also today at noon, just thought of buying some fruit. Not hungry, seriously do the question. Oh. 20 minutes later, Jiang Suo finished the rest of the questions and handed them to her for inspection. Lin Yu roughly looked at the test paper, fill in the blanks, correct 7 blanks, correct 6 blanks, and then use a red pen one by one to mark out the wrong. As if she was already accustomed to this process, she didn't react and directly gave him the wrong questions. I don't know which question I don't understand. Jiang Sui looked at her natural movements and natural tone, lightly smiled and shook his head. No, all very clear. Watery eyes hit the dark as ink hot eyes. Lin Yu only reacted, just spoke too naturally. The action of drawing the test paper is also very natural. The test paper quickly pushed in front of him, then you review it yourself. The ringing of the cell phone just broke the awkward atmosphere of the moment. Lin Yu picked up the phone with her hands and feet, only to realize that it was her grandmother calling. Standing up, she quickly walked outside to the balcony. Jiang Sui's gaze followed her back, putting down the pen in her hand, out of sight, retracting his gaze, his eyes narrowed. Thinking of the last time after answering her phone, casually flipped through, the column of relatives only see grandmother, nothing else, the remaining few may be high school classmates and roommates, add up, no more than 10 people. The words she said while unconscious, what happened to her as a child? Grandma, I hurt. Hearing her warm and soft voice from the balcony, Jiang Suo's heart tightened and softened into a piece, stood up, and walked to that door of the balcony. Well, there are still 2 weeks, almost around the 7th of January to go home. Also, you forget, I have been doing tutoring, have money on me. Got it, I'll definitely call you then. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yu tightly gripped the phone. Fortunately in this world, she still has a loving grandmother. Jiang Suo stood behind her, gray sky, cold wind, the noise of cars, as far as the eye can see, is the girl curved up beautiful eyebrows, pupils clear and translucent, so that people cannot move their eyes. As soon as Lin Yu turned around, she saw Jiang Suo standing behind her, her eyes were slightly pensive, her smile slightly converged, she didn't know how long he had been standing there. Not daring to look directly into his eyes, feeling like she was going to drown in his hot gaze, she panicked and turned her head, opening her mouth, then I'll go back. Jiang Sui always maintained a faint smile, well, I'll send you back. Lin Yu faintly said, no, I can go back by myself. Jiang Sui's car should be parked downstairs in the underground parking garage. If he sends himself back, he will have to come back and drive. Let's go. Chapter 48 Crossing the New Year. For 2 days in a row, Lin Yu was threatened by Jiang Sui to go to Uptown 1, or he would wait under the sycamore tree at the school. Also do not give Lin Yu the opportunity to resist, or else say a bunch of threatening words. Forced by the obscene power, Lin Yu can only reluctantly stay with him to review. Just half the time is staring at her, give her juice, peeling fruit, although the technique is still not skillful, but also do not care, seems to stay with her, do what, are very happy. She would send her back in the afternoon, and despite Lin Yu's reluctance, Jiang Suo's domineering paranoia made her unable to do anything about it, and she felt like she was getting numb. Every night will regularly send a message to her. Lin Yu once did not return. Jiang Su also happy, know that she will not return, but still send their own, or ask her. The examination is not difficult, the test a few subjects. By Thursday has finished 4 subjects, a day to take a subject, time is also quite abundant, is not rushed. Friday is New Year's Day, 3 days off. The college organized a New Year's Eve party a week ago, has let the class president in the class group notification, want to perform the show, can register. The 4 people in the dormitory are not very interested, none of them responded, but I heard that the next door to a few dormitory people sign up for the violin, ballet, and singing. There is no requirement that everyone must make a difference, but there are credits, participate in activities, each 0.5 points, as an audience to make a difference, each 0.2 points. We 4 want to go as an audience, although only 0.2 points, accumulation of less into more, otherwise do not know when can get enough points? Shu Ran looked at the cell phone to the message notification sent by the head of the class. The general meaning is that I hope that every student can be active to the scene, to liven up the atmosphere of the scene. But 0.2 points to let me look at a night there in the cold. I might as well lie in the dormitory to catch up with the drama to be comfortable. When gem melon seeds knocked crunchy, leisurely eating snacks to catch up with the drama, now after the examination of the 4 subjects, but also can rest assured that the previous did not catch up with the TV series to finish. The lone one can only be accompanied by a poor TV series. People performing programs have not said anything. You will watch Ready Made, still have the nerve to complain? Shin Qingfang patted his head, suddenly thought of a way. There, we first go to the scene to walk around to make a show, and then secretly leave, told Joey Yang to send us the activity of the 2-dimensional code, so it cannot be. After Shin Qingfang's reminder, the 3 only remembered Joey Yang's identity, is the class specializes in organizing a variety of credit activities of the person in charge. Frost, this isn't too good, are we counting this as a bribe to our classmates? Shu Ran's eyes lit up, but still made a show of coughing lightly. Don't fake it, I don't believe this cold day, you guys want to go to the scene. Joey Yang was now chasing her. She didn't believe that if she spoke to him, he wouldn't give himself the QR code for the event. Okay then. After all, the last day, of course she wanted to celebrate the new year with her boyfriend. Thursday night, the party officially began at 7:30. A few people really went to the scene to turn around, so that no one will suspect. The second classroom credits are still quite important. To the 4th year of college to get less than 16 points, you cannot get a diploma and degree certificate. My boyfriend is already waiting for me, I will not go back with you. Shu Ran saw that her boyfriend had already sent a message, and a few people said hello, and ran away upside down. Get lost, the guy who forgets his friends when he sees color. Just a few steps away, Lin Yu's cell phone also rang. The 2 words Jiang Sui flashing above caused her to be stunned, while her grip on the phone tightened. The other 2 saw her stop, looking torn and slightly puzzled, and when they saw the name on the cell phone, they mourned, no way, Ruyu, you're abandoning us too. Then Lin Yu also left, she was purely helpless. Jiang Sui, that person, how crazy she knows. Jiang Sui held his cell phone in his hand, waiting for her to come out. Today is the last day, the New Year's Day, such a meaningful day he certainly wanted to spend with Lin Yu. Jiang Sui, a black down jacket, slender figure, standing posture, lazy casual, 1.87 m height is particularly conspicuous, especially that face, but also let a lot of girls from the side through the red face. 3 or 2 couples passed by, Jiang Sui eyes hiding a smile, quietly waiting for his girl out. Across the footbridge, around to the south gate of the school to walk for 10 minutes. The school this semester, the new 20-meter high clock, showing the time at this moment is 8 o'clock in the evening. The same location, the same person. Lin Yu looked ahead. The next second, Jiang Sui, as if there is a sense, looked up from the phone, the 2 4 eyes. Tomorrow is a vacation, all a big wave of students heading out. The school entrance over a dozen meters. Jiang Sui finally could not help, embraced her tightly in his arms, his head buried in her neck. The familiar taste and smell is the flavor that makes him attached. Another 5 days have not seen. Jiang Sui feel that he really obsessed. Every day in class want her, night closed her eyes and the head is all her figure. Do you want me? Jiang Sui, hot line of sight inch by inch, scanning her cheeks, speak more directly and without disguise. Glancing at her puffy cheeks, wanting to kiss on them, did not hear the desired answer, some disappointment, as if comforting himself. It does not matter if you do not answer, I want you on the line. Lin Yu remained silent, and her eyes did not look at him. Today is the last day, stay with me, okay? Chapter 49, Sweet and Sour. Not saying anything, that's a promise, so good. Jiang Suo, who was very good at self-strategizing, ignored the reluctance on her face and rewarded her by rubbing her hair, curving his lips as if he didn't want money. Just like forgetting that someone had just threatened her with some kind of despicable means, it would be strange if Lin Yu could be willing. Roughly meaning that she does not come out, this evening such a day, very suitable for confession, just the roadside on the sale of roses. This road out of the school, directly across the street is a heavy atmosphere of life snack street. Look around, almost all are familiar faces that can be seen every week, from the beginning of the year to the end of the busy, are busy for the life of the busy, need to support the family. Boss, 2 egg fried rice. Okay, you first wait a moment, we'll be ready soon. The smell of fried rice in the air attracted many students who hadn't eaten yet. A 50-year-old man was carrying a huge ice sugar gourd skewer on his shoulder, picking off the gourds one by one and delivering them to the customers. This is the entrance to the school. The audience is almost all students. Strings of hawthorn, strawberries and oranges skewered gourds, coated in syrup, covered with a plastic bag, tied in a bundle of straw, glistening with a tantalizing luster. How many strings? 2, right? Don't worry, each one is carefully selected. I've been selling in this area for more than 10 years, I will never smash my own signboard. The boss took out 2 strings from the bamboo pole and handed them to the young couple in front of him, smilingly, just short of patting his chest to guarantee. Jiang Sui would turn his head to look at her from time to time, only Lin Yu kept her head down. Another couple in front of them received 2 strings of sugar gourds from the boss, and Jiang Sui also became interested. Do you want to eat it? A low voice gently fell on her ears. Lin Yu raised her head, her face confused. Sugar gourd. The other finger pointed to the front, still left a few strings of sugar gourds. I can see that business is very good. Lin Yu gently shook her head. Her mood was as complicated as a mess. Her brain was also very messy. In the face of Jiang Sui's flaming hot feelings, she couldn't ignore. Jiang Sui did not like to eat, would like this kind of gourd skewers directly wrapped in syrup on the outside. The boss saw a handsome man and woman in front of him, presumably also a couple, smilingly asked, "Young man, how many skewers?" Jiang Sui has never eaten these, do not know what is delicious, look at all similar, eyebrows slightly twisted. What do you like, orange, hawthorn, or strawberry, or all to a string? Jiang Sui lowered his eyes. The distance between the two was very close, and Jiang Sui was hanging his head again, his breath just fell on her sensitive earlobe. Lin Yu sidled her head to escape his breath falling on her earlobe. Wasn't it him who wanted to eat it? Why did he even ask himself? Meeting his eyes with a smile, and then looking at the boss selling sugar gourds in front of her, it seemed that both of them were waiting for her answer. Open your mouth, hawthorn it. In her opinion, only hawthorn still belonged to the kind of flavor from her childhood, and sugar gourds made of other fruits were never authentic. Okay, let's have a bunch of hawthorn. The boss took it off the big skewer and handed it to him. Jiang Sui took it and handed it to her. Then, I opened the money. Lin Yu dumbly received the sugar gourd, eyes slightly drooping, falling on a red fruit in front of her. When I was a child on New Year's Eve, I also liked to beg my grandmother to buy it for myself. Just grew up, there is no memory of that flavor. Come on, give it to me. Lin Yu handed him the sugar gourd in his hand. Jiang Sui tore the bag that was set outside and handed it to her again. It's not you who wants to eat it, why are you giving it to me? Lin Yu didn't take it and asked in a small voice. I bought it for you, I don't like to eat sweets. Besides, he is a big boy holding a sugar gourd in his hand, appropriate, this kind of thing, I guess only little girls like to eat. Hand was forced down a string of sugar gourds, exudes a sweet flavor. Lin Yu gently bite it. Outside the package of syrup is very sweet, neutralize the inside of the sour hawthorn pulp, the core has been removed. Is it good to eat? Lin Yu nodded, temporarily forgetting the complex emotions in her heart. Then give me a taste of one, okay? This sentence, he was looking at her lipsticked pink lips and said, what he wanted to eat from the beginning was not any sugar gourd. Lin Yu looked at the sugar gourds in front of her, 5 hawthorns, the top one, she had already eaten it, without thinking much about it, much less comprehending the other meaning in Jiang Sui's words. Then you eat the bottom one. Jiang Sui see her hand back to normal color, not that kind of purple to scary color, there is a sense of achievement, black pupils in the dim light, like bright stars. So good, the heart is soft, but it makes him not bear to bully her. Jiang Sui slightly bent down, his hand held her hand that was holding the sugar gourd, his mouth slightly opened, and when Lin Yu reacted, a half-eaten sugar gourd had already been eaten by him into his mouth. Lin Yu's eyes panicked, why are you eating what I ate again? She had planned to eat the top half first, so that he could eat the bottom one as well. Same thing, I just wanted to taste it. Jiang Sui wrinkled his eyebrows, this thing is too sweet on the outside and too sour on the inside, resisting the move to spit it out, he still swallowed it. Where is the same, that one may be stained with her saliva? Look at him, wrinkled eyebrows, expression is very difficult, do not know, also thought it was eating some poison. A rare smile, not good. Jiangsu shook his head, was about to say something, a lowered head, saw her smile at herself, eyes pure and translucent, shook his eyes, the familiar dryness in the bottom of his heart rose, murmured, not as tasty as you. Lin Yu walked in front, her face was red with anger, moreover she didn't want to talk to him, such revealing words, how could he have the nerve to say it? Jiang Sui pasted up from behind, forcibly holding her hand, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Although his mouth said words of apology, but made the move as still domineering and unreasonable. Worrying that she was hungry, she took Lin Yu to eat a lot of things again, and she didn't eat a few bites herself, but seemed to enjoy watching her eat. What time is the door to the dormitory? 10 o'clock. Lin Yu held back her anger and said. So early, that Gingbei University was quite a maverick, apparently, there were a few doubts about what she said. Soon, Lin Yu was hit in the face by a couple passing by. What are you afraid of? 11:30 gate, we can still stay a little longer, I still want to accompany you to cross the new year. Me too, today is the 10th day we have known each other. Jiang Sua laughed lightly, holding Lin Yu's hand tighter, really cute. Lin Yu was a little unnatural, the embarrassment of having a lie blown out of proportion. At 10 o'clock, Lin Yu was sent to the door of the school by Jiang Sua. Her hands were stuffed with a bunch of things again, a familiar routine she did not pick up, and began to say a bunch of threatening words. There are still 2 hours before the bell rings for the new year. Jiang Sui's eyes are left with her alone, so likable, the kind of likable that is carved into his bones. In September, his fondness for Lin Yu started from the first moment he saw her, and in December, his fondness for her only increased. Lin Yu, New Year, try? Chapter 50 Hidden. Lin Yu walked on the way back to the dormitory, her thumping heart had not calmed down now, the dormitory on the 5th floor was not too far, but she had to walk up step by step. Her cheeks, not knowing whether it was blown by the wind or because of Jiang Sui's words, were permeated with redness, the things in her 2 hands were a bit heavy, as if they were heavy to her heart. Ruyu, you're finally back, do you know how miserable I am alone? When she returned to the dormitory, only when Jia was alone, Shen Xingfang hadn't walked to the dormitory with her yet and had gone on a date, she was the only one alone in the dormitory, don't mention how miserable she was. Seeing that she was carrying all kinds of delicious food in her hands, she also realized that Jiangsu really seemed to like to buy all kinds of delicious food for Ruyu, and the few of them who had threatened to lose weight since the beginning of the school year had never succeeded in doing so. Today it was the desserts that are brought back, tomorrow it was the milk tea that Shu Ran brought back, almost every night's late-night snacks were contracted, so there was absolutely no need to worry about running out of food. Shu Ran called at 11 o'clock, not coming back tonight, and Shen Xingfang also came back at 11:30, in time for the door closing. At 12 o'clock, the bells of the new year officially rang, and Lin Yu received messages from several high school classmates. Ruyu, Happy New Year, in the new year, I wish you happiness, joy, and a higher level in your studies. It was from Hirong, who had sent messages to herself every year since they met. Lin Yu messaged a few classmates back. Jiang Sui's message also followed. Lin Yu dropped her eyes, staring at her phone for a long time, and finally lost sleep. 3 days into the vacation, unsurprisingly, Lin Yu was again threatened by Jiang Sui at Uptown 1. The threatening words were that he was going to be on vacation soon, and that he wouldn't be able to see her then, and that the last few days would allow him to take a good look at her, and that he couldn't wait to stay with her 24 hours a day. In the study, Lin Yu writing speed slowed down, felt the blazing line of sight beside her, did not look up. You seriously do the question? Good. Jiang Sui sat next to her, also in front of a math paper, do a few questions, look at her, and then do a few questions, then stop and stare at her. The more you look at the more you cannot open your eyes. Lin Yu couldn't even remember how many times this sentence had been said in the past 3 days, but every time she said yes on her lips, but not even after 10 minutes, she started staring at her again. Tomorrow there was an advanced math test, she had basically done all the questions that appeared in the textbook, and there were still some harder ones left, and she didn't know if she would be tested on similar ones then. She tried a few times on the draft paper, still no ideas, wrinkled her eyebrows and stopped, thinking about whether to skip it, maybe it won't be on the test? This question won't be done? Lin Yu raised her head, Jiang Sua propped up his chin, in front of him was a math paper that had already been done, and he didn't know how long he had been looking at her, just now her attention had been on the topic, and she hadn't paid attention to it. Eyebrows raised, I'll teach you, do you believe me? Lin Yu's face was blank, he would really do it? She knew that Jiang Sua's mathematical thinking was very good, but this was after all higher mathematics, the topics were almost all various calculus, and the difficulty of high school was naturally still different. Lin Yu handed him the draft paper, and for some reason, subconsciously believed that his sentence I'll teach you wasn't bragging or joking. Here, first integrate like this, f, x, equals. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu looked at half a page of draft paper to solve the problem. Her eyes forgot to turn, her mouth slightly open, and several times she looked suspiciously at Jiang Sui. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Sui sat on a chair, his posture was lazy and casual. Staying with her was more pleasurable and comfortable both physically and mentally. You've done it before? Otherwise, how to explain? She thought about the topic for 10 minutes, he easily did it, and less before. Mr. Lin, I'm just a high school student, high school questions have not yet been clarified, there will be time to study college questions? Lin Yu sat up straight and turned her head, a pair of clear eyes with suspicion sizing him up. It just didn't take 10 seconds before Jiang Sui's whole sentence broke his defense. Did you suddenly realize that your boyfriend is very handsome? Jiang Sui suddenly came closer to her, his eyes were bright and dark, not minding her measuring gaze, instead he was happy that she was able to look at him twice more. Lin Yu didn't say anything, her face reddening into a blush because of his words. So, want to reward me? Jiang Sui continued to say something without boundaries, looking at her ears, her neck reddened into a blur, her eyelashes curled and thick, flickering, cute as hell. Lin Yu moved her chair a little farther away from him. It's not like I asked you to teach. This seems to be the first time she said something so angry at him. The smile on Jiang Sui's face also enlarged in an instant. She would be angry at him now? Really not rewarding? Bringing her face over, her cold white skin was a healthy glow, her green veins were extraordinarily obvious, and she was vaguely a breath of mint. What greeted him was not a fragrant and soft kiss, but Lin Yu slapped his face to the side. You're dreaming. Jiang Sui heard this and became even happier, his lips were trembling with a smile. She was right, he was dreaming, he wanted her to kiss him. Do your questions well, the final exam is coming soon. Lin Yu blushed in shame and lowered her head, she was really going to be pissed off by this kind of shameless scoundrel. Okay. Jiang Sui also knew that right now getting her to actively kiss him was harder than climbing up to heaven, but one day it would be. Worried that she would be bored or hungry if she kept doing the problems, prepare all kinds of fruits and snacks in the refrigerator, saw in the class that some girls like to eat snacks, and I don't know what she likes to eat, bought a little bit of everything. I also like to peel the fruit for her, maybe it's because I practiced it a few times, and it's not as ugly as the first time I peeled it. In order to let him talk less and do more problems, Lin Yu gave him a task, a set of English. English is Jiang Sui's biggest robbery, he really obediently did the questions. When she returned to the dormitory on Sunday, Lin Yu received a message from Mr. Jiang. Mr. Lin, Jiang Sui and I said that you were the one giving him lessons these days. Jiang Sui's grades have say to himself that he wouldn't do tutoring last month, and it was only a month in the past that he was giving Jiang Sui lessons again. But in his opinion, this is a good thing. This is also regarded as his selfishness as a father, just worried that that little girl was bullied by Jiang Sui, this bastard boy. He did not have the view of the door, to that little girl is also very like. Over the years, he was very busy with work, and knew that Jiang Sui had anger in his heart, especially the death of Jiang Sui's mother, which became an invisible thorn between father and son. Now that he met his favorite girl, there was a goal to strive for in his life, which was something to be happy about. 2 hours later. Jiang Sui, why isn't Mr. Lin collecting the money yet? Is it because he didn't see it? It was rare for Jiang Sui to open his mouth to talk to himself, or for that little girl Lin Yu, saying that it was teacher Lin who had been giving him lessons for the past few days, and asking him to settle the money to the others, presumably also thinking about that little girl, so that she would accept the money without any worries. The little girl did not come from a good background. In order to take care of people's self-esteem, this is all thought of. Jiang Sui returned to the room, leaned back in the chair, his eyes fell on the 2 notes on the table, let out a light laugh, and then took out his cell phone. Did my dad call you money? Why don't you receive it? On the other hand, Lin Yu on this side of the dormitory had just come out of the shower, rubbing her hair with a towel, when the screen of her cell phone lit up with a message from Jiang Sui. Seeing the content on it, Lin Yu lowered her eyes and was silent for a few seconds. I didn't give you a proper lesson, I can't accept this money. Jiang Sui's mouth rippled with a smile when he saw this sentence, guessing that she must be wrinkling her eyebrows right now, with a serious face, still really principled. Good boy, received. If you do not receive, he will guess is not I do not have a good class, is not the class angry at you, by then my pocket money is also gone, there is no money to eat. Jiang Sui tried to say their own situation a little bit of misery, he knows Lin Yu heart concerns, if he directly give her the money, she will not receive it, only to think of this approach, so that she has a clear conscience and receive the money, which is also the reason why in these few days the reason why he forced her to come to Uptown 1. Lin Yu saw the message sent by Jiang Sui, her face was a little hot, her eyes were confused, would it really be this bad? Unable to resist his waves of messages, after replying to Mr. Zhang's message, she had no choice but to put the money away. Just the next second, Jiang Sui sent a message again. Promise me, don't go back with Luchi. Lin Yu was a little speechless, do not want to take care of him. Today she went to the toilet, the phone put on the table, Luchi sent a message, asked her if she wants to go home together, both of them are in the same place, or there is a care. She didn't want to be seen by Jiang Sui, and was held by his fingers, typing one by one to reject. In Jiang Suo's opinion, what Luchi means to her, he is not unaware of, clearly is ill-intentioned, uneasy, under the banner of going home together, close to Lin Yu. How can he let Luchi and her stay together? Don't even think about it. Now there are still 4 public subjects. The arrangement is also a day to take a subject. Lin Yu has already booked a flight on the 8th, spent more than 2,000. In addition to the living expenses of these 4 months, there are still some left. Shu Ran asked with concern. She heard that when college students go home for vacation, it's super hard to buy any air tickets or train tickets. Yes, Ruyu, I just went to the next dormitory to listen to Su Shirhan said that her homecoming tickets are all gone, finally snatched a 10th, that is to say, still have to stay in school for 2 days, it is really too poor. Their homes are near the capital city, and they don't have the sense to book tickets in advance. It was only when they heard other students discussing it that they realized how difficult it is for college students to go home for the holidays. Lin Yu was taking down the dry clothes from the clothesline, before coming to the capital city, bring not much clothes, a lot of clothes are to the capital city, only to buy. Booked for the 8th. Several roommates only put down their hearts, the 8th, that is, the day after the examination, that is Friday. When the 3 heard this number, they glanced at each other and seemed to know what each other was thinking, although Shu Ran's attitude did not indicate it. The 3 in the dormitory all knew that Jiang Sui that was super fond of Shu Ran. Shu Ran has a cousin who also attends Senior 3 at Jianing Private, and I heard that Senior 3 will be on vacation until the 10th for a month, and then start school more than half a month earlier than the other grades. What time is the airfare? 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yu did not 3 people so dark, casually back, put the clothes one by one into the closet to organize, intends to go back to bring 2 can. The temperature of the Cloud City is also the coldest in about 10 degrees, there are still quite a lot of clothes can be worn at home. Not noticing the unpredictable changes on the faces of the 3 people, Shen Xingfang revealed a belly smile, and when Jia was squeezing her eyebrows. Shu Ran, hey, I guess Jiang Sui will definitely come to look for Ruyu. When Jia, I guess so, with Jiang Sui attacking so violently, sooner or later, Ruyu will be taken down. Shen Xingfang, my favorite CP must come to fruition, if it doesn't, then I won't believe in love anymore. Lin Yu twisted her head over just in time to see Shen Xingfang's exaggerated and twisted expression, and was puzzled. Frost, are you okay? Shen Xingfang quickly waved her hands. Nothing, I just have a little cramp in my face. Tomorrow is the advanced mathematics exam. A few people take advantage of the last time to look at some typical examples. Last week's results of several subjects also came out one after another. Lin Yu's scores are almost every subject is more than 90 points, in addition to some of the teachers who are particularly strict in correcting the paper. The average GPA is also around 3.9, which is considered to be the highest in the class. Our worked so hard, if she couldn't do well, then no one could do well. The 3 of them didn't score as high as she did, but they were still pretty good, and luckily, Linar had taken notes in the beginning, and a lot of the knowledge points that were tested on were also on the notes. Several people were very thankful to her, and planned to finish the exam on Thursday. The 3 of them would treat her to dinner together. Chapter 52 Doubt. Lin Yu did not expect that the question Jiang Sui taught her that day was really examined similarly, and when she left the examination room, she heard the students around her say that the question was very difficult, and none of them did it. The heart of the doubt deeper, although that day Jiang Sui explained that when he saw her doing the problem, he happened to see a similar example. The solution is almost the same, but she always felt that Jiang Sui is not as simple as she thought. Jiang Sui's last monthly math test was 119, less than 3 months, an improvement of nearly 50 points. Lin Yu's eyes darkened. Could it be what she thought? Ruyu, today's math is so difficult. I feel that passing is a little difficult. Math is simply my nemesis. After the math test, the 3 felt no desire to eat. This teacher really does not consider the mood of the scum at all. Math is not like Sishio, you can still make up, at least there are some points. Ruyu, do you think it's hard? Shen Xingfang hung her head and struggled with the rice in the bowl. The other 2 had little desire to eat, also picking at the rice on their plates without a second thought. Fortunately, everyone found it difficult. The teacher shouldn't be too hard on people. Well, can only think so. Just hope that the teacher, for the sake of the New Year's Eve soon, do not let everyone cannot even eat the New Year's Eve dinner. The last day of the civics exam is over, and I can finally take a good rest. After the exam in the morning, the counselor spent half an hour emphasizing the issue of safety matters during the holidays. In the afternoon, they plan to go back to the dormitory to pack up their things before coming out to eat. Shu Ran and Xin Qingfang's home is in Beijing. The two of them will go back tonight. Anyway, the school does not want to stay for a moment. Lin, you also have to catch a plane tomorrow morning. At 7 o'clock have to get up to catch the subway. Tonight we have to pack all the things. At 5:30 p.m., several people intend to go to the school outside to eat hot pot. The last day, always have a little sense of ceremony. Lin Yu received a message from Jiang Sui. Lin Yu, I'm having dinner with my roommate. Jiang Sui, oh, eating, I want to eat with you too. I won't be able to see you tomorrow. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? We asked you what dishes you want to eat. A few of us have already ordered tripe, beef, and shrimp sliders. A few people's eyes are too poisonous. A glance can see that Lin Ruyu is not right, and everything is almost written on her face. Let us order another lettuce. Lin Yu's cell phone came vibrating again. Then you eat slowly, I will wait for you. Lin Yu's eyes were clearly visible flustered as she put her phone aside and looked up just in time to run into the gazes of her three roommates. All three averted their gaze again, knowing that Ruyu was thin-skinned. If the target was Xin Qingfang, they wouldn't be holding back so much pain right now. Jiang Sui said slowly eat is less than half an hour, sent a message. Lin Yu did not return. An hour later, sent a message, asked her to eat well. A few people's eyes were changing. Everyone has almost eaten, right? Almost done, my stomach's so full. When Jia nodded her head, her whole body spread out on the chair, her face full of satisfaction after eating and drinking. Ruyu, what about you? I'm also full. Good, let's go. I can't see that people can't wait. If they don't return Ruyu, I'm afraid Jiang Sui is going to kill them. Just after coming out of the hot pot restaurant, they bumped into the person himself. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief, except for Shu Ran, who already had a prospective boyfriend. The other two were mesmerized by the big handsome guy who suddenly appeared in front of them. Jiang Sui's height was considered to be very top-notch amongst the boys, and it was almost impossible to find a few of them in the school, and coupled with his very aggressive face, it made people fall in at a single glance. The two of them just wanted to say 100 I shit inside. Shu Ran had already seen the real person before and didn't have as big a reaction as they did, poking his hand at the two sisters who were just about to leave, their mouths watering, and started to walk again at the sight of the handsome man. Lin Yu was also startled by his sudden appearance. How did he know he was here? Jiang Sui seemed to see only her in his eyes, and said to the three people, eat well, is it possible to return Lin Yu to me? Hearing these words, the three people's eyes were wider than bronze bells. Mama, is this what they should be listening to? Okay, Ruyu, then we'll leave first, you don't have to rush back, alright. Shu Ran, who reacted first, dragged away the other two who were still in a state of infatuation. The three of them should not be the brightest light bulb. I'm going to go eat with me, okay? Jiang Sui lowered his eyes, and met the moist eyes, pink lips, and the face that he had longed for, all seducing him. His throat unconsciously tightened, and he felt even hungrier. Lin Yu was stunned and raised her head. He hadn't eaten yet? Then why didn't you go eat just now? And spend time waiting for her for nothing. The desire in Jiang Sui's eyes was getting hotter and hotter. His voice carried a low mute. I wasn't hungry just now, and watching you eat was more appetizing. Lin Yu was annoyed, her face was red with anger. Can you talk not so? Jiang Sui came to the interest, would like to listen to her mouth as how to evaluate their own. So what? Lin Yu never said such words, more feel unable to speak, paused, averted his gaze, nasty. Since meeting him, it feels like I haven't heard a single good word. Jiang Sui smiled more happily. Again that small restaurant, it seems that the two became the necessary choice for every meal. Only ordered 2 dishes, Jiang Sui really looked at her to eat. Don't look at me, eat properly. Lin Yu couldn't stand his overly direct gaze. He had to look at her to do the problem, and he also had to look at her to eat. I won't be able to see you tomorrow, so I can't look at you properly. The words spoken were also blunt and unabashed. Lin Yu lowered her eyes, her hands obediently resting on her knees, her mind thinking about another issue. Last time she and Mr. Jiang said that she wouldn't be a tutor anymore, but then she called her back with the money, and she also knew that Jiang Sui and her were in class together in those days. Before and after that, it was only more than 20 days, so he should have guessed that something had happened, but why hadn't he asked her about it? And his tone of voice was the same as the previous 2 times, there was no abnormality, or was it just that he had already known what was going on from Jiang Sui? Eat a good meal, it is 8 o'clock in the evening. Being brought by Jiang Sui to the side of a pavilion, it wasn't until she sat on a somewhat slightly cool chair that Lin Yu came back to her senses. Looking at the person in front of her, Lin Yu's mouth opened and she met his black pupils, which were full of her own shadow. Jiang Sui, I have a question to ask you. Jiang Sui eyes are endless deep feelings. Good, you ask. Chapter 53 Try. Lin Yu was stunned. There were too many questions in her heart, and a tingly feeling came from her hand. Does your father already know? What the words in her mouth meant. Jiang Sui was not surprised, raised his eyebrows and pressed her hand against his cheek. It was the ultimate gentle voice. Yes, he knew. Like a boulder smashed into the pool, setting off huge ripples, it was an indescribable emotion. She guessed that Mr. Jiang should have guessed something, but to hear the exact answer from Jiang Sui's mouth was not very shocking. It was more of a doubt. Jiang Sui took her slightly stunned expression in his eyes. Last time she said that they were not from the same world, and probably understood the concerns in Lin Yu's heart. After getting along with her over the past few months, she knew that Lin Yu's heart was actually extremely sensitive and inferior, carefully closed off in a world that belonged to her. Then Lin Yu did not have the courage to ask the latter words. Her heart is not a stone. Jiang Sui certain aspects of the indeed paranoid and overbearing, but undeniably he really is very good for her. He did not object. I clearly told him, this life will only like you one. Jiang Sui knew what she wanted to ask, directly to the answer. Perhaps this question is also let her carefully avoid their own one of the reasons. The gentle voice sounded again. He said, you were so hard, and good behavior, and told me to study with you, think I do not deserve you, but also worried about me bullying you, said that if I catch up with you, that is what I earned. Jiang Sui gazed at her watery eyes, said seriously word by word, wanting her to know that their problem was never the family gap. He likes her, just like her, will not change because of anything. If the world moves too fast, he will stop and walk with her. That winter, the temperature in the capital city was extraordinarily cold, and Jiang Sui's unreasonable, paranoid and overbearing intrusion into her world was indeed one of the few lights in her life. Lin Yu's eyes were slightly red. Her world is not so bad. In addition to her grandmother, there is one more person in the world who likes her. The wind seemed to have stopped, the snow seemed to have melted. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu heard her own voice. Jiang Sui, I can promise you, but wait until after the high K is over, okay? Jiang Sui froze dumbfounded in place, after which he was enveloped by a huge wave of joy, and a smile erupted on his face. Carefully touching her cheeks, his eyes filled with tenderness. Say it again, okay? He wanted to make sure he wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. I promise you, but it has to wait until after the high cow is over. Lin Yu spoke slowly, and for the first time, she felt that looking straight into Jiang Sui's eyes wasn't that difficult. This time, Jiang Sui confirmed that he hadn't heard it wrong. His favorite girl said she wanted to try it out with him. I'm so happy, Lin Yu. As if remembering his previous series of overbearing behavior, Lin Yu added another sentence, but, you must promise me a few requests. Jiang Sui raised his eyebrows, still immersed in the joy of her promise, sniffing, always feeling as if it wasn't a simple request, but she promised him that he would promise her no matter what the request was. Okay, I promise you. Do not casually hug me, also do not casually kiss me. Jiang Sui's face immediately collapsed. This request is simply all his benefits are murdered in the cradle, is too ruthless. Sure enough, he knew what is not a simple request. No I didn't just hug or just kiss He was serious and discreet every time. You? Lin Yu's eyes glared round, angry to spit fire because of his shameless words. Seeing that she was about to get angry, Jiang Sui didn't dare to joke anymore and said with a straight face, okay, I promise you. The two made an agreement that for the next 6 months, Lin Yu will still be Jiang Sui's tutor teacher to give him lessons until the end of Jiang Sui's high school cow, so that she can formally be with him. Last time, Jiang Sui also asked her when to go back, booked the air ticket at what time, worried that she did not have food along the way tomorrow. The school to the subway station is still 2 kilometers. After that, you have to take more than an hour of subway to the airport, but also take a 2-hour flight. Time is not short. Enough, Jiang Sui, by too much. When the time comes, I'm not good to bring it back. Looking at Jiang Sui continuously throwing snacks into the shopping cart, Lin Yu couldn't help but stop it. Just now she already bought her a bunch of desserts, now she is still buying so much. How she will carry it back then is a problem. Jiang Sui wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at the shopping cart. Lin Yu's thin arms and legs. It's not easy to carry too many things, and he really didn't take this into consideration. And put back the duplicate snacks in the shopping cart, and finally left a little bit of each, so that when she was bored and hungry along the way, she could satisfy her cravings. Lin Yu somewhat wanted to laugh, but stopped laughing when Jiang Sui looked over. Laughing at me? Glancing at the corners of her mouth that hadn't yet stopped laughing, she asked softly. No, you're looking at it wrong. Lin Yu's eyes immediately looked away. Oh, Miss Reed, then let me take a good look again. I have to get up early tomorrow, at 9 o'clock. Jiang Sui sent her to the school entrance and handed her the things in her hand. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, Wait for me here, I will send you to the subway station. No need, I can go there by myself, you still have to go to class. Lin Yu didn't want Jiang Sui to think of herself in everything. A $2 bus ride would do the trick. In her opinion, it didn't need to be so troublesome. The morning self-study is just, anyway, there is no teacher, it will not take a few minutes, good boy, just wait for me here. Jiang Sui used to skip a lot of regular classes, not to mention just a morning study. Tomorrow morning can still stay with her a little longer. Lin Yu was helpless, familiar with the bullying and paranoia, unable to refuse. Back in the dormitory, only when Jia was still organizing things, the other two had already left. Seeing her come back, and seeing the two big bags of stuff in her hands. Holy shit, Ryu, you guys went to stock up, it's vacation and you still bought so much. What a familiar style, it seems like every time she's with Jiang Sui, she comes back like this. Jiang Sui really likes to buy all sorts of delicious food for Ryu, and along with that, they've also gotten a lot of light. Jiang Sui bought it, look, what do you want to eat, just help me share a little. This Jiang Sui called extraordinarily natural, when Jia realized that Ryu seemed to be a little different, although they all knew that Jiang Sui bought it, but this was the first time Ryu mentioned Jiang Sui's name in front of her. You and Jiang Sui. Lin Ru put the things on the table, knowing what she wanted to ask, seriously said, I promised to try when he finished his high K, this half year still is his tutor teacher. That night, when Jia told the other two the good news. Shu ran, really, I told you, I didn't know how to say it anyway. Shen Xingfang, I just got home, I haven't even caught my breath yet, I yelled out directly, my mom thought that I stayed stupid at school. Chapter 54 Going Home. The next morning, Lin Yu waited for him in front of the school at 6:55 a.m. The sky was still dark at less than 7 a.m., and the school's few street lamps gave off a faint glow. Lin Yu brought a scarf and wrapped it tightly a few times, only revealing a black head, just the cold wind hitting her face, it still hurt a little. I don't know if she's lost weight, is she used to eating northern food? Lin Yu gripped the handle of the suitcase, her heart rippled, and she heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs from far away. It was her grandmother. Chapter 55 Chatting. Ryu, eat more, look at how thin you are, grandma hasn't seen you in a few months, she can't even recognize you, all that's left is a pointy little chin. After not seeing her for more than 4 months, Grandma Lin missed her granddaughter very much, and tried to clip food into her bowl one after another, itching to clip all the food into her bowl. Lin Yu was helpless, looking at the bowls that had already piled up into a small mountain, and seemed to have gotten used to this operation of her grandmother. A warm current surged through her heart. She didn't refuse her grandmother's intention, curved her lips and smiled lightly. Grandma's cooking is the best, I'm at school, I feel that their skills are not as good as my grandmother's. Yes, then eat more, this time back, Grandma must raise you white and fat. Hearing her granddaughter's praise, Grandma Lin was very happy, smiling from ear to ear. Eat so many years of grandmother cooking, or that familiar flavor, just started to the school, a lot of food taste she is not accustomed to, but also had to eat, slowly accepted the taste there. The little orange cat is also not recognized, the little pink nose sniffed on her pant leg, tail wagging happily, and later jumped directly onto her lap, head arching over her hand, very cute. In the bedroom, Lin Yu was lying in a small room of only 10 square meters. The quilt had already been washed by her grandmother, it was a faint smell of laundry detergent. The books on the desk were still neatly stacked, and even the several pots of succulents on the windowsill had been well taken care of by Grandma. Lin Yu sprawled on the soft quilt, her body's tiredness felt soothed, her fingers unconsciously placed on the pillow. The soft pillow was stuffed with cotton and sewn for her by Grandma, stitch by stitch. After the meal, Lin Yu wanted to wash the dishes for Grandma, but Grandma said that she was also tired from coming all the way back from the capital city, and directly drove her back to her room to rest. Her breathing became calmer, and just as she closed her eyes, she heard the faint sound of talking coming from outside. No, my granddaughter has only just returned, and you guys are starting to hit her. Outside the doorway, Grandma Lin had an unhappy look on her face. Our had only returned today, and a few parents in the neighborhood had approached her, asking her to tutor their children. Since Lin's graduation, several parents with children in the neighborhood have asked Ryu to tutor their own children, and last time, Auntie Sun's child in the neighborhood. The last time, Auntie Sun's child had a few days of summer vacation, she let Ryu tutor her, and her final exams improved by more than 100 places, and Auntie Zhang's little daughter also improved by more than 50 places. When they heard that Lin Yu had come back, they all scrambled to get Lin Yu to give their children extra lessons. Lin Yu sat up with her hands up, probably knew what was going on, stood up, walked out of the room, and didn't want to make things difficult for Grandma. They were all neighbors. Grandma, Auntie Zhang, Auntie Sun, Auntie Zhao. Ah, you're back? Several of the children's parents saw her and their eyes were glowing. Auntie Zhang immediately explained the reason for her visit. Lin Yu is now the talk of the neighborhood, so when she heard she was back from vacation, she immediately came here. The child also said that Lin Yu's lessons are very interesting, and for the first time, she took the initiative to say that she wanted to make up for the lessons, and it's rare for a child to have the desire to learn, so the parents are still not dead happy. We are looking for you to see if you are free during the winter vacation to give lessons to a few children. Grandma Lin had a stern face, not very happy, although Ruyu is very good, but it is not a robot, this has just come back, these people smell up, a few days ago asked her if Ruyu is back. Lin Yu looked at her grandmother's face, and saw a few expectant parents. In fact, she also planned to do tutoring during the winter vacation. Since Auntie Zhang and the girls have been looking for it, then it is okay to talk about it first. It just so happens that their children are all in the same grade, they can also take classes together. Nodded in agreement, yes, but it may take a couple of days, the kids just finished their final exams, so give them a few days off first. Really, that would be great. The parents were satisfied with the answer and left happily. Ruyu, actually we don't need to rush to make money, you've just come back. Grandma held her hand, with a face of pain, although she always praised her granddaughter to others for being smart and understanding, but she didn't want to let Ruyu be so understanding. In the end, she was still just a little girl who just turned 18. Having suffered so much, and knowing so much that it makes one's heart ache, it's worth it to have this granddaughter in her life. It's okay Grandma, tutoring isn't a tiring job. Lin Yu smiled with her eyebrows, not wanting to show a sad face in front of her grandmother, and not wanting her to worry. By the way, I brought you a gift, I just went back to my room and forgot to take it out, go take a look, okay? As expected, Grandma's attention was immediately attracted. Ah, you've come all this way and brought Grandma a gift, my girl is so filial, you didn't spend a lot of money, did you? No, it's very cheap, why would I buy Grandma a very expensive gift, because I know Grandma would be heartbroken. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu came out from the bathroom and rubbed her eyes with her hand. When she took a shower, the shampoo accidentally flowed into her eyes, it was a little hard to bear. Using a towel to wipe her hair until it was half dry, she was about to go get a hairdryer, and just as she got up, the screen of her cell phone on the table lit up, and vibrations came from it. Lin Yu saw on the screen, it was a video sent by Jiang Sui. A little overwhelmed, this is the first time he played a video, in the past he sent himself WeChat and messages. In fact, in the afternoon, Jiang Sui sent a message once, asking her if she had arrived home yet. She casually replied back that she had arrived. The cell phone video vibration lasted for 30 seconds, Lin Yu's eyes were rubbed a little red, and the wind from the windowsill blew in through the gap in the curtains, bringing her back to her senses. But the video had already hung up, but in just 2 seconds, it called again. Lin Yu put the towel aside, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, she still connected the video. As soon as the video was connected, she was confronted with Jiang Sui's face. Lin Yu was embarrassed and immediately moved her head away. The feeling was subtle, it just wasn't the same as a real meeting. Jiang Sui saw that she finally connected the phone, a big smile on his face, but when he saw that she immediately moved her head away, he was dissatisfied again. Why don't you look at me, do I look ugly? No. Lin Yu shook her head. In the past when she stayed with Jiang Sui, she almost always kept her head down, but now that she was asked to look directly at the camera, she couldn't do it. Since there isn't, then raise your head and let me take a look, I haven't seen you for almost a day. Lin Yu's earlobes were blushing, his words crashed into her heart in a crispy way, or has it been a day, I only saw it in the morning. Jiang Sui's low and hoarse voice came again, good boy, raise your head. After a few seconds, Lin Yu slowly raised her head and saw the video of Jiang Sui's eyes. It is estimated that it is also just washed, hair is also wet, a white t-shirt, directly opposite is the curtains pulled up at the back. Jiang Sui finally happy, the towel casually thrown to one side, the phone stand up, ready to talk to her for a while. Why are your eyes so red, have you been crying? Jiang Sui saw at a glance that Lin Yu's not right, eyes red like a rabbit, wrinkled eyebrows, and asked. No, when I washed my hair just now, the shampoo accidentally got into my eyes. Jiang Sui breathed a sigh of relief, did not cry on the good, the body leaned back, leaning on the chair, but also at this time only then realized that Lin Yu seems to have just finished the bath, hair is still wet, hanging on both sides of the shoulders, a fluffy pajamas, look even more adorable. Just had a bath? Lin Yu nodded. Jiang Sui saw the wind blowing from the curtains, and saw that she was wearing furry pajamas. There should be no air conditioning in the house, so why didn't you blow dry your hair? Lin Yu looked towards her hair that was dripping water at the end, the clothes below were also wetted a little by the water, it was cool against her skin, she whispered, I was about to blow it out when you called. The voice was soft, Jiang Sui felt his heart was budding, his voice softened, it's all my fault, okay, go and blow dry your hair, don't catch a cold. Lin Yu raised her head, then I go to blow dry my hair, hang up first. Not allowed to hang up, I listen to you blowing, put the cell phone stand up, I'll wait for you. Lin Yu moved over the thick word book that she often had to use in high school, and then leaned in the cell phone. Threatened. It's okay, go blow out your hair. Jiang Su's eyes narrowed slightly, indulgently surveyed her room. The room is not big, a glance of 7 or 8 to see. The back opposite is a modest small bed, small daisy covers and sheets, curtains are also on the side of the gentle girlish style, and then there is a small closet. It is estimated that it cannot even be loaded with a few pieces of clothing. In the video, the girl brought a hairdryer, bent over, the hair all raked to the front. Jiang Su could only see a section of white neck. Lin Yu's hair was very dense and black, bending over, her hair hung down like a waterfall, and her originally waist-length hair looked even longer. Lin Yu held the hairdryer in one hand weaving in and out of the middle of her hair, trying to make her hair as loose as possible so that she could blow dry it. She didn't notice that Jiang Sui's face on the other end of the cell phone changed, and his breathing changed as well. Jiang Sui's pupils instantly dilated, unconsciously licked his lips, 2 blushes drifted across his face, moved away from his eyes, but 2 seconds later, moved back. The 2 white arcs were revealed because Lin Yu was picking at her hair from time to time. Jiang Sui's gaze grew hotter. He already had little resistance to her, but to see such a beautiful sight was nothing less than torture. As the magnitude of Lin Yu's bending changed, those 2 curves also swayed in front of his eyes. Jiang Sui was really not calm now. The corners of his eyes were scarlet with irritation, as well as the knot in his throat that kept swallowing. Only he knew how hard it was to endure. Almost 5 minutes later, the sound of the hairdryer stopped, and saw Lin Yu unplug the hairdryer, followed by a sound of footsteps. Lustily, he took a sip of water as Lin Yu walked over, trying to push down that desire. Blow dryer done? Lin Yu nodded and looked into her phone, just a little strange in Jiang Sui's face, and her gaze fell back behind him, behind a gray bed with gray curtains, and probably several times as much space as she had. Sitting obediently on the chair, blow-dried hair black and smooth, pink lips, uninitiated eyes, seductive and unaware, Jiang Sui felt that the blood in his whole body was boiling. What's wrong with you? Lin Yu felt more awkward looking dryly like this and asked. In a mute voice, he asked, what's wrong with me? Could it be that he was acting so obviously that she saw it? Your face is very red. Even the ears are red. The first time I saw him like this. Is it sick? Jiang Su touched his face, rolling hot, some vein, nothing. Is the air conditioning temperature is a little high? Hot panic. Panic casually took the air conditioning remote control. He also felt the need to adjust a little lower the fire. Oh. Lin Yu did not think too much, naturally do not know Jiang Sui just 5 minutes experienced how deep and hot. What are you planning to do for winter vacation? Jiang Su looked at her nodding, presumably convinced, and casually asked a question. Lin Yu looked at the thick pile of high school textbooks piled up in front of her, and said flatly, do tutoring, makeup lessons. Jiang Sui eyebrows knit up, some heartache asked, today only back, think of remedial classes, how not to play 2 days. People have been looking for the door, discuss the 2 days before starting. She also wants to earn some more money when the time to take the grandmother together to go out to travel, see the outside world. In addition to the heartache, Jiang Su is more heartbreaking. Obviously he is only 18 years old, but has already carried the burden of life. Is it? Lin teacher is still really powerful, very sought after, just returned home. There are people looking for the door. Junior Z's or senior Z's? Then asked one more question. It is better to ask first, otherwise it is also a senior 3 boy what to do, then he does not need to sleep tonight. Lin Yu organized the things on her hand. She likes to put things neatly on the table, so she can look for it next time. The first year. Jiang Sui sighed with relief. The first year of the first year, then it is all right. The speech of these few minutes, the attention shifted quite a lot, and the body's dryness also subsided quite a lot. Then asked a few questions, wanting to know more. Lin Yu all answered one by one in a small voice. Why don't you even ask me? I'm the one asking you. Young Master Jiang was not happy, always feeling that he had no weight at all in her heart. Hearing this, Lin Yu was dumbfounded. She usually seldom chatted with people face to face on her cell phone, even with the best female classmates in Gaozi. It was almost always that people asked and she answered. She herself was a chatty loser, and she didn't know what to ask. That kind of nervousness is guilty again, mouth slightly open, but I have no questions to ask you all. Jiang Su more solid, even the voice has a few points of low. Then ask me what number of the exam? Lin Yu do not want to ask, think this is so childish, but cannot stand Jiang Su over and over again to let her ask, had to open the mouth, that you what number of the exam? The 12th. Oh. Then the next 10 minutes, were Jiang Sui forced to ask a variety of questions. And then ask me if I want you? This question, Lin Yu asked not export, pursed lips, is not asked. In the end, Jiang Sui was called by Lin Yu to review, or not return his message, also do not pick up his video. This threat is a little big. Jiang Sui this reluctant to hang up the phone. Chatting with classmates? Grandma heard movement in her granddaughter's house and seemed to be chatting with someone, and didn't come in to disturb, but only walked in when she heard no more movement. Lin Yu's eyes were a little flustered. Grandma had heard it all. Chatting with classmates? She knows that Yu has 2 high school classmates who play very well, and will often send video chats, and just now chatted for almost more than half an hour. It is estimated that it should be those 2 classmates who play very well. Lin Yu nodded her head, but her expression was not too natural. Right, Grandma saw a bunch of desserts in the refrigerator. How did you buy so many? And they all look very delicate, they shouldn't be cheap. Lin Yu thought of a bunch of desserts bought by Jiang Sui in the refrigerator last night when Jia took part of it, but there was still a lot left. When she packed her luggage in the afternoon, she took it out and put it in the refrigerator. All bought by classmates. Grandma did not suspect, just smiled and nodded. This classmate of yours is quite generous, the relationship is very good, right? Those pastries look as if they are not cheap. Chapter 56 Finding. Lin Yu returned home on the 4th day. Grandma varied every day to give her to do food. Jiang Sui is also every night will send video, not simply chatting, but also ask her English questions. Each time the time is also almost fixed again, half an hour or so. Tomorrow I will take the final exam. Ms. Lin, guess how many places I will improve this time? Jiang Sui's low voice came from the cell phone. His eyes also stared at her for an instant. The hair in front of his forehead casually wiped with a towel for a few moments, and then casually threw it to the side. Eyes traced the eyebrows of the girl on the screen, today changed into a green pajamas, the whole person watery, so cute. Lin Yu shook her head. Jiang Sui's grades have soared. Last semester at the end of the term is still the bottom, now directly scurried to the top 100 of the grade, but the more you move forward, the more difficult, this truth as long as the students understand. Then this time I progress to the top 50 of the grade, you give me a reward, okay? Hearing the word reward come out of his mouth, Lin Yu's heart tightened, seemingly thinking of the reward he mentioned last time, a little afraid to agree. Don't worry, it won't be too much, it's definitely within your ability, okay? Jiang Sui looked at her eyebrows gently furrowed, seemed to know what she was thinking. And then continue, I have called you a teacher, students this little request you do not agree, you only need to nod gently, I have the motivation to learn. Lin Yu cannot listen to it, never felt that Jiang Sui words so much, well, I promise. I promise. Seeing that Jiang Sui still has a bunch of words, Lin Yu hastened to stop, well, not tomorrow's exam, quickly go to rest. Jiang Sui's face was full of reluctance, still want to chat with her for a while longer, okay, then I hang up. Hang up the phone, Lin Yu patted the hot cheeks, cannot stand Jiang Sui every time too hot gaze, obviously the temperature is only less than 10 degrees, but feel the house is hot and stuffy, walked up, opened the window, slightly cool wind blowing in. Lin Yu and a few parents to discuss, last time is directly to the student's home, the bedroom also has a desk, but this time there are 4 students, the space is not quite enough. It just so happens that Auntie Sun said that there is another suite upstairs in their house, where there is plenty of space for all 4 students to go. Discussed, the class will start tomorrow, after all, it is winter vacation, or let the students have a break, 2 hours a day, a Friday day, the weekend off. Just heard Auntie say, you are packing your luggage, this next semester will be the college entrance exam, you do not stay at home to study well, where are you going to go? Jiang Chengyu today a rare rest time, Jiang Sui just finished the exam today, father and son for more than half a month, sitting at a table to eat. Just now when I went upstairs, I heard Auntie Zhang say that Jiang Sui seemed to be looking for something upstairs. I am going to the Cloud City. Brief and concise, not much nonsense. Jiang Sui casually threw in a few pieces of clothing, Yun City belongs to the south, it shouldn't be too cold. Hearing him answer like this, Jiang Chengyu slightly froze, but it didn't seem to be that surprising. You are going to find Lin Yu? Yes. He wanted to be impatient to see her now, wanted to hold her in his arms, wanted the smell of her body. Are you going to stay in a hotel or rent a house? Jiang Sui stopped his hand movements, a month, seems a bit long? Why don't I buy you a suite over there, anyway, in the future, when Lin Yu goes back on vacation, you'll probably go to her, so it's convenient to live there. Jiang Sui looked up and raised his eyebrows, since you said so, then I have to accept your good intentions. Jiang Chengyu knows his son's character, he is already an adult, has his own judgment and decision-making power, and last time, he also agreed to his request, and does not want to control him more. Then find you an aunt, there is always someone to cook for you. A month, always eat outside also cannot, and then outside how to eat things at ease. Can. Tomorrow I let Lou assistant and you together to go to Cloud City, the house of things to deal with, since you want to go to Cloud City, also do not put the study behind. Jiang Changyu walked to the door, his footsteps stopped, and as if there is still something unsaid, turned around again. Come back in the New Year's days. Jiang Sui looked at the back of the departure, pondering, after a long time, walked to the table, put Lin Yu's 2 notebooks together into the suitcase. Outside the window of the red maple only left bare branches as a thick layer of snow, this year's spring, or will sprout long leaves. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a vibration came from her cell phone. Lin Yu was preparing the materials to be used in class tomorrow. She thought it was Jiang Sui calling, only when she brought it over, she realized it wasn't, it was he Rong. In school, the two had made a few video calls, and a few days ago, they even asked her when she was on vacation. The video connected, immediately revealing a frowning face. Ruyu, I missed you so much, you're on vacation too, right? Lin Yu put away the materials in her hand, her gentle gaze looking at the cell phone. Well, just released 2 days ago. Great, do you have time tomorrow? It's been a long time, let's get together. I'm afraid I can't tomorrow, I have to do tutoring. Ah, you are also too hardworking, this is only back a few days, you will not be tired, I still want to ask you to come out to play it, have a meal together. Rong on the other end of the cell phone's face was visibly disappointed and skimmed her mouth. Lin Yu thought for a while and opened her mouth. The day after tomorrow, I have time on Saturday, is that okay? Rong regained her smile and busily nodded her head. Yes, then it's so happily decided, I'll send you a message at that time. Then, the two chatted for a while, and when Lin Yu hung up the phone, it was already 10 o'clock. Returning to the WeChat interface, she realized that Jiang Sui had popped up 6 or 7 videos for herself. When I was in a daze, the video came back. Once connected, it was a somewhat sad face. What were you just doing, playing several videos for you? In the past few days to play her video, almost always won on the answer, this time all played 6 or 7, let him panic for half an hour. Just now in chatting with a classmate, did not see. Jiang Sui, a certain sensitive nerve was provoked, voice with a touch of urgency, male, female? Lin Yu took his reaction in her eyes and turned her eyes, male. Sure enough, Jiang Sui's face changed. You've been chatting with other boys for half an hour, and you still won't pick up my video? Ruyan really was just trying it out with him, not even trying to be with him properly. Okay, actually I lied to you, it's a female classmate, it's just that everyone is on vacation, she wants to meet up the day after tomorrow to get together. Jiang Sui's expression then loosened up, thinking that she was really chatting with a boy, especially that most likely what Luchi, his heart panicked. That's more like it, if you were really chatting with a boy for half an hour, I would definitely fly to Yun City right now. Starting to cling to some nutrient-less topic again, Lin Yu felt like she didn't know how many times she had answered. Jiang Sui also examined well, tonight directly pestered Lin Yu chatting until 11 o'clock, until Lin Yu eyelids completely cannot hold up, only to let her go to sleep. The next afternoon, Lin Yu finished giving lessons to a few students and returned home to pick vegetables for her grandmother. When she heard the sound of knocking on the door, she wiped her hands and stood up, ready to open the door, thinking that it was Grandma Zhang, who had just said that she had gone back to her hometown to buy some local specialties to bring them a taste. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Jiang Suwa standing in front of her with her pockets inserted, smiling with a reckless openness. Ruyu, who's here? Chapter 57 Xiao Jiang. Lin Yu's hand was still on the handle of the door, looking blankly at Jiang Sui, who suddenly appeared in front of her. Hi, Teacher Lin. Lin Yu's entire body was frozen, tilting her head, unable to say more than shocked, completely not expecting the person who was still on video last night to appear in front of her eyes today. Ruyu? Grandma's voice came from the kitchen. Lin Yu finally reacted, and didn't know whether she should let him in or lock him out. But according to Jiang Suo's character, he was able to find this place, and if she locked him outside, there might be some terrier crazy behavior. Grandma saw that she didn't react, and was wondering who it was. When she walked out from the kitchen, she saw a tall and handsome-looking young man standing in front of Ruyu. Grandma, good day. Jiang Sui revealed a mouthful of large white teeth and gave a greeting, his nostrils still smelling familiar to Lin Yu's face. You are? Grandma looked at him suspiciously, surprised at the handsome young man who appeared at her door for the first time, and didn't say anything. Her face was strange. I am. Jiang Sui received Lin Yu's gaze, his cheeks flushed, and as if he was embarrassed, or something else, he revealed a bad smile. Lin Yu's heart was instantly lifted, and her praying wooden gaze looked at him. I am Mr. Lin's student as a tutor. Grandma Lin heard, and looking at her granddaughter's reaction, she should also recognize it, revealing a kind smile. It's Ruyu's student. Ah, come in, have you eaten yet? It just so happens that we're about to start dinner, stay and eat together. Thank you, Grandma, then I will respectfully submit. Lin Ruyu looked at Jiang Suo, who had boarded the room and was nonchalant, closed the door, and then got him a pair of unworn slippers under Grandma's instructions. Thank you, Ms. Lin. Ruyu, Grandma is going to do the dishes, so you'll greet this one? Grandma, just call me Xiao Jiang. Jiang Sui opened his mouth at the right time. The whole person was not polite, and his gaze did keep falling on Lin Yu's face. Ruyu, then you can entertain this Xiao Jiang student. I will go and cook, dinner will be ready soon. Grandma Lin smilingly walked into the kitchen. Now that there is one more person, let's fry 2 more dishes. At this moment, less than 50 square meters of living room, only 2 people left. Jiang Suo saw that Grandma had gone into the kitchen, casually sat on the sofa, and by the way, pulled Lin Yu, who was still in a daze, to the side of the sofa. In the kitchen, Grandma was cooking, completely not noticing the wrongness in Jiang Sui's eyes. Jiang Sui took in her cute and adorable little movements as she glared, and the two of them were so close that they were almost pressed together. Cloud City's temperature is warmer. As soon as you get off the plane, you can feel it. The girl also did not wear as thick as in the capital city. At the moment on the body is just a small sweater. As his eyes looked down, it was a slightly bulging arc that seemed to remind him of what he saw that night. Ruyu, remember to pour Xiao Jiang a glass of water. Lin Yu was startled by her grandmother's voice, forcefully withdrawing her hand and standing up under Jiang Sui's blazing gaze. I'll go and pour you some water. The pace was a little hasty, walking to the water dispenser, picking up a cup and preparing to get him water, thinking, then going to the kitchen to wash it carefully with detergent. Jiang Sui's gaze followed her, glancing at her actions. He couldn't help but want to laugh a little. The way, Xiao Jiang, is there any contraindication? Grandma walked out, still holding a spatula in her hand, having already prepared 2 dishes just now. Thinking that there were guests outside, she walked out and asked one more question. Lin Yu, as if triggered a conditioned reflex, raised his head, and did not wait for Jiang Sui to answer. Grandma, he does not eat garlic and cilantro. When the words fell, all 3 froze in place. Jiang Sui's face was first stunned for a few seconds, and then changed to a harmless smile. Grandma opened her mouth and asked the doubt in her heart, how did you know? Lin Yu twisted her fingers, a little chagrined at how she blurted it out. Grandma, before Mr. Lin did tutoring in my house, ate a few meals together, I guess I remembered. Jiang Suo saw her cheeks getting redder and redder, and casually found an excuse to help her out. Oh, so that's how it is. Grandma continued to go to the kitchen to fry vegetables again. The small living room was again left with only 2 people. Lin Yu felt that she dared not raise her head even more, especially Jiang Suo's smiling but not smiling smile. Teacher Lin, I didn't expect that after such a long time. I still remember it clearly. The voice with a smile at a distance of no more than 20 centimeters entered her ears. Like a crispy electric current, Lin Yu's earlobes were directly red enough to drip blood. 20 minutes later, 4 dishes and 1 soup were placed on the table. It's all some home cooking. I don't know if you're used to eating it or not. Grandma Lin looked at the little boy in front of her, dressed very clean. People are also handsome. The family look should not be general. Grandma, I'm not picky about what I eat. It's all very tasty. I'm not picky about what I eat. It looks good. Grandma Lin was very happy to be praised. The young man is not only handsome, but also very polite. The atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. Lin Yu was worried that Jiang Sui would not be used to the taste of this side. After all, there is still a lot of difference with the capital city. Grandma likes to put chili pepper in her cooking, but it seems that Jiang Sui is quite happy to eat. Well, Grandma's craftsmanship is very good. Jiang Sui is not stingy to praise, and even directly ate 2 bowls of rice. Yes, eat more. Ruyu also likes to eat my dishes. Jiang Suo wanted to help clean up after the meal, but Grandma said he was a guest, so she ordered her granddaughter to cut a plate of fruit. Lin Yu washed the apples and grapes, and the apples were cut into small, even pieces and served to Jiang Sui in front of the fruit. On the plate were evenly sized pieces of apples, reminding both of them of how ugly Jiang Sui's apples were when he cut them those times at Uptown 1. Then I won't be polite, Mr. Lin, eat together. Jiang Sui picked up his fork and stuck a piece of apple, his soft gaze looking at her. It was very sweet. Chapter 58 follow. Grandma, then I'll leave you alone. Jiang Sui stood up and greeted. Do you want to sit a little longer? Grandma poked her head out of the kitchen, liking this handsome-looking young man. I'm here to find Mr. Lin for something. Want to talk about the tutoring matter, already said, so I won't bother you. Jiang Sui stood up, a casual and gentle smile on his face, a courteous look. Only Lin Yu knew how hateful he was in private. Then come and play again next time. Yes, I will definitely come next time. Lin Yu's eyes widened. How could she be so thick-skinned? Grandma was just being polite. After the meal was eaten and the fruits were eaten, Jiang Sui was in a good mood. Seeing the girl's wide-eyed eyes, he resisted the urge to go up and kiss her twice. Ruyu, see Xiao Jiang off. Lin Yu followed him, sending Jiang Sui to the door, waiting for him to go out, and closed the door. But someone got the better of him, raised his eyebrows, and lowered his voice. Send one more cut, I still have something I want to say to you. Lin Yu's ears turned red, shaking her head. Grandma will be suspicious. For this answer, Jiang Sui does not seem to be surprised. Take out the killer. Oh, so it's okay. I see that Grandma just now seems to like me quite a bit. It is just the right time to let her know that I am her granddaughter's son-in-law. It should be more like it, so that there is no need to suspect. Good boy, go change your shoes, I'll wait for you. Lin Yu and Grandma said a word. Just as soon as she closed the door, she was pulled by Jiang Sui from behind her hand, and the temperature in her hand was different from hers. A few dozen meters out of the district, it seems to be back to the road in the Beijing North University, passing cars weaving in and out of the road. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening, a slightly cool wind hitting the two people. The flowers and trees on both sides of the road are still the same. Unlike the city of Beijing, a winter, most of the leaves are only left bare tree trunks, or as the university stock change cannot see the green shrubs and grass. Lin Yu raised her eyes. Jiang Sui is more than a head taller than himself, and saw his chin. Is there a question you want to ask me? Jiang Sui lowered his eyes, just in time to see her desire to speak, although he did not say, but the questions are already written on his face. Lin Yu nodded and was silent for a while before she opened her mouth. Why did you come to Cloud City? Jiang Sui stopped and turned to face her. His voice had a characteristic softness in it, his black pupils gazing deeply at her. Of course I came to find you as a tutor. Then when are you going back? Lin Yu thought that Jiang Sui would only be here for a few days, and since the next semester would be senior cow, she should stay at home and study hard. Meeting her eyes with doubt, he slowly said, the school year begins. Lin Yu wrinkled her eyebrows, as if to make sure she hadn't heard wrongly, uncertainly asked, you want to stay here until the beginning of the school year? Yes, and you are not in the capital city. I simply do not have the heart to study. Last time you did not say that the next still do my tutor. Then where do you live? How do you solve the problem of food? You come to the Cloud City, your father knows. Lin Yu asked anxiously, I some worry, and his father agreed to stay in the capital city, although his father is not opposed to them together, but the next semester Jiang Sui will be the college entrance examination. Now the time is very critical. See her concerned eyes and tone of voice. Jiang Sui heartwarm, rest assured, he knows, he has in front of me to buy a house, but also to finance to cook for me. Bought a house? Lin Yu almost bit her tongue. How can this sentence be said so easily? Yes, 300 meters in front of the Haisheng Mingyuan. Do you want to go together to see our new home? Although most of it is ready-made, but maybe you do not like, or missing something, tomorrow just go together to buy. Jiang Sui said this sentence extraordinarily naturally. Because of his usual thick skin, Lin Yu could not, blushing. Recall, there seems to be a famous rich area, a set will be tens of millions of dollars. A trip to the Cloud City cost tens of millions of dollars to buy a house. Lin Yu felt her worldview was turned upside down. Jiang Sui continued, while the time is still early, just go and get your fingerprints taken. Lin Yu shook her head, avoiding his hot gaze. Don't, I've been out for a while, it's time to go back. Originally a boy suddenly found his way to the house was already suspicious. If she didn't go back, Grandma would really be suspicious, although she also wanted to make it clear to Grandma, but in her heart she didn't think of how to say it. And from his mouth to hear our home, inexplicably heartbeat accelerated. Although Jiang Sui was reluctant to part with her, he didn't force her. Anyway, you can see it every day in the future, then stay with me for a little while longer, and I'll send you back. Lin Yu did not say anything, seems to have been accustomed to every time separately Jiang Sui's operation, just an afterthought, reacted to what is wrong. She is not to send Jiang Sui out of it, how he sent her back again. I do not know how long, go, I send you back. Lin Yu, but I sent you out, you still want to send me back? It's okay, I'm free. Besides, I don't like to let you watch my back as I leave. Instead, letting him look at her makes him feel at ease, makes him feel that she has always belonged to him. Lin Yu's lips moved. Actually, we can turn around together. Jiang Sui, for the first time, he didn't want to listen to her. Sending her to the entrance of the neighborhood, Jiang Sui still gently rubbed on her head. Well, go back. You also go back soon. Jiang Sui watched her back disappear around the corner of the stairs, his gaze shifted upwards, and a minute later, that small room on the 5th floor lit up. Lin Yu returned to her room with a subtle feeling, walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and saw the person still standing downstairs. Her mouth moved, didn't say anything, but knew that Jiang Sui should have read her meaning. Jiang Sui smiled even more happily, and in the next second, pulled out his cell phone. Seeing the message sent from her cell phone, Lin Yu's already unsettled heart was once again racing. completely not wanting to take care of him. Chapter 59 Appearance. At 10 o'clock on Saturday morning, Lin Yu received a message from Yirong saying that they would meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Shengjing Garden, and she replied back with a good word. Grandma cooked millet porridge in the morning, and after that, she probably went downstairs to chat with Grandma Zhang and the others, so Lin Yu stayed at home alone, organizing the study materials that she was going to use on Monday. In addition to the first-year students, there was also Jiang Sui's, and last night the two of them agreed to give him lessons from 7 to 9 in the evening, Monday through Friday. His current math is almost no problem, in the latter half of the year just need to strengthen a little bit of partial complex problem type practice, try to pull the gap. Is the English and language scores almost maintained between 90 to 100, fill into the bottleneck, still need to spend a little more time. Meow meow meow. The little orange cat at home scampered around the house with a leisurely little step, a few white whiskers shaking and shaking, not recognizing life at all, the last time Jiang Sua came to the house, but also directly jumped into his lap. At that time, Jiang Sua also flirted with the sentence, "This cat is quite good, and you are quite like." The bedroom door is not closed, the orange ball jumped to the stool, and then jumped to the desk in one leap, milky per twice, grows very quickly, only 3 months, almost a circle of growth, the head close to her fingers holding the pen, arching around. Lin Yu put down her pen and smoothed it over its smooth fur. The cat seemed to feel comfortable and rolled directly on her desk, lazily letting out a showy yawn. But she hadn't finished organizing her materials yet, so she could only carry it to her right-hand side, and the orange ball didn't mind, changing its position, squinting and seemingly falling asleep. Lin Yu hooked her lips and smiled lightly, revealing 2 small pear swirls that were not too obvious, and the orange group's belly was round, and it looked like it was full of food and drink. After that, she began to seriously organize the information again, until the vibration coming from the phone broke the silence in the bedroom. Jiang Sua, is there anything in the afternoon, my first time in Cloud City, still not familiar with, take me for a stroll. Lin Yu, how about next time, I've already made an appointment with other classmates today. Jiang Sua, what about tomorrow? Lin Yu looked at the message and was silent for 2 seconds, her fingers edited the text and returned a good. At 1 o'clock at noon, Grandma knew that she was going to go out with her classmates, and called her to the house, and from the canvas bag, with a trembling hand, she took out the small white bag inside, unzipped it, and took out $500, handing it to her. Lin Yu shook her head and didn't take it. Grandma, I have money. Grandma knows, a casual and lazy smile on his face. Looking down from the balcony, everywhere is green trees, flowers and plants, and even a lot of them are plants he has not seen. The weather is not too cold, the scenery is very good, the air does not have a trace of dirt, but has a sweet flavor. No wonder you can raise such a delicate and lovely girl. It turns out that in the winter, you can also see a full of green. No, what are you running to the Cloud City for? The brothers still want to find you to play. I heard that the scenery over there in the Cloud City is good. Could it be that you are going to travel? The latter sentence asked obviously not much bottom. In his opinion, Sui will not be like so idle people, but in addition to traveling, he really cannot think of what other reasons can make him just finish the examination, flew to the Cloud City. I came to find Lin Yu. Cough cough cough, he Shang almost choked on his own saliva. Then he asked eagerly, you said you went to Yun City to find that tutor of yours? Jiang Sui lightly returned a word. He Shang on the other end of the phone was silent for at least 10 seconds, no wonder, last time he joked that the two would not have to be more than a month to see, when Sua's expression was emboldened, and did not care, without a trace of sadness, dare I say that the people directly after the examination, flew to the city where the tutor is located. Accepted the news, then when will you come back? Jiang Sua retracted his line of sight and looked at the empty balcony and the living room inside. It seemed that he could buy some green plants to embellish it. I also don't know what Lin Yu likes. Tomorrow there is just the right amount of time, the two of them can go and take a look. Kai Shui. Say that again, you want to stay in Yun City until school starts? He Shang's unbelievable, growling voice came from the cell phone. Jiang Sui frowned, took the cell phone farther away, had wanted to say something, the afterglow to the road below, wanted to turn around, stunned in place. 2 men and 2 women. For no other reason, one of the boys was exactly what he knew, that high school classmate of Lin Yu's, Luchi. Some sort of thought crossed his mind. Jiang Sui hurriedly said a word and hung up the phone. Originally he was still a bit skeptical, until he saw the girl walking out from the corner of his mouth pulled out a cold smile. Very good, no need to be skeptical. Lin Yu saw the 4 people standing 50 meters in front of her. In addition to Yirong, Xu Evening Yi, there were 2 other boys, all of whom she knew, former classmates. Xu Mani and Meng Su had gotten together after graduation, and then the other boy was Lu Qi. Lin Yu's face was a little embarrassed, thinking that Lu Qi had confessed to her before. Just over a month had passed, but it was not realistic to return now. Hirong still wanted to send a message to her. Chu Evening he had already seen her, waved her hand and called out her name. Ruyu, come over here. Lin Yu could only walk over with a stiff upper lip. A few girls all played better in high school, and we all got into different schools. Having not seen each other for more than 4 months, she was naturally excited and thrilled. Meng Su smiled and greeted, Lin Yu, long time no see. Lin Yu nodded and smiled back, long time no see. Right, Luchi, aren't you and Lin Yu in the same school, have you ever met? Meng Su, as if remembering this, turned his head to ask Luchi who was standing by the side. The two of them were in the same dormitory in high school, and it was not a secret that Luchi liked Lin Yu. This is not, last night heard that he was going to come out to get together with Chu Evening Yi and Hirong, and quickly asked if Lin Yu was also in. He then returned a sentence also in, said that he also want to come out today. He did not even need to guess what Luchi is in his mind. Encountered a few times. Luchi's pair of bright eyes looked at her. Under his eyes was a hidden delight. Lin Yu also nodded her head. Yes, she had encountered it a few times. Since Ruyu is also here, let's go, let's set off to Dinosaur Valley. Go. The 5 of them were ready to head to Dinosaur Valley together, and Lin Yu was also being held by the 2 sisters on the left and the right, and that awkward atmosphere seemed to have dissipated as well. Mr. Lin? Lin Yu froze in place. Chapter 60 Dropout. Both Chuan-Yi and Hirong were a bit puzzled as to how Ruyu had stopped for good reason, and then they saw Lin Yu and Luchi turn around together. For Jiang Sua's sudden appearance, Lin Yu was not expected. Compared to Lin Yu's shock, Luchi directly froze in place, and his face also became extremely ugly in an instant. That student of Lin Yu's, how come he chased him to Yun City? He thought that he could develop more with Lin Yu after the vacation, but this teenager was even crazier than he thought. The 3 seemed to have noticed that the 2 were not looking right. Hirong and Chu Evening glanced at each other, contacted Luchi's reaction, vaguely guessed what was going on, and finally looked at Lin Yu. You, what, you guys know each other? Eyes shining, who was the big handsome guy walking towards them in front of them, really handsome, no matter the body or appearance, especially that face that can't pick out a single flaw. It can be said that no girl can refuse. Jiang Suo had already walked in front of Lin Yu. Although he was insanely jealous in his heart, he still had to pretend a little. His voice was clear and moist, explaining to a few people, I'm Ms. Lin's student who works as a tutor. Also her boy * friend. As the words fell, the 4 people at the scene were shocked beyond belief. Of course, Luchi, in addition to being shocked, his face went straight to white, as if he couldn't believe that the 2 had developed to such a point. Hirong poked Lin Yu with her hand, her mouth opened and asked in a low voice, You, is what he said true? Lin Yu nodded helplessly. It just so happened that she also wanted to take this opportunity to let Luchi completely die. He is a very good boy, it's just that they are no longer possible. Yes, he is my student who is a tutor. After a pause, then continued, is also my boy * friend. Hearing the answer from her mouth, some people were happy and some were sad. Jiang Sua's face smiled more, especially from her mouth to hear the male * friend 3 words, cannot wait to rush over to her in the arms. He is considered to be a person with status. And then see the side of the face as white as paper. Luchi, secretly so cool. Yes, it should be like this, so that he died earlier. Do not day and night still think of some unrealistic. Luchi heart flooded with dense pain. In his view, Jiang Sui's face is the victor's smile, so now he is really completely hopeless. 3 years like in this moment completely painted the end. Sorry, I feel a little uncomfortable, you guys play. After saying that, he hurriedly left, not caring that Meng Su behind him was calling his name. Jiang Sui's heart straight call go good, have self-awareness, should leave early, stay, face will only be more ugly. It just so happens that I just came to the Cloud City, I haven't had a good stroll yet, don't mind bringing the family. The 3 digested this fact and finally realized why Luchi lost, because he didn't have the thick skin of others. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was blushing and stopped him with her eyes, telling him to stop talking. In the end, Luchi left and Jiang Sui added in. Destination, Dinosaur Valley. Although the 2 sisters were full of questions, it wasn't a good time to ask questions, so they planned to wait for the meal later to ask her secretly. Moreover, from the boy's mouth just now, Ruyu is his tutor teacher, student and teacher, this setting is so charged. Meng Su was a little embarrassed, good brother lost love, cannot bear the blow, has gone, now estimated in which nooks and crannies eclipsed, 3 years of secret love in exchange for such a result, indeed miserable. But his girlfriend is here, he cannot leave her, to accompany the brother The 2 boys walked side by side without saying a word, as if it was more awkward, tried to find some topics. Bro, just now listening to your tone, you are not from Yun City? Jiang Sui's eyes followed the girl in front of him, the corner of his mouth colored with a smile. No, I am from Beijing. In front of a left and a right 2 girls' ears moved. Beijing people? So, this is chasing after Ryu to the Cloud City, as classmates, although they also sympathize with Luchi, but after all, Ryu has admitted that the boy in the back is her boyfriend. In addition, compared to Luchi, they still think that the boy in the back is more handsome. Listen to what you mean, you are still studying in high school, how many years of high school off? Jiang Sui eyes deep, pressed the corner of the lips of the smile, and no impatience, Hi-san. TSK, a little bit of information. Arrived at the Dinosaur Valley, Jiang Sui took the initiative to assume the responsibility of buying tickets. The tourists come and go densely packed, winter vacation, large and small students in waves. Jiang Sui felt quite interesting, once in the exhibition hall, saw more than a dozen several meters high dinosaur fossils. Rong and Chu Evening Yi originally also worried about the back of more strangers, will be uncomfortable at, and then directly behind the head, with Lin Yu shuttle in the crowd, the two boys are following. Almost strolling to 4 o'clock, finally cannot walk, a few people only thought to find a place to rest, just also thirsty. After asking the three about their tastes, the two boys decisively took on the responsibility of buying milk tea. Rong and Chu Evening Yi had already endured the whole journey, now was the right time to ask questions, although they had just gotten a general idea of the situation from the boy, they still wanted to hear a more detailed version. Ryu, what's the situation? You didn't even tell us, I always thought you would be a couple with Luchi. Yes, Ryu, when did this happen? I thought I was hallucinating. Lin Yu was already thin-skinned, and under their constant questioning, she was even more at a loss as to how to answer. Jiang Sui's sudden appearance was something she hadn't expected, and how could it have appeared at that exact moment in time? I did tutoring for him last semester, and then I got to know him. OMG, there's such a benefit to being a tutor. Both of them were wide-eyed and shocked to the point of being unable to speak. So, he came to Yun City specifically for you? Rong swallowed her saliva and threw out another crucial question. Lin Yu gently nodded her head. The two of them were directly shown dog food, especially Rong, who was on vacation and went back to her own home with her boyfriend, and now she was directly watching two couples show next to her, which was even more solid. Then when will he go back? Next semester is not going to be high cow, shouldn't he stay at home to review properly? Chu Evening Yi also asked a question. Lin Yu thought about it and opened her mouth. He stays here until the beginning of the semester, I happen to give him lessons. It seemed like she got it, but then again, it seemed like she didn't. Then won't his parents be worried and know about this? Can't help the two keep asking. Lin Yu can only answer truthfully, his father already knows about this, and has already bought him a house here. The two of them were directly dumbfounded. Bought a house? What a niche term. Just for the sake of chasing Ryu, directly in the Cloud City bought a house, sincerely, absolutely more real than gold. And, in the end, how rich, the house said to buy, no wonder just now they looked at the Jiang accompanying on the clothes and shoes is not cheap, the original is a rich family's young master. Now we know what happened, Ryu went to the rich family's young master, and then the young master fell in love at first sight, in order to Ryu, specifically chased to the Cloud City, do not want to be separated from her for a day, specifically to buy a house to stay here. How come such a good thing didn't come to them? Soon, the two boys came back with milk tea and juice, as well as some food. Jiang Sui tore the paper outside the straw, and inserted it into the orange juice for her, before handing it to her. Seeing this meticulous scene, the two men's favorable impression of Jiang Sui rubbed up, and they were already letting out a groundhog-like squeal in their hearts. Rich, beautiful, and good to Ryu, who wouldn't love such a boy? Meng Su, who was drinking milk tea next to him, was a bit innocent, and was glared at by his girlfriend, but he was still puzzled, and didn't know what he had done to annoy her. Chu Evening Yi looked at him a little self-conscious, even before reacting, feel Ryu's boyfriend even more fragrant, a million dislike. Lin Yu held orange juice in her hands, sipping it in small bites. Jiang Sui also bought the same as her, his eyes as if the three people next to him didn't exist, looking at her for an instant, hot and obsessed, enjoying watching her eat. Ow, what are you pinching me for? Meng Su felt a sudden pain coming from his thighs and wrinkled his eyebrows at his girlfriend. I have itchy hands. Cold 3 words.